Chapter 1. The Constipation Monster. Can it be battled? In the dormitory 306 of Jin University, Wang Zha was feeling as though he might explode. Having never experienced constipation before, he was now acutely aware of the discomfort that threatened to overwhelm him. His abdomen was bloated and painful, and the sensation was utterly maddening. Was it truly the consequence of indulging in two fiery hot pot meals? While others might suffer from diarrhea, he found himself ensnared in the grips of constipation. As a freshman in his second semester, Wang Zha began to question the appropriateness of his name for the first time. He had always disliked it, as it drew unwanted attention. Throughout elementary, middle, and high school, and now in a college, anyone who had heard his name could easily recall his existence. Now, however, he pondered whether the issue lay with his name itself. He felt as if he might burst after struggling for what felt like an eternity. He wondered if further effort might lead to a more disastrous outcome. Should I buy some glycerin suppositories? He had first learned of these online, where they were touted as a remedy for winter dryness on the skin, and even as a lubricant. Yet, he was aware of their primary purpose, to alleviate constipation. The constipation monster was formidable, and Wang Zha longed for a direct confrontation to vanquish it. In moments of untroubled relief, he had never appreciated the joy of normality in bodily functions. Only in its absence did he recognize its value. That I can't take it any longer, I must get some glycerin suppositories. Resolute, he reached for the toilet paper, but at that moment, his gaze fell upon a peculiar sight, something resembling a small stone figure. Had he hallucinated? The creature appeared to be made of stone, and despite his severe nearsightedness, he was wearing his glasses, allowing him to discern its intricate details, a warm, earthy hue, enveloping it. Before he could fully process this bizarre apparition, he noticed an inscription atop the figure. Constipation Monster Level 1, click to enter battle. Wang Zha was taken aback. What on earth? I can click to enter battle? How do I do that? Lost in thought, he inadvertently reached out to touch the constipation monster, and in an instant, words materialized in his consciousness. Enter battle. Cancel, confirm. Naturally, he selected confirm. Today was too surreal to question further. Being a reclusive individual, he had consumed countless novels and played an array of games. This peculiar scenario, reminiscent of the most elementary video game, felt oddly familiar. Battle commenced. With a fleeting moment of disorientation, Wang Zha realized the scene had transformed. The palm-sized stone creature had grown into a 2-meter-tall, robust, and solid figure standing a few meters before him. How to engage? As he gazed at the constipation monster, he recalled that even novice players in games possess skills. Yet at that moment, he had nothing. Was he expected to rely solely on basic attacks? Behold this formidable stone creature. Wang Zha harbored doubts about confronting it barehanded. Fearing he might fracture his own hands in the endeavor, as he hesitated, contemplating his approach, the constipation monster charged towards him. The ground trembled beneath the weighty thuds of its footsteps, echoing like a drumbeat against his heart. Each step, a meter closer, the distance vanished in the blink of an eye, and soon, the gargantuan fist, the size of a head, was hurtling towards Wang Zha. Would it explode? Would it shatter? The scene was somewhat intimidating, leaving Wang Zha momentarily bewildered. With a resounding thud, he did not experience the anticipated pain. However, he noticed a health bar above his head, diminished by a little over 1/10. His mind swirled with questions, yet now was not the time for contemplation. Gritting his teeth, he retaliated with a punch aimed at the constipation monster. Thud! 20 No hand injuries. To his delight, he observed that the monster's health bar had decreased by 1/5. Wang Zha's eyes sparkled with joy just as he reveled in his success. The constipation monster struck again. Thud, thud, lacking any finesse. It was a raw exchange of blows, a true contest of manhood. Wang Zha had meticulously calculated his health points, and as he neared the end of his own health bar, the constipation monster collapsed, transformed into a pile of rubble. Victory! You have gained 1 experience point. You have acquired the skill defense. Your inventory has been unlocked. You have activated your skill slots. You have leveled up to level 1. Your personal panel is now accessible. The battle concluded, and Wang Zha returned to reality, still ensconced in the restroom. But the prior discomfort had vanished, replaced by an overwhelming relief that made him emit a contented sigh. Wang Zha, stop dawdling, or we'll be late, called out his roommate, Bai Lang. Glancing at the clock, Wang Zha noted it was 7:40, leaving him a mere 10 minutes to reach the classroom by 7:50. Yet, he distinctly remembered checking the time prior to the battle now. Only 20 seconds had passed, despite the skirmish lasting at least 2 minutes. Was time suspended during combat? That could be the only explanation. Shaking his head, he tidied himself up, finished in the restroom, washed his face, brushed his teeth, and hurried out to join Bai Lang on their way to class. Wang Zha was a freshman at Jinqing University, majoring in accounting. Standing at 1.78 meters, he was slender, lacking muscle tone, and did not possess an impressive physique. He wore thick glasses due to severe myopia, his hair slightly longer than a buzz cut, and his appearance leaned towards the delicate. With the glasses, he merely appeared agreeable. Even the label of handsome felt somewhat overstated, as the thick lenses detracted significantly from his looks. Jinqing University is an esteemed institution, with tuition exceeding $20,000 a year, established through a collaboration between the government and enterprises. It could be described as a branch of a prestigious university. The campus spans over 2,000 acres, housing 13 secondary colleges, 55 undergraduate programs, 19 diploma courses, and over 100 specialized fields of study, with a student body exceeding 30,000, including more than 20,000 undergraduates. Wang Zha, being an undergraduate, chose this university due to its affiliation with renowned institutions, facilitating future employment prospects. As an only child, he enjoyed a loving and harmonious family life. Although not exceptionally wealthy, attending a school with such tuition posed no financial strain for his family. The other 3 roommates are quite distinct. Take Bai Lang, for instance. His name carries a certain weight, and I feel a kinship with him. After 6 months of cohabitation, I have gleaned some insights about my other 3 companions. Whether or not they hail from affluent backgrounds remains uncertain, yet it is evident that their families possess considerable wealth. In the absence of exposure to a particular environment, one can scarcely fathom the extent of the riches among the wealthy. Wang Zha's parents are both employed. Originating from a rural background. 3 years ago, they purchased a residence in the county, a modest 100-square-meter apartment for 400,000 yuan. Their combined monthly income hovers around 10,000 yuan, a relatively stable situation with minimal expenses. That it was only upon arriving here that Wang Zha began to grasp the disparity in lifestyles. For instance, his entire wardrobe amounts to less than 1,000 yuan. He is the type who lacks an understanding of brand names, has no particular interest in fashion, and is indifferent to automobile. She cannot even recognize many models. His passions lie in gaming and reading novels. He possesses a somewhat introverted charm, admires the fairer sex, yet lacks the courage to act upon his feelings. His pride is somewhat pronounced, or perhaps one might say he harbors a degree of insecurity. He is easily shy, spending the majority of his leisure time engrossed in video games and literature. He does not possess striking looks, his emotional intelligence is modest, and he struggles with basketball and social interactions, often finding himself at a loss for words in conversations with women. Thus, over time, he has resigned himself to merely appreciating beauty from afar, as the prospect of taking action feels overwhelmingly exhausting. His chances of success seem negligible, as he contemplates that even if he were a girl, it is unlikely anyone would find him appealing. Ultimately, the allure of gaming and the captivating narratives of novels provide him with an escape, offering a world where anything is possible, a realm filled with endless possibilities. Chapter 2. Character Panel. Defensive Skills. When Wang Zha arrived at the classroom, it was precisely 7:50, and the counselor had just begun to take attendance. The counselor was a senior who had graduated a few years earlier and decided to remain at the school as an advisor. He was only a few years older than the students and was affectionately referred to as Brother Yi, with whom everyone got along quite well. There were more girls studying accounting, with a class of 60 students, only 21 of whom were boys. The resources were plentiful, yet this did not guarantee that everyone would find a girlfriend. At this moment, however, Wang Zha's thoughts were consumed by the events that had transpired earlier. He had pinched his thigh 3 times to confirm that he was neither dreaming nor hallucinating. The character panel had been activated. Name: Wang Zha. Age: 18, level 1. Experience: 0-2. Assignable attribute points: 2. Constitution: 8. Health points: 80. Defense: 16. Stamina: 35-40. Strength: 8. Attack: 16. Agility: 10. Speed: 20. The attributes of a robust adult male are generally set at 10. This was a remarkably straightforward attribute panel. Constitution determines health, defense, stamina limits, and recovery speed. Strength dictates attack power, while speed influences both movement and reaction times. As a devoted gamer, Wang Zha found this easy to comprehend and felt an exhilarating thrill. For an individual as ordinary as himself, this was undoubtedly a divine gift. Wealth would come, and companionship would follow. Though he was an introverted youth at 18, his physical attributes were still commendable. His speed matched that of a strong adult male. Perhaps his immersion in the digital realm and novels had left him lacking in constitution and strength. Having never engaged in physical labor or even managed to secure a girlfriend, his exertion had been minimal. With 2 assignable attribute points, Wang Zha unhesitatingly allocated them to his constitution. In an instant, his face flushed, and he felt a warm sensation coursing through his body, particularly in his hands and feet, which became notably warm, yet pleasantly so. This could actually affect reality? Wang Zha's eyes sparkled with excitement. The revelation was astounding. As long as he leveled up, he could enhance his attributes and transform into a formidable man in the real world, an aspiration many men yearn for, and perhaps even more so, a desire among women. How wondrous! How powerful! I adore this. Wang Zha glanced once more at his character panel. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18. Level, 1. Experience, 0-2. Assignable attribute points, 0. Constitution, 10. Health points, 100. Defense, 20. Stamina, 35-50. Strength, 8. Attack, 16. Agility, 10. Speed, 20. The 2 points allocated to Constitution had resulted in an increase of 20 health points for in defense and 10 in stamina. He understood the purpose of stamina. It was essential for battling monsters. He had already deduced the answer. Engaging in combat with a constipation monster consumed 5 stamina points, which made perfect sense, as fighting is indeed strenuous, and pursuing a romantic relationship not only drains stamina, but also requires mental acuity and nourishment. An increase in stamina would also expedite recovery. If he previously required an hour to recuperate from fatigue, he might now need only half that time. The significance of constitution was self-evident as it pertained to vitality, while defense was crucial for one's ability to withstand blows. Indeed, there exists an inventory along with various defensive skills. Wang Zha, filled with excitement, glimpsed his inventory. 20 slots, arranged in 4 rows of 5. The first slot of the top row contained a luminous blue tome, adorned with a small shield emblem. Skill, defense, learnable, passive. Without any cost, non-upgradable, immediate effect upon learning, enhancing one's defense by 20%, increasing alongside physical constitution. An exceptional find. At this moment, Wang Zha was exhilarated. He finally possessed a skill akin to discovering a legendary item while gaming. Learning. Success in learning. A profound sensation spread through his body, one of enjoyment and empowerment. The defense value on the task panel transformed to 24, reflecting the 20% increase from a defensive skill. At the bottom of the task panel, a new skill appeared, defense, a passive skill that enhances one's defense by 20%, increasing with physical constitution. Throughout the morning, Wang Zha was in a daze, intermittently checking the panel, contemplating the defensive skill, and sensing the changes within his body, pondering whom he might practice with. After school, the 4 dormitory mates headed to the cafeteria. Sometimes, fate intertwines. The names of the 4 in Wang Zha's dormitory, particularly the 3rd, Bai Lang, are indeed attention-grabbing. The names of the 1st and 2nd dormitory mates are equally striking, if not more so. The 1st, named Jingang, possesses a name that resonates with strength. It seems only natural. Names like Wang, Bai, Li, or Zhao would be commonplace. Yet a surname like Jin carries an air of ferocity. The 2nd mate, named Chao Hu, bears a rather ordinary name, quite pleasant, with no issues. However, mispronunciation can be irksome, almost akin to an insult. Mastery of Mandarin and tonal accuracy is of utmost importance. The school boasts 8 dining halls, and they opted for the central dining hall closest to the academic building, the largest and most frequented. buzzing with students, a lively spectacle of university life. "Brother Gang, over here," called melodious female voice. It was Li Xiao, Jingang's girlfriend, tall, beautiful with long legs, fair skin, and an admirable aura, a junior from the art academy, age 22. Undoubtedly, she is the epitome of a goddess. Presently, she is the only girlfriend among their dormitory mates. Jingang, at 20, has a preference for mature women, particularly those older and more beautiful, who affectionately call him brother. This was revealed during a discussion last semester about their ideal partners, and he successfully courted the junior, Li Xiao, before the end of the term, earning the endearing title. Wang Zha secretly wished to express his own preference for more mature, older, refined, and well-off women, indifferent to whether they called him brother or not. However, every meal with these friends brought him considerable pressure. Their attributes are commendable: well-dressed, handsome. Attire, hairstyle, and presentation hold significant weight, especially in the presence of Li Xiao, who is genuinely stunning. Wang Zha harbored no romantic inclinations towards her. After all, she is Jingang's girlfriend, and even in her absence, he would not entertain such thoughts. Reality diverges significantly from the realms of film, television, or literature. One is not the protagonist, nor does one possess the aura of a leading character. When one harbors thoughts about an attractive woman, it may be prudent to glance at one's bank account balance, for it could swiftly restore clarity. Whether it be feelings of inferiority or pride, the crux of the matter remains: without financial resources, one faces limitations. Money possesses a remarkable ability to enhance an individual's allure and charm, capable of compensating for nearly all deficiencies. Wealth breeds confidence, and financial means instill courage. Regardless of gender, self-assurance significantly amplifies one's appeal. Furthermore, possessions such as a villa, luxury vehicles, exquisite watches, fashionable attire, and a polished appearance, coupled with a confident stride and refined demeanor, can reveal that attracting beautiful women is not as arduous as it may seem. The dilemma arises when one lacks money. Even if one can achieve success in other endeavors, what value does it truly hold? Engaging in various pursuits may augment one's attributes, and maintaining good health allows for increased productivity, creating a synergy of financial gain and physical fitness. An astute realization indeed. Chapter 3. Bai Lang, you are indeed a free spirit, a true embodiment of youthful exuberance. Jin Gang has a girlfriend, and both Chao Hu and Bai Lang are pursuing their respective aspirations, with promising outcomes on the horizon. Young women often resist being easily won over, even if their hearts lean favorably. Bai Lang consistently encourages Wang Zha to seek a romantic partner, asserting that neglecting to experience love during university will lead to lifelong regret. In this modern age, the focus should be on the present. Youth is a time for exploration and adventure, to spread one's wings and soar. Bai Lang, being of the same age as Wang Zha, was merely born a few months earlier. It is said that he had a girlfriend in high school, though they parted ways come graduation. The longevity of high school relationships is often debated, and even university couples rarely transition into matrimony. The love that flourishes during one's academic years is inherently pure, driven by the simple desire to connect despite occasional materialistic tendencies. Typically, those who are handsome or talented find themselves in high demand. Post-graduation, priorities shift, influenced by the realities of life and the surrounding environment, often leading individuals to adapt for survival. The university experience is distinct. The primary objective is to learn and accrue knowledge, marking a period of rapid personal growth, free from the burdens of financial concern. During this time, the heart remains untainted, filled with idealistic hopes for love and life. Such youthful love is sacred, pure, and invaluable, a cherished memory for a lifetime. However, for those in their final year of university, particularly as graduation approaches, the narrative alters. Many face the impending transition into the workforce, necessitating changes to align with societal expectations. Thus, when one observes changes in character, it is often a reflection of the evolving environment rather than a personal transformation. Clinging to the innocence of youth while past that age is folly. Akin to the fleeting nature of first love, it is lost forever not merely a nostalgic memory. Little Zha Zha, do share with your sister what qualities you seek in a partner, and I shall assist you in finding one. During a meal, Li Xiao frequently engages Wang Zha in conversation. After Li Xiao became the girlfriend of Jin Gang, she became acquainted with the others in Jingang's dormitory, often sharing meals together. Li Xiao's personality is quite cheerful, and her favorite pastime is teasing Wang Zha. Although Wang Zha is the youngest at 18, he appears youthful and is rather shy in demeanor. However, this is not the sole reason for Li Xiao's playful jests. It is his propensity to blush easily, coupled with his introverted nature, that truly invites her teasing. He becomes flustered and even breaks into a sweat when conversing with attractive young women, often avoiding their gaze. Li Xiao does not intend to mock introverts. Rather, she finds Wang Zha's charmingly awkward demeanor endearing. It is her first encounter with a boy who, nearing his second year of college, still exhibits such shyness. She harbors no malice, simply relishing the sight of Wang Zha's flustered state when he is teased. Each time he faces banter, he reflects on how to remain composed and not feel anxious, reminding himself that she is not a fierce predator and that he harbors no romantic intentions toward her. Often, Wang Zha wonders if there is something amiss with him. He does not fear her. Rather, he feels a nervousness that he cannot quite articulate. He is entirely functional and yearns for a girlfriend, believing his mental state to be normal. Yet, the closer he gets to women, especially the more beautiful ones, the more pronounced his discomfort becomes. This phenomenon first emerged during his early teenage years and has not diminished with age. I don't dislike girls, Wang Zha mutters nervously, causing a momentary pause among his peers, while Bai Lang shifts uncomfortably to the side. I didn't mean it that way. I'm still young and not ready for that, he adds hastily. Li Xiao chuckles lightly, noticing the sweat beading on Wang Zha's forehead and the flush on his cheeks. I understand. Now let us eat. If you find a girl you like, do let me know. I'm quite curious about your type. I could help you strategize to win her over. This mischievous inclination of Li Xiao's emerged inexplicably after she grew closer to Wang Zha. She finds it amusing that this bespectacled young man, so fair and bashful, resembles the quintessential boy next door. He is pleasing to the eye, exuding a sense of warmth and familiarity without any harsh judgments on appearances. Wang Zha feels helpless, yet understands Li Xiao's behavior. He knows he does not fit the mold of the type of boy women typically desire. He nods resignedly. When I do meet someone, I will definitely inform my sister-in-law. It's sister, Li Xiao retorts playfully. This afternoon, with no classes scheduled, after their meal, Jin Gang and Li Xiao venture into their own world, while Chao Hu and Bai Lang head off to pursue the girls they are interested in. In the past, Wang Zha would have returned to his dormitory to play video games. However, since discovering the game Constipation Monster, he finds it surprisingly enjoyable. Devoid of any technical complexity, yet thrilling, offering a unique sense of exhilaration and numerous benefits. Playing games is primarily for the delight of the spirit and sheer enjoyment. Similarly, cultivating a romantic relationship serves the same purpose of emotional gratification. Upon reflection, it becomes evident that the effects of gaming and companionship are remarkably akin. Furthermore, games do not provoke irritation, nor do they require coaxing or elaborate efforts to elicit joy. If one finds themselves in a sour mood, they can simply engage in a game for a dose of happiness, which seems entirely reasonable. Indeed, games offer a superior cost-benefit ratio compared to romantic partners. How can one encounter such creatures, though? After defeating the Constipation Monster, one remains ever vigilant of their surroundings, yet no new monsters have been discerned. Recollecting the encounter with the Constipation Monster, it was during a time of personal distress, after much struggle and impending hopelessness. Just as the notion of purchasing a laxative crossed the mind, the monster appeared. Let us consider this carefully. Although Wang Zha's intellect may not be of prodigious caliber, it is certainly not lacking. Jin Chung University, though an elite institution, has a competitive admission threshold. The encounter with the Constipation Monster occurred at a moment of utter helplessness. It suggests that one must face difficulties to encounter such phenomena. Does it necessitate a disruption of normalcy or a malfunction in bodily functions? Must the issue arise within oneself to meet such challenges? What of others? It seems imperative to conduct experiments, The absence of monsters is unacceptable. To this day, Wang Zha remains perplexed by the occurrences within himself. Will future encounters with monsters pertain solely to ailments impacting health? There are no introductions, no quests. This seems rather haphazard. Yet, reflecting on novels previously read, where time-limited quests are frequently issued and failure leads to annihilation alongside the system, evokes a sense of dread. Although one knows the protagonist will not perish, the feeling of being threatened is decidedly unpleasant. Pondering these thoughts, it becomes apparent that perhaps the system remains oblivious, too lackadaisical and unstructured, yet he finds solace in this. How might one instigate such disruptions to normal life? Wang Zha resolves to explore this line of thought, convinced his hypothesis bears merit. After all, the information gleaned from the morning encounter was minimal, requiring only slight contemplation to unravel. Myopia. Wang Zha's nearsightedness is quite severe. As a devoted homebody, possessing thick lenses is essential to his identity. Prolonged exposure to screens has adversely affected his sleep quality. Although he can navigate without his glasses, the absence of them does impact his daily life. Each night, he removes his glasses, placing them on the pillow, and, upon waking, he gropes for them before opening his eyes. Unless he consciously contrives it, as long as his glasses remain intact and accounted for, they do not disrupt his routine. Chapter 4. The myopic monster strikes with deadly precision with severe myopia and perpetually wearing glasses. Removing them suddenly renders the world a hazy blur. Only shadows of figures are discernible, their gender indiscernible, let alone their features. Indeed, it proves effective. Wang Zha is elated, for before him stands a creature of half his height, reminiscent of a frog, with its most striking feature being its large, luminous eyes. Why does this myopic monster possess such grand and brilliant eyes? The level 5 myopic monster looms dangerously, its crimson letters declaring its perilous nature. A level 5 creature against his own level 1 status instills a sense of trepidation, particularly highlighted by the word danger. He scrutinizes his character panel. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18. Level, 1. Experience, 0-2. Assignable attribute points, 0. Constitution, 10. Health, 100. Defense, 20. Stamina, 35-50. Strength, 8. Attack, 16. Agility, 10. Speed, 20. Skills, defense. A passive skill that enhances his defense by 20%, scaling with his constitution. Wang Zha's attributes are rather unimpressive. Only his constitution and speed are comparable to a robust adult male, and his defensive skill merely augments his defense by 4 points. Against a level 5 monster, victory seems implausible. Recalling his previous encounter with a level 1 constipation monster, he is certain he would not prevail against the level 5 myopic beast. Moreover, he ponders the consequences of failure in battle, which remain unknown to him. He is reluctant to take unnecessary risks, having already discovered how to encounter monsters. This revelation alone brings him joy, allowing him the freedom to choose whether to engage in combat, a delightful aspect he cherishes. Perhaps his nearsightedness renders him overly cautious. Yet he questions whether a level 5 monster truly qualifies as a high-level foe. Having discerned how to provoke encounters, he contemplates the absurdity of living without the ability to fend for himself. He muses on the potential for self-inflicted ailments. Could he contrive to fall ill? A cold? Diarrhea? Wang Zha strains to devise a method to induce sickness. Rubbing his temples, he notes that the weather is still quite warm, with many lovely young ladies donning skirts, shorts, and revealing attire, their long, fair legs captivating. In this heat, catching a cold seems a daunting task, yet diarrhea could be a viable option. He considers indulging in cold treats, believing this might yield results. On his way back to the dormitory, he passes by the campus supermarket and purchases 10 ice creams. Typically, Wang Zha avoids such indulgences, recalling past experiences where ice cream led to stomach aches. Yet now he eagerly anticipates the discomfort, hoping for diarrhea. He fears the embarrassment of not experiencing any adverse effects after indulging. As he walks, savoring the ice cream, he consumes one while the remaining 9 sit in the bag. The cost is modest, 2 yuan per piece. With no classes in the afternoon, he finds himself alone in the dormitory, having devoured 2 ice creams by the time he returns. The coolness is refreshing, but the anticipated stomach issues have yet to materialize. He continues to indulge, consuming 5 in total, but then feels slightly full and experiences a chill in his teeth. At this juncture, discomfort begins to brew in his stomach. Determined to push through, he forces down another piece. Wang Zha fears that after all this effort, he might end up with nothing more than a trivial outcome. So he grits his teeth and consumes 2 more. For those accustomed to ice cream, such quantities may pose no issue. However, Wang Zha has seldom indulged in recent years, and his stomach struggles to accommodate such excess even in summer. Then it arrives. At this moment, Wang Zha is filled with joy, despite experiencing significant abdominal discomfort. Earlier in the morning, he was plagued by constipation, but by the afternoon, he found himself with diarrhea. Yet, there remains a singular desire, whether in the morning or now. The urge to relieve himself is overwhelming. After a visit to the restroom, he feels uneasy, but encounters no peculiarities. Reflecting upon this being his first experience, he reassures himself that, even considering the earlier incident, today's 2 trips are within the realm of normalcy. As an average person typically relieves themselves once or twice a day. Undeterred, Wang Zha continues to consume the remaining 3 pieces of food. Then he waits. When the moment arrives, he joyfully rushes to the restroom. There's a sense of relief, albeit accompanied by the persistent abdominal pain and a burning sensation that is quite uncomfortable. At this juncture, he encounters a creature. A shark? It resembles a small shark-like monster, but upon reading the text above its head, he feels reassured. Diarrhea, Monster Level 2. Click to engage in battle. Is this name too casual? The constipation monster was somewhat acceptable, but the diarrhea monster sounds rather amusing. Previously, the Level 1 constipation monster granted him a mere point of experience, allowing him to ascend to Level 1. Now, this Level 2 diarrhea monster must possess a greater experience yield, even if it provides just 2 points. That would elevate him to Level 2. Excitedly, Wang Zha enters the fray. The formidable shark-like entity before him bears at least a 70 resemblance to a great shark. Yet it defies the confines of water, measuring 3 meters in length, with fins spread like wings, hovering in midair. Its wide mouth is agape, revealing an array of sharp, gleaming teeth, numerous and painfully striking, exuding an unsettling aura. Having accrued some battle experience, Wang Zha hesitates no longer. He adopts a proactive approach, charging forward, albeit unarmed, relying solely on his fists. Bang! The creature's health diminishes by just over 1/5. He estimates that a mere 15 strikes should suffice to vanquish it, which is manageable. Wang Zha breathes a sigh of relief. Bang! The monster collides with him. The boost in defense is evident. This Level 2 creature inflicts only 5 points of damage, while Wang Zha's vitality stands at a robust 100 points. In comparison to his earlier battle with the constipation monster, he has enhanced his physique by 2 points and acquired a defensive skill, marking a substantial improvement. In reality, this Level 2 monster is only marginally stronger than the Level 1 constipation monster, possessing slightly more health and a modest increase in attack power. With a clear understanding of the dynamics of the battle, Wang Zha feels unencumbered and relentlessly assaults the creature. The combat resembles a turn-based system, where often it's a matter of trading blows, devoid of any intricate tactics. Victory hinges upon the attributes of both adversaries. Defense, attack, health, and speed dictate who strikes first. Boom! In a short span, the creature is vanquished, and the battle concludes. You have achieved victory in battle. You have gained 2 points of experience. You have leveled up to Level 2. You have acquired the skill Critical Hit. You have exited the battle. Now, Wang Zha feels somewhat seasoned, glancing at his inventory. Intrigued by the notion of Critical Hit, this skill, a passive ability, activates immediately upon learning. It grants a 10 chance to deal double damage and a 5 chance to inflict triple damage during attacks. Once again, we encounter passive skills. Are passive skills beneficial? Indeed, they are quite advantageous, as they incur no cost and remain perpetually active. However, The critical strike is a skill that triggers based on probability. It is a skill reliant on fortune. With good luck, one may inflict double or even triple damage in succession. Conversely, with ill fortune, one might not trigger a single critical strike throughout an entire battle. Defensive skills, on the other hand, are tangible attributes, fortifying one's armor to withstand the most grievous blows. I have leveled up, and now I possess attribute points to allocate. Should I continue to enhance my vitality? Chapter 5 finally sees me transformed into a robust man. Yet, I find myself hesitating. While defensive skills are advantageous, it is generally most beneficial to increase vitality. Still, my strength remains below that of a healthy adult male. Especially strength and explosive power. Every man yearns for these. Who does not aspire to embody the essence of a vigorous man? After much contemplation, I ultimately resolved to elevate my strength to the level of a healthy adult male. What relief! With an increase of 2 points in strength, I feel my body straighten, as if my blood flows with greater vigor and my limbs brim with power. This is a tangible response to the enhancement of strength, a holistic increase in coordination. To put it plainly, it is akin to transitioning from a suboptimal state to one of robust health. I find great value in this increase of 2 points. It signifies more than mere numerical elevation. To illustrate, consider an exam score improving from 58 to 60. Although it is merely a 2-point increase, the qualitative difference is profound. One represents a passing grade, while the other signifies failure. Elated, I glance at my character panel, noting significant changes from when I first began. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18 level, 2 experience, 0 available attribute points, 0 vitality, 11 health, 110 defense, 265 stamina, 50 strength, 11 attack, 22 agility, 11 speed, 22 passive skills defense, increases personal defense by 20%, scaling with vitality. Critical strike, a 10% chance to deal double damage upon attack, and a 5% chance to deal triple damage. Wait a moment. Why are my attributes increased? My strength was previously 8 points. With the addition of 2 points, it should now be 10. I distinctly remember that the standard for a robust adult male is 10 points. Yet, upon noticing that both vitality and agility have also increased by 1 point, I understand. With each level gained, vitality, strength, and speed each improve by 1 point, in addition to 2 freely allocable attribute points. This is indeed fortuitous. As I progress in levels, I will accumulate a wealth of attributes. As I experience this transformation, embodying the vigor of a healthy adult male, I relish the invigorating sensation coursing through me. This, I realize, is the essence of being a robust man. I am quite pleased with my 2 passive skills, both of which are exceedingly practical, one for offense and the other for defense. These passive skills will continue to enhance alongside my vitality and strength. The greater my vitality, the more formidable my defense, and the stronger my strength, the more terrifying my critical strikes. In contemporary society, advancements in information technology, transportation, communication, and machinery have rendered many forms of manual labor obsolete. What was once a leisurely bicycle ride has transformed into a mere exercise routine. One afternoon, Wang Zha found himself alone in his dormitory, engrossed in a video game. However, for reasons unbeknownst to him, a game that once captivated him suddenly felt rather mundane. With a silent click, he closed the application, feeling a sense of disorientation. He neither smoked nor drank excessively, refrained from gambling or playing cards, and had never assisted a wayward woman. He was also without a girlfriend. Thus, the unengaging game left him feeling rather out of sorts. Realizing the game was no longer enjoyable, he opted to visit a novel website in search of a book. After perusing several titles, he found himself unable to immerse in any of them. He understood the cause of his discontent. The thrill of slaying monsters in reality was far too intense. If only he could freely engage in such battles. As dusk fell, Wang Zha noted that his stamina had fully replenished. Presently, his maximum stamina was 55, with each monster encounter consuming 5 points. Fortunately, stamina was recoverable, and quite rapidly at that, Within 4 to 5 hours, he could be back to full strength. Moreover, as his physical fitness improved, so too would his recovery speed. Enhancing his physique would bolster his health, defense, stamina cap, and recovery rate. The stronger his stamina limit, the greater his endurance, allowing him to confront more formidable foes. In the evening, the leader of their group, Gang, returned first, carrying a bag of apples and a portion of chicken leg rice. "Hey, eat up. Surprised you're not playing games?" he exclaimed, placing the food on the table. The camaraderie among them was palpable, despite Gang's affluent background. He was far from the ostentatious rich kid stereotype often portrayed online. Rather, he was humble, polite, and easygoing. Wang Zha's habit of playing video games often led him to have only 2 meals a day, and there were numerous occasions when he subsisted on just one. The others in the dorm would occasionally bring him a meal if they happened to be out. "Did you come back early? Not off enjoying a romantic evening?" Wang Zha remarked, unreservedly starting to eat, though he felt a twinge of gratitude. Gang understood the implication behind Wang Zha's words and chuckled, shaking his head. "Not so soon. Besides, I'm serious about Li Xiao. Our families are acquainted. But you, at this rate, you'll really struggle to find a girlfriend. Is your plan to simply spend your college years immersed in games?" In the past, Wang Zha might have considered such a life, as games were indeed enjoyable. Many individuals, upon entering a relationship, swiftly abandon gaming, only to return to it shortly after and even break up with their partners. This phenomenon suggested that gaming often provided greater amusement than a girlfriend. Otherwise, why would one forsake their partner to indulge in gaming? A survey online indicated a choice between a girlfriend and a game, with games winning decisively. "I've already quit gaming," Wang Zha asserted, nodding as he spoke. Gang was skeptical, but chose not to press the issue further. As a friend, it was sufficient to offer a gentle nudge. Delving deeper would be overstepping, as he was not Wang Zha's family. In truth, there was nothing inherently wrong with gaming. Gang himself indulged in titles like Arena of Valor and PUBG when he had leisure time. It could even be argued that those who entirely abstained from gaming were exceedingly rare. However, the crucial distinction lay in moderation. One could enjoy games without succumbing to obsession. However, the obsession with gaming exhibited by Wang Zha has reached a pathological level. Over the course of the weekend, he could easily spend 2 consecutive days in his dormitory or at an internet cafe, indulging in gaming, consuming a maximum of 1 meal per day, and sleeping only 4 to 5 hours, dedicating the rest of his time to his virtual pursuits. After finishing a delectable chicken leg rice, feeling quite content, he picked up an apple and glanced at Gang, ready to inquire if he would like to partake, only to notice a small snowman had appeared beside him. A level 1 cold monster emerged, prompting him to engage in battle. "Are you unwell?" Wang Zha asked Gang, observing the symptoms. How did you know?" Gang replied. Curiosity piqued. "I just returned from receiving an injection at the infirmary," he added. Wang Zha fabricated a response, claiming, "Your nasal tone seems somewhat heavy." Even though it was not particularly pronounced, he was merely influenced by the sight of the cold monster. At this moment, Wang Zha's heart raced with excitement, as he had long been yearning to encounter a disease-related monster suitable for his combat prowess. He had begun to grasp the notion that the creatures he faced were intrinsically linked to ailments, and if he could vanquish them, then the affliction would be cured. This realization filled him with joy and anticipation. The prospect of not having to worry about illness, aging, and mortality was exhilarating. There's a saying that encapsulates the disparity between the wealthy and the impoverished. It often boils down to a single grave illness. He pondered various ailments: cancers, renal failure, uremia, leukemia, rabies, comatose states, autism, depression, and wondered if he might encounter such formidable foes. What level of disease monster would he face? Would he possess the strength to conquer them? He resolved to diligently enhance his level, brimming with expectation for a vibrant future contingent upon his ascension in power. By elevating his level, he could not only eliminate disease monsters, but also bolster his physical constitution, strength, and agility. In that moment, he envisioned himself, Wang Zha, fearlessly confronting adversities. The thrill of battling monsters was exhilarating. How fulfilling it would be to eradicate those terrifying disease creatures. Could he be regarded as a different kind of physician? Battle. Having finally encountered a disease monster, Wang Zha would not hold back, especially considering it was merely a level 1 creature, ripe for the taking. Chapter 6, Equipment Panel Activated. Snowflake Blade. Bam! This skirmish proved remarkably straightforward. The level 1 coal monster could not breach Wang Zha's defenses. With a single punch, he diminished the creature's health by a third. Bam! Another strike. The air was filled with shattered snowflakes. Is it dead? He wondered. Yes, a critical hit had been triggered, inflicting double damage. What would have required 2 punches to defeat the coal monster was now accomplished with a single blow. Victory in battle. You have gained 1 experience point. You have acquired a level 1 Snowflake Blade. Equipment panel activated. You have exited the battle. At this moment, Wang Zha felt an exhilarating rush. He had indeed acquired equipment, along with access to the equipment panel. Gamers are well aware that virtually every game features such a panel, serving as the repository for 1S gear. In the realm of gaming, the significance of equipment is irreplaceable. Numerous items within the game serve to enhance one's gear, such as runes, gem enhancements, and the art of forging, all dedicated to the creation of equipment. The introduction of the equipment panel has stirred great excitement, as defeating foes yields the coveted gear. Although I had previously acquired 2 skills, I had yet to obtain a single piece of equipment, not even the most basic. It is well known among gamers that the simplest gear is often the most readily available, while skills tend to be more elusive. I had begun to doubt the existence of equipment altogether. Now that the equipment panel has finally been unveiled, and I have acquired my first piece of gear, my exhilaration is palpable, for equipment significantly augments one's strength. The equipment panel and the inventory are interconnected. The upper section displays the equipment panel, while the lower section houses the inventory, allowing for seamless transfer of items from the inventory to the equipment panel. The equipment panel consists of just 3 horizontal slots, and as a seasoned player, I can readily discern the type of gear that occupies these slots: weapon, armor, and footwear. 3 slots do seem rather scant. Weapons enhance attack, armor bolsters defense and vitality, and footwear increases speed. I direct my attention to the Snowflake Blade in the inventory. This level 1 weapon boasts an attack of 1 and possesses a special effect: freezing. It grants a 10% chance to freeze the target for 1 turn upon impact, rendering them unable to attack. With a durability of 10, it is indeed a valuable asset. I am relieved to no longer engage in combat unarmed. Though it only adds a single point to my attack, which feels rather minimal for a level 1 weapon, the freezing effect is certainly commendable. However, I cannot help but notice the durability attribute. My aversion to this trait stems from the implication that the item may deteriorate over time, and with only 10 points of durability, I'm left wondering how long it will remain functional. After finishing off the monsters, I become aware that my companion, the Iron Giant, has already succumbed to slumber. I harbor no concerns, for upon awakening, he will surely recover from his cold. Encountering the maladies afflicting others is a delightful surprise for me. Although I had previously contemplated such an occurrence, it had not materialized until now. This realization brings a sense of relief, as I am spared from the torment of illness myself. Checking my experience points, I note that leveling up to level 3 requires 4 experience points. Currently, I possess only 1, meaning I must defeat 3 level 1 monsters to advance. While the experience gained from slaying monsters is minimal, the requirements for leveling are equally modest: 1 point for level 1, 2 points for level 2, and now 4 points to reach level 3. I am curious about the experience yield from a level 3 monster. Will it grant 3 or 4 points? I feel emboldened, believing I can overcome a level 3 monster. Having just equipped my weapon, I am filled with anticipation. Can I vanquish the nearsighted creature? With my recent level up, my attributes have increased significantly, and I have also acquired a critical strike skill, augmented by my weapon. I ponder whether I possess the strength to prevail in battle. The more I contemplate, the more restless I become. Is it feasible to defeat monsters beyond my current level? Most importantly, what becomes of me if I falter and fall to a monster? Surely, I cannot perish, can I? There are no hints present, and he dares not venture forth lightly. Should an unfortunate event occur, there would be no opportunity for regret. However, he believes that sooner or later, he must attempt it, as this is seemingly inescapable. While he can continually strengthen himself, the monsters also grow increasingly formidable, such as the terrifying disease-inflicting beast. He removes his glasses. Once again, the frog-like creature of myopia appears. Myopia monster, level 5, hazardous, click to engage in battle. The warning remains dangerous, yet there is a subtle change. The color has shifted. He recalls vividly that the first time he encountered the myopia monster, it was a glaring red. Now it has transformed to purple. Although it still indicates danger, Wang Zha possesses an instinctive feeling that the threat level has diminished. Should he dare try? This thought is beguiling, yet he ultimately suppresses the enticing notion. This is not a game. Uncertainty looms regarding the possibility of defeat, leaving him with no chance to return. What if he loses his life? Moreover, this time he observes a change in color. Although he is aware that he will eventually face more fearsome beasts, at least there will be warnings to indicate the levels of danger, knowing full well the risks. To recklessly engage would be tantamount to courting demise. There is no necessity for that. He should first enhance his own abilities and then assess the myopia monster's evolution before deciding. He opens his notes. Monster level, red, danger warning. Monster level, purple, danger warning. Purple is lesser than red. He resolves to check again once he reaches level 3, refraining from recklessness and opting for prudence. As long as danger is indicated, he shall not engage. There is no need to tempt fate, particularly with monsters that can be easily defeated after a certain period. Though he yearns to vanquish the myopia monster to ascertain the extent of his vision's restoration, every myopic individual longs for bright, expressive eyes. A night devoid of dreams. Today is Friday. After one day of classes, the weekend beckons. Having previously slain the cold-inflicting monster beside King Kong, Wang Zha has discovered a method for monster hunting. Venture outside to populated areas. After several trials, he is now certain that time stands still when battling monsters outdoors. This implies that regardless of where he encounters disease-inflicting monsters, he can slay them without fear of drawing attention to any abnormal circumstances. However, this excursion has proven quite different from what Wang Zha had envisioned. He initially thought that with so many people at school, it would not be difficult to find a few afflicted with diarrhea or colds, or perhaps encounter a coughing monster, a pharyngitis monster, or a rhinitis monster. He would not be picky as long as he could defeat them. Yet, after a whole day, he has not encountered any. Could it be that those who fall ill simply remain in their dormitories? He has noticed a few coughing individuals, yet no monsters have materialized. The disease-inflicting monsters must disrupt the patient's normal lives. Could it be that King Kong's severe cold yesterday has affected his daily life? Upon reflection, the concept of impact seems nebulous. For instance, a couple of harmless coughs may pose no issue, but if accompanied by a sore throat or nasal pain, does that not signify a disruption to normalcy? His stamina is at full capacity, yet alas, he has not encountered any monsters, leaving Wang Zha in discontent, and unfortunately, further disappointments follow. By chance, he catches sight of his snowflake blade. Snowflake blade, level 1, attack 1, additional effect, freeze. Striking a target grants a 10 chance to freeze the target for 1 turn, rendering them unable to attack. Durability 9. The durability of the snowflake blade has diminished slightly, now standing at just 9 points. Yet, what have I done to warrant this reduction? Isn't it customary for durability to decrease only when slaying monsters? However, I have not engaged any foes and still, it has waned by a point. Reflecting on my experience as a seasoned gamer, I have reached a conclusion. This durability appears to decrease daily. Yesterday, it was 10, which implies that its durability corresponds to a span of 10 days. Today, despite my inactivity, it has diminished by 1 point, precisely aligning with the passage of a day. If it declines by 1 point each day, I wonder whether battling monsters will further diminish it. Should it decrease while fighting, I might soon find myself bereft of this snowflake blade. The vexing durability, once 10 days, now dwindles to merely 9. I must engage in combat swiftly to avoid squandering this initial weapon. Chapter 7. Double Slash. What on earth is nourishing soup? Although the issue of weapon durability irks Wang Zha, He realizes that if he acquires a superb piece of equipment in the future, it may only last a few days or a fortnight. Even a couple of months would feel unsatisfactory. After some deliberation, Wang Zha comes to terms with it. With the attributes and skills gained from leveling up, his future endeavors will be comfortable and thrilling. He need not fret over equipment. There will undoubtedly be a way forward when the time comes. If gear is lost, it can be replaced. If it cannot be found, then it need not be worn. No need for unnecessary worry. The first day of the weekend concludes without gaining any experience, as he drags his weary body back to the dormitory and promptly falls asleep. After a day under the scorching sun, despite his commendable physical condition, Wang Zha feels utterly exhausted and slightly dizzy. He recognizes that the sun is to blame, but dismisses it, intent on resting. Just as he is about to close his eyes, a sudden brightness invigorates him, alleviating some of his fatigue and discomfort. Heatstroke Monster Level 3. Click to enter battle. At last, I have awaited your arrival. I am relieved I did not give up. At this moment, Wang Zha feels that this thought epitomizes his emotions. With no danger prompts, he boldly opts for combat. The monster takes the form of a large fireball, glowing a fiery red. Wang Zha grips the snowflake blade with both hands and charges forward, delivering a powerful slash. Bang! 15. Observing the heatstroke monster's health bar. It has lost 1/20th of its vitality. The fireball bounces energetically, akin to a lively rubber ball, before launching itself toward Wang Zha. Bang! 5. This makes Wang Zha realize that refraining from challenging the nearsighted monster was indeed a prudent choice. With only 110 health points remaining, if he were to strike first and defeat this heatstroke monster, he would be left with merely 10 points of health. However, Wang Zha possesses a critical strike ability, which can yield a devastating blow, in addition to the snowflake blade's chance to immobilize the heatstroke monster for one turn. Bang! 30. Critical hit. Bang bang. Frozen. Ice crystals envelop the heatstroke monster, triggering the freezing effect. Wang Zha will not be attacked this round. The snowflake blade proves to be quite effective, and the critical strike ability is equally advantageous. Achieving a critical hit is immensely gratifying, and it even triggers a rare 5% chance to inflict triple damage, resulting in a staggering 45 points of health loss in a single blow. Although the freezing probability of the snowflake blade is low, it activates twice, and by the battle's end, Wang Zha retains 45 health points. Victory in battle. You have gained 3 experience points. You have leveled up to level 3. You have acquired the skill Double Slash. You have obtained a secret health-enhancing soup. Upon the conclusion of the battle, you withdrew from the fray, having leveled up to level 3. At this moment, Wang Zha was filled with excitement. Merely recalling the experience sent a shiver down his spine. He had succumbed to heat stroke without even realizing it. He felt that his body was remarkably robust, enduring the blazing sun for hours without taking a sip of water. Yet he had never anticipated the possibility of overheating. Had he known, he would have simply basked under the sun for ease. During military training, some students would faint from heat exhaustion, but typically a brief rest would suffice. Thus the risk was minimal. It simply hadn't crossed his mind before. Glancing at his inventory, he discovered 2 new items. The skill Double Slash, an active ability, could be learned and, upon activation, allowed for 2 swift strikes against a target, albeit with the second strike's power halved and not usable consecutively. Wang Zha's eyes sparkled with delight at this inaugural active skill, enabling 2 attacks in a single turn, albeit with the second inflicting reduced damage. There were limitations. If he employed Double Slash in the first round, he could only perform a regular attack or utilize another skill in the second round. Unfortunately, he possessed only this one skill, but he could employ Double Slash once more in the third round. Wang Zha was elated. As for the halved damage of the second strike, it felt like a bonus. Regardless of the amount, it was a gain. Furthermore, with the passive skill Critical Strike, if a critical hit occurred, the damage would double, equating it to the first attack. Should a triple critical hit be triggered, the rewards would be substantial. He learned the skill. Upon leveling up to 3, all attributes saw a slight increase, and he had 2 free attribute points to allocate. Wang Zha opted to enhance his constitution. A strong physique equated to enhanced immunity, greater vitality, elevated defense, and increased stamina, capable of withstanding punishment. As long as he could remain steadfast and endure, he could outlast his adversaries. With defensive skills and a stacking armor effect, prioritizing constitution was prudent. After all, with each level gained, strength and speed would automatically increase slightly and would gradually ameliorate. There was also the mysterious health-enhancing soup. What was this? He could obtain such a thing? It appeared as a tome, and upon opening it, he found secret health-enhancing soup inscribed within, accompanied by 4 additional characters. Learn, destroy. This choice was unequivocal. He must learn it. As the skill was acquired, an abundance of knowledge flooded his mind. This knowledge was not overly complex, encompassing ingredients such as goji berries, red dates, ginseng, astragalus, deer antler, and beef bones, 28 materials in total, most of which could be procured in daily life. Even ginseng did not specify age, nor did it mention whether it was wild or cultivated or any quality requirements. Additional considerations included cooking time, the sequence of the preparation process, and the evolution of flavors, especially the precision in timing and the order of ingredients, which could influence the resulting taste and color. The adage, a slight error can lead to a significant discrepancy, echoed in his mind. It seemed intricate yet deceptively simple. Wang Zha understood that this knowledge was his alone after mastering the secret health-enhancing soup. Yet it felt as though he had always possessed this capability, almost as if he had performed it countless times before. The secret health-enhancing soup was a culinary delight, boasting effects such as strengthening the body, enhancing beauty, nourishing the liver and kidneys, invigorating blood circulation, and consumption could increase constitution by a maximum of 3 points. Originally, it was merely a health-boosting soup, and Wang Zha felt indifferent towards it. He had little interest in drinking soup, especially one that seemed overly extravagant and reminiscent of online health product promotions. However, the prerequisite for this soup was a body constitution of level 3. With a level 3 constitution, he could be assured of the soup's authenticity, which brought him joy. A score of 3 points. Was that considered substantial? He was uncertain, but recalling that a healthy adult male typically stands at 10 points. He felt that 3 points seemed quite significant. In truth, many individuals with suboptimal health hover around scores of 7 or 8, merely 2 or 3 points shy of wellness. Yet, those 2 or 3 points represent a profound difference, as stark as night and day, due to the disparity between health and subhealth. Individuals in subhealth might experience ailments such as poor cervical health, mental fog, declining vision, chronic fatigue, and pervasive weakness, rendering them devoid of vitality. Even when their girlfriends adorn themselves in stunning attire, they feel little inclination or enthusiasm. Suddenly, Wang Zha realized that this health soup, which could potentially enhance one's constitution by 3 points, would attract many, regardless of its unpalatable taste, even if it surpassed that of medicine. However, it was not feasible to gain 3 points in a single consumption, as that would raise suspicions of illicit additives. Typically, one could expect a slight increase in constitution after a week, the second point after a month, and the third point after more than 3 months, contingent upon individual constitution. Wang Zha also yearned to earn a bit of money. Although he harbored no grand ambitions, he desired wealth. The less capable one is, the more one craves money, often driven by the vanity and pleasures it affords, particularly the allure of beautiful women. Countless individuals resort to robbery and embezzlement, risking their lives ultimately for the sake of women. In the essence of humanity, one finds that desire is innate. Our nature is drawn to both sustenance and beauty. Chapter 8. Little Zha Zha, behold the super dazzling beauty. Is this a pathway to financial gain? Should he sell the soup himself? How would he market it? Open a shop? He lacked the capital and time. Furthermore, this concoction could only be prepared by himself. And what of his studies? The brewing of this secret health soup required 4 hours. Additionally, the soup's miraculous nature meant that once it gained popularity, others would undoubtedly attempt to usurp it from him. How would he handle that? If he remained lukewarm, he might attract no attention, but as long as there was profit to be made, individuals would seek him out. In this world, bustling with activity, all are driven by profit. Amid the chaos, the pursuit of gain prevails. For the sake of profit, many would resort to heinous acts. employing any means necessary. This is why it is often said that wealth should remain concealed and that modest prosperity brings contentment. Shaking his head, he acknowledged that now was not the time to ponder such matters. Solutions would inevitably arise in the future, perhaps when he possessed strength, connections, and influence. For now, the path to success lay in diligently enhancing his abilities. Wang Zha's heart burned with anticipation, yet his mind remained tranquil. Perhaps this was a sign of growth. The more capable one becomes, the less one panics. With strength, one gains clarity. He glanced at his character panel, an act that never failed to exhilarate and satisfy him. Name: Wang Zha. Age: 18. Level: 3. Experience: 0.8. Assignable attribute points: 0. Constitution: 13. Vitality: 130. Defense: 31. Stamina: 50-65. Strength: 12. Attack: 25. Agility: 12. Speed: 24. Passive skills: Defense: increases personal defense by 20%, scaling with Constitution. Critical strike: there exists a 10% chance of inflicting double damage upon attack, and a 5% chance of inflicting triple damage. Active skills: Double slash. After activation, allows for 2 swift strikes against the target, with the second strike dealing half damage. Cannot be used consecutively. Support skill: Secret health boosting soup. A culinary delight with benefits that strengthen the body, enhance beauty, nourish the liver and kidneys, and invigorate the blood. Usage increases Constitution by a maximum of 3 points. Wang Zha suddenly had a thought and quickly glanced at the Snowflake Blade. Snowflake Blade, Level 1, Attack: 1. Special effect: Freeze. Upon hitting a target, there is a 10% chance to freeze the target for 1 turn, rendering them unable to act. Durability: 8. Wang Zha remained calm this time. The durability was indeed quite fragile, diminishing by 1 point daily, and furthermore, each encounter with a foe would also reduce it. With 10 points of durability, refraining from combat would allow for a mere 10 days of existence. Should he engage 10 foes, the blade would be rendered useless. Having previously experienced a loss of 1 durability point, he found himself unfazed by the loss incurred in a single battle. After all, an equipment piece would not be worn for long. 3 days versus 5 days made little difference. Currently, Wang Zha's interest lay in enhancing his own capabilities, fortifying his defenses, and enduring the harshest blows seemed the most reliable course. The body was paramount. Equipment was merely an external factor, often unreliable in critical moments. This was not a game. Skills were invaluable. For instance, with sufficient constitution, a defensive skill transformed into an indestructible armor. He had reached level 3. Perhaps it was time to ascertain whether the nearsighted monster could engage in battle. He removed his glasses and surveyed the surroundings, soon spotting the nearsighted creature. It was still that large frog, its big eyes twinkling, now appearing somewhat endearing. Nearsighted monster, level 5, danger level. Dangerous. Clicking will initiate combat. The text color had shifted to blue, yet danger was still indicated. The warning for normal monsters was green. He took note. Monster level red, danger warning. Monster level purple, danger warning. Purple is less than red. Monster level blue, danger warning. Blue is less than purple. He resolved to continue evading. Even if it meant enduring until the snowflake blade was rendered inoperative, it was not worth the risk. He must survive until the danger warning subsided. That night, he slept soundly. Upon rising the next day, he donned his glasses, realizing that the day when he could discard them was not far off. Although he had grown accustomed to being nearsighted, no one truly wishes to be so. Only those afflicted understand the discomfort of wearing glasses, the pressure on nerves, the bridge of the nose, and the headache induced by prolonged screen time. In winter, wearing a mask would fog his glasses, and vigorous activities were out of the question. On rainy days, being without an umbrella while wearing glasses was exceedingly inconvenient, yet he could not part with them. For those with severe nearsightedness, not wearing glasses rendered them only slightly better than the blind. In the morning, Wang Zha set out early. Nothing could impede his quest for leveling up, prioritizing all else below this pursuit. Beep, beep. Wang Zha took out his phone from his pocket. Li Xiao. It was no surprise that Wang Zha had Li Xiao's phone number. After all, It was Li Xiao who insisted they exchange numbers. At that time, Jin Gang was also present, and it was evident to everyone that Li Xiao harbored no romantic feelings for Wang Zha. She regarded him simply as a younger brother. Sister. Wang Zha answered the call. Little Zha, am I that old? Miss, he corrected playfully. That's more like it. Where are you? I'm taking you to meet a stunning beauty, an absolutely gorgeous one. You might never get this chance again in your life, Li Xiao laughed. Is that all? Wang Zha replied, somewhat speechless. What do you mean by is that all? My best friend has invited me and everyone from your dorm to dinner, and you're the only one missing. Stop procrastinating. Hurry over. I'll send you the location. Everyone is waiting for you, Li Xiao said before hanging up, leaving Wang Zha no opportunity to respond. Wang Zha genuinely did not wish to attend. He disliked such gatherings. If it were merely a dinner with his dorm mates, he wouldn't mind, but Li Xiao's best friend was someone he didn't know. As for the so-called gorgeous beauty, Wang Zha remained unfazed, his inner calm unwavering. With Li Xiao's call, there was hardly any need for anyone else from the dorm to reach out to him. He glanced at the location, a modest restaurant not far from the school gate. Kiskivi Goloi was the name of the establishment. The place was small and appeared to be simply decorated, lacking any extravagance. Its architecture bore a hint of nostalgia, and one might mistake it for an ordinary eatery if unaware of its reputation. However, Wang Zha had learned that, despite its unassuming appearance, the prices here rivaled those of five-star hotels. This was precisely why, for the same expenditure, patrons preferred the prestige of a five-star venue, resulting in fewer customers at first glance. Kulai thrived on repeat business. Those who dined there once were likely to return. It was a genuine culinary haven, though slightly pricey. The quality of ingredients and mastery of technique were beyond reproach. Upon entering, Wang Zha informed the waiter of his room number. The decor exuded a vintage charm, with wooden structures that evoked a subtle antiquity, creating a serene ambience devoid of any lingering smoke or greasy odors. Fresh and natural, Wang Zha was quite fond of the atmosphere here. He arrived at room 8 on the second floor. Upon pushing the door open, he found everyone had indeed arrived, though there seemed to be a few extra faces. Jin Gang, Chao Hu, and Bai Lang were present, and Li Xiao was surely among them. Additionally, 3 young women had joined the gathering. Each of the boys had a girl beside them. Had they successfully won their hearts? Wang Zha quickly scanned the room, and then noticed the woman sitting next to Li Xiao. At first glance, he felt that woman was the most appropriate term to describe her. Neither girl nor young lady seemed fitting. This was likely the super beauty Li Xiao had mentioned, claiming that if he missed this opportunity, he might never encounter such a stunning woman again. Initially, he thought it was merely a jest, but upon seeing her, Wang Zha realized that Li Xiao's words were entirely accurate. Chapter 9. The True Goddess. Su Tangsha. This is the goddess among goddesses. In today's world, many beautiful women are labeled as goddesses. Yet Wang Zha believed that this woman truly epitomized the term goddess. Only the words contained within books can truly articulate the essence of beauty that remains unseen in reality. The disparity between those stunning starlets, glamorous car models, and youthful idols, and her is nothing short of remarkable. Even Li Xiao, who is undoubtedly a goddess among her peers at school, pales in comparison to this woman. Upon first laying eyes on her, a singular phrase erupted in Wang Zha's mind: ethereal grace. She appeared as though she had descended from a fairyland, with shoulders as sharp as a sculptor's chisel, a waist as delicate as a fine silk thread, and skin that resembled flawless porcelain, a true ivory white, seemingly untouched by makeup. Her exquisite nose and lips were captivating, but it was her pair of enchanting eyes, reminiscent of celestial bodies, that truly mesmerized, pure and untainted, imbued with a serene beauty that spoke of a transcendental existence, yet tempered by the wisdom of time. Her long, lustrous black hair, however, seemed to tether her back to the urban realm. Wang Zha marveled at the existence of such a divine being. Isn't she stunning? Xiao Zha? Li Xiao. Noticing Wang Zha's stunned silence. In truth, it wasn't he, just Wang Zha, who was taken aback. Others were equally captivated upon their first encounter with this woman. Wang Zha felt flustered as he gazed at her, overwhelmed by the thought that such beauty could exist, a true darling of the heavens. caught in a whirlwind of emotion. He blushed and hurriedly sought a place to sit. Alas, only one seat remained, and it was situated right beside the enchanting woman. To her left sat Li Xiao, who had intentionally orchestrated this arrangement, fully aware of Wang Zha's shyness. She relished the idea of a man feeling daunted sitting next to such a goddess, while a fellow woman would merely serve as a backdrop to her splendor. "Come, let me introduce you to this remarkable beauty," Li Xiao beckoned. Reluctantly, Wang Zha took the seat, his anxiety mounting. Had he showered today? Did his attire carry any unpleasant odors? Perhaps he should chew gum? He had promised himself he wouldn't be nervous. After all, a woman like her would never intersect with his life. Why was he so anxious? He had no desires, existing in a world entirely separate from hers. There was no reason for such tension. In her eyes, he was likely no different from a tree outside. "Sister Su, this is my friend Xiao Zha, my little brother." Li Xiao introduced him to the woman. "Xiao Zha, this is my best friend, Su Tangsu. She is quite affluent. So if you manage to win her favor, you need not toil for the rest of your life." Li Xiao remarked with a playful glint in her eye as she introduced Wang Zha. Wang Zha trembled slightly at the implications. "Hello, Iam Su Tangsu. It's a pleasure to meet you." The woman's voice was melodious, akin to the sound of droplets on a jade plate, imbued with a magnetic charm that soothed the soul. Listening to her speak was a profound delight. "Greetings, I am Wang Zha," he stammered, his nerves getting the better of him. Li Xiao erupted in laughter. "Ha ha ha, cousin, Su Tangsu, your little brother has come to seek you." Li Xiao Shukalat, struggling to contain her amusement. Su Tangsu was momentarily taken aback. Wang Su's face reddened further, sweat beading on his anxious brow as he stammered, "No, that is not what I meant." His words tumbled out in a chaotic manner, leaving Wang Zha feeling utterly embarrassed. When had he become such a sycophant? Was he not the most unsuccessful flatterer of all? He longed to escape. "Su, should we acknowledge this nephew?" Li Xiao was exceedingly delighted today. Wang Zha's surprise was monumental, a jest she could recount for a decade. During the meal, Wang Zha was quite reserved. From the moment he entered and spotted the woman, until the very end, he did not dare to glance at Su Tangsu, not even recalling what attire she wore, though her unparalleled natural beauty seemed etched in his mind. The four of them returned to their dormitory together. "Old Jean, what is the background of this Su Tangsu? Gao Inquit Gudio Sili?" In their dormitory, Jean Gang hailed from the most affluent family, and since his girlfriend, Li Xiao, was a close friend of Su Tangsu, he hoped to glean some information about her from Jean Gang. "What? Are you interested in her?" Jean Gang chuckled, turning to glance at Chao Hu. "She is out of my league. Her aura is too formidable for me to handle. I'm merely curious," Chao Hu replied, speaking the truth. Li Xiao hasn't shared much about her either, but I do know one thing. Su Tang Group is her brainchild, an enterprise she built single-handedly. Jean Gang observed Chao Hu with a smirk of amusement. "Wow, she is truly a big shot, someone not to be trifled with." Chao Hu wiped the non-existent sweat from his brow. Although Li Xiao jokingly referred to her as Su Daolao, there was no inaccuracy in her jest. "Does she have a boyfriend?" Bai Lang asked with curiosity. "I only know that she seems to be an advocate for remaining single. Beyond that, I'm not informed." Jean Gang shook his head, revealing that he had learned this from Li Xiao. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Zha managed to calm himself. Not dwelling on the earlier incident, he recognized that he had made progress in certain aspects. For instance, he perceived many matters with greater clarity than before, no longer as affected by them. He attributed this to his ability to combat monstrous afflictions and possess character attributes and skills. It was Sunday, yet another day passed, and the durability of his snowflake blade diminished by another point. Among the four in the dormitory, three had girlfriends, particularly Bai Lang, who incessantly extolled the virtues of his partner, describing her as a delicate and charming girl who melted in his embrace, leaving Wang Zha yearning for a girlfriend himself. In truth, everyone harbored admiration for someone, yet the distinction lay in whether that affection blossomed into a relationship filled with unrestrained joy or resulted in solitary heartache after an unrequited confession. The final category involved silently cherishing someone without declaring their feelings. Wang Zha belonged to this last group, somewhat timid, essentially experiencing unreciprocated love. However, as online wisdom suggests, unrequited love is the most prudent choice, cost-effective, requiring less effort, allowing one to admire multiple individuals without being labeled a scoundrel, and providing the flexibility to terminate any unspoken connection at will, with control remaining firmly in one's hands. All the attractive girls in class were taken, and, presently, his focus was not on that. He aimed to level up and better himself, for only then could he attract an exceptional girlfriend. The hunt for monsters must continue. Wang Zha has seized an opportunity this time. Today is Sunday, and many individuals venture out during the weekend, gradually returning to campus after 4 p.m. on Sunday. Wang Zha stationed himself at the main entrance, the most frequented gateway for students, convinced he would encounter a few peculiar creatures. Lo and behold, you, my friend, are fortunate. A level 3 bald monster. Click to engage in battle. This level 3 creature exhibits a noticeably sparse mane, likely causing him considerable distress that disrupts his daily life. The bald monster is an adorably chubby little stone figure, reminiscent of a term that came to Wang Zha's mind, bald baby. Zabutter Komos. However, upon entering combat, the bald monster enlarges into a towering stone figure, no longer cute, but rather formidable. Now facing a level 3 adversary, Wang Zha feels no pressure. This encounter is merely an opportunity to gain experience. Chapter 10, Sturdy Plate Armor, Athlete's Foot Girl, Level 1 Athlete's Foot Monster. The battle begins. Wang Zha swings his snowflake blade with determination. Double strike. Bang! Bang! The level 3 monster possesses only 300 health points. The second strike of the double attack results in a critical hit, compensating for the damage reduction of the second attack. The bald monster swings its massive fists at Wang Zha. Bang! A mere 4 damage, hardly a concern. With 130 health points, Wang Zha can withstand over 30 strikes. The bald monster, even without resorting to double strikes or critical hits, can be vanquished within 20 hits. Moreover, the double strike can be employed every other turn, with a chance for a fatal blow. Bang! On the 10th round, Wang Zha triumphs over the bald monster. Battle concluded. You have gained 3 experience points. You have acquired plate armor. To his delight, Wang Zha eagerly inspects the newly acquired armor. Plate armor. Level 3, Defense 5, Health 15. Equipment effect. Sturdy, durability consumption halved. Durability 30. This is splendid. Level 3 equipment indeed offers superior attributes, and the durability is significantly higher than level 1 armor, which possesses only 10 points of durability. Higher tier equipment boasts increased durability, and additionally, this plate armor has a special effect, Sturdy, effectively doubling its durability. Time to equip it. With a buoyant mood, his attributes have improved further. He checks his character panel. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18. Level, 3. Experience, 38. Allocable attribute points, 0. Constitution, 13. Health, 145, including 15 points from plate armor. Defense, 36, including 5 points from plate armor. Stamina, 50-65. Strength, 12. Attack, 25, including 1 point from snowflake blade. Agility, 12. Speed, 24. Passive skills defense. Increases personal defense by 20, scaling with constitution. Fatal strike. A 10 chance to deal double damage, and a 5 chance to deal triple damage upon attack. Active skills double strike. Allows for 2 swift attacks on the target, with the second dealing half damage, and cannot be used consecutively. Auxiliary skill, secret health soup. A culinary delight with remarkable benefits. Enhancing physical strength, beautifying the skin, nourishing the liver and kidneys, and promoting blood circulation. Utilizing this can bolster one's constitution, with a maximum increase of 3 points. Wang Zha continues his search for targets, confident in his stamina. As long as sufficient monsters abound, he could ascend to level 4 or even 5 today, enabling him to confront nearsighted creatures. The robustness of his armor is an admirable attribute. If such sturdiness exists, could there be something even superior, perhaps advanced sturdiness? Super sturdiness? Divine artifacts? Wang Zha, however, does not place excessive weight on this. His intrinsic strength is paramount, and skills are the true treasures. Equipment is merely an external addition, offering minimal attribute enhancements. Its true value lies in the supplementary skills. Regrettably, durability poses a significant issue as it lacks longevity. Level 1 Cough Monster. Level 2 Cold Monster. Subsequently, Wang Zha encounters 2 creatures, gaining 3 experience points, yet no equipment or skills are dropped. Just a bit more experience is needed to reach level 4. The armor's sturdy attribute allows him to battle 2 disease monsters while only losing a slight bit of durability. The durability of his snowflake blade is now down to 4 points. However, as a level 1 weapon, its deterioration is inconsequential. He currently lacks a replacement. And the freezing skill of the snowflake blade is quite effective. Little Zha Zha, are you here to admire beautiful ladies? A familiar voice calls from nearby. Without turning, Wang Zha already knows who it is. Li Xiao. He responds helplessly, Sister. There's no escaping, for if he fails to address her as sister, Li Xiao would undoubtedly argue with him for ages over it. Moreover, since they became acquainted, Li Xiao has indeed treated him rather well. In school, she's his closest female friend. Have your eyes set on that beauty over there? Li Xiao gestures toward a girl approaching from a distance. Wang Zha's vision, even with glasses, struggles to discern her from afar. As she draws closer, his eyes light up, not solely due to her beauty, which is indeed striking, but also because of the small creature accompanying her. Level 1 Athlete Monster. Click to engage in battle. Oh, so little Zha Zha has a preference for this type of girl, Li Xiao observes, noticing the glimmer of admiration in Wang Zha's gaze. Lian, a sophomore, has recently been vexed by a sudden case of athlete's foot, a predicament intolerable for a beauty like her. Those afflicted understand the discomfort, peeling skin, itching, and an unmistakable odor that is both potent and irritating, seemingly impossible to wash away. Wang Zha, upon hearing Li Xiao's remark, finally takes note of the girl's appearance. She is tall and fair, not significantly less attractive than Li Xiao, yet her figure is truly commendable, particularly in all the right places, which certainly adds to her allure. Her pronounced curves are captivating, irresistibly drawing the eye. Noticing Wang Zha's gaze, Li Yin is aware of being scrutinized. After all, one can sense when being looked at with such intensity. She has encountered many similar stares, often met with indifference. Yet here stands someone who is utterly captivated. Should we confront the athlete monster? Is it foul or not? Wang Zha hesitates. However, it was not long before Wang Zha thought of those doctors who dedicate their lives to healing, such as proctologists, or those who treat festering wounds, athlete's foot, and body odor. Sometimes they encounter cases of incontinence, vomiting, and excessive mucus. He had previously encountered peculiar cases of constipation, which were neither mere feces nor athlete's foot. Even if it were athlete's foot, what was there to fear? He found himself inexplicably entangled in such thoughts. Battle. In the midst of combat, there was no sensory experience. Not even pain. It was merely a matter of observing the changes in health points. He executed a double slash followed by a regular attack on a level 1 monster. The battle concluded. You have emerged victorious. You have gained 1 experience point. You have leveled up to level 4. You have received a pair of cloth shoes. Reaching level 4, Wang Zha felt a surge of excitement. Hey, stop staring. She's already gone. During Wang Zha's moment of daze after the battle, Li Yin had already departed, leaving him with a rather poor impression of her. No, I wasn't looking at her. Wang Zha weakly defended himself. Come on, little brother. Your eyes were practically glued to her. Li Xiao couldn't help but laugh. Wang Zha knew that any words would be futile, and he felt too lethargic to argue further. Let us go. Sister will treat you to a meal and teach you how to pursue girls, Li Xiao said, pulling Wang Zha toward the cafeteria. Li Xiao was the girlfriend of Jin Gang, yet at times she was genuinely affectionate toward Wang Zha, leading others to believe that he was her biological brother. Wang Zha was concerned that Jin Gang might overthink the situation, and he often considered evading it. Eventually, he realized that he was overthinking it. He was unsure whether to feel happy or disheartened, as he perhaps lacked any sense of threat. Standing beside Li Xiao, Wang Zha indeed did not resemble a couple. The image of a socially awkward boy with a girlfriend felt entirely incongruous, akin to placing 2 utterly different objects together that could not belong to the same category. Chapter 11. The Goddess Li Xiao. she wet the bed, defeating the nearsighted monster. Wang Zha was reluctant to go out for a meal, but Li Xiao insisted, dragging him along. This was not the first time, and even Jin Gang and their dorm mates had grown accustomed to it. Li Xiao introduced Wang Zha as her brother to anyone she encountered, which made him feel as though he truly was her sibling, almost intimately so. As an only child, Li Xiao gave him the genuine feeling of having an older sister. Although they had never formally acknowledged it, this was quite agreeable. Moreover, friendships are built on mutual understanding, and Wang Zha genuinely appreciated Li Xiao's character. While dining, Wang Zha discreetly glanced at his character panel and allocated his attribute points. Name: Wang Zha. Age: 18, level 4. Experience: 0-16. Available attribute points: 0. Constitution: 16. Health: 175, including 15 points from armor. Defense: 434, including 5 points from armor. Stamina: 50-80. Strength: 13. Attack: 27, including 1 point for the snowflake blade. Agility: 13. Speed: 27, including 1 point from cloth shoes. He looked at the items in his inventory. Cloth shoes. Level 1, Speed 1, Special Effect. Poison. 5 chance to poison the target upon hit, dealing 5 of current health per turn for 2 turns. Durability. 10. Is this poison akin to athlete's foot? Wang Zha pondered with curiosity. Sister's full. I'm leaving now, Li Xiao said, wiping her mouth with a napkin. All right, Upon noticing a diminutive dragon creature beside Li Xiao, Wang Zha pondered the timing of its appearance. Why had he not encountered it before? Could it be attributed to his recent ascension to level 4? The creature bore an inscription, Bedwetting Monster, level 5, Special Monster. This revelation suggested that Li Xiao harbored a bedwetting monster, indicating a rather troubling reality. She experienced nocturnal enuresis. In truth, a considerable number of adults do struggle with bedwetting in real life. While it may not signal any grave illness beyond the inconvenience, it can indeed be a harbinger of more serious conditions, such as uremia. Though it may be painless, it poses significant distress, severely affecting one's quality of life. Adults grappling with this issue often require time to adjust, leading many to experience depression, and it can even hinder their romantic pursuits. The revelation that the esteemed goddess of Jin University suffers from bedwetting was astonishing. Moreover, her cheerful disposition made it hard to fathom that she bore such a burden. The notion of a special monster that could be battled upon confirmation was perplexing. Did it imply that he could engage in combat with this bedwetting monster residing within her? Wang Zha felt an inclination that Li Xiao would be willing to fight alongside him. Given the emergence of this notification, it was likely that more would follow. In a sense, this presented a silver lining. Engaging in combat could be viewed as an altruistic act, aiding and alleviating the affliction. However, Wang Zha found himself in a quandary, needing a delicate approach to broach the subject without declaring, "You have a bedwetting monster." Who would believe such a claim without questioning one's sanity? As long as confirmation could lead to combat, he contemplated various avenues, from acupuncture, which he was unfamiliar with, to massage or prescriptions, none of which he could undertake. Suddenly, an idea struck him. His specially concocted health tonic could serve as a pretext. Consuming it would enhance physical constitution, yielding tangible results within a week, an ideal time frame to confront the bedwetting monster. Yet, the most daunting task remained: how to communicate to Li Xiao that she suffered from bedwetting. He was not a physician, yet he desired her trust in his ability to assist her in vanquishing the creature. Wang Zha considered whether Jin Gang was aware of Li Xiao's condition. He needed an opportunity to reveal that he possessed a remedy, his health tonic, while concealing the truth that he intended to eliminate the bedwetting monster. However, he could not directly inquire of Jin Gang whether he was aware of his girlfriend's nocturnal issues. Helping someone proved to be exceedingly challenging. He felt the pressing need for a medical identity. Fabricating credentials might be necessary if he wished to instill confidence in his healing abilities. He would need to produce evidence of competence. The health tonic would surely lend credibility, yet for future monster encounters, he recognized the importance of being believed. Thus, he resolved to pursue certifications, such as a medical qualification nutritionist credentials, and traditional Chinese medicine qualifications at the medical school affiliated with Jin University. Driven by the speculation that the more formidable the affliction, the more consent from the patient was required. The patient places unwavering trust in the physician. And in an era of extensive societal information, your words, however eloquent, will hardly garner belief if you are not a doctor. Even if you were to offer free treatment, you would likely be disregarded, perceived as delusional. Setting aside such thoughts for now, Li Xiao possesses a solution. The first step is to instill in her the belief that she has the capability to heal herself, as they are friends, and this can be conveyed directly. However, at this moment, Wang Zha is most eager to remove his glasses, confident that he can conquer his nearsightedness. The same large green frog looms ahead, its eyes sparkling brightly. Level 5 nearsighted monster, click to enter battle. At last, the danger prompt has vanished. Combat is finally at hand. The prospect of bidding farewell to nearsightedness is exhilarating, and one wonders what such an experience might feel like. With ample stamina and fully equipped, he plunges into the fray without hesitation. Double slash. Bang. Bang. Striking first. The snowflake blade swiftly lands twice upon the nearsighted monster. A damage report reads 10-5. No critical hit appears, yet a green mist envelopes the creature. Poisoned. A number drifts upward, 24 poison damage, reducing current health by 5% each turn for 2 turns. This is quite formidable, the greater the health. The more damage inflicted by the poison, surpassing even the double slash. Regrettably, it is merely a level 1 weapon, with only 10 durability. The thought is somewhat disheartening, with the poison affecting the current turn plus 2 additional rounds, totaling 3 turns, and a poison probability of 5%. The 2 attacks from double slash effectively increase the chance of poisoning. Bang! Wang Zha receives an attack from the nearsighted monster, losing only 5 health points. Now, with 175 health and a defense exceeding 43, Wang Zha is remarkably resilient. This is the path he intends to pursue, stacking armor, boosting health, enhancing defense, and outlasting his adversaries. Frozen. Critical hit. Poison. Wang Zha's condition is splendid. Dispatching the level 5 nearsighted monster is a breeze. Boom! The nearsighted monster collapses, and the battle concludes. You earn 5 experience points. You acquire 5 healing pills. You obtain 2 skill experience books. Exiting the battle, Wang Zha instinctively checks his inventory. In the first slot lies a small white porcelain vial, marked with the number 5, indicating 5 healing pills, with each pill restoring 20 health points. The supply is depleted. Each pill replenishes 20 health. With these 5, perhaps he could challenge a higher level, though it seems unnecessary at this juncture. However, with so many slots available, it is prudent to keep them, as they could potentially turn the tide of battle. The skill experience book is used to elevate the level of primary skills. Primary skills? Upon inspecting the passive skills, it is clear they cannot be upgraded. The active skills, including double slash, remain unchanged as well. Perhaps this can be revisited once a primary skill is acquired. How vividly clear! Wang Zha gazes around. Even as dusk descends, the clarity is unprecedented. It resembles the difference between standard and high definition, a sensation that is truly indescribable. Without glasses, he recalls that he had to remove his nearsighted spectacles to engage with monsters. Habitually donning his spectacles, he found himself beset by dizziness, rendering the world a blur. The prescription of his glasses was notably high. With a casual flick, he discarded them into a nearby waste bin. Bidding farewell to myopia, he reveled in the exquisite clarity of his surroundings. Chapter 12. A radiant world. Has he transformed into a playful pup? Wang Zha's myopia had been completely rectified. In fact, he felt as though his vision surpassed the standard 20/20, an unprecedented clarity that made him reluctant to return to his dormitory. The eyes serve as a portal to the world, as well as a window to the soul. It is said that each individual's perception of the world is unique, with the eyes playing a pivotal role. What the eyes perceive is relayed to the brain, where it undergoes contemplation. The visual experience is the most crucial step. Seeing is believing, broadening one's horizons and enriching one's experiences. This entails observing the world, examining both surface appearances and deeper truths, and understanding the essence behind them. One cannot grasp the essence without first observing the surface, and the eyes are the most effective means of doing so. Wang Zha ambled leisurely, noticing how the transformation in his vision made everything around him appear more charming, beautiful, and novel, uplifting his spirits inexplicably. Upon returning to the dormitory, he found others present. "Wait, old four, are you not wearing your glasses?" Bai Lang exclaimed, astonished at Wang Zha's unadorned visage. Wang Zha's previous spectacles were conspicuous, thick in design, now without them. He drew immediate attention. "Ah, I never realized old four's eyes were so expressive." Strangely enough, he seems somewhat handsome without glasses, Bai Lang mused, intrigued. Chao shared this sentiment. Unbeknownst to him, Wang Zha had undergone subtle changes. Physically, while he still appeared lean, he had developed a hint of muscle. His vitality had improved, imbued with strength and spirit. His posture and demeanor subtly altered, though his friends, seeing him daily, hardly noticed. As for muscle tone, being slender at a young age does not preclude the possibility of defined abs. With a slight tightening of the abdomen and a bit of exercise, the contours of abdominal muscles can emerge. Nonetheless, these transformations paled in comparison to the remarkable shift brought about by his newfound vision. Previously, it could be said that none in the dormitory had witnessed Wang Zha without his thick spectacles. Removing them had significantly altered his appearance and demeanor. The once delicate features now radiated with a pair of bright, expressive eyes, exuding warmth and approachability. With his myopia corrected, his eyes gleamed with life. "Old four, sans glasses. You are quite the handsome fellow, only slightly less so than I," Bai Lang remarked as he circled Wang Zha, offering his appraisal. "Old three, there's no need for such shamelessness. Truth be told, without glasses, old four is indeed more attractive," Chao Hu quipped, delivering a playful jab at Bai Lang. "That is indeed the case." Jin Gang interjected at that moment. Wang Zha's transformation post-removal of his spectacles had captivated attention, leaving little room for inquiries about why he had forsaken them. Generally, few concern themselves with the choice of wearing glasses. If one struggles to see, they naturally don them, while those with clear vision cannot wear them, even if they wish to. Monday classes resumed, as usual. Wang Zha's metamorphosis did not go unnoticed. The appeal of a person often hinges on the beauty of their eyes. If the eyes are captivating, the individual is seldom deemed unattractive. Particularly among certain young women, there exists a curious inclination to observe him. Wang Zha, having gazed at his reflection, candidly admits that he is not particularly fond of his delicate features. He yearns for a visage that embodies a wilder, more rugged essence, with sharper angles. A bit of appealing stubble would enhance his appearance even further. He feels he is leaning towards the archetype of a soft puppy, a persona he does not admire, asserting that if one were to embody a dog, it ought to be a wolf dog. During lunchtime, Li Xiao, with sparkling eyes, exclaimed, "Ah, Wang Zha, have you become more handsome? Wait, where are your glasses?" The transformation in Wang Zha was indeed notable, immediately perceptible to Li Xiao, who was genuinely astonished. Previously, she had sensed his potential as a soft puppy, albeit lacking the requisite charm. But now the transformation rendered him the quintessential image of her imagination. Li Xiao, unabashed, reached out to pinch and playfully tousle his hair. At that moment, Wang Zha felt like a helpless chick caught in a tempest, casting a desperate glance at Jin Gang, pleading for rescue. Even though the attention came from a beautiful girl, Wang Zha felt discomfort. Such treatment was more suited for a child, and he could hardly appreciate it. Jin Gang, ruffling his hair, intervened and held Li Xiao back. While many onlookers observed the scene with interest, though Li Xiao remained indifferent, Wang Zha then noticed the small dragon creature beside Li Xiao. Labeled as a bedwetting monster level 5, a special creature that upon confirmation could engage in battle. He was tempted to inquire with Jin Gang about whether he knew if his girlfriend wet the bed, yet he hesitated, fearing it might lead to complications. It seemed that such inquiries were bound to invite trouble, making it exceedingly difficult to do something benevolent. "Dear sister, there is a monster on you. May I engage in battle with it?" Wang Zha suddenly proposed. "Of course. Li Xiao replia nonchalantly. Wang Zha was taken aback by her unhesitating response, soon realizing it was merely a jest, as she thought he was joking with her. However, Wang Zha was undeterred, focusing on the small dragon creature. Although Li Xiao had consented, it turned out that combat was not an option, indicating that the information was inaccurate. Nevertheless, having gained this experience, Wang Zha felt he had discovered a way forward. Tonight, I shall treat everyone to soup. Old air, utilize your rented space, Wang Zha declared, determined to showcase his newfound ability, believing it would ease his future endeavors. Soup? Chao Hu queried, puzzled by Wang Zha's announcement. Indeed, I shall prepare it myself. A secret recipe, not to be disclosed. I assure you will not regret it. Will it be lethal? Chao Hu inquired earnestly. I shall prepare it. Do remember to come. Sister, you must clear your schedule. A surprise awaits, Wang Zha assured, confident that Li Xiao would certainly attend. In truth, he had expedited the preparation of this healthful broth primarily for her benefit. Do you need assistance? Bai Lang asked. Indeed, Wang Zha responded with a smile. Shall I pretend I didn't ask? Bai Lang's inquiry was merely a courteous formality. Join me after our meal to procure the ingredients. We will simmer the soup for the afternoon, and it will be ready in time for us to enjoy. After their midday meal, Wang Zha, clutching the keys to Chao Hu's off-campus residence, departed with a reluctant Bai Lang. Ingredients such as beef bones, goji berries, red dates, and walnuts left Bai Lang astounded. Are you serious? He questioned. Of course. Do you truly know how to brew soup? Is it drinkable? Bai Lang asked skeptically. Certainly, it is drinkable and remarkably palatable, rich in nutrients, capable of nourishing the kidneys and strengthening the liver. For men, it may evoke tears, while for women, inspires silence. The subdued passions and wildness of a homebody only manifest among the closest of friends. Is there a need to purchase ginseng or deer antler? Are you certain it won't lead to our demise? The excitement within White Wave can no longer be contained. Ginseng is exceedingly affordable, as is deer antler, sold by the pound. White Wave is aware that these items are cultivated, and though labeled as ginseng, their efficacy likely pales in comparison to that of a large radish. Due to the knowledge imparted about the secret health tonic, Wang Zha can discern the medicinal properties and has procured a few items with some degree of potency. One cannot expect too much from those purchased by the pound. There are indeed superior options, yet they remain beyond his financial reach. Ultimately, he seeks only a delightful taste. This time, he has enlisted White Wave merely as a witness, confident that this broth will not only be delicious, but will also contain a wealth of beneficial ingredients. This broth serves as a prelude. It will undoubtedly enhance one's constitution, though the primary method remains monster slaying and healing. Chapter 13. The Broth Like a Lover. The flavor of a lover Chao Hu's rented abode is quite splendid. Though it is said to be rented, its true status remains uncertain. Chao Hu seldom resides there, preferring a lively atmosphere. The residence comprises 3 bedrooms, 2 living rooms, and 2 bathrooms, spanning 120 square meters. Chao Hu claims he will occupy it once he has a girlfriend. White Wave has occasionally suggested that the house is not rented, but purchased. Wang Zha recalls a conversation with a high school classmate whose father bought a property near the university as soon as his son enrolled. The father remarked that once his son graduated, if the house was no longer needed, it could be sold easily, ensuring a profit, merely an investment. This illustrates the disparity between the affluent and the less fortunate. Those lacking wealth often exhaust their life savings and accrue debts merely to provide a marriage home for their children. For an ordinary family, covering tuition and monthly living expenses for their children is already a considerable challenge, let alone renting or purchasing a home off campus. The kitchen is immaculate, with all utensils untouched and still in their packaging, including a sterilizer. First, the utensils must be washed and then sanitized. During this time, Wang Zha prepares the ingredients. Igniting the stove over an hour later, White Wave finds himself bored, compelled by Wang Zha to assist in washing the dishes. Dozens of ingredients are added one by one, each requiring precise timing. At times, the flame must be adjusted and the pot lid either placed on or removed to control the temperature. Water must also be added during the process, boiling vigorously. This secret health tonic akin to bone broth, requires simmering for over 4 hours, primarily on high heat. The aim is to extract the marrow and other nutrients from the bones while integrating the medicinal herbs, necessitating a delicate balance between heat and the properties of the ingredients. The aroma begins to waft gradually. Initially faint, it becomes increasingly enticing, reminiscent of a lover's scent, stirring a yearning within the heart. It is indescribable, a refreshing fragrance that awakens the appetite, akin to the longing felt after months apart from one's beloved. The desire can be so intense that one wishes to devour the beloved, the most accurate expression being to gnaw. This is why one refers to them as heart's darling, indulging in a frenzy of affection. Only through gnawing can one express such longing. It is born of love, and thus, even in deep yearning, one refrains from biting. Gnawing is the ultimate expression. The distinction between gnawing and biting lies in the use of teeth or lack thereof. Biting is a perversion, with the exception of gentle or special bites, which are not truly biting at all. As time passes, the flavor becomes increasingly distinct, yet it remains a subtle fragrance, one that evokes an insatiable desire to indulge, akin to the yearning one feels upon encountering a beautiful maiden. Goodness, were it not for my presence, I would suspect you had added some extraordinary ingredient. Bai Lang marveled at the artfully crafted, snow-white broth. Over 2 hours had elapsed. Wang Zha made no remarks, fully absorbed in his task. The ingredients were nearly complete, and the remaining hour and a half was devoted to controlling the heat. Gurgle, gurgle. How much longer must we wait? May I have a taste? Bai Lang inquired tentatively. Not yet. The soup must not be disturbed, nor can it leave the fire. If you conceive a method to extract a bowl, then you may drink, Wang Zha replied without glancing back. Not to be disturbed. Ah, the time has not yet come, which means it cannot be ladled. At this moment, the soup is a cohesive whole. Any intrusion would mar its essence, Wang Zha remarked, straddling the line between jest and truth. Bai Lang was uncertain whether Wang Zha spoke earnestly or in jest. In truth, Wang Zha himself was unsure, though it seemed plausible, as the secret recipe for the nourishing soup dictated such. Bai Lang merely voiced his thoughts. As time progressed, the flavor intensified slightly, yet it remained fragrant, a scent that was undeniably pleasurable and fulfilling. Suddenly, a sound echoed from outside, the creaking of the door. How delightful! Came an astonished voice, followed by the sound of inhalation. Jin Gang, Chao Hu, and Li Xiao had arrived, while Chao Hu and Bai Lang's girlfriend did not accompany them. At that moment, Wang Zha turned off the heat. After 5 minutes of cooling, they could begin to drink. However, it seemed there was only soup. Calculating the time, it was nearly mealtime. They decided to drink the soup first before proceeding to their meal. With 5 people, Wang Zha estimated there would be 1 bowl for each, with perhaps 1 bowl remaining. Delicious. Wang Zha was indeed surprised. Yet being the creator, he maintained a composed demeanor, ensuring that others perceived this as not his inaugural endeavor in soup making. The sounds of sipping accompanied the enjoyment. Delicious. Wang Zha, too, experienced the broth for the first time, but resisted the urge to proclaim its excellence, adopting a facade of indifference. Brother, may I drink this soup for a lifetime? Li Xiao inquired with shining eyes, her small bowl emptied without a trace. Wang Zha's body trembled slightly, feigning ignorance. Nay, I must find you a wife. She ought to be exceptionally close to me, so I may take advantage of your soup. Li Xiao mused, her beautiful eyes darting about, contemplating how she might secure future servings of Wang Zha's soup. After finishing the soup, Wang Zha proceeded to wash up, with Li Xiao offering assistance. He did not refuse her help. Upon entering the kitchen, he remarked, "Sister, you carry a peculiar burden. May I assist you in vanquishing it?" This was the second time Wang Zha had posed such a question. Previously, when asked, Li Xiao readily agreed without further inquiry, as it was merely a jest. This time, Wang Zha approached with a smile once again. However, the current Wang Zha had shed his glasses, presenting a stark contrast to his former self. "Lil Zha, you become quite handsome, and you can even make soup. With that alone, you could attract a beautiful girlfriend." This time, Li Xiao chose not to respond, but continued with her own plans. "Sister, there's a little monster on you. Let me help you get rid of it." Wang Zha said, "Are you done?" What little monster? Li Xiao retorted irritably, donning gloves to wash the dishes. In truth, the bowls were quite clean, as the soup was not sticky, and they had consumed every last drop. If you wish to drink the soup, you must agree to whatever I ask, Wang Zha chuckled. You don't have feelings for me, do you? Li Xiao looked at Wang Zha oddly. Wang Zha rubbed his head. All right, I won't ask anymore. Hurry up, ask. No backing out. Whenever I want soup in the future, you must agree. Li Xiao's eyes sparkled with amusement. That won't do. This soup can't be consumed too often, or it will cause heat. Wang Zha insisted. Fine, then how about every other day? Li Xiao inkita tantativeli. Wang Zha laughed. Rest assured, as long as I'm around and not busy, we'll sit down together for a bowl. It's just that it takes too much time. Wonderful. Can I fight that little monster on you? Of course. Li Xiao replied without hesitation. Can I fight that little monster on you? Certainly. Li Xiao found Wang Zha's childish antics rather exasperating, but for the sake of the soup, she endured. Can I fight that bedwetting monster on you? Wang Su quickly asked. Yes, huh? Li Xiao gazed at Wang Zha in astonishment, realizing the implication. However, at that moment, Wang Zha was gleeful. Bedwetting monster, level 5, special monster. Click to enter battle. Without hesitation, Wang Zha chose to engage, seizing the rare opportunity. Chapter 14. Main skill unlocked, defense upgrade, dragon armor. Wang Zha knew he could not deceive Li Xiao. He merely needed her consent. Once she agreed and the issue was resolved, he could fabricate any excuse thereafter. After all, it was Li Xiao's private matter, her secret. Once healed, the hidden ailment would vanish, and as long as he feigned ignorance, all would be well. With the previous nearsighted monster in play, this was also a level 5 creature, yet it was a special one. A typical level 5 monster had 500 health points, but this particular one boasted 1,000. The little dragon boy struck first. The special monster was swifter than the current Wang Zha. This attack feels different. Does the monster have skills now? Dragon Fist. This was not merely a name. The little dragon boy executed a rapid series of punches, his movements fluid, akin to a dragon gliding through the ocean or soaring through the skies, bold and captivating. It was a sight to behold, brimming with a sense of raw power. Bang! The little dragon boy initiated his attack against Wang Zha, the first strike being the initial form of the dragon fist. The damage dealt was substantial. After 10 such blows, Wang Zha would be critically injured. The snowflake blade slashed directly. Double explosive. The only offensive skill possessed by Wang Zha is the double slash. He yearns to master the dragon fist of the little dragon man, which exudes strength and explosive power, offering a feast for the eyes. Wang Zha furrows his brow slightly. The double slash inflicts 60 damage, requiring 10 strikes to deal a total of 600 damage, and it cannot be used consecutively. Indeed, special monsters are different. Glancing at his remaining 5 healing elixirs, he feels a tad more reassured. Additionally, he hopes for a higher probability of landing a critical hit and applying poison from his shoes, as otherwise, he might face dire consequences today. Bang! The second form of the dragon fist comes charging at him. A regular attack. The snowflake blade slashes towards the little dragon man's neck. A critical hit? Threefold critical damage. The 5% chance has finally manifested. Unexpectedly, the little dragon man is enveloped in a greenish hue. He is poisoned. Astonishingly, the 5% probability has indeed aligned. It must be noted that it is quite remarkable for both 5% probabilities to occur simultaneously. If it were the double slash, the odds would be slightly more favorable, considering it attacks twice, with each strike carrying a 5% chance, summing up to nearly 10%. This is fortunate. A 5% probability is not particularly low. Reflecting on past gaming experiences, the odds of winning the grand prize in a lottery wheel were a mere 0.003 bang. The third form of the dragon fist. Following that, Wang Zha executes another double slash. The critical hit probability is commendably high, although it stands at 10%. The likelihood of landing a critical hit during 2 consecutive attacks remains substantial. Once again, he loses 35 health due to the poison. This poison is remarkably effective, though regrettably, it resides on a level 1 pair of shoes, which currently has a durability of just 7 points. The fourth form of the dragon fist. This time, Wang Zha triggers the freezing effect of the snowflake blade. Bang! He depletes the little dragon man's health entirely, yet the dragon fist is unleashed, disintegrating into particles that vanish into the air. Wang Zha is left with 45 health, though 20 points are restored by a healing elixir, as he fears unforeseen events. The battle concludes. You have gained 10 experience points. You have leveled up to level 5. You have acquired 5-year-old ginseng. You have obtained 5-year-old astragalus. You have learned the primary skill, Dragon Fist. You have received a skill experience tome. You have acquired the skill, Dragon Armor. You have exited the battle. Wang Zha instinctively allocates his points first. He adds 2 attribute points to his constitution. Then he inspects his inventory. For healing elixirs, 5-year-old ginseng, 5-year-old astragalus, 7 skill experience tomes, and 2 books. The Dragon Fist, a primary skill, is available for learning. Utilizing it in combat can enhance both attack and defense. The description is quite simple, yet it promises to bolster his strength, which brings Wang Zha joy. He learns. He then examines the other tome. Dragon Armor, a passive skill, is also available for learning. It increases his defense by 50%, scaling with his constitution. This is an upgraded version of the defensive skill. Wang Zha appreciates this, as he prefers to play as a tank in games. A man must withstand the beating. He learns. You already possess a defensive skill. Would you like to replace it with Dragon Armor? Replace. The Dragon Armor boasts a defense strength that is 1.5 times greater than before. A truly remarkable item. Opening the character panel reveals the following details. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18. Level, 5. Experience, 132. Allocatable attribute points, 0. Constitution, 19. Health, 205, including 15 points from armor. Defense, 62, including 5 points from armor. Stamina, 75-95. Strength, 14. Attack, 29, including 1 point from the snowflake blade. Agility, 14. Speed, 29, including 1 point from cloth shoes. Primary skill, Dragon Fist, level 0. Experience, 0-100. When used in battle, it enhances both attack and defense. Passive skills, Dragon Armor. Increases personal defense by 50%, scaling with Constitution. Critical Strike. There is a 10% chance to deal double damage and a 5% chance to deal triple damage upon attack. Active skill, Double Slash. Allows for 2 rapid attacks on the target, with the second attack dealing half damage and cannot be used consecutively. Auxiliary skill, Secret Nourishing Soup. A delicacy with benefits for strengthening the body, enhancing beauty, nourishing the liver and kidneys, and promoting blood circulation. Usage increases Constitution, with a maximum of 3 points. Both primary and active skills are actively cast, yet the distinction on the character panel lies in the fact that the primary skill includes a level and experience, indicating its potential for enhancement, whereas active and passive skills cannot be upgraded. During combat, time stands still, thus when Wang Zha returns to reality, he finds Li Xiao gazing at him with a peculiar expression. What did you say? I said there was a little monster on you, and I helped you defeat it. Wang Zha replied earnestly. Not that. Li Xiao shook her head. Confused, Wang Zha looked at Li Xiao innocently. I only said that. Is there an issue? What a joke. Wang Zha would never admit it. Being emotionally inept does not equate to foolishness. After navigating so many convoluted paths, he would not directly address the difficult subject of Li Xiao at this moment. However, Wang Zha understood that whether he admitted it or not was irrelevant. She would undoubtedly find out, understanding without voicing it. She was aware it pertained to her own matters. As long as he claimed ignorance, the issue would remain unresolved. To Wang Zha's delight, this time he had reaped significant rewards and even acquired a primary skill that could be upgraded, which seemed quite extraordinary. The Dragon Fist executed by that little dragon person lingered vividly in his memory. He was uncertain whether it was due to witnessing the little dragon's movements or the fact that the panel displayed his acquisition of it. Although it was at level 0, he had indeed learned the Dragon Fist technique. Yet, he could not fathom why his primary skill was the Dragon Fist, especially since it was the one demonstrated by that little dragon. He chose not to dwell on it. The skill experience book. Wang Zha recalled the skill experience book. After acquiring it for the first time, He attempted to apply it to double slash and the passive skill, but to no avail. The prompt indicated it was intended for upgrading the primary skill. Wasn't the Dragon Fist the primary skill? He decided to give it a try. Use. Dragon Fist, level 0. Experience, 7,100. When used in battle, it increases both attack and defense. In an instant, the exhilaration dissipated. Initially, it was anticipated that with 7 skill experience books, even without upgrading to level 7, one could attain at least 2 or 3 levels, or at the very least, 1 level. However, the outcome was disheartening, as he only managed to reach level 1 with the Dragon Fist skill experience book. This setback somewhat dampened his spirits, yet he chose to adopt a more relaxed perspective, deciding to set aside these vexations, for there was no merit in dwelling on them. Such preoccupation was futile. In the dead of night, Li Xiao awoke abruptly. How surprising it was to be awakened by the pressing need to relieve herself. Due to her history of bedwetting, she had never stayed in a dormitory. Her family's circumstances allowed for the purchase of a small apartment near her school. For as long as she could remember, she had taken to wearing adult diapers at night, a practice that had now become second nature. After numerous hospital visits, countless tests on her kidneys, and various treatments, both traditional and modern, including acupuncture and massage, she ultimately resolved to abandon the pursuit of a cure. The only consequence was the inconvenience of nighttime incontinence, which she deemed manageable with a simple diaper. Embracing this reality brought her a sense of relief. She no longer allowed it to burden her mind, despite the countless hours spent worrying over it in the past. Family members had offered encouragement, even seeking the counsel of a psychologist, leading her to understand that her condition was not as grave as it seemed. In comparison to those suffering from amputations, blindness, cancer, or renal failure, her plight felt trivial. Li Xiao possessed an inherently cheerful disposition and an innate ability to self-regulate her emotions. Bolstered by familial support, medical guidance, and her own self-reassurance, she enjoyed good health. Perhaps one day, she would simply awaken free of her condition. Excitement surged within her. Was this the moment of her unexpected recovery? Yet throughout the years, she had never experienced the sensation of waking up due to a full bladder. Unconsciously, her thoughts drifted to what Wang Zha had said during the day. She was certain she and Team misheard. He had referred to a bedwetting monster, claiming he bore its mark. While she dismissed the notion of such a creature, one thing remained clear. Wang Zha was aware of her affliction. How did he come to know? What was the true meaning behind his words? At that moment, Li Xiao's mind was a whirlwind of confusion, anticipation, and trepidation. Those who do not suffer from bedwetting cannot fathom the distress it brings, being unable to stay in communal dormitories and keeping the secret from anyone outside of immediate family. For it is not a matter of pride and can easily lead to external pressures, gossip, and judgmental glances. Morning arrived. Wang Zha rose early for his morning exercise, a decision he had recently made. His physical condition was now exceptionally good. He engaged in running and various forms of exercise to enhance his coordination and flexibility. The university was bustling with students participating in morning workouts, including many female classmates, some striving for weight loss, others to avoid gaining, and still others aiming for defined abs and toned physiques. As he jogged, moving his limbs with ease, he found himself effortlessly completing 10 laps around the 400-meter track, a feat that would have exhausted him in the past. Now, he felt invigorated, his enhanced stamina making a remarkable difference. The sensation of being filled with strength is indeed a delightful experience. Wang Zha now feels a surge of energy coursing through him, invigorated and spirited. He relishes this vibrant feeling. In the distance, he observes a senior practicing martial arts, though he cannot discern the specific style or routine. It lacks the aesthetic appeal of flashy techniques like whirlwind kicks or backflips. But he too possesses the ability to fight, the Dragon Fist. Although he is merely at level 0, the fundamentals remain etched in his memory. Seeking a secluded spot, he commences with the first move. It feels somewhat awkward. This is his inaugural attempt. He understands the mechanics of power generation, footwork, breathing, force application, and technique transitions. Yet harmonizing all these elements into a cohesive performance proves to be a formidable challenge. After completing the first round, Wang Zha does not pause. He embarks on a second attempt, acutely aware of his previous shortcomings. Clumsy and unbalanced, he would rate his performance at a mere 10 out of 100. Given that it was his first attempt, such inadequacy is to be expected. Most importantly, he recognizes where he faltered, allowing him the opportunity for improvement, motivating him to proceed with the second round. Though the second attempt remains subpar, it exhibits marked progress compared to the first. He feels a greater sense of familiarity, and the application of power appears more balanced, rendering the motions significantly smoother. The third round beckons. After all, there are only 10 moves to master, and each round does not require excessive time, yet it is quite taxing on one's stamina. Curiously, Wang Zha glances at his character panel. Name: Wang Zha, age 18. Level: 5. Experience: 132. Attribute points to allocate: 0. Constitution: 19. Health: 205, including 15 points from armor. Defense: 62, including 5 points from armor. Stamina: 92-95. Strength: 14. Attack: 29, including 1 point from the snowflake blade. Agility: 14. Speed: 29, including 1 point from cloth shoes. Primary skill: Dragon Fist. Level 0. Experience: 10,100. Using in combat can enhance attack and defense. A spark of excitement ignites in Wang Zha's eyes. After practicing the Dragon Fist 3 times, he has gained 3 points of experience. Does this imply that if he practices 90 more times, he could elevate his skill to level 1? It is a pleasant revelation that the Dragon Fist can be upgraded in this manner. However, each attempt consumes a bit of stamina, and even if he were to exhaust himself, he could only manage 95 repetitions. That is commendable in itself, with an increase of just 1 point in Constitution. His stamina would rise by 5. This is not a concern, as advancing in level correlates directly with enhanced Constitution, leading to greater stamina and quicker recovery, a virtuous cycle. Stamina recovery is relatively swift. By the morning, he can deplete his stamina significantly, and by noon, it is nearly replenished, allowing for further practice of the Dragon Fist. Yet, as he continues, Wang Zha realizes that mastery is not so easily attained. Each move, still unfamiliar, requires precise execution, averaging about 5 seconds per motion. Thus, completing 1 round necessitates approximately 50 seconds, nearing a full minute. To finish 90 rounds would take over an hour, and the exertion leaves Wang Zha drenched in sweat. Gasping for breath, with only 2 points of stamina remaining, he feels utterly spent. However, the sensation is delightful. It is an unprecedented experience, which explains why so many are fond of exercise, particularly the exhilarating feeling that follows a vigorous workout. After over 90 repetitions, Wang Zha's progress is nothing short of remarkable. His Dragon Fist has ascended to level 1, and his comprehension and mastery of the technique have significantly advanced, as if he has suddenly grasped a wealth of knowledge. As the saying goes, practice makes perfect. Reading a text countless times reveals its meaning, and the same applies to martial arts. One must persist in practice to truly grasp its essence. Dragon Fist, Level 1, Experience, 0-200. Utilizing it in combat can enhance both attack and defense by 10. I see now. This is advantageous. Level 1 grants an increase of 10 in both attack and defense, so Level 2 should double that, reaching 20 at Level 10, and 40 at Level 20. However, Wang Zha is aware that reaching level 20 in Dragon Fist, let alone level 10, will be quite a challenge. Yet, dreams should be pursued. With diligent effort, hope is not lost. Advancing to level 2 requires 200 experience points. With dedication and perseverance, it is achievable in a day, as stamina can be replenished. Practicing 90 times in the morning, again at noon, and once more in the evening is feasible. Exhausted, Wang Zha returned to his dormitory, took a shower, changed his clothes, and restored a few points of stamina. Though still weary and experiencing muscle soreness, a sense of comfort and fulfillment enveloped him. In Chapter 16, he encounters Su Tang again, whose smile captivates all. 3 days have swiftly passed. Wang Zha's routine is disciplined. Morning practice of Dragon Fist, attending classes, checking for any anomalies, evaluating whether to practice at noon, and a final session before bedtime. Within these 3 days, he has managed to elevate Dragon Fist to level 3, requiring 200 experience points for level 2 and 400 for level 3. Truthfully, Wang Zha felt on the verge of nausea from the relentless practice. Hence, the adage practice makes perfect rings true, emphasizing the importance of perseverance. Nevertheless, the rewards are substantial. Wang Zha's physique has undergone a subtle transformation, with muscles appearing more vigorous and elastic, and his skin greatly improved. Though he remains fair-skinned, there is a newfound athleticism in his form. Advancing to level 4 necessitates 800 experience points, with experience doubling with each upgrade. Currently, Wang Zha practices 200 times a day. As he grows more adept, the time required for practice continues to diminish. Now, completing 90 repetitions takes merely 20 minutes, though realistically, it requires half an hour with breaks for breath. To reach level 4 will take 4 days, level 5 will require 8 days, and level 6 will necessitate 16 days. All in all, it seems feasible to attain level 6 within a month. At this pace, reaching level 10 could approach a year and a half. However, should his level increase and his stamina cap expand, coupled with the potential acquisition of skill experience books, the timeline may be significantly shortened. Being a freshman at 18 years old, he has time to spare, allowing him to remain unhurried. After 3 consecutive days, Li Xiao is certain of her improvement. She attributes it to her connection with Wang Zha. However, she has neither taken medication nor received injections. If there is a concern, there is indeed one: a soup. She felt an invigorating energy coursing through her, fatigue no longer a burden. This was no mere illusion, for she was acutely aware of her own body. Could it truly be attributed to that bowl of soup? Such a notion seemed rather perplexing. She retrieved her phone and promptly reached out to Wang Zha. "Little Zha, I wish to have some soup," she texted. Li Xiao was in high spirits. Regardless of Wang Zha's acknowledgement, this was undeniably a positive development. "All right, I'll rally the others," Wang Zha replied. "May I bring a friend?" Li Xiao inquired. "Of course," Wang Zha responded without hesitation. After all, it was merely an extra person. "She's an absolute beauty." "Li Xiao Shukulat. Sutansuo?" Wang Zha asked, momentarily taken aback. "Haha, little brother, you remember so well. Are you harboring feelings for Suda?" Li Xiao's laughter resonated even through the phone. "I'll prepare the ingredients," Wang Zha said before ending the call. Wang Zha did not take Li Xiao's jest lightly. He was well aware of Su Tongsua's circumstances from his discussions with Jingang. The valuation of the Su Tang Group stood at an impressive 70 to 80 billion. A young woman, indeed one of unparalleled beauty, would have long been devoured by the world had she lacked a formidable background. They existed in entirely different realms, their worldviews and values diverging vastly, devoid of shared topics or common languages, even their hobbies unlikely to overlap. Would she indulge in video games? Would she watch shows like the underprivileged rise against the wealthy? What rank did she hold? Gold, diamond, or perhaps even star? What skills did he possess? Wang Zha shook his head, feeling a profound sense of inadequacy. Lacking any notable talents and struggling with communication, he didn't consider himself a true hero. However, in recent days, he had gained a modicum of confidence. Shedding his glasses had significantly enhanced his appearance. His improved physique imbued him with a newfound composure. The practice of Dragon Fist had also yielded positive results. For men, martial arts could swiftly elevate one's aura. The outcomes were commendable. His abdominal muscles now bore a clearer definition, exuding strength rather than bulk. He preferred not to appear cumbersome. He believed in the adage that a well-built figure should be accentuated by clothing, and at a height of 178 centimeters, he felt reasonably proportionate. Yet, he sensed he was straying further down the path of the little milk dog persona. Even with muscles, it was challenging to alter this impression, particularly when one had a dress. He had no desire to be perceived as a little milk dog. Even a little wolf dog would be preferable. This time, Wang Zha refrained from purchasing ginseng and astragalus, for he already had them in his inventory. Although they were merely 5-year-old varieties, they were certainly superior to the bulk he had procured earlier. When he called Jingang and the others to join him for soup, they readily agreed, even offering to procure the ingredients themselves. Over these 3 days, Bailang had expressed his willingness to sacrifice his own virtue for the chance to continue savoring the soup. Wang Zha merely cautioned him against excessive consumption, warning that it might overwhelm the body. Men who indulged would find themselves silent, perhaps even shedding tears. Li Xiao and Su Tengshao arrived quite early. The soup was not yet ready, requiring approximately another half hour. However, the enticing aroma had already begun to permeate the air. The fragrance, even for those who have experienced it before, remains intoxicating. This soup, elevated to such an exquisite level, transcends mere nourishment. It is a work of art. At this moment, Wang Zha meticulously tended to the fire in the kitchen. The soup was indeed remarkable, yet the process was rather time-consuming. 4 hours merely to prepare a bowl. Turn off the heat. The pot will be ready in 5 minutes. Only then did Wang Zha emerge from the kitchen, encountering Su Tangsha. The first time he had seen her, she wore glasses for myopia. Now, her vision was clear, unburdened by lenses, revealing a stunningly beautiful world. However, he mused that some girls, once seen through the lens of clarity, appeared less enchanting than he had remembered. Many individuals with myopia choose not to wear glasses, either due to mild vision issues or a fondness for the allure of ambiguity, where imperfections remain concealed. Now, with his vision restored, Wang Zha marveled at the divine artistry of creation as he beheld Su Tangsha. How could one encounter such beauty in reality? She was a cherished child of the heavens, her bare face captivating, her skin as flawless as porcelain, reminiscent of warm jade. He pondered how such beauty could exist. Her allure seemed to transcend the mundane, her elegance unparalleled, defying earthly standards of beauty. The world would undoubtedly declare her a celestial being, a description that fits Su Tangsha perfectly. Noticing Wang Zha's gaze upon her, Su Tangsha greeted him with a smile. "Good to see you again, Wang Zha." Her smile could enchant an entire city. At that moment, Wang Zha felt the warmth of her radiance, involuntarily smiling in return, unaware that a flush adorned his cheeks. "Hello, Aunt," Su Tangsha replied, to which Li Xiao responded with laughter. Wang Zha realized he felt somewhat timid, repeatedly reminding himself that they belonged to different worlds, that he harbored no expectations of connection with her, and thus had no reason to feel intimidated. Yet, the truth remained, timidity persisted, and mere encouragement would not dispel it. He understood the situation clearly, yet found himself unable to rein in his emotions. As he savored the soup, he could not help but express his admiration. It was truly a delight, offering a profound sense of satisfaction that enveloped him entirely. The flavor was identical to the last, but this time, the use of ginseng and astragalus was even more refined. "Your culinary skills are extraordinary," Su Tangsha remarked, her gaze curious as it rested upon Wang Zha. The seating arrangement mirrored their first encounter, with Li Xiao and Wang Zha positioned beside Su Tangsha once more. "Well, I only know how to make this soup," Wang Zha admitted, inhaling the subtle, elegant fragrance that emanated from her, a delicate scent that surpassed even the aroma of the soup. This left him hesitant to meet her gaze, for her beauty was almost otherworldly, a pressure he could not comprehend, stemming solely from her stunning appearance. Chapter 17. The woman who inspires men to risk their lives and sees each moment the disparity in their worlds was striking. Even without any intentions, the pressure remained palpable. Certain challenges require time to overcome, and sometimes, not even time can mend the divide. Do not underestimate this soup. It possesses the potential to bestow great wealth upon those who partake. Su Tangsha smiled as she observed the boy who dared not meet her gaze. In her eyes, Wang Zha was merely a big boy, just 18, undeniably youthful. Removing his glasses revealed a certain immaturity. She recognized that she had outgrown her youth. Being 3 years senior to Li Xiao and, at 25, a full 7 years older than Wang Zha. After 2 encounters, during which Wang Zha had referred to her as aunt, she found it somewhat amusing. However, upon reflection, such an address could be deemed fitting given their age difference. It was merely a title, yet it was the first time in her life she had been called aunt. "I do not seek great wealth, for the affluent bear many burdens," Wang Zha replied with a shy smile. Is it true that the poor have no worries? Su Tongsuo engaged him in conversation, her smile becoming more pronounced, perhaps due to Wang Zha's unassuming demeanor. Wang Zha paused, contemplating the burdens of the less fortunate. A lack of funds could suffice to induce worry, leaving little room for additional concerns. My wife yearns for a fine dress, yet we lack the means. My child desires a pair of beloved sneakers, but we cannot afford them. These are the struggles that plague a man. He mused that possessing wealth at least provides psychological comfort and alleviates material worries. As long as one lives, one must confront a myriad of concerns, whether rich or poor. "Aunt, your words resonate with truth," Wang Zha remarked, looking up with an innocent smile. "Am I truly that old?" Su Tongsuo was curious as to why this young man insisted on calling her aunt. "No, you're quite youthful indeed. It would be impolite to call you sister given your striking beauty," Wang Zha stammered, striving for a natural tone, yet faltering as he dared not meet her enchanting gaze. Reminiscent of stars and moons, Su Tongsuo could not help but laugh. She had long grown accustomed to compliments, but it was a rare delight to receive such genuine praise from a bashful young man, pure admiration devoid of ulterior motives. "Call me sister, and I shall assist you in your endeavors," she teased, intrigued by the notion of conversing in such a manner with a non-related male. "Wang Zha, do not call her sister. Once you do, you shall have no hope of pursuing her," Li Xiao interjected, his tone oscillating between jest and earnestness. "Sister," Wang Zha declared. Su Tongsuo shone like the moon in the sky, with a chasm of worlds separating them. The notion of pursuing her was a mere fabrication of fiction, an aspiration best left unrealized. He understood well that it was not a matter of cowardice, but rather self-awareness, akin to relinquishing the delusion of plucking stars from the sky. Not all aspirations are achievable through mere effort, and considering the brevity of life, why squander energy on pursuits devoid of hope? That is not courage, it is folly. At that moment, Su Tongsuo's phone rang. "Sister Yang, Mr. Su, Yang Zian has gone mad. He has dispatched men to capture you, and they will arrive in approximately 2 minutes. I will take 10 minutes to reach you. Do not descend the stairs, secure the door, and try to hold on for a few more minutes." The voice of a woman on the phone was fraught with panic, trembling as she spoke. At that moment, a series of loud knocks echoed through the air. Su Tongsuo had already hung up the phone. It was evident that her demeanor was off. The knocking intensified, transforming into a violent assault on the door. "I'll see who it is," Chao Hu said, rising from his seat, as it was his residence. "Do not move. They are desperate criminals." "Go Shin Su Tongsuo." Chao Hu stood his ground. If these were indeed desperate men, it was the first time they had come so close, and to say there was no anxiety would be disingenuous. With Su Tongsuo's stature and allure, it was far from unusual for her to attract unwanted attention. She was a woman whose beauty could compel men to risk their lives in a fervent pursuit. With a resounding crash, the door was kicked open. Though it was merely a standard security door, it indicated that the assailants possessed considerable strength. As the door swung ajar, 6 burly men surged in without uttering a word, charging directly towards Su Tongsuo. Time was of the essence. They had a mere 5 minutes to abduct her. Their intentions were clear, devoid of any idle chatter, unlike the robbers depicted in television shows and novels, who often succumb to their own verbosity. These men seemed to understand that verbosity leads to demise. In the dormitory, 4 men stood alongside Li Xiao and Su Tongsuo, making a total of 6, mirroring the number of their assailants. However, this was not merely a matter of counting heads. Jin Gang and Chao Hu stood at approximately 1.8 meters tall, comparable to the intruders in height, yet they were outmatched in bulk. The assailants exuded a feral aura, muscular and imposing in their tightly fitted attire, with arms as thick as their legs. Chao Hu, closest to the intruders, observed that they were unarmed, lacking knives or firearms. Perhaps such measures were unnecessary for capturing Su Tongsuo. "What are you doing, trespassing into a private residence?" Gao Hu shouted, only to receive a casual punch from one of the intruders, sending him nearly flying, an evident disparity akin to that between an adult male and a primary school student. Jin Gang found himself subdued by another assailant, the one who had struck Chao, who advanced towards Su Tongsuo with deliberate speed. At that moment, Wang Zha stood resolutely beside Su Tongshua, watching as the brute reached for her. Without hesitation, he retaliated. It was his first fight, yet he had diligently practiced the dragon fist, executing over 200 repetitions daily. He was thoroughly familiar with its movements. While he may not have extensive combat experience, battling monsters could be considered practical training. Coupled with his formidable physique, Wang Zha's instinctive response to the brute's advance was almost automatic. "Dragon Fist, first form," he exclaimed, delivering a powerful blow aimed at the assailant's wrist. The man faltered momentarily, his hand outstretched towards Su Tongshua, transforming into a fist aimed at Wang Zha, demonstrating remarkable speed and strength. The impact resonated through the air. Wang Zha felt a surge of pride, even in times of peace. A man ought to possess a robust physique. This punch evoked within him a sensation reminiscent of ancient warriors embarking on the battlefield to achieve glory. However, in contemporary society, martial arts predominantly serve to enhance physical fitness. Yet, the current circumstance appeared to hold some significance. Wang Zha stood resolute, akin to a spear, while the burly man staggered backward. Clearly, Wang Zha did not intend to relent, instinctively unleashing the second form of the dragon fist. Through diligent practice, he had repeated the movements over 800 times within 3 days, forging a profound muscle memory, and the fluidity of the dragon fist was remarkable. One strike shattered the opponent's defense, causing the giant's form to falter and his center to be wide open. With remarkable speed, Wang Zha advanced, delivering another punch. The dragon fist assault was devoid of flamboyance, yet brutally effective, with angles that were intricate and a combination of footwork, body movement, and strength that displayed impressive agility. The higher the level, the greater the force. The third level of the dragon fist had begun to reveal its potency, augmenting both attack and defense by 30. The punch landed squarely on the giant's ribcage. Crack! A rib fractured. Wang Zha paused, momentarily dazed. The sharp sound of the breaking bone rendered his complexion pale. It was his first real combat experience, his inaugural instance of breaking someone's bone. A death wish. Another burly man brandished a dagger, emerging from behind, charging directly at Wang Zha. Chapter 18. Only by donning the thickest armor can one avoid brutal beatings. Fatigue monster? Hiss. Wang Zha deftly evaded, the dagger merely slicing through his clothing without inflicting any injury. His martial training had heightened his perception of danger, and it also instilled a fierce spirit within him. In this moment, as someone sought to take his life, the primal instinct surged forth. Fight for your life. Both humans and animals possess this instinct when faced with existential threats. Fourth form of the dragon fist. Dragon capture. Wang Zha's right hand shot out, seizing the wrist of the giant, wielding the dagger with remarkable swiftness, applying force to thrust, and then sharply retracting, executing a powerful outward swing. Crack! The wrist shattered. Yet Wang Zha did not relinquish his grip. Utilizing the momentum, he closed in, delivering a punch to the giant's chin. As the man fell backward, Wang Zha stepped forward, striking an elbow blow to his chest. Puff! Blood was expelled. After incapacitating this foe, Wang Zha took the initiative. As the remaining giants stood in a daze, he unleashed a relentless barrage of dragon fist techniques, each strike executed with merciless precision. Wang Zha's defensive capabilities were formidable. He possessed a robust physique, donned dragon armor and plate armor, and with the dragon fist state enhancing his attack and defense by an additional 30, he faced no lingering concerns. The opponent's fists and feet were met with unwavering resilience, their strikes failing to inflict harm, barely causing him discomfort. Bang! Bang! In just a minute and a half, 6 giants lay sprawled on the ground, the least injured among them having sustained a fractured rib. Are you hurt? Su Tang stood beside Wang Zha, her demeanor unruffled. Even after the giants had targeted her, she remained composed, not retreating an inch. King Kong and the others regained their senses, casting worried glances at Wang Zha. I'm fine, not injured, Wang Zha replied with a smile, though his pallor hinted at the after-effects of his actions. It was, after all, his first encounter, and a flicker of fear lingered within him. Su Tongsa gazed at Wang Zha, a handsome and bashful young man, who surprisingly managed to bring down 6 burly men. several of whom brandished weapons. Soon, Su Tongsa's bodyguard arrived, along with Sister Yang. Upon witnessing the scene, Sister Yang was taken aback and, upon confirming Su Tongsa was unharmed, heaved a substantial sigh of relief, genuinely frightened. The matter was entrusted to Sister Yang, who, with her team, unceremoniously dragged the injured men away as if they were lifeless dogs, swiftly restoring the area with remarkable professionalism. Before long, the place returned to its original state, as if nothing had transpired. Xiao Zha Zha, you were truly impressive just now. That little puppy of yours is so charming when fierce. Li Xiao exclaimed, her eyes sparkling, seemingly focused on a different aspect of the events than others. Wang Zha's mouth twitched slightly, while the others laughed heartily. Reflecting on the earlier encounter, Wang Zha realized that his strength was not particularly formidable, even with the additional 30 attack points from the Dragon Fist state. Each of those men was muscular and well-trained, their strength not inferior to his. However, Wang Zha's remarkable defensive capabilities, coupled with the power of the dragon armor and dragon fist, rendered them ineffective in their hasty assault. It was worth noting that their fists had landed numerous blows on him, which would have shattered the bones of an ordinary person. Yet Wang Zha remained unscathed. Old Four, who knew you were so capable? Gao Hu Dimak, Police and the Subit. A mere farming technique, nothing to boast about, Wang Zha humbly replied. Bai Lang could not help but raise a middle finger in response. Su Tongsa observed their banter with a smile. This was indeed the essence of youth. Old Four, could you teach me a few moves? Chao Hu inquired, scratching his head. Today's events had imparted a valuable lesson. The exhilaration of dominating adversaries must be quite gratifying, not merely for the sake of showing off, but for the sense of clarity and comfort it brings. Moreover, self-defense is paramount. Witnessing one's loved ones threatened without the ability to protect them is an unbearable experience. In this era of rule of law and peace, many still practice martial arts. With numerous children enrolled in various classes, such as Taekwondo and Sanda, not for the purpose of fighting, but rather for self-preservation in case of unforeseen circumstances, strengthening the body and ensuring personal safety. Of course, from now on, join me for morning runs, and I shall teach you, Wang Zha replied with a smile. Chao Hu gritted his teeth and said, all right, we want to learn too. Bai Lang quickly added. Wang Zha readily agreed. If they wished to learn, he would teach them. This knowledge held no secrets for him, as those unwilling to endure hardship would soon forget the endeavor. Old Four, do you think we performed poorly today? Bai Lang sighed. Not at all. I believe you all displayed remarkable courage today, standing your ground against 6 ferocious men without flinching, facing the challenge head-on, Wang Zha stated earnestly. Yet, we did not assist in any tangible way. The essence of manhood lies in facing adversity without fear. Lending a hand does not always entail physical confrontation. Each has their own expertise. Do not diminish your worth. Why do your serious ramblings move me so? Bai Lang rolled his eyes. Li Xiao and Su exchanged smiles while observing their conversation, and thus the matter passed. The following morning, the exercise team was joined by 3 new members, each bearing the marks of sleeplessness from the previous night's fervent declarations to train with Wang Zha. The warmth of their beds was inviting, especially after a late night and the turmoil of events leading to their insomnia. Yet they resolutely rose for their morning run. Upon completing their jog, Wang Zha instructed them in the first move, meticulously correcting their postures and insisting they practice it 100 times. His teaching method was unorthodox, rather than elaborate explanations. He opted for a straightforward approach, directly guiding their hands to rectify mistakes, compensating with sheer repetition. 1 attempt, then 2, 10, 100. If they persevered, rewards were assured. Each morning, Wang Zha practiced 70 repetitions of the Dragon Fist, reserving some energy for emergencies. With a stamina of 95, he aimed to complete 200 repetitions daily, aspiring to elevate the Dragon Fist to level 4 within 2 days. As they returned, the group appeared somewhat disheveled, drenched in sweat, limping as if emerging from a refugee camp. Wang Zha smiled, sensing the hope of gaining experience. Fatigue monsters at level 7. Click to engage in battle. Fatigue monsters at level 6. Click to engage in battle. Fatigue monsters at level 8. Click to engage in battle. No danger alerts were issued. allowing insight into their stamina levels. The battle commenced. Though the fatigue monsters were of a higher level, they proved easier to combat, perhaps the greater the threat, the stronger the creature's combat abilities. Wang Zha chose to confront a level 6 fatigue monster, resembling a lion with its eyes shut. Dragon Fist. It was Wang Zha's inaugural use of the Dragon Fist against a disease monster. Bang! A claw from the fatigue monster struck him, inflicting 60 damage. He then attempted a standard attack. Wang Zha examined the differences between the Dragon Fist, standard attacks, and the dual slash. Bang! 46 damage inflicted by the dual slash. 46. Then 23. At last, Wang Zha comprehended the potency of his primary skill. The level 3 Dragon Fist augmented his attack and defense by 30. Although it currently fell short of the dual slash, he was certain that upon reaching level 4, the Dragon Fist would surpass it. Chapter 19. Auxiliary Skills Massage. Qi Huang 9 Needles. I assure you, you shall acquire the prowess of a seasoned warrior. Battle concluded. You have gained 6 experience points. You have acquired 6-year-old Lingji. You have obtained the massage skill. You have learned the Qi Huang 9 Needle skill. You have acquired the Golden Needle. Massage. Qi Huang 9 Needles. Golden Needle. Wang Zha was already accustomed to such developments. He remained unfazed by the 6-year-old Lingji, having previously encountered 5-year-old Ginseng and Astragalus. Previously, he battled level 5 monsters. Now, it was level 6. Was it true that the level of the monster determined the age of the medicinal herbs dropped? It seemed plausible. Massage. Auxiliary skill, learnable. Effect. Invigorates blood circulation, relieves muscle tension, restores energy, enhances vitality, strengthens bones and blood. Level 1. Experience 0-10. Learning initiated. This is an extraordinary item. Wang Zha is quite pleased. In today's society, possessing such a thing allows one to establish a massage parlor and sustain oneself. The Qi Huang 9 Needles, supplementary skill, can be learned. Its benefits include reinforcing the foundation, alleviating pain and bleeding, and revitalizing the essence, capable of prolonging life for an entire day. Level 1. Experience 0-10. Wang Zha's eyes gleamed with excitement. The notion of extending a dying person's life for a day through the Qi Huang 9 Needles is nothing short of miraculous. In critical moments of rescue, this is indeed a divine technique. Furthermore, the Qi Huang 9 Needles can reinforce the foundation, alleviate pain and bleeding, and activate the essence. Each aspect is undeniably remarkable. The golden needle, slender and fine as a hair, glimmers faintly with a golden hue. The golden needle amplifies the effect of the Qi Huang 9 Needles by 100. A splendid combination. The massage, the Qi Huang 9 Needles, and the golden needle form a cohesive set, precisely what Wang Zha requires. With this, he can confidently confront ailments. Upon learning, Wang Zha's mind expanded with newfound knowledge, feeling as if this information had always existed within him, etched in his memory. 2 more fatigue monsters remain. Onward. His stamina is sufficient. Perhaps the exceptional loot from the previous fatigue monster had set a precedent. The subsequent 2 merely yielded experience and a few medicinal herbs. 5 7-year-old ginseng, 5 7-year-old astragalus, 5 8-year-old deer antler, 5 8-year-old snow lotus, and 2 tiger bones. This confirms Wang Zha's prior speculation that the level of disease monsters correlates with the age of the medicinal herbs they drop, with a seemingly considerable probability of obtaining herbs. Tiger bones, classified as a restricted commodity, were an unexpected find. They also possess medicinal properties, strengthening the kidneys and essence, fortifying bones, enhancing intelligence and longevity, invigorating the blood, and promoting circulation. The underground market price for 1 kilogram of tiger bones hovers around 100,000 yuan. Another 15 experience points gained. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18, level 5. Experience, 232. Allocatable attribute points, 0. Physique, 19. Vitality, 205, including 15 from armor. Defense, 62, including 5 from armor. Stamina, 1595, strength, 14. Attack, 29, including 1 from the snowflake blade. Agility, 14, speed, 29, including 1 from cloth shoes. Primary skill Dragon Fist. Level 3, experience, 670 to 800. Can increase attack and defense by 30 during combat. Passive skills Dragon Armor. Increases personal defense by 50, augmenting with physique. Critical hit. A 10 chance to deal double damage, and a 5 chance for triple damage upon attack. Active skill Double Slash. Allows for 2 rapid attacks on a target, with the second attack halved and cannot be consecutively used. Auxiliary skill Secret Health Soup. A culinary delight with effects that strengthen the body, enhance beauty, nourish the liver and kidneys, invigorate blood circulation, and can increase physique with a maximum of 3 points. Massage. Promotes blood circulation, alleviates fatigue, and strengthens bones and blood. Level 1. Experience 010. Qi Huang 9 Needles. Fortifying the foundation, alleviating pain and bleeding, activating the essence, capable of sustaining life for a day. Level 1. Experience 010. Wang Zha noticed the experience points for Dragon Fist. He recalled vividly that yesterday it was 300 experience points. Today, it had risen to approximately 530, and he could only upgrade to level for the day after tomorrow. This morning he had practiced Dragon Fist 70 times, which should have yielded 370 experience points. Yet now he found himself with 670. After defeating 3 fatigue monsters using Dragon Fist, he realized that each monster contributed 100 experience points. This was promising. With a little extra effort at noon and in the evening, he could achieve level 4 in Dragon Fist. Although the fatigued monsters had been vanquished, the group appeared far from rejuvenated, still bearing the semblance of exhaustion. He returned to his dormitory to freshen up before attending class. The morning passed swiftly. After lunch, the group intended to take a nap, utterly drained from the previous night's lack of sleep and this morning's rigorous training, leaving them drowsy during class. Wang Zha, however, ventured out in search of a place to practice Dragon Fist, as he needed to accumulate experience points, and his stamina was at its peak. "Where are you going?" Bai Lang inquired, noticing Wang Zha's departure instead of his intention to rest. "Practicing my fists. Care to join?" Wang Zha offered. Bai Lang reluctantly managed to utter 2 words. Beast. He simply lacked the energy. If he didn't catch up on sleep, he felt he might perish. They had come to realize that martial arts training was indeed arduous. Wang Zha's current prowess was inseparable from his relentless efforts, which they could not help but admire. Wang Zha would find their thoughts amusing, as they seemed to forget that they were once mere homebodies, spending their days gaming. This highlights the fickleness of human memory. That evening, Wang Zha ventured out once more and finally elevated Dragon Fist to level 4. Dragon Fist, level 4, experience 101,600. Utilizing it in combat would enhance attack and defense by 40. Everything was falling into place. The next day at 5 a.m., Wang Zha aroused Jin Gang and his companions. "Can we not go? I'm so tired and drained," Bai Lang lamented with a grimace. "It's too arduous. I can't continue," another friend added. "Don't you aspire to be a robust man? A strong body, a healthy waist. As long as you train, I assure you will develop a powerful physique, leading to a happier life." Wang Zha replied with a smile. There was no need for coercion. That approach was the least effective. Motivation through benefit would encourage them to follow suit. Wang Zha's physique was admirable, and they envied him, although his attire concealed it. Once stripped, his well-defined muscles conveyed strength and an aesthetically pleasing symmetry. "Persevere, persevere," Bai Lang exclaimed, leaping from his bed. After exhausting the trio with rigorous training, the fatigued monsters reappeared, yielding 21 experience points, leading to an upgrade. Level 6 was indeed a formidable challenge. The durability of the snowflake blade reached 0 and vanished. The cloth shoes also disintegrated upon reaching 0 durability. The plate armor, however, retained its durability due to its robust attributes and could be utilized for a while longer. In future encounters with disease monsters, there would be no freezing or poisoning. The impact on attack and speed was minimal, merely a slight reduction in both. Name: Wang Zha. Age: 18. Level: 6. Experience: 1164. Allocatable attribute points: 0. Constitution: 23. Health: 245, including 15 points from armor. Defense: 74, including 5 points from armor, stamina, 51-15, strength, 15, attack, 30, agility, 15, speed, 30. Wang Zha discovered that the specially crafted health tonic also enhanced his constitution, with the potential for an additional 2 points in the future. Chapter 20. The proper way to unveil the 9 needles of Qi Huang. Level 10 Sharp Genital Warts Monster, a torturous affliction. During midday, Wang Zha's phone rang. The contact read, Lao Tian, a fellow townsman, Tian Wufeng. They hailed from the same county and were in the same grade, though not in the same class. He was a prominent figure during their high school years. With a well-to-do family and handsome looks, Tian Wufeng attended the same university as Wang Zha, albeit a different major. They often gathered at the beginning of the academic year. As time passed, both had formed their own circle of roommates and classmates. And now they managed to meet once a month, which was quite satisfactory. They would travel together during holidays and return to school. In truth, the two were quite different. Wang Zha was a diligent student, albeit introverted and unassuming, while Tian Wufeng was one of the few who excelled academically yet had a mischievous streak. To the eyes of high school peers, he was deemed a troublemaker, skipping classes, engaging in fights, spending time online, dating, and associating with delinquents. Tian Wufeng exhibited a maturity that surpassed that of his contemporaries. Old Tian, how could you bear to call me? Wang Zha inquired with a smile. I'm dropping out. Tian Wufeng replied, his voice heavy with despair. Wait, where are you? Wang Zha was taken aback, uncertain of what had transpired. They agreed to meet at the school gate. Upon seeing Tian Wufeng, Wang Zha immediately understood the gravity of the situation. This unfortunate lad was indeed in a dire predicament that would distress anyone in his position. Beside Tian Wufeng stood a viral creature resembling a small rooster, with a fiery red comb and a label reading, Level 10 Sharp Genital Warts Monster. Click to engage in battle. A prompt appeared. First, use the 9 needles of Qi Huang to reduce the Sharp Genital Warts Monster's level by 1. What? The 9 needles of Qi Huang have such a function? Wang Zha was genuinely astonished. He had initially thought that the 9 needles were merely for life-saving, hemostatic, and analgesic purposes, or perhaps as a ruse, given that his primary method of healing involved monster slaying. A few needles could create the illusion of acupuncture. He had not anticipated that the 9 needles of Qi Huang could offer such substantial assistance in combat against monsters. This was merely the first level of the 9 needles. What transformations might occur if the level were to rise? While sharp genital warts are not life-threatening and are typically benign, they instill fear in many due to their persistent nature and propensity for recurrence. Furthermore, if a young person were to contract this affliction and it became known, it could severely hinder their chances of finding a partner, as others would avoid them at all costs. Initially presenting as small, pale pink papules, they progressively enlarge and multiply, appearing in singular or clustered formations, moist and soft, with a surface that is uneven and resembling a nipple, comb, or cauliflower-like protrusions. They can be red or a dingy gray color. The base often has a stalk and is prone to erosion and exudation, and contact can easily result in bleeding. Between the fissures of the lesions, purulent secretions may accumulate, leading to a foul odor, and scratching could provoke secondary infections. Contracting genital warts may not be a death sentence. It can lead to a mental unraveling. Originally, Tian Wufeng was quite handsome, but now he appears to have lost significant weight, his complexion pale, undoubtedly a result of poor eating and sleeping habits. For those who are unable to cope, despair might even drive them to the brink of self-harm. This ailment cannot be completely eradicated, and it is repulsive. Those grotesque, tumor-like growths tend to enlarge and cluster, ultimately resembling a rooster's comb, reducing one to merely a nominal man. Surgical removal is possible at a hospital, yet the recurrence rate is alarmingly high. Poor mental health can trigger a relapse, as can alcohol and spicy foods. That man seems to have a share of troubles. Who could maintain a positive spirit under such circumstances? Perhaps he has been deceived. Wang Zha remarked, gazing at Tian Wufeng. Tian Wufeng was taken aback. He had confided in no one about his condition, not even his family. He had dated a few women, but those relationships ended, leaving him single. During this time, he had indulged in a few fleeting encounters at bars. Thus, he was uncertain who might have transmitted the infection to him. The incubation period for genital warts ranges from 1 to 8 months, with an average of 3 months. Genital warts, Wang Zha stated bluntly. How do you know? Tian Wufeng was utterly stunned. Some matters are difficult to articulate, but I can cure you, root it out completely, and you want to have to drop out of school. Come, let's find a place for your treatment, Wang Zha replied, now filled with conviction. Tian Wufeng was not a cad. He had never simultaneously courted 2 women, nor had he strayed during his single days, preferring mutual consent and the thrill of conquest, ensuring that all parties involved were content. Tian Wufeng was in a daze as the 2 men checked into a hotel room together. Wang Zha produced a small, exquisite box containing a gold needle coiled inside. Tian Wufeng felt a twinge of fear, but considering his current predicament, he realized he had little left to lose. Even mortality had begun to lose its terror. Wang Zha, wielding the needle for the first time, delicate as a hair, seemed to handle it with the ease of one seasoned in its use. With a gentle twist, the gold needle became as rigid as steel. This needle could be lethal. Such was Wang Zha's current mindset. For an ordinary person, not only would they struggle to insert the needle, but they would likely be unable to lift it at all. To diminish the severity of the genital wart affliction, Wang Zha earnestly executed a series of acupuncture techniques on Tian Wufeng. Once the wart began to transform, the battle commenced. The genital wart creature's level dropped from 10 to 9, and the subsequent notification vanished. The combat began. The scene was somewhat daunting. A towering rooster, 2 meters tall, spread its wings, its massive talons rivaling those of a beast, a bright red comb atop its head, and a sharp beak that could inflict considerable pain with a peck. However, Wang Zha, at level 6, with a dragon's fist technique at level 4, was undeterred. Within his martial repertoire were the tiger fist, monkey fist, snake fist, and mantis fist, and the colossal rooster before him seemed to embody a form of martial arts that had yet to be classified as rooster fist. The rooster's attack style was ferocious, its movements ungraceful yet effective, striking with a sharpness that was difficult to anticipate. Wang Zha silently committed these attack patterns to memory, planning to refine them in his spare time, bolstered by the foundation of his dragon's fist. Dragon's fist, he exclaimed, striking forth. A critical hit of 120. The king bomb was struck. The level 9 monster, not a special creature, possessed 900 health points, although its defense was somewhat formidable. The king bomb's current attack power was commendable, as it dealt 60 points of damage without a critical hit from a level 4 dragon fist. Fortunately, the king bomb's defense was robust, allowing it to withstand only 15 points of damage from the large rooster. The battle was brief, with the rooster employing 10 different moves, which the king bomb silently noted. Eventually, the rooster collapsed and vanished. Victory was achieved. You have gained 10 experience points and acquired the step cloud shoes. The battle concluded. The level 9 sharp wart monster yielded 10 experience points, while a standard level 9 creature typically grants 9 points. It appears that although the Qi Huang 9 needles have lowered the level of disease monsters, the experience rewards remain unchanged. Despite being only level 6, the King Bomb found battling level 9 monsters surprisingly manageable. Reflecting on past gaming experiences, this was hardly remarkable. Although there was a 3-level difference, these were merely ordinary creatures. This reminded the King Bomb of a special monster, the Bedwetting Monster, which at the same level had double the health points of ordinary monsters, along with enhanced defense and attack capabilities. One couldn't help but wonder if there were other disease monsters lurking about, such as mutated monsters, boss monsters, or other formidable foes. The thought of facing such dangerous ailments excited the King Bomb. The prospect of healing diseases, coupled with the joy of combat, ignited a yearning for the challenges posed by future afflictions, even terminal illnesses. The idea of potentially curing those terminal conditions filled the King Bomb with elation, a sense of accomplishment and deep satisfaction. One wonders what kind of equipment level 10 monsters might drop. The Step Cloud Shoes, a name quite appealing. Upon seeing them, the King Bomb could hardly contain his overwhelming joy. A treasure has been discovered. This must be a divine artifact. Chapter 21. The Step Cloud Shoes, a true treasure. A significant windfall. A treasure indeed. This is how the King Bomb felt. This was precisely what he had longed for. The Step Cloud Shoes. Level 10, Speed 15. With an additional effect, Indestructibility. Additional skill, Regeneration, restoring 5 health points per second, up to the maximum health limit. A divine piece of equipment. Although its level is somewhat lower, it is undeniably a remarkable item, especially since it is footwear. In the King Bomb's view, the level factor holds less weight for equipment of this nature. Just like the previous cloth shoes, which were level 1 but had a useful poison skill, more effective against stronger monsters, causing them to lose greater health. At that time, he fantasized about the possibility of them never wearing out. If only those cloth shoes could last forever. Indestructibility signifies eternal durability. With this special effect, even durability points become irrelevant. Indestructible. This is level 10 equipment, and it is footwear complete with a skill. The value of shoes lies in their abilities, such as the poison skill on the previous cloth shoes. This time, the regeneration skill suits the King Bomb even better. Restoring 5 health points per second means that with a maximum of 1,000 health, the King Bomb, currently at 245 health points, can regain 1 health point per second, rounded down. The vitality of Wang Zha will continually increase over time. 5 is indeed a substantial amount, especially considering it regenerates every second. In a battle that may last for dozens of rounds, with an average duration of 10 seconds per round, one can easily calculate that such a restoration skill equates to several lives, effectively multiplying his vitality. Particularly, Wang Zha's robust defense makes him exceedingly resilient. Coupled with this regeneration, he becomes akin to a perpetual motion machine, nearly indestructible, capable of gradually wearing down even the most formidable adversaries. This singular piece of equipment holds immeasurable value for Wang Zha, allowing him to confidently enhance his constitution. Future confrontations will be approached with a methodical pace, as he enjoys the benefits of recovery, armor stacking, and increased vitality, which in turn accelerates his regeneration. The joy that Wang Zha experiences is beyond the comprehension of others. As the battle concludes, the outside world remains frozen in time. Thus, Wang Zha retracts the needle. The malignant growth of genital warts has been eradicated, and the golden needle bolsters his physique while improving his overall health, yielding numerous benefits. Most notably, Tian Wufeng feels an invigorating coolness coursing through his body, a sensation that is profoundly pleasurable and revitalizing. At this moment, his body feels refreshingly light, and the discomfort he previously endured has dissipated. Rest assured, you're fine now. Let us go eat, Wang Zha instructs as he stows the golden needle, a remarkable artifact that remains pristine. Tian Wufeng can distinctly sense the transformation within himself. The rapid healing is almost unbelievable, not due to skepticism, but rather the sheer incredibility of it all. He quickly rushes to the restroom, emerging some time later, brimming with excitement. All right, let us go eat. We have classes this afternoon, Wang Zha chuckles. Absolutely. I'll treat you to a feast. Today is simply too joyous, brother. Your kindness is deeply appreciated, Tian Wufeng exclaims, feeling as if he has been reborn, his spirit revitalized beyond recognition. This adage rings true. Joy brings a bright spirit. For Tian Wufeng, this moment represents the pinnacle of happiness. Today, he has acquired an artifact of immense significance to Wang Zha, which naturally fills him with elation and excitement. Though he must wait until he reaches level 10 to utilize it, and he is currently only at level 6. This anticipation is palpable, akin to gazing upon a stunning beauty who is tantalizingly just out of reach, with the promise of being told she is destined to be his. However, he understands that it may take him a couple of months to level up to 10. Fortunately, it is only 10 levels. At least the hope is within sight, and if he applies himself, he might achieve this in under a month. His determination, however, brings challenges for Jin Gang and the other two. After their morning exercises, Wang Zha attempts to relieve their arm tension through massage, with remarkable results. This endeavor was inspired by the experience gained from employing the Qihuang 9 needles treatment on Tian Wufeng yesterday, which yielded 1 point of experience. 10 points are required to level up to the second tier. After massaging the trio once, he gains 3 points of experience. Yet further attempts yield no additional experience. Tomorrow, he will continue to experiment, as understanding the methods of acquiring experience for these skills is crucial. Returning home, he freshens up, changes his attire, and takes the opportunity to wash his clothes and hang them to dry. Classes grow increasingly tedious, particularly in accounting. Wang Zha is certain that his future career will not involve this field. After this week's lessons, the May Day holiday will commence, prompting Wang Zha to decide to return home. Had it been in the past, I would have certainly stayed in my dormitory during the May Day holiday, indulging in video games, consuming but one meal a day, and playing incessantly without succumbing to fatigue. However, my interest in gaming has now completely waned. All games have been meticulously uninstalled from my computer. I would rather seek out ailments to acquire some experience. A week has swiftly elapsed. Wang Zha has been leading a remarkably fulfilling life, adhering to a strict regimen of 200 repetitions of Dragon Fist daily, unwavering in the mornings, afternoons, and evenings. Yet, the fatigue monsters encountered by Jin Gang and his companions have started to diminish in level, indicating an enhancement in their physical prowess. Reluctantly, I must intensify the training regimen, driving the trio to the brink of exhaustion. Only through such rigorous training can high-level fatigue monsters emerge. Under Wang Zha's strenuous training, the results have become conspicuously evident over a span of 10 days. This is precisely why Wang Zha persists through the arduous exercises. At long last, on the morning preceding May Day, Wang Zha ascended to level 7, while Dragon Fist reached level 5 and Tue Na attained level 2. Name: Wang Zha. Age: 18. Level: 7. Experience: 128. Allocatable attribute points: 0. Constitution: 26. Health points: 275, including 15 points from armor. Defense: 83, including 5 points from armor. Stamina: 25, 130. Strength: 16. Attack: 32. Agility: 16. Speed: 32. Primary skill: Dragon Fist. Level: 5. Experience: 203, 200. When utilized in combat, it augments attack and defense by 50. Passive skills: Dragon Armor. Increases personal defense by 50, scaling with Constitution. Critical Strike. A 10 chance to deal double damage and a 5 chance to deal triple damage upon attack. Active skill: Double Slash. Allows for 2 swift attacks on the target, with the second strike halved in power and cannot be used consecutively. Support skill: Secret Health Soup. A divine delicacy beneficial for strengthening the body, enhancing beauty, nourishing the liver and kidneys, promoting blood circulation, and can increase constitution by a maximum of 3 points. Tue Na promotes blood circulation, relieves fatigue, restores vitality, and strengthens bones and blood. Level 2. Experience: 100. Qi Huang 9 Needles. Strengthens the foundation, alleviates pain and bleeding, revitalizes the roots, capable of sustaining life for a day. Level 1. Experience: 110. During this period, due to the health soup, my constitution has increased once more, nearing its limit. Any further consumption will not enhance it. Wang Zha's journey home was by train, accompanied by Tian Wufeng. The travel spanned over 10 hours during the May Day peak, and the two could only secure standing tickets. The train departed at 8 in the evening, expected to arrive at 9 the following morning. Typically, this is the norm. Despite possessing medical skills, Wang Zha encountered no medical emergencies en route. There were no opportunities to showcase his abilities or gain experience. The journey concluded safely at the destination, a county located in the southernmost region of the province, devoid of mountains or rivers. Yet it has undergone rapid development in recent years, with buildings expanding outward and housing prices continually rising. Wang Zha had resided in rural areas during his elementary and middle school years, but moved to the county to attend high school after purchasing a home. Little brother, I shall visit you someday to have some fun. After alighting from the bus, Tian Wufeng and Wang Zha each returned to their respective homes, seeking the comfort of their mothers. All right, let's connect later. Wang Zha waved his hand dismissively. Chapter 22. Returning home on May Day. A warm home, blood sugar level 2. Little sugar mom, I'm back, Wang Zha called out. knocking on the door. With a backpack slung over his shoulders at the tender age of 18, he was in the prime of his youth. Having removed his glasses, he had undergone a significant transformation during this time. The door swung open. Oh, Wang Zha's mother, Zhou Yun, was taken aback to see the change in her son. Without his glasses, he appeared much more spirited, a stark contrast to the boy who once wore thick lenses. University has quite the transformative effect. My son has become handsome. Why aren't you wearing your glasses? Zhou Yun chuckled, affectionately ruffling his hair. As children grow, the ways in which they express affection also evolve. In his childhood, a day apart would warrant a warm embrace upon reunion. Now, however, Wang Zha felt shy, his expressions of familial love becoming more reserved. Since entering middle school, he had begun to retreat, keeping his feelings bottled up inside, unable to articulate them. It was a blend of personality and shyness. He felt embarrassed, believing that those closest to him did not require such overt expressions, perceiving them as insincere. While one might describe this as simply a matter of character differences, deep down, he yearned for affection, indicating a greater need for care from others, even if he struggled to extend that same concern outward. This was not due to a lack of understanding. Rather, it was an inability to express himself. Perhaps it stemmed from a lack of confidence or a certain immaturity. Mom, I missed you. Is Dad not home? Wang Zha smiled, finally voicing his feelings to Zhou Yun for the first time in a long while. Old Zhang's son got married. Yes, over there. Zhou Yun replied joyfully, buoyed by her son's words. In his childhood, he would openly declare his love for his mother, but now, he found himself at a loss for words. It seemed he had inherited his father's reticence, particularly in expressing affection towards those he was closest to. During the May Day holiday, many weddings were taking place, and Wang Zha observed several celebrations on his way home. It was still before 10 in the morning, and the banquets had yet to commence. Have you started dating? Zhou Yun inquired curiously, noticing the changes in her son, which suggested he might have a girlfriend. No, Wang Zha responded candidly. While academics were crucial, he felt it was important to pursue relationships with those he admired, emphasizing the need for sincerity. He advised that one should not fear embarrassment in the pursuit of love, as failing to make a connection should not lead to future regret. Zhou Yun smiled warmly at her son, pleased to engage in such a conversation with him. All right, I'm still young. There's no rush, Wang Zha replied, his shyness evident in his demeanor. What about your glasses? Have you outgrown your nearsightedness? Zhou Yun asked with renewed curiosity. I haven't been online much or on my phone lately. I've been exercising. Look at my muscles. Wang Zha flexed his bicep to bolster his argument. Zhou Yun believed him without hesitation, knowing that many adolescents experience what is termed pseudomyopia, which can improve with reduced screen time. At 18, he was still in his growth phase, making his recovery from nearsightedness a rather ordinary occurrence. The transformation of her son brought immense joy to Zhou Yun, who would not desire a healthy and cheerful child. Compared to the frail boy who once confined himself to the house, donning thick glasses and engrossed in video games, the current Wang Zha was a source of greater satisfaction. How do you plan to spend this Labor Day, my son? Zhou Yun inquired. I'll be here to accompany you, Wang Zha replied, standing behind Zhou Yun, who was seated on the sofa, gently massaging her shoulders. Your technique is quite professional, Zhou Yun remarked with curiosity. It's somewhat uncertain if it truly was professional, though it felt rather pleasant. Engaged in copywriting, she often experienced discomfort in her cervical spine and shoulders. Nonetheless, it was not a significant concern. She had just turned 40, yet maintained a regular lifestyle and exercised, remaining slim and youthful in appearance. With delicate features largely inherited from her, Wang Zha had not observed any serious ailments in his mother, perhaps just a state of suboptimal health, which could be remedied with a nourishing soup. Mom, I'll prepare a delicious soup for you tonight. It was so good that I nearly cried the first time I tasted it, Wang Zha exaggeratedly proclaimed. Zhou Yun felt as if her son had returned to his childhood. In his younger years, Wang Zha was quite spirited, his chatter incessant. However, as he grew older, he became captivated by video games and novels, leading to a withdrawal from social interactions. Understanding the challenges of adolescence and the difficulty of curbing internet addiction, she had purchased 2 computers for their home, engaging in the same games as her son. For young people, gaming was a matter of levels and equipment. They relished in competing with friends. Zhou Yun assured her son that as long as his grades were satisfactory, he could indulge in gaming on weekends and even provided him with money for equipment, particularly during his school years when she helped him level up. Wang Zha's father struggled to comprehend his wife's approach. There were times when Wang Zha spent an entire week at home, immersed in the internet day and night. Zhou Yun took leave for him, preparing delightful meals, with his time spent gaming, except for sleeping and eating. However, after a week, miraculously, Wang Zha found the computer less engaging. He proactively expressed a desire to return to school. Zhou Yun responded earnestly, "Of course you can go back to school, but you must study diligently and pay attention in class. If you wish to play games, just call me, and I will excuse you to stay home and play." Subsequently, she arranged for tutoring to help him catch up on any lagging subjects, resulting in commendable college entrance exam results. While he occasionally went online during university, he never skipped classes, reserving his gaming for leisure time and weekends, unlike his high school days when he felt soulless without the internet. "Ah, that feels much better," Zhou Yun said, shaking her head with delight. She felt significantly lighter, as if her mind had been unburdened. Poor cervical health often caused her to feel dizzy and uncomfortable in her neck. "I have been studying traditional Chinese medicine at school. My teacher praises my innate talent," Wang Zha stated shyly. This was an embellishment. Nonetheless, Zhou Yun did not doubt him this time, primarily due to Wang Zha's previously impressive technique. "If you have a talent, then pursue it diligently. As long as you enjoy it, be bold in your endeavors, yet do not be easily swayed to chase after everything at once. For mastering a skill takes years. Do not be greedy. Rest assured, Mom, I understand. Your son's intelligence is undoubtedly inherited from you." Wang Zha relished the sight of his father flattering him, a source of immense joy for Zhou Yun. He cherished this mode of interaction with his son. In contemporary society, many parents adopt a stern demeanor, resulting in either minimal communication or a complete lack of it, adversely affecting their children's character and self-esteem. It is truly delightful to enjoy familial bonds in a relaxed and joyous manner, akin to the innocent pleasures of childhood, underpinned by respect for etiquette, the acknowledgement of hierarchy, and mutual respect. This, indeed, epitomizes the essence of home, a sanctuary of warmth, relaxation, and happiness. One often hears parents remark, "No matter how old you become, you will always be our child." After a midday banquet, old Wang returned home. As anticipated, Wang Zha noticed a small candy figure beside his father. The blood sugar monster, a level 2 adversary, was ready for battle upon clicking. Wang Zha's father, Wang Hong, shares Zhou Yun's age, standing at 1.75 meters tall, possessing a simple and honest demeanor, neither overweight nor underweight, although he once exceeded 180 pounds. 2 years prior, he was diagnosed with elevated blood sugar levels, classified as early-stage diabetes, which could be managed through dietary restrictions. With Zhou Yun and Wang Zha's guidance, his blood sugar remained stable, albeit he often felt unsatisfied, as sugary treats were strictly off-limits. Over the span of 2 years, this regimen helped Wang Hong shed 40 pounds. Chapter 23. The Cycle of Life. Old Wang's family high blood sugar signifies the onset of diabetes, a condition that cannot be cured. While early stages may be managed through diet, later stages necessitate medication, and severe cases require insulin injections. Regardless of the stage, dietary discipline is paramount. Smoking and drinking must be forsaken, and even meals require precise measurements. "Ah, Xiao Zha has returned." Wang Hong's face lit up at the sight of his son. "Dad, how much did you drink?" Wang Zha asked with a smile. Wang Hong's face flushed with the slightest sip, unable to conceal his indulgence. "Half a glass," he always proclaimed upon returning from his drinking escapades. "Drinking again, risking your health. And your lunch portion is halved," Zhou Yun remarked in exasperation. At this juncture, Wang Zha had commenced his battle against the level 2 blood sugar monster. Engaging in combat with such a minor foe posed no challenge. With a couple of swift moves, he vanquished the candy figure. "You have gained 2 experience points." And thus, Wang Zha remained elated, for many yearned to alleviate their family's burdens, especially during times of hardship. The cycle of life, birth, aging, illness, and death, permeates human existence. Birth is beyond choice and change, while death is the inevitable conclusion, irreversible. The aging process is a natural law, equally immutable. Illness, however, wields the greatest influence over one's life. It is often said that nothing is more crucial than money, and one should avoid illness at all costs. The essentials of life serve the inevitabilities of birth, aging, illness, and death. Among these, illness presents the most formidable challenge. Life is likened to a journey, where illness is the unforeseen mishap that no one desires. Humans consume grains throughout their lives, and it is implausible to remain free from illness. The distinction lies in whether the ailment is grave or minor, treatable or not. In truth, individuals who experience a life devoid of illness and calamity are exceedingly rare. The specter of disease is indeed the most daunting adversary. Many individuals, unable to bear the torment of illness, choose to relinquish their lives. Even the discomfort of a common cold, diarrhea, headaches, sore throats, gastritis, and abdominal pain can be quite bothersome. Yet these ailments are typically easily remedied. However, some endure chronic conditions that remain untreatable, necessitating the acceptance of persistent suffering, which can be an excruciating ordeal. One might even assert that such a state is worse than death itself. Pain serves as the body's alarm signal, indicating potential issues that warrant early examination. It goes without saying that alleviating my father's elevated blood sugar levels is paramount. The well-being of one's parents is truly what matters. Wang Zha's blood sugar levels are somewhat controlled, remaining around 6, but may fluctuate to the mid-60s with a slightly increased intake. Conversely, a reduced consumption can maintain around 6. In the afternoon, Wang Zha procured some ingredients and prepared soup at home. His son, ever the little chef, was allowed to experiment freely. Zhou Yun had always encouraged her child's interests, provided they posed no danger or legal transgression. During the holidays, as Zhou Yun watched her son concoct soup and engage in conversation, she suddenly felt the weight of how much he had matured. Growing up transcends mere physical height and strength. It embodies a profound psychological and intellectual transformation, marked by maturity, the evolution of thought, and the cultivation of social acumen and understanding. This, indeed, is the essence of growing up. The nourishing soup served at dinner was undoubtedly delightful, prompting inquiries from her parents. Wang Zha, with his usual humor and self-promotion, entertained them, while the simplicity of a well-made soup often astonished those from more modest backgrounds. Many people have a vague understanding of deliciousness. Distinguishing between what is truly delectable can be challenging, akin to debating whether apples, pears, or bananas are more palatable. The following morning, Wang Zha arose early, only to discover that his mother was already up, preparing breakfast. From his childhood, he vividly recalled how his mother would wake him for school, assist him in dressing, and ensure he was ready for the day. As he grew older, she continued to prepare breakfast, leading him to take it for granted over the years. Habit can be a formidable force. Once accustomed to a routine, one tends to regard it as a given. How many young people today consistently eat breakfast on time? Why not sleep a little longer? Zhou Yun inquired upon seeing Wang Zha awake so early. I'm going for a run, Mom. Don't bother with breakfast. Let us jog together and grab something simple afterward. How old am I to be running? Zhou Yun chuckled, amused by her son's enthusiasm. It brought her joy to see him so spirited and healthy. Every parent desires an energetic and vibrant child. Even the elderly are out dancing in the square. Besides, you're still young. Look at you. No sign of middle age. Old Wang often praises your figure. Running will keep you youthful. You rascal. Making jokes at your mother's expense. Your father is such a bore. All right. Let us go. I'll accompany you on your run, she playfully retorted, her heart warmed by his spirited demeanor. As they jogged, the nearby park provided a pleasant environment, boasting ample greenery and a 3-meter-wide running track, with each lap measuring 2 kilometers. Zhou Yun, surprisingly fit, managed to jog 2 laps, astonishing Wang Zha. Mom, your stamina is impressive. Many young people can't even run 2 laps. Wang Zha's words ring true. 2 laps indeed amount to 4 kilometers, or 8. Zhou Yun chuckled, recalling a poignant story from decades past, a tale steeped in reality. In that era, travel was solely on foot. A man from our village walked 30 li to procure 60 pounds of loose rice, only to discover upon his return that he was short by 1.5 pounds. In those times, such a loss was considerable, prompting him to retrace his steps with the remaining 58.5 pounds. The shopkeeper, upon witnessing the man's arduous journey, offered no objections and promptly compensated him with the missing rice. Thus, the man returned bearing 60 pounds once more, undertaking a round trip of 120 li. His initial journey was unburdened, yet the return was marked by the weight of 60 pounds. In this modern age, many might struggle to comprehend the significance of a mere 1.5 pounds of rice, often too apathetic to seek out even such a small loss. The times and context differ vastly, obscuring the understanding of human potential and strength. In ancient times, legendary warriors were said to defeat scores of opponents single-handedly. Historical and anecdotal records alike attest to the prowess of figures such as Xiang Yu and Li Tsunxiao. Many of these warriors wielded weapons exceeding 60 pounds. Wang Zha perceives his own strength as formidable, possessing a physique that surpasses that of an average robust man by a factor of 2. His most remarkable attribute, however, is his resilience. His capacity to withstand blows exceeds that of an ordinary strong man by more than 4-fold. On that morning, Wang Zha returned to visit his grandparents. This year, they celebrated their 70th anniversary, their health still robust. His grandfather, a retired bank official, enjoys a comfortable life in the countryside, supported by a pension. Wang Hong has 3 siblings, an elder brother, a younger brother, and a younger sister, Wang Zha's aunt. In his generation, children are few. Wang Zha is an only child, while his uncle has 2 sons and his third uncle has 1 daughter. His aunt, now 31, remains unmarried. In recent years, much thought has gone into her future, as the elders feel the weight of time pressing upon them. Such is the duty of aging parents. Currently, the most successful in the family is Wang Zha's aunt, who studied fashion design at university and now runs a modestly sized company. The elders have come to terms with this. Their beloved granddaughter, the one they cherished most in her youth, is now grown. And 2 years ago, Wang Zha recalls his grandfather's words to her. "You have matured, and we are growing older. Whatever path you choose, we bless you, for no matter how much one earns, a home is essential." Chapter 24. Aunt Wang Ho. Is this a scam? Wang Zha arrived bearing gifts for his grandparents. Naturally, a nourishing soup was among them, a pot brewed for all the family to share. The sight of their grandson brought joy to the elderly couple. In their generation, there are but 3 grandsons and 1 granddaughter, a modest number, particularly in rural settings. Wang Zha's generation typically boasts at least 2 or 3 children in rural families. It was still morning when he returned to find a lively gathering at his grandparents' home. The holiday had drawn family members, those who work or study alike, to congregate. As people age, they may favor tranquility, yet the warmth of family and the bustle of children bring them greater joy. Wang Zha, the young man, has an unmarried aunt who is usually busy. Yet during the Labor Day, National Day, and the New Year, she resides at home without any special engagements. Her room remains at the residence of their grandparents. From the outside, the house appears ordinary, but within, it exudes comfort and boasts commendable decor, comparable to that of modern apartments, with similarly spacious bathrooms and kitchens. The young man affectionately refers to her as Little Bomb, a name bestowed by only one person. His aunt, Wang Zha, stands out among her peers in their father's generation, being the most attractive and accomplished. A stylish woman engaged in fashion design, she possesses bright eyes, a delicate face, slender eyebrows, and soft lips. With her long black hair cascading down her shoulders, likely styled into gentle curls, which he feels complements her beautifully. "You look stunning today, Aunt," Wang Zha shyly remarks with a smile. "Ah, you've become more handsome. I always said the Wang family genes aren't that bad. How could there not be a handsome fellow?" Wang Zha playfully touzles Wang Zha's hair, her laughter ringing with warmth. 13 years his senior, she possesses an undeniable charm, impeccable fashion sense, and an aura that makes her appear no older than her early 20s. "I've already made the calls. They're all returning today. It's not easy for the family to gather together," she says, wrapping her arm around his shoulder with an ease that signifies their close kinship. Despite the familial bond, Wang Zha feels a sense of unease when surrounded by other beautiful women, a stark contrast to the comfort he shares with his aunt. "Did you not bring your boyfriend?" he innocently inquires, inadvertently touching on a sensitive topic. Wang Zio rolls her eyes in response. "Are you itching for trouble? Have you found yourself a girlfriend?" Her eyes gleam with curiosity at the prospect. Wang Zha is perplexed by her enthusiasm for others' affairs when his own romantic pursuits remain unresolved. "I don't have a girlfriend." "Aunt, you're 31 this year, aren't you?" "Oh, little bomb, are you doing this on purpose?" Wang Zio teases, twisting his ear playfully. "Aunt, stop. I'll make you some soup that's nourishing for both beauty and health, keeping you eternally radiant." Wang Zha quickly pleads for mercy. Among the current generation, there are 3 boys. The eldest, from his uncle's family, is married, while another son, the same age as Wang Zha, is rebellious and quite mischievous. Just then, his uncle arrives. "Ah, Wang Zha seems different now. Life in the big city agrees with you." His uncle, a kind-hearted worker, chuckles. The third uncle and his wife were among the earliest arrivals, while the youngest son of the eldest uncle, also Wang Zha's age and preparing for the college entrance examination, arrives last. Regrettably, his academic performance leaves much to be desired. Wang Ho, originally named Wang Bing, felt his name lacked grandeur and endeavored to change it to Wang Ho. His ideal name was actually Wang Ba, as he particularly fancied the character for Overlord, but his uncle disapproved. Currently, on a warm day, Wang Ho, with a cigarette in hand, dressed in tattered clothing and sporting shoulder-length hair, exudes a rebellious demeanor. Upon seeing Wang Zha, he grins. Second brother. Their family hierarchy established them as brothers, regardless of the fact that they are cousins. Third brother. Wang Zha responds with a smile, feeling an inexplicable joy, especially when addressing him as third brother. The younger brother, carefree and reckless, has been mingling with unsavory characters outside. Despite his family's pleas to avoid such company, he remains unmanageable. Although he is still enrolled in school, his attendance has become nominal, rendering his educational pursuits nearly indistinguishable from those of a dropout. Wang Ho possesses a robust physique, his muscles well-developed. Though not imposing in stature, his youthful vigor at 18 exudes strength. "Little aunt." Wang Ho greeted Wang Ziyu, discarding his cigarette. Wang Ziyu rolled her eyes. "All right." Wang Ho extinguished the cigarette beneath his foot. "The college entrance examination is in a month. How well do you think you'll fare?" Wang Ziyu gazed at Wang Ho, a sense of helplessness in her expression. Among the next generation, he is the only one neglecting his studies. The others remain at least respectable. They are kind-hearted and harmonious individuals, lacking brilliance or exceptional talent, thus unlikely to achieve great success. Yet they also avoid causing trouble, leading stable and content lives. "Little aunt, since everyone is here and in such high spirits, let us refrain from discussing unhappy matters, shall we?" Wang Ho chuckled. It must be said that despite his poor academic performance, he displays a commendable emotional intelligence, adept in reading faces and conversing effectively. Are you truly content to drift through life like this? What about your future at 30 or 40? Wang Ziyu, now calm, found herself curious about the thoughts of this wayward youth. "Little aunt, do you have a boyfriend?" Wang Ho inquired, his concern evident. "Well, I have a girlfriend," he continued, sensing a potential irritation from Wang Ziyu. Although aware that this query was inappropriate, he could not help but probe. Glancing at Wang Zha and noticing the suppressed amusement in his expression, realizing this was not the first or second time he had asked, it dawned on him that many family members had likely expressed concern regarding her relationship status, repeatedly inquiring at every encounter. Consequently, she had to navigate these questions, and with younger relatives asking, she could afford to vent some frustration. Yet, before she could express her annoyance, Wang Ho's declaration of having a girlfriend left Wang Ziyu at a loss for words. Second brother. A girl approached, her voice bright with joy. She appeared around 14 or 15, fair-skinned and approximately 1.60 meters tall, still in her growth phase, slender yet healthy and vibrant, strikingly pleasant to behold. She was the only daughter of the third Uncle's family, and the cherished darling of her parents, grandparents, uncles, aunts, and older brothers. Her name was Wang Shui, a name bestowed by her grandfather, inspired by the snowfall on the day of her birth. "Little Shui, you've become even more beautiful," Wang Zha remarked with a smile. The girl, upon receiving such praise, beamed with delight, albeit a hint of shyness gracing her cheeks. Wang Ziyu eyed Wang Zha with bemusement, despite his seemingly bashful demeanor. He appeared to have grown considerably more charming, his words now pleasant to the ear, a subtle evolution that could only be discerned upon reflection. How the youth seemed to converse in this manner as they mature. Suddenly, the shrill sound of a motorcycle echoed from the street outside, coming to a halt at the entrance. 3 young men in their 20s, adorned with tattoos, one of whom is bald and bare-chested, exhibiting both muscle and a hint of excess, are mounted on imposing motorcycles that exude an air of intimidation, though their brand remains unknown to me. Their interest seems confined to the realm of gaming, with little regard for anything else. It is evident that these individuals do not embody the essence of respectable riders. A mere glance reveals their unsavory nature. Wang Zha is perplexed, while Wang Ho's complexion pales. "Brother Niu, what brings you here?" The bald youth, with a smile that drips with arrogance, retorts, "Wang Ho, you've really got some nerve to pursue Brother Niu's girlfriend. Do you wish to court danger?" He casually discards the remnants of his cigarette onto the ground, his demeanor embodying a brazen disregard for decorum. Even the most innocent souls would feel trepidation in the presence of such individuals, rumored to be affiliated with the underworld, possessing connections that instill fear in the hearts of ordinary folk. After experiencing the ordeal with Su Tang that left a lasting impression, Wang Zha cannot shake the feeling that these 3 are lowly scoundrels, engaging in a deceitful scheme aimed at exploiting his cousin. Why today? Because everyone knows that the youngest daughter of the Wang family is wealthy. The author wishes to convey, support is sought, recommendations are appreciated, and collections are desired. Wang Zha has always believed that such matters were far removed from his life. His family is honest and law-abiding, never stirring trouble, and he presumed that individuals like these would never intersect with his world. Yet, it is clear that these men are well prepared, plotting against his cousin, who has a girlfriend that the family is aware of, and his reckless behavior is no secret. The gravity of Wang Ho's actions, targeting someone else's girlfriend, is undeniable, and the truth of the matter has become irrelevant. No man would tolerate such disrespect, especially not from someone like Wang Ho. The apprehension on Wang Ho's face reveals that he recognizes the danger posed by these men. Wang Zio, too, furrows her brow, while she possesses some wealth. She understands that in the face of such shameless ruffians, one cannot hope to prevail. Fear arises not from the powerful, but from those devoid of shame. Once one sheds all sense of propriety, few can stand against them. "Brother Niu, I was unaware that Xiao Ling was your girlfriend," Wang Ho stammers, visibly shaken. "My brother Niu holds a prominent position in the county. He values his reputation. If his girlfriend has been compromised, how am I to maintain my standing in the county?" Brother Niu bellows, his theatrics transparent, revealing the scheme at play, as it is clear that either Wang Ho's girlfriend is a pawn in this plot or a mere accomplice aimed at extorting money. Ultimately, their objective is financial gain. "Brother Niu, I apologize," Wang Ho exclaims, now flustered, for he is but an 18-year-old youth and naturally intimidated by these hardened criminals. "What do you propose we do?" Wang Zio interjects, fully aware of their intentions, recognizing that they are primarily targeting her, with Wang Ho serving as the most advantageous entry point. "According to the rules, he is pursuing my girlfriend, and we shall retaliate by removing his manhood to feed the dogs. Otherwise, how could my brother maintain his reputation?" The young man glanced at Wang Zio with a lewd smile. Wang Zha's brow furrowed slightly, his expression displeased, while Wang Ho shuddered at the thought. If one were to sever that, would he still be considered a man? Wang Zio too frowned, recognizing the brazen insolence directed at him. Yet at that moment, the man spoke again. "I see you're not bad-looking either. Since he yes with my girlfriend, why don't you entertain me as well? And we can call it even?" His gaze towards Wang Zio grew ever more lascivious. Boom! Wang Zha charged forward, landing a powerful punch squarely on the man's mouth, knocking him down. "You're courting death." The other 2, witnessing Wang Zha's assault, also rushed towards him. Bam! Crack! Wang Zha effortlessly subdued the two attackers, breaking their arm bones, leaving them groaning in pain. They had dared to bully their own. If he didn't retaliate fiercely, who knew what further threats might arise? Wang Zha stared in astonishment at Wang Zha, wondering when he had become so formidable. You, the one they call Brother Nyo. Wang Zha approached and planted his foot firmly between Brother Nyo's legs. Please, spare me. Brother Nyo whimpered, realizing the precariousness of his situation. Any more pressure, and he would be utterly incapacitated. Call someone who can help you and have them come immediately, or I shall crush your manhood, Wang Zha said coolly. All right, I'll call right away. Brother Nyo stammered, having lost a couple of teeth, sweat pouring down his forehead. People fear the shameless, yet the shameless fear for their lives. Though Wang Zha appeared harmless, his strikes were merciless, effortlessly breaking bones. Brother Nyo genuinely feared that Wang Zha might actually crush him. Young men often lack restraint in their actions. After making the call, reinforcements arrived swiftly, arriving in a vehicle whose make was unknown to Wang Zha. About 10 individuals emerged, led by a man in his 30s, standing over 6 feet tall, robustly built, with a fierce gaze. He had served time in prison twice and was known as a figure of some notoriety in the county. Zhao Long, Long brother. Wang Zha was somewhat familiar with these individuals. Zhao Long was the most prominent figure in the county, commanding a small entourage and overseeing various construction projects. Reputed to be worth over 10 million, a true force to be reckoned with. Long brother, Long brother. Brother Nyo and his companions whispered nervously. Long brother has arrived. Wang Zha greeted with a smile. Zhao Long, no longer in his youth at 36, was a family man with a wife and a son born the previous year. He had spent 2 stints in prison and had no desire to return. They say one is not truly free, and Zhao Long found himself in such a predicament. He even considered exiting this life, yet he lacked the skills to do so. Having offended many, if he were to leave, his subordinates would abandon him, and there would surely be repercussions, if not death, then a fate worse than death. In recent years, he had engaged in legitimate business endeavors. Outside, he was known as Zhao, not Long brother. Zhao Long smiled, assessing the injuries of his 3 subordinates. Given the severity of their injuries, it was evident that their assailant possessed substantial confidence, as most would not dare to act so violently. He feared the ramifications of potential legal troubles. With a criminal record, another stint in prison would endanger his family. His sole ambition now was to cleanse his reputation and become a legitimate businessman. Young brother, was your response perhaps a bit excessive? Zhao Long smiled, his face brimming with warmth. However, Wang Zha was aware that the other party was primarily unaware of his true capabilities. Though Zhao Long appeared amiable, he was notorious for being a smiling tiger, outwardly charming yet inwardly ruthless. If not for his cunning, he would have long been devoured without a trace. Brother Long, I dislike engaging in meaningless chatter. The matter at hand has impacted my family, subjecting them to vile insults. Were it not for your reputation, I would ensure he never stand again, Wang Zha declared with resolve. Zhao Long furrowed his brow, uncertain of Wang Zha as true strength. Nonetheless, he recognized the veracity of Wang Zha's words. He was well aware of the character of his subordinates and typically turned a blind eye to minor skirmishes. How do you propose we resolve today's incident? Zhao Long inquired. Since Brother Long has spoken, let us proceed as follows. You have over 10 men. If you find that insufficient, summon more. Numbers are inconsequential. I shall face you alone, armed or unarmed. We shall fight once, and that will be the end of it. Wang Zha replied earnestly. Zhao Long's concern deepened. He questioned the authenticity of Wang Zha's confidence. What audacity! If I face you today and you manage to defeat me, I will grant you any terms you desire, a young man in his 30s interjected. I am not jesting. Wang Zha reiterated with seriousness. Nor am I, the man retorted, his countenance darkening. Is there no alternative solution? Zhao Long maintained his calm gaze on Wang Zha. We reside in the same county. My family is composed of honest folk, yet we are not to be trifled with. Break his legs and take your men away. I wish for such events to not recur, Wang Zha stated with a smile that belied the severity of his words, appearing harmless yet harboring the intent to inflict pain. Very well, I will agree to your second condition, but first, How about you spar with Ahu? Zhao Long suggested coolly, though his inner thoughts remained concealed. Ahu was the man previously mentioned. Agreed, Wang Zha responded with a grin, eager to eliminate any further attempts at trouble from them. Let's see your skills. The man, already incensed, lunged at Wang Zha with a swift and powerful punch. The author has a message. Your support, recommendations, and encouragement are greatly appreciated. Chapter 26. Young Master Wang, President Wang. Why is Brother Long unable to defeat second brother? In his perspective, a 17 or 18-year-old youth with such bravado was laughable. Having trained in martial arts since childhood, the man held confidence in his prowess, believing that even 7 or 8 ordinary adults could not match him. Ahu was the strongest among Zhao Long's associates, and he was of significant importance to Zhao Long Bang. Wang Zha was struck, remaining still and unyielding throughout the encounter. Have you not eaten? Wang Zha queried, seeking death. Those who practiced martial arts were often fiery and quick to anger, particularly when ridiculed in their area of expertise. Bang! Another punch landed squarely on Wang Zha's chest. Wang Zha shook his head. With your level of skill, any number you bring is merely a feast for me. With that, he retaliated with a punch to Ahu's chest. Crack! Puffed. The entire figure was sent sprawling several meters away. A fully grown man struck directly by Wang Zha's punch, resulting in a fractured sternum and blood spewing from his mouth. This indicated internal injuries, with the bruised blood being expelled. In reality, instances of someone being beaten to the point of spitting blood are exceedingly rare, with few having witnessed such events. Wang Zha, brushing off his hands as if shaking off dust, strolled towards Long Gu with his hands in his pockets. I speak the truth. You may summon your men and arm them. Rest assured, should they be injured, maimed, or even killed, I will not pursue the matter. We shall simply claim they succumbed to illness. When the populace does not accuse, the authorities remain indifferent. Zhao Long understood he had encountered an immovable object. He was well aware of Ahu's capabilities, a martial arts instructor in the county, whose trainees would be easily dispatched by Ahu. My apologies, young brother, for the disturbance. Zhang Xing, proceed as he suggests, Zhao Long said, a sheen of sweat forming on his forehead. You are Long Gu, correct? It is prudent for me to convey this before I depart. In the eyes of some, you are insignificant. Your ability to carry on is merely due to their indifference. This is your first and last warning. Wang Zha was invoking an old adage. It is said that a well-spun lie can sway the masses, but one must possess the means to weave such a narrative. Thank you, young Master Wang. Rest assured, no one in the county would dare disturb your family, Zhao Long replied, wiping the sweat from his brow, his posture unconsciously bending. The change in address to young Master Wang elicited no reaction from Wang Zha, who was accustomed to being called President Wang during games. Zhao Long had initially intended to investigate Wang Zha's background. This young man exhibited remarkable composure, and his prowess alone made him formidable, not to mention the possibility of a powerful figure backing him. Thus, he chose to embrace the notion of his potential connections rather than dismiss them, opting for caution over bravado. This time, he conceded. Brother Niu had his legs broken, and the group swiftly exited, as if nothing had transpired. Little Bomb, when did you become so formidable? Wang Zhao exclaimed joyfully, embracing Wang Zha as if seeking to fathom him completely. Those who dare bully my aunt must be dealt with, regardless of their abilities. Wang Zha chuckled, gently removing Wang Zhao's hand from his face. Dear nephew, your aunt's affection for you has not been in vain. Wang Zhao beamed with delight, his fondness manifesting as he playfully tousled Wang Zha's hair into a disheveled mess. Second brother, Wang Ho, was particularly obedient at that moment. Wang Zha glanced at Wang Ho and smiled. Are you frightened now? The truth was these individuals had garnered a fearsome reputation, but in essence, they were mere ruffians, relying on intimidation to frighten ordinary people, lacking the audacity to engage in true violence. Nevertheless, this group could indeed terrify the uninitiated. The more they boasted of their connections and influence, the more it revealed their own inadequacies. Those with genuine connections and strength rarely spoke of them, and it was unlikely they would target the children of ordinary families. They were too timid to commit robbery outright, resorting instead to coercive tactics for extortion. Robbery and extortion are not synonymous. Robbery is the most overt form of crime, and one caught in the act is undeniably guilty. In contrast, extortion, if executed with cunning, leaves many victims at a loss, unable to voice their grievances. For instance, the art of deception, known as xianren tiao, exploits the vulnerabilities of human nature. Many individuals, in an effort to protect their families, find it difficult to admit their predicament, hesitate to inform their loved ones, refrain from involving the authorities, and ultimately suffer in silence, resigning themselves to misfortune, with some even falling victim to repeated extortion. Today, Wang Zha made a significant statement, unequivocally conveying to others that they cannot provoke him and should refrain from causing unnecessary trouble. This incident merely serves as a minor episode. Wang Zha has returned to prepare soup. In rural areas, even the most exquisite delicacies fail to astonish. Rather, one is merely surprised by the delightful flavors. Those who have savored both rare delicacies and culinary delights may find themselves utterly astonished by this humble soup. The day was joyous. Both grandparents, in good health, would surely benefit from a nourishing bowl of soup. Additionally, there is Wang Ho. This matter has greatly impacted him. His target is Long Ge, yet he cannot confront Erge. Why is he unable to challenge Erge? This remains a mystery to him. Wang Zha perceives Wang Ho's inner turmoil. An 18-year-old must encounter various experiences to mature. The elder was quite pleased with Wang Zha's actions today, having once served in the military and witnessed the ravages of war. He understands that these ruffians are truly beneath contempt. However, he advises Wang Zha to exercise discretion and to resolve issues without resorting to violence when possible. When did you become so formidable? Upon returning home, Zhou Yun curiously inquired while grasping her son's ear. As a mother, she wishes to shield her son from bullying, just as parents hope their children emerge victorious in childhood skirmishes. Mom, let go. My ear is going to fall off. Is it not better for me to be able to defend myself? Do you only find joy in seeing me defeated? Wang Zha retorted lightly. True, but no more fighting in the future. Today, Wang Hong felt invigorated and lively. In the past, a full day would leave him exhausted, which struck him as peculiar. The following day marked the third day of May Day. In the morning, Wang Zha not only urged Zhou Yun to join him for exercise, but also roused Wang Hong to participate. The family jogged together. Upon their return, Wang Zha remarked, "Dad, after exercising, it's perfectly fine to eat a bit more. If you doubt it, you can check your blood sugar. If it's high, then eat less. If not, feel free to indulge." Wang Zha was well aware of the peculiarities of blood sugar management. While health may be restored, one must still remain vigilant about diet and physical activity. In the morning, Wang Zha received a call from Tian Wufeng. "Old Tian, what is going on?" Wang Zha inquired. "A few of our high school classmates are planning a gathering tomorrow. Let us come together for some merriment." It has almost been a year since high school graduation, and those who maintain close ties have kept in touch. The high school group chat remains lively, although Wang Zha, preoccupied with gaming, seldom checks it. "All right, send me the location so I don't get lost," Wang Zha replied. "Tomorrow, I'll come and pick you up." A class reunion is rather uncommon, so soon after graduation. However, those with strong bonds typically reunite during holidays or New Year celebrations. Full class gatherings generally occur after university graduation or even a decade later. The next day, Tian Wufeng arrived early at Wang Zha's home, bringing along 2 bottles of Wulianya. "Old Tian, what brings this on?" Wang Zha understood that Tian Wufeng was expressing gratitude for his recovery. "My dear brother, regardless of the reasons, I take our friendship seriously. There exists no pure love or hatred among individuals. Your assistance has been invaluable, and this gesture is merely a token of my appreciation for you. Life stretches ahead of us, and perhaps one day I may find myself in need of your help again," Tian Wufeng remarked with a smile. The author expresses, seeking book reviews, encouragement, high ratings, and solace. A little motivation is all I ask. Chapter 27. Mutual Assistance and Utilization. Tipsy and strange experiences abound. Tian Wufeng presented 2 bottles of wine, and it was hardly surprising that Wang Zha would reciprocate. One would likely do the same in his position. When one possesses value or utility, companions naturally surround them. Hence, the importance of becoming a person of worth. The laws of survival dictate that only the fittest endure, and alliances are formed for mutual benefit. Heroes captivate the hearts of beautiful women, not merely for their valor, but for the lives they save. This splendid love, does it stem from admiration or gratitude? Or perhaps it is the promise of protection that draws her. You aided me, and thus we forged a friendship. Ponder upon that. You can assist me, and I can assist you. Perhaps our children should wed, and we could become in-laws, intertwining our families further. The essence of friendship lies in mutual support. While mutual utilization may seem like camaraderie, it ultimately reflects one's mindset. Instincts rooted in our genes drive us toward survival and reproduction. Even infants, devoid of understanding, instinctively compete for nourishment. Survival breeds competition. In the pursuit of adaptation and existence, one is often compelled to make changes contrary to their desires. Professional smiles, humble bows, and even subservient gestures all are mere means to sustain life. By 10 in the morning, Wang Zha and Tian Wufeng arrived at the esteemed Jingguang Hotel, rumored to be a 3, 4, or even 5-star establishment. Wang Zha was unaware of its true rating. Upon arrival, they discovered a considerable gathering in the lobby, engaging in lively conversation with a pleasant atmosphere. Wang Zha and Tian Wufeng hailed from different classes, yet were neighbors during their high school years. Only the most notable individuals were known across classrooms. Tian Wufeng was undoubtedly one such figure. Wealthy, well-connected, and possessing a commendable appearance, he exuded confidence. He was one of the organizers of this gathering. The transition from high school to university brought significant changes in less than a year. Female classmates seemed to mature considerably in this brief span. Male classmates, too, exhibited newfound maturity. Perhaps this is the essence of growth. Wang Zha, wow, you become quite handsome, exclaimed a male friend, one of the few remaining from high school. Residing in the same county, they would still dine and drink together even without a class reunion. The atmosphere was delightful. Many were freshmen, while others had already left school. 2 classmates had even married just 3 days prior, celebrating their nuptials during the May Day holiday. Some had embarked on travels, resulting in a majority of classmates unable to attend, yet still, a significant number gathered. The venue was bustling with a multitude of guests, not solely from the Wang Zha class, but also from other classes, all gathered together, with both teachers and homeroom instructors in attendance. The atmosphere was lively and exuberant. Having graduated, the conversations between teachers and students became remarkably harmonious and bolder. The homeroom teacher, a man in his late 30s named Wang Zha, slightly portly and adorned with spectacles, possessed a humorous demeanor. The name Wang Zha was easily memorable. No one in the class was unaware of him. Yet, despite his notable name, his personality was among the most unassuming. Ironically, even the most inconspicuous students were known due to such names. Wang Zha had undergone quite a transformation. His classmates noticed this change. Has he become more handsome? The homeroom teacher inquired curiously. That is not fair, Teacher Wang. I believe I've also become more handsome. Why am I not mentioned? Post-graduation, Wang Zha found great joy in engaging in conversations and sharing a drink with his former students. Indeed, Wang Zha had become more attractive, but it was his newfound outgoing nature that was most striking. It's quite wonderful, Wang Zha commented, now that you're university students, in addition to your studies. You can also explore romantic relationships. As you step into society, shyness will not serve you well. Everyone knows Wang Zha is quite shy. Someone called out, prompting laughter. Wang Zha, do tell, do you have a girlfriend? The light-hearted banter continued, surprising everyone that Teacher Wang encouraged students to embrace romance. You are all adults now. The country does not oppose college students dating, but academics must remain your priority. Do not misconstrue my words. If your studies suffer, I shall not take the blame. As half an hour passed, the teachers began to depart, as their presence had restrained the students' exuberance. Before leaving, Teacher Wang repeatedly cautioned against excessive drinking and emphasized the importance of safety for the organizing students, advising them to contact him should any issues arise. Once the teachers exited, the students erupted into jubilance. In addition to toasting amongst themselves, they ventured to neighboring classes, where the beautiful female classmates became the center of attention. The spirited youth reveled in the joyous atmosphere, shedding their reservations, and emboldened by alcohol, even the once timid boys dared to raise their glasses to clink with the lovely girls. They sipped on beer, while the girls opted for juice. Among the boys, drinking juice was deemed unmanly. It wasn't long before some succumbed to intoxication. Drunken Monster Level 3. The notification read, sparking Wang Zha's excitement as he anticipated earning experience points. He effortlessly defeated the Level 3 Drunken Monster, gaining 3 experience points, an unimpressive reward. Akin to a mosquito's leg, as the inebriated students slowly regained consciousness, they discovered that while sobriety returned, discomfort lingered. Defeating the Drunken Monster did not grant them the ability to indulge endlessly. It merely alleviated some dizziness and headaches. Although 3 experience points seemed meager, the collective inebriation led to numerous rounds of toasts, as youthful exuberance took over, with everyone engaging in the revelry. With monsters of low levels, Wang Zha, due to fatigue, opted to battle only the higher-level drunken monsters, both for the greater experience and for safety, as excessive drinking could lead to dire consequences. Especially when young people become intoxicated, it is nearly impossible to restrain them. After several rounds of drinks, Wang Zha unexpectedly leveled up. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18. Level, 8. Experience, 2,256. Attribute points available, 0. Constitution, 29. Health, 305, including 15 points from armor. Defense, 83, including 5 points from armor. Stamina, 20145. Strength, 17. Attack, 34. Agility, 17. Speed, 34. Main skill Dragon Fist. Level, 5. Experience, 27703-200. When used in battle, it increases attack and defense by 50. Passive skills Dragon Armor. Enhances personal defense by 50, increasing with Constitution. Critical hit. There is a 10 chance to deal double damage and a 5 chance to deal triple damage upon attack. Active skill Double Slash. Allows for 2 rapid attacks on the target, with the second attack dealing half damage and cannot be used consecutively. Auxiliary skills Massage. Promotes blood circulation, relieves fatigue, and strengthens the body. Level 2. Experience, 3,100. Qi Huang 9 Needles. Strengthens the foundation, stops pain and bleeding, can sustain life for a day. Level 1. Experience, 110. Secret Recipe, specially crafted health soup. A delicacy with benefits, such as enhancing the body's strength, improving complexion, nourishing the liver and kidneys, and promoting blood circulation, which can increase Constitution by up to 3 points. Now at level 8, Wang Zha was elated, especially with the Dragon Fist, which granted him 100 experience points for defeating disease monsters, contributing over 2,000 experience points today. Unfortunately, his divine equipment, the cloud-soaring boots, required level 10 to be equipped. Despite defeating numerous drunken monsters, he had only acquired a plethora of herbs without a single piece of gear. Nonetheless, Wang Zha felt content. His greatest desire was to gain experience, aiming for level 10 to don the legendary boots. The author has something to say. This chapter does not seek support. Chapter 28. Drunken Monsters at Level 10. Mutated Monsters. A Recipe for Wine. Femme Fatale. Even though Wang Zha didn't feel disappointed at the low drop rate, it made him appreciate the rarity of the cloud-soaring boots, undoubtedly a divine artifact. He longed to wear them immediately, as their recovery skill was extraordinarily potent, potentially multiplying his health several times in battle, akin to having multiple lives. Noticing he had 20 stamina left, Wang Zha paused, mindful not to exhaust all his energy. If he drained it completely, he would feel fatigued, so he decided to conserve some for emergencies. This was the first time he could deplete so much stamina in one go, resulting in significant gains. Brother. As Wang Zha pondered, Tian Wufeng rushed over. Drenched in sweat, Qian seems to have had a bit too much to drink. You should check on him. Wang Zha was aware of Qian, rumored to be the son of the county's highest-ranking official. However, Qian excelled in his studies, remained low-key, and got along well with his classmates. leading many to believe the rumors were unfounded. Even those who interacted well with Qi Yun had asked him directly about the truth, to which he simply smiled and replied, "False." Though the rumors persisted, they gradually faded from attention due to Qi Yun's modest demeanor. Had he been more ostentatious, the gossip would likely have persisted fervently. Wang Zha naturally went over. It is not due to the rumors surrounding his identity, but rather the experience gained. At this moment, nothing excites Wang Zha more than the acquisition of knowledge. Qi Yun's face flushed, his breath quickened, his eyes barely opened, and his body trembled slightly, radiating heat. How much has he consumed? Wang Zha casually inquired. In truth, he had already discerned the peculiar creature he sought. The drunken monster, at level 10, is a mutated creature that can engage in combat after the application of the Qi Huang 9 needles, which subsequently lowers its level by 1. Ah, splendid. Wang Zha felt elated. He no longer needed to wait for confirmation before entering battle. After all, how could one ascertain the condition of a person who is unconscious or unable to express themselves? Just one beer, he reflected. Tian Wufeng was drenched in sweat. They were aware of Qi Yun's alcohol allergy, hence he typically abstained from drinking. They did not encourage him, but today, a beautiful girl sought out Qi Yun for a drink, and amidst the playful teasing of others, he succumbed to a single beer. Wang Zha noticed the enchanting girl. Indeed, she was strikingly beautiful, the most gorgeous girl from their high school year. Yi Shi. At this moment, her eyes were red, a hint of panic mixed with fear evident upon her face. Beautiful women can be perilous, often leading one to ruin without a trace. Wang Zha produced a golden needle and deftly administered 9 punctures to Qi Yun before engaging in battle. The drunken monster was now at level 9. Excellent. The creature had been successfully downgraded. Mutated monster. Skill, drunken fist. Before Wang Zha stood a colossal cat, its eyes glazed with inebriation. The drunken cat, towering at 2 meters. Its silver-gray fur glistening, squinted at him. With the bedwetting monster, the little dragon person, preceding this encounter, Wang Zha did not rush to attack the drunken cat. As anticipated, the drunken monster commenced its drunken fist technique, each movement executed with clarity and fluidity, though not hurried. It was a captivating sight, an aesthetic delight. The execution of each motion reached its zenith, and perhaps due to its feline nature, the visual impact was profound. If a human were to practice this technique, it would be nearly impossible to attain such a level of mastery without the aid of props. Capturing a human performing this drunken fist would surely be a spectacle. This was undoubtedly a feast for the eyes. Subsequently, the drunken monster began to unleash its drunken fist upon Wang Zha in a display of real combat. Bang! 10. The drunken monster inflicted merely 10 points of damage upon Wang Zha, inconsequential given his health exceeding 300. Dragon fist. Bang! 20. Although the combat occurred in a turn-based manner, with only one side attacking at a time, the interplay of the dragon fist against the drunken fist rendered the experience quite enjoyable, a far cry from the earlier exchanges of mere strikes. Now, it truly felt like a battle. Nonetheless, the little dragon person was a unique creature capable of the dragon fist, while this drunken monster, as a mutated entity, wielded the drunken fist. Ordinary disease monsters typically lacked such skills. After more than a dozen turns, the drunken monster collapsed to the ground. The battle concluded. You have gained 10 experience points. You have acquired 5 10-year-old ginseng. You have obtained 5 10-year-old polygonatum. You have received a fine steel claw. You have acquired a secret recipe for a health tonic. Medicinal herbs are invaluable. The more one possesses, the better, as they can be stored. This ingredient is essential for crafting the secret health soup, and the tiger bone has always been cherished. The steel tiger ring, a weapon of level 10, boasts an attack power of 10. It possesses an additional skill, a heavy strike that has a 10 chance to inflict 150 damage. Its durability stands at 100. With a durability of 100 for level 10 equipment, it loses 1 point of durability per day without combat, allowing for over 3 months of use. Engaging in battle with a single monster reduces its durability by 1 point, which, while still seemingly fragile, is an improvement. Unfortunately, this item can only be equipped at level 10. However, it can be worn alongside the step cloud boots, providing an exhilarating experience of enhanced power. The secret recipe for a nourishing wine is presented, accompanied by another secret formula. The first is a recipe for a nourishing soup. The flavor and effects of the nourishing soup are already known, and this secret wine is undoubtedly of the same caliber, as they are part of a series. The nourishing wine is a culinary delight, promoting health, nourishing strengthening the kidneys, and fortifying bones and muscles, with a potential increase in strength by up to 3 points. The ingredients include tiger bones, which may be substituted with beef bones, ginseng, yellow essence, white liquor, goji berries, and dodder seeds. 2 pieces of tiger bone reside in my inventory. Such items are unattainable in reality and are illegal to acquire. Qi Yun awakens, gazing around in confusion. While Wang Zha collects the needles, it's nothing. Your constitution is not suited for alcohol. Wang Zha offers no further explanation. Thank you. Qi Yun expresses his gratitude. Following this incident, the group's drinking diminished significantly, as it was evident that Qi Yun had been in a dire state. While a girl could handle a glass of beer, Qi Yun had been unconscious, unable to be roused, his body limp as if made of mud. Wang Zha, do you possess medical skills? It dawns on them that Wang Zha seems to have some knowledge of medicine. I only know this one needle technique. Wang Zha replies with a smile. Many had indulged in drink, so no one probed further into the matter, as they were unsure of Wang Zha's capabilities. A couple of needles do not necessarily denote a miraculous healer. Some think it fortuitous that Qi Yun has awakened, for in reality, acupuncture is not considered particularly wondrous. Every traditional Chinese medicine practitioner knows it, and its effectiveness often pales in comparison to that of cupping therapy. After 3 o'clock in the afternoon, those who were intoxicated were sent home, while some sober individuals expressed their intention to leave. Wang Zha, who lacked musical talent and had no fondness for singing, found himself unable to resist the enthusiasm of Dong Tian and Tian Wufeng. Qi Yun was also present, along with Yi Shi. The group entered the largest establishment in the county, where they received a warm welcome, and Wang Zha spotted an acquaintance, Zhang Xing, the individual who had interrupted Brother Niu's legs. Qi Xiao Wang Xiao, Zhang Xing greeted them. Qi Yun and Tian Wufeng were momentarily taken aback. It should be noted that Tian Wufeng would also address Zhang Xing as Brother Xing. In this county, everyone knows the names of the prominent families. Some individuals are not to be trifled with. Hence, Qi Yun and his companions are not to be underestimated. However, neither are Wang Zha and his companions. Now, witnessing Wang Zha and Qi Yun together, they are even more formidable. This news must reach Brother Long immediately. During the singing, the cacophony was truly dreadful. In truth, very few possess the gift of a melodious voice. Those who have not formally studied music often lack refinement. With the influence of alcohol, however, everyone felt liberated enough to sing openly. The author has something to say. Support is requested. Chapter 29, Dragon Fist Level 6. The holiday has come to an end, and it's time to return to school. The gaming enthusiast Wang Zha is unaware that this visit has completely extinguished Zhao Long's last lingering thoughts of revenge against him. Soon, everyone began to leave one by one. Wang Zha chose not to sing. He neither enjoyed it nor had the skill, perhaps too shy to step forward. Time at home always passes swiftly, and the May Day holiday is nearing its conclusion. However, this return has brought significant gains. Today, his Dragon Fist has reached level 6. Dragon Fist, level 6. Experience, 306,400. Using it in battle can enhance attack and defense by 60. Zhou Yun helped Wang Zha pack his belongings, which consisted of neatly folded, freshly washed clothes placed into his backpack. Mom, I've grown up. I can manage this myself, Wang Zha said with a smile, showing no intention of doing it himself. This is home, where a mother serves as a pillar of support, the most selfless and dear person in one's life. Even as one matures, one still calls her mom. Zhou Yun hoisted the bag for him and affectionately ruffled his hair. As a mother, watching her 18-year-old son evokes a myriad of emotions. She longs for her child to grow up and become responsible, yet she reminisces about the cherished moments of his childhood. The transformation from a carefree child to a young adult often brings mixed feelings. One might have once found his immaturity irksome, yet when he becomes sensible, it feels oddly disconcerting. As children grow, they inevitably distance themselves from their parents, no longer clinging to them as they did in their youth. Take care of yourself. If you run short on money, call me or your dad. You are a man now, Zhou Yun said as she handed the bag to Wang Zha, gently tousling his hair. As children mature, the scope of communication between parents and offspring narrows, and intimacy diminishes. In traditional families, this is especially true. The more mischievous children often express their affection freely, saying, "Mom, I love you," and offering spontaneous hugs. Even as they enter middle school, they may grow tall and strong enough to lift their mothers in return. In childhood, mothers embrace their children, and as the children grow, they can reciprocate. Shy children, however, find it difficult to take that first step. Their lips remain sealed, and their actions restrained, only breaking free when the need arises. This reflects both personality and family environment. Zhou Yun is, in fact, an open-minded mother, providing a more nurturing educational experience than many families. Yet, Wang Zha inherits his father's formidable genes. "Mom, I'm off now. Please take care of yourself. Don't worry about me. I've grown up. Do not skimp on your meals or clothing. I will earn a lot of money in the future, and then, Mom, we can buy whatever you desire," Wang Zha declared, his smile pure and sincere. This is the smile of an 18-year-old boy. Regardless of whether he is handsome or not, it radiates youth, exuberance, and vitality. Language is an art. It possesses a certain magic. Even a mere empty phrase cannot diminish its power. Throughout history, many skilled flatterers have brought entire dynasties to ruin, achieving positions of great influence through mere words. This exemplifies the allure of language. Zhou Yun's face radiated with joy, completely unfazed by the feasibility of Wang Zha's words. Merely uttering those few phrases filled her with delight, rendering everything else inconsequential. "All right, remember to call me when you arrive at school." She waved her hand. Wang Zha was accompanied by Tian Wufeng. On the train, their seats were adjacent. Following recent events, Tian Wufeng had come to recognize Wang Zha's extraordinary abilities. If nothing else, his medical skills alone could compel many to bend their backs in his presence. "Brother, do you have a girlfriend?" Tian Wufeng inquired. "No, why?" Wang Zha casually replied, retracting his gaze from the window. "I can introduce you to someone. She's stunning and possesses a remarkable aura, though she's quite difficult to pursue. I believe you have a chance," Tian Wufeng said earnestly. Wang Zha chuckled, aware of Tian Wufeng's intentions. He had begun to see himself as a capable individual. "You're overthinking it. I remain that introverted nerd. An unsophisticated fellow, and still broke," Wang Zha responded with a smile. He pondered whether he had become somewhat conceited, as he spoke about himself with an ease akin to discussing another person. "Brother, you are indeed a capable person, and you actually have a handsome appearance," Tian Wufeng stammered, momentarily at a loss for words. Throughout the journey, they encountered nothing, no monsters to battle, nor any villains to thwart, and the girl they would save, should an opportunity arise, would coincidentally be the belle of their school, naturally leading to a romantic connection. They arrived at school past 5 in the afternoon, and Wang Zha called his mother to inform her of his arrival. Having not eaten lunch on the train, they felt a pang of hunger, so they dined at a restaurant near the school gate before returning, as classes would commence the following day. Upon entering the dormitory, they found others present. Chao Hu and Bai Lang had returned the day before, having arranged to come back early with their girlfriends. Seeing the three of them, Wang Zha felt elated, ready to happily accumulate experience points once again. That evening, he led the trio on a night run, and under the glow of the playground lights, they racked up some experience. The three returned to the dormitory in a somber mood, then proceeded to shower and sleep. The specially crafted health soup had already enhanced their physiques by 2 points, and, combined with the recent exercise, they had experienced a significant transformation. The three, who were never overweight, now exhibited noticeable muscle definition and felt invigorated. Chao Hu and Bai Lang remarked to Wang Zha that they were now more enduring and robust, feeling as solid as a hammer, particularly enjoying the pleasant sensation of growth. Wang Zha felt as if he were behind the wheel, albeit without tangible proof. Li Xiao wished to have soup that evening, having already called. Wang Zha had no choice since he had only one class in the afternoon and could begin preparing after 3, expecting to serve it around 7. This time, he planned to prepare a meal for them to enjoy together. Li Xiao mentioned over the phone that Su would also be coming. Wang Zha felt a momentary haze. If Li Xiao did not remind him, he would subconsciously forget, not truly forgetting, but rather not recalling it in his daily thoughts. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever encountered, and he could hardly believe anyone could surpass her in beauty. Yet she also felt like the most distant of women. She represented the most exquisite scenery encountered during a journey, yet there was no need to linger, as she was not his intended destination. University life is truly delightful, especially during the freshman year, as one emerges from the monotony of high school. It presents the opportunity to forge romantic connections, indulge in gaming, immerse oneself in literature, and occasionally skip classes with little oversight. Many individuals become ensnared in this gentle haven, even spending days with their girlfriends in rented accommodations, seldom emerging. Others find themselves entrenched in internet cafes, disheveled and weary, their eyes shadowed, subsisting on the comforts of a sofa, neglecting personal hygiene for weeks on end. For instance, once one discovers companions who share similar interests online, the bond can surpass even the closest friendships. Together, they engage in gaming, navigating adventures in virtual realms, establishing guilds, and forming a brotherhood. Sometimes even marrying in-game and raising virtual offspring, completely oblivious to the existence of the real world. This was the case for Wang Zha, particularly last semester and much of the current one, though recent changes have occurred. The author expresses, "I seek your support, your favorites, your shelves, and your stability." In Chapter 30, the level 25 monster, known as the Frozen Syndrome, appears, and Tang Mu inquires, "Have you quit gaming?" Tang Mu, Wang Zha's deskumate, shares a kindred spirit with him. They often spend nights online and explore gaming realms together. In the game, Tang Mu is a guild leader, a prominent figure, while in reality, he is a quintessential homebody, standing about 1.7 meters tall, clad in thick glasses, with a slender physique that starkly contrasts his in-game persona. Their camaraderie is profound. Despite not sharing the same dormitory, their bond surpasses that of Wang Zha and his dorm mates. With shared interests and common topics, their discussions about gaming could last for days. Tang Mu noticed that Wang Zha's character had not logged in for quite some time. Before the National Day holiday, Wang Zha would occasionally log in out of boredom, yet during the holiday, he was conspicuously absent. This was decidedly unusual, as anyone familiar with gaming knows that holidays are a boon for homebodies, offering the perfect opportunity to indulge in gaming, often remaining online even while sleeping. "Old Tang, I may truly be quitting gaming," Wang Zha stated earnestly. "Better to endure a short pain than a long one." "Why would you quit gaming when you're enjoying it? Is there a new game?" Tang Mu queried with curiosity. "Not at all. I'm attempting to quit." "Oh, actually quitting might be beneficial. To be honest, I also wish to quit, yet I find myself returning within days." "By the way, this is your third attempt to quit, right?" Tang Mu remarked with a smile. Over the past 6 months, Wang Zha had indeed attempted to quit gaming twice, not counting this time. His first attempt lasted 3 days, and the second one a week. This would be his third attempt. Wang Zha recognized that Tang Mu was skeptical of his resolve to quit, and truth be told, if it weren't for the allure of battling disease monsters in a single-player game, he, too, would doubt his ability to quit. The temptation of gaming is profound. Strictly speaking, Wang Zha had not quit gaming. He had merely found a more appealing game, one that involved battling disease monsters. After his afternoon classes, he began preparing, realizing he wouldn't need to purchase certain medicinal herbs again. This thought reminded him of the secret health tonic and soup he had previously concocted, and he felt certain this health tonic would be equally remarkable. Suddenly, his phone buzzed. It was a call from Li Xiao. He answered, "Hello, sister. Brother, I have something to discuss. Please be honest with me. How proficient are you in medicine?" Li Xiao inquirate arnasli. Wang Zha contemplated for a moment, uncertain. Indeed, he was unaware, for he had only attained the 8th level. Were he at a higher rank, he would confidently assert his medical prowess. "Stop making soup. I will come to you. There is something I wish to discuss," Li Xiao stated before abruptly hanging up the phone. Wang Zha understood that it was undoubtedly related to an ailment. Upon meeting Li Xiao, he noticed her furrowed brow. "What troubles you? What has transpired?" Wang Zha inquired. My best friend's brother has been diagnosed with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, Li Xiao replied, her spirits notably diminished. Su Tang's brother? Wang Zha asked. Yes, Li Xiao responded, this time without any playful banter. Wang Zha was familiar with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a condition often deemed terminal, with a life expectancy ranging from 3 to 5 years. Though some may endure longer, yet, even those who live a while longer endure considerable suffering. This condition, also known as motor neuron disease, arises from the degeneration of both upper and lower motor neurons, resulting in progressive weakness and atrophy of muscles, including those of the bulbar region, limbs, trunk, and abdomen. In its early stages, symptoms are subtle and easily mistaken for other ailments, with patients often experiencing slight weakness, muscle twitching, and fatigue, which eventually escalate to widespread muscle atrophy and difficulties in swallowing, culminating in respiratory failure. When was it discovered? Wang Zha pondered before asking. In the past few days. He has already been receiving treatment at the hospital. Do you have any solutions? Li Xiao inquired hopefully. Li Xiao had long believed that her bedwetting was cured by Wang Zha, and she thought that if he could effortlessly resolve complex ailments, perhaps he could alleviate her friend's brother's condition. Without seeing the patient, I cannot ascertain anything, Wang Zha replied. He surmised that there would be two potential outcomes regarding amyotrophic lateral sclerosis. Either the disparity was too great to discern the illness creature, or he could perceive the illness creature but could not contend with it due to a significant difference in levels. I will take you to see him. I also wish to visit. My best friend has been in the hospital for 2 days, feeling quite despondent. I need to be there for her. I only learned of her distress through our phone call, Li Xiao explained. Thus, Wang Zha, albeit somewhat bewildered, accompanied her. He did not consider himself a doctor and lacked the requisite credentials. After some deliberation, he stated, just tell them I am your brother. I am not a physician. Li Xiao paused for a moment, then nodded, I understand. They arrived at the First People's Hospital of the province, a tertiary hospital. Li Xiao carried a fruit basket, and 2 bodyguards were stationed at the entrance. Upon confirmation, the pair entered the ward. Upon seeing Su Tang, who appeared somewhat haggard yet still exuded an ethereal beauty, she nodded upon noticing Wang Zha and Li Xiao. You have come. Wang Zha's purpose was clear, to ascertain whether he could perceive the illness creature. Upon observing, he was taken aback. He indeed saw it. It was formidable, marked by blood-red lettering. It resembled a snowman. The amyotrophic lateral sclerosis creature was at level 25, classified as a non-combat entity. The prompt read, Massage and Qi Huang's 9 needles can maintain the current state. Previously, he had encountered special and mutated creatures, but now, a creature appeared, its blood-red hue directly indicating its non-combat nature. This was not surprising. However, the prompt sparked a realization in Wang Zha. He had underestimated the significance of his massage techniques and Qi Huang's 9 needles. Due to frequent use by the 3 individuals in the dormitory, Wang Zha's self-massage is primarily aimed at gaining experience, and he is nearing level 3. However, his proficiency in the Qi Huang 9 needles remains at level 1. Although he cannot cure the ailment, he is able to maintain the condition of a patient suffering from early-stage amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, which is indeed remarkable. One could even assert that it borders on a medical miracle. Traditional Chinese medicine is vast and profound. Many ailments that cannot be cured are often recommended for conservative treatment through TCM. Li Xiao has been observing Wang Zha's expression, but ultimately, she is unable to discern whether he possesses the capability to heal or not. At this moment, Wang Zha turns his gaze towards the man lying on the bed. Handsome and striking, he exemplifies exceptional genetics, appearing to be in his 30s. Currently, he is receiving an intravenous drip, his complexion haggard yet still retaining his charm. In the prime of his life, he is successful in his career and comes from a prestigious background, an object of envy for many. Yet in his finest years, he is afflicted with this life-threatening disease. Even if it does not claim his life immediately, it will gradually lead to muscular weakness, eventually robbing him of the strength to breathe. Despair, regardless of one's status as a favored child of heaven or possessing immense wealth, all becomes ephemeral. In such moments, one realizes that the notion of equality in life holds true. Sister, what did the doctor say? Wang Zha inquires, directing the question towards Su Tongsaw. Proper exercise is essential, as is paying attention to the functions of the respiratory and digestive systems. Should there be excessive saliva, a small amount of antihistamine may be administered. If phlegm is abundant, nebulization and expectorants can be utilized. Should depression arise, antidepressant treatment is advised. Su Tongsaw elucidated extensively. At this juncture, Wang Zha acknowledges that he is not truly a doctor. It appears that amyotrophic lateral sclerosis is far more formidable than he had initially perceived. He had thought it was merely muscle weakness that presented problems at later stages. Yet it is far more severe than he had imagined. The author has something to convey. Is there anyone you wish to support? In Chapter 31, if you believe in me, then I shall treat you. Wang Zha hesitates briefly, gazing at Su Tongsaw. Sister, if you believe in me, I will treat him. Do not ask questions, and let others refrain from inquiring as well. For now, I can only stabilize his condition and prevent further deterioration. After pondering, Wang Zha continues. There will be no need for injections or infusions, nor for medication. He can live like a normal person, working and fulfilling his duties, save for physical labor. Su Tongsaw studies Wang Zha's youthful visage. Rationality urges her to trust the hospital and seek the best medical facility. However, upon gazing into the eyes of this young man, she inexplicably feels compelled to trust him just once. He is so young, so innocent. She knows all too well what amyotrophic lateral sclerosis entails, an incurable affliction, a disease that remains unconquered worldwide. Very well, I shall convey this. Su Tongsaw nods in agreement. Wang Zha remains unaware of what Su Tongsaw communicated with her family and the doctors. Over by the hospital bed, numerous individuals bear furrowed brows. The blow is too great. They all understand that life can be unpredictable, yet it is only when calamity befalls one's own household that one truly comprehends the depth of such experiences. Su Tongsaw returns and, nodding at Wang Zha, states, "Thank you for your assistance." Gladly, Wang Zha donned a mask, for it served to bolster his courage. Faced with a throng, he often felt a twinge of anxiety. The mask concealed his youthful visage, rendering his age a mystery to onlookers, revealing only a pair of bright, striking eyes. The Su family had been beleaguered since Su Tai was afflicted with amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, their nights plagued by insomnia and their days marred by poor appetite. Even Su's mother had succumbed to illness. They were acutely aware that the prospect of a miracle to cure him was nearly non-existent, yet they persevered with treatment, clinging to the faint hope that perhaps a miracle might occur. Relinquishing hope meant surrendering to despair entirely. Wang Zha approached, removed the foredrip, and retrieved a brocade box from which he extracted a golden needle, commencing the intricate art of the 9 needles of Qi Huang. Each needle required a modicum of time, approximately 20 seconds, which was a notably extended duration for him. He soon realized that employing the 9 needles drained his vitality at an alarming rate. Each needle consumed 5 points of energy. The entire procedure took no more than 3 minutes. Upon completing the last needle, he exhaled deeply. At that moment, Su Tai had awakened, his spirit significantly rejuvenated. Feeling a surge of strength within, Wang Zha then grasped Su Tai's hand and began to administer a massage, progressing from the wrist along the arm. His technique was a harmonious blend of tension and relaxation, subtle yet remarkably distinct. His hands, devoid of ostentation and appearing rather unremarkable, conveyed a sense of intricate complexity. The simplicity of his method belied its sophistication, creating a visual impression of profound mastery. He worked his way along the arm, shoulder, chest, back, and legs. After half an hour, Wang Zha felt a notable fatigue setting in. He realized he had unwittingly taken on a taxing task, having expended 100 points of energy in the process. Moreover, he knew this session of acupuncture and massage could only sustain Su Tai's condition for 3 days. That will suffice once every 3 days, he remarked, as he removed the disposable gloves. Upon checking his character panel, he noticed his massage skill had ascended to level 3, while the 9 needles of Qi Huang had reached level 2. Maintaining Su Tai's health could indeed elevate the levels of both skills. Emerging from the restroom, he encountered Su Tangsha waiting at the door. Wang Zha hesitated momentarily, then bashfully called out, "Sister." Su Tangsha greeted him with a faint smile. "Thank you. My brother says he feels remarkably well now." "Yes, as long as he receives acupuncture and massage once every 3 days, he can maintain a semblance of normalcy," Wang Zha replied. Currently, he could not cure amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, especially in its early stages. He shuddered to contemplate the mid to late stages. What level of monster would that be? Perhaps a level 50 or even 100 mutated beast. In the short term, he lacked the capability to heal Su Tai. Battling a level 25 monster, particularly one representing this ailment, felt insurmountable. The experience required to reach level 25 was daunting, leaving Wang Zha uncertain of when he might achieve such a milestone. It appeared that the notion of effortlessly treating a disease of such severity was a distant dream. However, he pondered the possibility of acquiring equipment. What if he could obtain 3 divine artifacts? What if he had access to godly skills? He had already procured an item he deemed akin to a divine artifact, regrettably requiring him to reach level 10 before he could don it. Additionally, regarding skills, the Dragon Fist will grow increasingly potent. If there were a few more passive skills, 1's strength could experience a significant enhancement, perhaps allowing for the swift defeat of the frozen disease creature. Wang Zha once again brimmed with hope, feeling that the future was becoming ever more radiant. Even in gaming, the thrill of a solitary kill was exhilarating. In the vehicle, Wang Zha reclined against the back seat while Li Xiao drove, his face illuminated with joy. "Little Zha, you're remarkable," he remarked. The soup was no longer on the agenda. Instead, he decided to call Jin Gang and the others to join him for a meal. The venue was Keela, the same place where Su Tangsha had once treated them. This time, however, it was Li Xiao's turn to treat. Although he had cured Su Tai today, Wang Zha felt a profound sense of accomplishment. Despite the lack of a cure, no one could surpass his efforts. Maintaining a level of resilience against a disease like the frozen disease was indeed miraculous. The following day unfolded as usual. During the morning exercises, Jin Gang and the others no longer complained of fatigue. They had begun to appreciate the benefits bestowed by their physical transformations, priceless gains. At noon, Wang Zha received a call from Su Tangsha, who appeared at the school gate alone. "I invite you to lunch," she cheerfully announced. Her striking beauty drew the attention of many onlookers. Her allure was so profound that men gazed from afar, as if each glance could somehow enrich their lives. The sight of her was likely to be unforgettable for anyone who laid eyes on her. With a smile that could captivate nations, Wang Zha believed she embodied that essence. They returned to Keela, perhaps drawn by the tranquility of the place or its inviting atmosphere. In a private room, after ordering their dishes, they would need to wait a while. Su Tangsha presented a folder to Wang Zha. "What is this?" he inquired, intrigued. "A small token of my appreciation," she replied. Wang Zha shook his head with a smile. "Sister, you really don't need to." He was a shy, introverted young man, a quintessential homebody, still retaining the innocence of youth, having yet to face the harsh realities of the world. His family was not affluent, yet he had never lacked pocket money. He held no aspirations for lavish living. His gaming passion was that of a devoted player, devoid of a habit of in-game purchases, finding little satisfaction in defeating opponents through expenditure. Instead, the thrill of vanquishing players who relied on their wallets was far more gratifying. Without a girlfriend, he had never felt a strong yearning for wealth. With both parents working, life was peaceful and comfortable, filled with familial love, and he never sensed a lack in his existence. Wang Zha was slightly astonished by the realization that, as a socially awkward homebody, he felt no void in his life. Should a day arise when he suddenly craved wealth, it would likely be due to newfound responsibilities, such as wanting to buy gifts for a girlfriend. The more money one possesses, the greater the desire for more. Purchasing a house leads to the wish for a villa. Acquiring a car inspires thoughts of upgrading to a luxury vehicle, all driven by the fulfillment of ambition and vanity, fueled by the envious gazes of others, leading to a cyclical pursuit. At present, Wang Zha felt little need for money. Having triumphed over disease, he found his life fulfilling, which further diminished his interest in wealth. His current focus was on rapidly advancing his level and enhancing his abilities, understanding that a desire for money arises only when there are matters that require financial resolution. As he ascends in level and enhances his abilities, he finds that monetary resources become unnecessary for his endeavors. There exists a saying, if something can be accomplished with money, it is not truly a challenge. The real difficulties in life cannot be overcome with wealth. No matter how much one spends, certain issues remain insurmountable. Take illness, for instance. When afflicted by certain diseases, no amount of money can alleviate the plight. The author expresses, I seek your support, your collections, your recommendations. Chapter 32 introduces the Sleepy Beast at level 20, the Lucky Beast, and Sleeping Beauty. Sister, consider this meal my gratitude. If you wish to truly thank me, wait until I have completely healed your brother. Then you may express your thanks, and I shall not refuse. After a considerable moment of contemplation, Wang Zha discerned a reason that felt satisfactory. The pressure of being alone with Su Tang was immense, as their only topic of conversation revolved around her brother's condition. Can amyotrophic lateral sclerosis truly be cured? Su Tang gazed at Wang Zha. In ancient times, appendicitis could only lead to a painful demise. Yet today it requires merely a minor surgical procedure. In principle, any ailment can be treated. The limitation lies within our capabilities. Little brother, I find you increasingly enigmatic. Sutang remarked. When together, she felt an overwhelming sense of ease and joy, a simple kind of happiness. However, her calling him little brother left him a bit flustered. Previously, Wang Zha spent his days holed up in his dormitory, engrossed in video games. Now, apart from nighttime slumber, he roams outside, wherever there are creatures to encounter. There was no alternative. To grind for experience, he had to venture out, as few dared to do so while unwell. Recently, an idea had surfaced in Wang Zha's mind, to visit a hospital. Upon this thought's emergence, he found it difficult to restrain himself. After afternoon classes, he hailed a taxi and headed straight for the nearby hospital. He was merely a whisker away from level 9 experience. Wang Zha did not enter, but lingered at the hospital entrance. It struck him that he felt somewhat awkward. He was unable to resolve his major illness and was constrained by physical limitations. Within 10 minutes, he encountered two disease monsters, one at level 8 and the other at level 9, one afflicted with a high fever, the other with acute gastroenteritis. The battles were effortlessly won, yet alas, nothing dropped. Even the highly sought-after medicinal herbs eluded him. An hour later, Wang Zha leveled up. This place truly proved to be an excellent spot for monster grinding. It was astonishingly smooth. He had always pondered where he could consistently battle creatures, yet he had never considered this venue. In truth, Wang Zha felt that the most suitable locations were clinics and school infirmaries. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18. Level, 9. Experience, 3512. Distributable attribute points, 0. Physique, 33. Health, 345, including 15 points from armor. Defense, 104, including 5 points from armor. Stamina, 15165. Strength, 18. Attack, 36. Agility, 18. Speed, 36. Main skill Dragon Fist, level 6. Experience, 37706-400. When used in battle, it can increase attack and defense by 60. Passive skills Dragon Armor, increases defense by 50, augmenting with physique. Critical Strike, a 10 chance to deal double damage and a 5 chance for triple damage upon attack. Active skill Double Slash, allows for 2 rapid attacks on a target, with the second attack dealing half damage and cannot be used consecutively. Auxiliary skills Secret Health Soup, a culinary delight with effects that strengthen the body, enhance beauty, nourish the liver and kidneys, and invigorate blood circulation. Consuming it can augment physical constitution with a maximum increase of 3 points. Secret Health Wine, a fine elixir with benefits that promote wellness, nourish yin and kidneys, and fortify bones and muscles. After consumption, it can enhance strength with a maximum increase of 3 points. Twina, invigorates blood circulation, relaxes muscles and joints, alleviates fatigue, restores vitality, and strengthens bones and blood. Level 3, experience 3200, Qi 9 needles, reinforces the foundation, alleviates pain and bleeding, activates the core, and can prolong life for 2 days. Level 2, experience 19100, The last point of constitution from the health soup has been added. Today's harvest is quite satisfactory. The first two encounters yielded nothing, yet the subsequent disease monsters dropped a substantial amount of medicinal materials, though no skills or equipment were obtained. This realization made Wang Zha acutely aware of the notably low drop rate of equipment. His modest divine gear was indeed deserving of its title. As he utilized Dragon Fist against the disease monsters, he gained 100 experience points each time, leading to a rapid enhancement. Wang Zha noticed his Qi Huang 9 needles, previously overlooked, could extend life for 2 days at level 2. Upon reflection, in the face of terminal illness, does an additional day truly matter? Yet, considering the importance of unaddressed matters or the need for more time to arrange significant affairs, a day versus 2 does indeed hold weight. Nevertheless, these thoughts are inconsequential, as this ability is unlikely to be utilized. Just as Wang Zha prepared to return, he spotted a peculiar disease monster. It was strikingly conspicuous, demanding no deliberate attention. This creature manifested as an extraordinarily beautiful cartoon girl. Sleep Monster, Sleeping Beauty, level 20, a lucky creature. Upon confirmation, it can be captured. A prompt indicates that using Twina and Qi Huang 9 needles can enhance capture probability by 20. Upon successful capture, the Sleep Monster vanishes, guaranteeing a skill book. How fortunate! Skills are indeed precious. At this moment, Wang Zha turned his gaze toward the afflicted individual. To his astonishment, he beheld a woman exuding an aura of perfection. Tall and statuesque, she epitomized the quintessential figure, her mask revealing only a pair of captivating eyes, which instinctively made Wang Zha's heart skip a beat, causing him to shy away. Enchanting. This was Wang Zha's impression. Her clear, bright eyes held a hint of ethereal allure, enchanting yet beguiling. This marked the first instance in reality where Wang Zha felt compelled to describe a woman with such terms, embodying a naturally seductive essence, a true enchantress, distinct from the garish allure of modern temptresses. Enchanting, seductive, and fairy-like, these descriptors here carry a positive connotation, serving as a form of admiration. In reality, some expressions of enchantment and seduction may depend on context, such as within the intimacy of a bedroom, defined by one's personal interpretation. However, this woman emanated a distinct charm, an innate elegance that captivated with every movement, an embodiment of grace, an enchanting presence imbued with righteousness. Lang Yuan is a successful woman, aged 29 this year. It is imperative to mention her age, as she has achieved remarkable success in her career and hails from an esteemed family, particularly her husband's lineage, which is truly exceptional. Her beauty and physique are beyond reproach, and her wealth is such that it could sustain generations. However, she is also profoundly unfortunate. She is a widow with a 1.5-year-old daughter, and the thought of her daughter evokes a pang of heartache. A year ago, she was diagnosed with a severe case of hypersomnia, requiring her to sleep for 18 hours each day. Despite her exhaustion, she musters the energy to stay awake, as she feels an overwhelming desire to succumb to sleep indefinitely. Medical examinations revealed pressure on her brain's nerves, yet the risks associated with surgery are daunting. She resolved to consider surgery only when she can no longer awaken, viewing it as a last resort, as the prospect of remaining unconscious offers a glimmer of hope. However, the thought of leaving her daughter behind weighs heavily on her, for she is still so young. Wang Zha, uncertain about how to express himself, realizes that time is of the essence. If he does not speak up now, he may never have another opportunity. In this vast sea of humanity, many encounters are fleeting. Hello, miss. Just as Lang Yuan opened the door of a seemingly exquisite car, Wang Zha summoned the courage to take the most daunting step. Lang Yuan paused, gazing at the youthful boy before her, 17 or 18 years old, with delicate brows and eyes that hinted at charm, with a touch of makeup and feminine attire. He could undoubtedly be quite striking. Hello, little brother. What can I do for you? Lang Yuan smiled. Her voice was soft and inviting, akin to a gentle caress. Wang Zha, unable to meet her gaze, spoke timidly. Sister, do you sleep for long hours every day? I can help you. I understand you might not believe me, but I assure you it is the truth. Feeling somewhat verbose, he rushed to articulate his thoughts, fearing that she might perceive him as a charlatan. His primary desire was to acquire the skill book and depart swiftly. The author has something to say. With boldness, I seek support in every possible way. Chapter 33. Lang Yuan. A beauty that could bring a nation to ruin. Lang Yuan regarded Wang Zha with a smile. It had been quite some time since such a youthful presence had graced her vicinity. One reason for this scarcity was her marriage, while another was her exhausting routine of sleeping 18 hours daily, with the remaining 2 hours dedicated to managing her business affairs and the rest spent with her daughter. She was genuinely busy, with precious little time at her disposal, as her waking hours barely amounted to 6. However, she found herself intrigued by how Wang Zha knew of her hypersomnia, for it was not common knowledge, even among those who were not closely acquainted with her. I understand medicine, sister. Trust me, it will only take a brief moment of your time. You have nothing to lose, and if I can cure you, the benefits would be immense. You can choose a place where you feel most secure. I am not a bad person. Wang Zha, disregarding whether he was being overly verbose, laid out all the advantages, aiming to alleviate her suspicions. After all, who could resist the allure of a fortunate anomaly that could drop skill books? Why do you wish to treat me? Lang Yuan inquired, her curiosity piqued. It was rather amusing, especially considering his declaration of not being a bad person. Regardless of Wang Zha's eloquent assurances, she understood that every action in this world stemmed from a motive. Love and hatred never arise without reason. Just as in criminal acts, there is always a motive, unless one is mad. This issue is something that immediately comes to mind for Wang Zha, and he has been pondering it for quite some time. Previously, he had put a great deal of effort into addressing the peculiar situation with Li Zhao's bedwetting. Now, with acupuncture and massage available as treatment methods, there are no apparent flaws in the approach. There are far too few individuals afflicted with hypersomnia, and I am eager to attempt a remedy for this condition, of which I possess considerable confidence. Wang Zha expressed, even to himself, a rationale he found difficult to believe. All right, let's get in the car. I shall choose the destination. Lang Yuan declared. Wang Zha was taken aback by the woman's seemingly hasty acquiescence. Had it not been for his current overwhelming combat prowess, he would have hesitated to enter the vehicle, fearing abduction. Lang Yuan Building. Lang Yuan Group. President Long. Upon entering the edifice, numerous individuals respectfully greeted the woman. Although there are many executives nowadays, even in gaming circles, one encounters figures like President Zhao, President Li, and President Niu. Wang Zha himself had previously been addressed as President Wang in such virtual realms. Now, he felt somewhat disoriented as this woman moved gracefully ahead, her steps imbued with an effortless elegance that radiated brilliance, despite not intentionally adopting a model strut. Upon entering the office, Lang Yuan invited Wang Zha to take a seat. Would you like something to drink? She inquired, removing her mask. In that instant, Wang Zha understood the reason for her mask. She was indeed a captivating enchantress. The allure she exuded was beyond description, while Su Tang Su was a striking beauty, ethereal and untouched by worldly affairs. This woman possessed a beauty that could bring nations to ruin. Such beauty might only be tamed by the emperors of ancient times, though even they would risk their kingdoms in her presence. She instilled a profound sense of insecurity in men. Wang Zha, his cheeks flushed, averted his gaze. Her mask was merely a precaution against attracting undue attention. I'll pass. Thank you, Wang Zha replied, his speech somewhat halting as he wished to swiftly resolve the peculiar situation before departing. What do I need to do? Lang Yuan asked. You may simply sit here. I need to perform acupuncture on you. If you are averse to massage, we can forego that, Wang Zha responded, concerned about provoking her disdain and jeopardizing the treatment. The thought of encountering a fortunate anomaly without obtaining that elusive skill book left him feeling uneasy. Where will you be massaging? Lang Yuan queried, observing the flustered Wang Zha, uncertain if she had fully awakened today. Having invited a stranger into her vehicle and brought him to her company for treatment of a condition that even the finest doctors had failed to alleviate, she suspected she must still be in a state of drowsiness. Your hands will suffice. If you are resistant, we can proceed with just acupuncture, Wang Zha said, his head lowered, beads of perspiration forming upon his brow. Very well, let us begin. Lang Yuan thought of Wang Zha as previous assertion that he was not a bad person. Indeed, he was not, which made her feel as if she were the one in the wrong. The acupuncture would focus on his wrist. He deliberately avoided the head, wary of potential complications. As Wang Zha produced the golden needles, Lang Yuan recognized that he was indeed a serious practitioner. She had encountered various acupuncture needles in her quest for healing. Yet Wang Zha's were the most unique, fine as a strand of hair, yet gleaming and remarkably supple. Lang Yuan's delicate wrist, as radiant as jade, emanated an alluring glow, accompanied by a faint fragrance that left Wang Zha feeling increasingly flustered in proximity. He was still a novice in matters of romance, having never even held a girl's hand before. However, a wealth of theoretical knowledge has been acquired from the vast resources available on the internet, where education is abundant, encompassing not only text but also images, animations, and audiovisual materials that are vividly detailed. True understanding is born from practice. Without practical experience, one remains a novice. In the current job market, employers often prefer candidates with experience, even if their academic qualifications are less impressive, rather than those with high degrees but lacking practical exposure. During a massage session, Wang Zha felt his palms drenched in sweat. "I need to wash my hands," he said, somewhat embarrassed. Lang Yuan chuckled and gestured towards the restroom. After a thorough wash, Wang Zha attempted to calm his nerves. At 18, he was still a young lad, and despite a few fortunate encounters, his mindset remained pure and untainted. Furthermore, his inherently introverted and shy nature made it nearly impossible for him to maintain composure in front of Lang Yuan, a woman of striking beauty and formidable presence. With his head bowed, he began the massage. Lang Yuan's hands were exquisite, elongated like jade, smooth as cream, and incredibly soft. At the moment of contact, Wang Zha involuntarily flinched. Lang Yuan couldn't help but smile, looking at him playfully. "Are you shy?" she teased. No, he replied, this time gently grasping her hand to continue. The sensation of a girl's hand was indeed delightful, indescribably stimulating, and he felt beads of sweat forming again, trickling down to his nose. Lang Yuan smiled, reaching for a tissue to dab at his perspiring face. Startled, Wang Zha instinctively recoiled. No, it's fine. Lang Yuan felt a sense of ease. The pressure from this young man was surprisingly pleasant and professional, though she remained skeptical about his ability to cure her hypersomnia. She still pondered over Wang Zha's intentions. "What is your name?" Lang Yuan inquired with a smile. "Wang Zha," he responded. She looked at him quizzically. "Wang Zha. Wang as in the surname Wang, and Zha meaning bomb," he clarified. "That's a nice name." Lang Yuan complimented sincerely. "What do you do?" she asked curiously. "I'm a student, about to enter my sophomore year." "How wonderful. I can hardly remember the year I graduated from university," Lang Yuan mused. Over the years, she had experienced so much, and with the recent year filled with excessive sleep, a person who sleeps 18 hours a day would feel time slipping away swiftly, as if living only a quarter of what others experience. Additionally, too much sleep left her mind in a daze, often feeling as if she were in a different world. "Are you studying medicine?" she asked. "I'm majoring in accounting," he replied. Lang Yuan gazed at the boy, who was over a decade her junior, and felt no embarrassment. "Well, I suppose today is just for a bit of fun, considering how I clumsily brought you here," the author wishes to convey, seeking support and encouragement. Chapter 34. The Mischievous Little Enchantress. Skill, Body Refinement. Escape Token 1, 20-year-old ginseng. Wang Zha combined massage with acupuncture, occasionally glancing at the slumbering beauty before him, observing the changes in her serene visage. Unbeknownst to them, several minutes had passed. If not for Wang Zha's decorum, Lang Yuan might have wondered if he was taking advantage of her. However, witnessing the boy's anxious demeanor, glistening with sweat, made her ponder if perhaps she was the one being taken advantage of. More than 10 minutes had elapsed when Wang Zha felt a surge of joy. Finally, a change had occurred. The sleepy monster, Sleeping Beauty, was at level 20, a fortunate creature that could be captured, increasing the capture probability by 20. Upon a successful capture, the sleepy monster would vanish, granting a skill book. With a click, he entered the battle for the capture. Naturally, Wang Zha plunged into the fray, nearly overwhelmed himself. Though the beauty's hand was enchanting, the pressure was immense. At that moment, he had but one move at his disposal: the dragon grasp. The third style of the dragon fist. Failure. Failure. As Wang Zha attempted to catch the creature, the sleepy beauty retaliated. A level 20 lucky monster whose attacks merely chipped away at Wang Zha's health. Indeed, it was a fortunate creature. Wang Zha had lost count of how many times he had tried. His health dwindled to less than a third, stirring a sense of unease within him. Was it slow demise? A torturous little sprite? At that juncture, Wang Zha recalled that the cloud-walking boots could only be equipped at level 10, and their healing ability would have been a bane to this fortunate monster, ensuring a perpetual state of full health. Alas, he could not wear them now. It was beyond his reach. Capture successful. Wang Zha breathed a sigh of relief. You have gained 100 experience points. You have acquired the skill body refinement. You have received 5 20-year-old ginseng. You have received 5 20-year-old Hisho Wu. You have obtained 1 escape token. 100 experience points. Wang Zha was astonished. Shouldn't a level 20 monster yield only 20 experience points? Was this standard experience? Or was it due to the creature's fortunate nature? That was a query for another day, but for now, he was elated with the 100 experience points, bringing him closer to level 10 and the ability to don divine gear. Body refinement, a passive skill, increased his health cap by 50%, growing with his constitution. A splendid acquisition. Wang Zha was thrilled. It was identical to dragon armor, with one enhancing defense and the other boosting health. Both skills were incredibly practical, becoming increasingly potent with level advancements. The more health accumulated, the higher the defense, and thus the greater the enhancement. The 20-year-old ginseng was also a valuable find, superior to the wild ginseng of the same age found outside. Additionally, the 20-year-old Hisho Wu was a precious herb. Lastly, he examined the escape token. The escape token, a consumable item, allowed immediate withdrawal from battle upon use, rendering the battle token void. Another excellent item. Wang Zha had always refrained from engaging monsters marked with danger alerts, uncertain of the consequences of failure. After all, entering battle meant a fight to the death. With the escape token in hand, he could withdraw with ease, particularly since he remained unaware of the repercussions of being killed by a disease monster. Wang Zha preferred not to take risks, deeming it unnecessary. Thus, the escape token held immense value. He decided to withdraw. Lan Yuan sensed a shift within her body. She had been feeling somewhat dazed. Yet now she felt an unprecedented clarity. She could not ascertain whether she was completely healed. She needed verification. Sister, I'm fine. Farewell, sister. At that moment, Wang Zha was quite pleased, having acquired a formidable skill that could effectively double his health. Wait. Lan Yuan quickly called out to Wang Zha. Wang Zha scratched his head and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you running away?" Liang Yuan, puzzled, inquired further. Unconsciously, Wang Zha took a step back, stating, "I need to return to school." Liang Yuan, witnessing his action, couldn't help but chuckle and shook her head, saying, "Come on, let me treat you to a meal, and I'll drive you back to school afterward." Wang Zha considered the offer. After all, he had helped her recover from a significant ailment, and taking a taxi back would cost money, while riding with her would be free. Moreover, he would enjoy a complimentary dinner. Liang Yuan felt a tinge of excitement, primarily because she had never experienced such clarity before. Even after sleeping for 18 hours, she had never felt as alert as she did now. She truly cherished this sensation. "Hand me your phone." Liang Yuan extended her hand. Upon receiving Wang Zha's phone, she dialed her number and saved it, then stored her name in his contacts. Once she learned that Wang Zha attended Jin University, she sought a place to dine nearby. "Guests are arriving again," she mused. Liang Yuan felt somewhat disoriented today, perceiving the world as wondrous. Wang Zha, with his head lowered, ate his meal, neither rude nor pretentious, simply enjoying the act of dining. After visiting a few times, he managed to conduct himself with grace. "Goodbye, sister." A new number and name appeared on Wang Zha's phone. Liang Yuan. What a peculiar name. At 2 a.m, when she should have been asleep, Liang Yuan found herself wide awake. It was rather amusing, a person with severe hypersomnia experiencing insomnia. For others, sleeplessness could be bothersome, especially with work awaiting them the next day. As the clock approached 3, she still couldn't find rest. If sleep continued to elude her, she might as well rise and start her day. Insomnia was not terrifying. After all, staying awake wasn't too dreadful, although it often led to headaches and a foggy mind, making it difficult to accomplish tasks. Prolonged sleeplessness was indeed tormenting. Yet, Liang Yuan felt a strange joy in her insomnia, wanting to leap with exhilaration. However, she restrained her enthusiasm, fearing that she might doze off at any moment. Alone in her room, her daughter was with her parents, and she currently resided at her parents' home. With each passing minute, her happiness multiplied. It seemed as though she was persevering through something mundane, yet watching time trickle by felt profoundly fulfilling. Morning arrived. Wang Zha attended class and then spent 2 hours outside the hospital gaining experience, leaving him with 15 stamina points after battling 30 disease monsters, resulting in a mixed array of levels. He acquired 182 experience points. At this rate, in just 2 days, he would reach level 10. Wang Zha felt a surge of excitement. Today, his Dragon Fist leveled up to level 7. Dragon Fist, level 7. Experience, 37, 0, 12, 800 when used in battle. It increases attack and defense by 70. Initially, when battling monsters, using Dragon Fist against a disease monster could yield 100 experience points, leading Wang Zha to believe that leveling up was considerably easier. However, as Dragon Fist advanced, the experience required also increased exponentially, making progress slower. Nevertheless, the current power of Dragon Fist was impressive as it significantly bolstered attack and defense in combat. Today's haul consisted mainly of medicinal herbs. Passing by a supermarket, Wang Zha purchased a case of white liquor, an induction cooker, a pot, and additional herbs he lacked before returning to his dormitory. He intended to concoct his special health elixir, driven solely by his desire for that tantalizing 3-point strength. The brewing of medicinal concoctions constitutes the essence of Wang Zha's unique method for crafting herbal wine. The simplest form of herbal wine involves merely placing a ginseng root into white liquor, allowing it to steep over time, which may well be the most straightforward approach. However, the pivotal process in Wang Zha's secret restorative elixir lies in the careful simmering of herbal extracts. Much like the preparation of nourishing soups, mastering the precise heat is a formidable challenge, and the harmonious fusion of various medicinal properties is exceedingly intricate. The aroma of herbs pervades the air. Wang Zha meticulously extracts the potency from the herbs until it seamlessly melds with the liquor, allowing the medicinal essence to infuse the wine. The alcohol serves as a catalyst, enhancing the body's ability to absorb these benefits, truly embodying the essence of herbal wine. Chapter 35 delves into the flavors of this unique restorative brew, discussing the nuances of specialization and the frivolities of romance. Wang Zha's method of crafting herbal wine is distinctive, hinging entirely upon the art of simmering, extracting a medicinal liquid that integrates with the spirit without compromising its inherent qualities. Other herbal wines typically require considerable time for gradual infusion, often yielding uncertain results. In contrast, Wang Zha's concoction can be prepared within a single day, albeit necessitating hours of intense focus to achieve the desired herbal infusion. In truth, Wang Zha remains indifferent to the taste and health benefits. He adheres strictly to the prescribed recipe, fixating on 3 specific attributes of potency. His dormitory companions, silent and observant, have been forewarned not to disturb him, and Wang Zha even silenced his phone. Some pursuits allow for shortcuts, especially in this age of advanced technology, where tasks that once took a year or more can now be completed in mere hours. Yet, certain endeavors resist such expediency, while others may offer shortcuts at a cost, akin to the folly of hastening growth. Crafting herbal wine is a traditional art, demanding numerous steps and the passage of time. Wang Zha possesses a remarkable formula, yet it requires exceptional skill, extensive knowledge of herbs, and, most crucially, an extraordinary aptitude for brewing. This ability stems from his experience with restorative soups, acupressure, the 9 needles of Qi Huang, and, of course, the secret herbal wine. For an ordinary individual to reach Wang Zha's level of expertise would necessitate decades of relentless study and practice. This insatiable desire for skill is precisely why Wang Zha perseveres. Once attained, it feels akin to the profound insights gained over centuries of experience, as if blessed by the flames of mastery, achieving unparalleled heights. By the late hours of the night, the restorative wine neared completion, and upon gazing at his dormitory mates, it was evident that none had succumbed to slumber. The room filled with an extraordinary fragrance. This peculiar aroma, a scent of herbs, was unfamiliar to Wang Zha, who had never considered liquor to possess a bouquet. Yet, amidst the herbal fragrance lingered a subtle elegance, imparting a warm and comforting sensation throughout his being. Surprisingly, he detected a hint of the wine's essence, a quality he had previously dismissed as unremarkable. However, now, with the noble herbs intertwining with the liquor, a delightful aroma emerged, leading Wang Zha to finally comprehend what true wine fragrance entails. Observing his companions, he noted their eagerness, and without hesitation, they retrieved cups to share a bottle among the four of them. The aroma is truly exquisite. It offers a distinctly different experience compared to the secret restorative soup. The fragrance of the secret tonic wine is more delicate and subtle, whereas the soup is meant to be consumed in larger sips, while the wine is savored in smaller ones. "My goodness, what a marvelous wine this is!" Chow Hu exclaimed. "Lacking in culture, what else can you say besides my goodness?" Old 4, this flavor surpasses even the delight of kissing a beautiful woman. If you had to choose between the wine and a woman, which would you select? Wang Zha laughed as he posed the question. "If you make me drink a cup every day this month, I shall abstain from all indulgence," Chow Hu replied, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. I indicated my willingness to join him. Bai Lang rolled his eyes in response. "This wine is potent at 52 degrees. Ideally, one should consume no more than 2 taels." The wine that Wang Zha brought back, after being transformed into a secret restorative tonic, still resides in its original bottle, stripped of all packaging, resembling a bare, unbranded product. Nevertheless, it is undeniably delightful, not merely in a simplistic sense, but as Chow Hu articulated, it evokes a remarkable sensation, akin to the feeling of having one's internal organs cleansed. Whether it can truly be compared is subjective, for they are two distinct experiences. Nonetheless, the ability to draw a comparison already attests to the exceptional flavor of this secret tonic wine. Human beings have fundamental needs, primarily the dual pursuits of nourishment and procreation, the essence of survival and genetic perpetuation. Fulfilling these two desires could elevate one to a near-divine status. With each creation, Wang Zha experiences a sense of accomplishment, his confidence bolstered and his grounding strengthened. Although he was quite sleepy in the morning, having slept for less than 4 hours, he persisted in his exercise routine. Wang Zha found himself increasingly disinterested in attending classes. He contemplated switching majors to study traditional Chinese medicine. Approaching his sophomore year, he was eligible to apply for a change of major. He had already submitted his application, which required that only the top 35 students in the class be permitted to transfer. The process involved personal application, approval and recommendation from the college, review by the prospective department, potential interviews, signatures from the school leadership, and filing with the academic affairs department before formally transferring. Wang Zha considered leveraging connections, yet he had no one to approach. Jin Gang had suggested that Wang Zha submit the application while he would handle the other matters. In truth, whether or not he transferred was not of paramount importance to Wang Zha. However, with 3 years of university remaining, pursuing a major of no practical use felt like a waste. Today he was to provide acupuncture and massage for Su Tai, and he thought of how the secret restorative wine could enhance strength. If he could improve Su Tai's condition by just 3 points, it would signify a substantial improvement. Coupled with the secret restorative soup, it would at least allow him to maintain a normal quality of life. With 5 bottles of the secret tonic wine remaining, he took one. Su Tang came to pick up Wang Zha. Having not seen each other for 3 days, Wang Zha did not feel particularly nostalgic. Their relationship could barely be classified as friendship. In a strict sense, they were not even that. She was a close friend of Li Xiao, who was Jin Gang's girlfriend, and Jin Gang was Wang Zha's friend. Speaking of which, Wang Zha's closest companion was Tang Mu. However, Wang Zha is a roommate and classmate of Jin Gang, but due to numerous differences, they were not particularly close before. After all, Wang Zha is a homebody, shy in nature, with a thin skin and lacking self-confidence. Jin Gang and his companions, on the other hand, are quite amiable and do not harbor disdain towards Wang Zha. In fact, they tend to care for him, especially since he is the youngest among them. This is also a reason why Wang Zha has grown closer to them after undergoing some changes. Friendship is about connecting with individuals, where character reigns supreme. Moreover, he does not perceive his attentiveness towards Su Tang-sa as flattery. He is fond of beautiful women, but understands that Su Tang-sa is not someone he should pursue. Chasing after Su Tang-sa would be less sensible than confronting the harsh reality represented by her brother's affliction. One must possess self-awareness. For instance, Wang Zha's pursuit of Su Tang-sa is not an act of bravery or courage, but rather folly. Can individuals with fundamentally disparate values and worldviews truly find happiness together? The essence of a romantic relationship lies in the dialogue, a process of exploration to determine compatibility. Discussions encompass two individuals, their personalities, temperaments, interests, values, and familial backgrounds, as well as their perspectives on work and finances. If the conversation falters, it indicates a lack of suitability. In Chapter 36, the Su family perceives Wang Zha as either a surprise or a marvel. Su Tang-sa possesses an ethereal beauty, almost untouched by the mundane world. After exchanging greetings with Su Tang-sa, Wang Zha settled into the passenger seat, holding a bottle of inexpensive wine that appeared rather unappealing, akin to a plucked chicken once the packaging was removed. Su Tang-sa reached over to fasten Wang Zha's seatbelt effortlessly, smiling at him, reflecting on the numerous incidents that transpired since their acquaintance, all of which were aided by him. Particularly this time, over the past 3 days, the family has been monitoring Su Tai's condition, which had exhibited alarming symptoms prior to Wang Zha's treatment. Now, he can live as a normal person. As for the lack of strength at this moment, what more could one desire? The fortune lies in living without suffering and encountering a benefactor. Lost in her thoughts while driving, Su Tang-sa momentarily forgot her surroundings, causing Wang Zha's face to flush under her gaze. He gently called out, "Sister." In an impulsive gesture, Su Tang-sa reached out to tousle Wang Zha's hair, experiencing a pure affection for him in that moment. Because of Wang Zha, she averted a significant crisis. Because of him, her brother might survive. Each of these instances could radically alter her destiny. Her hand, cool as jade, left Wang Zha momentarily dazed. When he regained his composure, he noticed that Su Tang-sa had resumed driving. The previous occasion was at the hospital, and this time they were headed to her home, which was, in fact, Su Tai's residence. Despite Su Tai being unmarried, one can deduce that their family is extraordinary. They reside in a villa within an upscale neighborhood. Upon seeing Wang Zha again, Su Tai was naturally delighted and warmly welcomed him. Acknowledging the significance of the first man his sister brought home, even if he was there primarily to assist with his treatment, though he was somewhat younger than expected. He pondered deeply about the relationship between his sister and himself. Yet as he gazed at Wang Zha's bashful demeanor, he could not envision him as his sister's boyfriend. Su Tang-sa was undoubtedly exceptional, so remarkable that even men felt unworthy of her. Su Tai had encountered many outstanding young individuals, yet none seemed worthy of his sister. Wang Zha placed a bottle of wine on the table. "Is this wine?" Su Tang-sa had forgotten to ask earlier. "Yes, it's medicinal wine, beneficial for health," Wang Zha replied. Su Tang-sa's parents were present, appearing remarkably youthful, especially her mother, who, having given birth to such a daughter, must have been stunning in her youth. In her 50s, she looked no older than 30, exuding an air of elegance, with a gentle visage characterized by grace and warmth, a true embodiment of a successful yet nurturing woman, without a single flaw to be found. Su's father was a dashing middle-aged gentleman, the quintessential man who grew more handsome with age, radiating a calm authority. "Little Zha has come. I've heard so much about you from my daughter. I truly don't know how to express my gratitude," Su's mother warmly welcomed Wang Zha. At 18, Wang Zha felt no burden in addressing her, shyly responding, "Hello, Annie? Come, sit down," she urged. Su's parents engaged in the simplest of inquiries, their tone imbued with genuine concern, undoubtedly influenced by Wang Zha's ability to treat Su Tai's ailment. Indeed, Su Tongsua's recent ordeal was known to her parents, which made their warmth towards Wang Zha heartfelt. After all, he had once saved their daughter. This debt of gratitude loomed large, as they felt they owed Wang Zha immensely for Su Tai's condition. Were it not for the potential impropriety, Su's mother might have considered adopting him as a son. Though she hesitated, recalling her daughter's words about him being her first male friend, was he not a touch too young for such considerations? Time was not wasted. Wang Zha commenced with acupuncture and massage. After about half an hour, the transformation in Su Tai was evident. His spirits were lifted, and he felt a newfound vigor coursing through him. He could endure for another 3 days. Su Tai had little choice. He was essentially relying on others to extend his life, for only in this manner could he live like a normal person. With the enhancement from Qi Huang's 9 needles and massage, he would only need weekly treatments moving forward. As Wang Zha recognized Su Tai's concerns, he smiled reassuringly, saying, "Brother Su, there's no need to worry. Your recovery is promising. Weekly acupuncture and massage will suffice, and, in time, it may even extend to once a month. Today, I brought something you will surely appreciate." This news was undeniably uplifting for Su Tai. The prospect of weekly treatments signified significant improvement. Although he still grappled with the harsh reality of his condition, he began to accept his fate over time. Otherwise, I would either break down or accept my fate. "Sister, could you fetch a few small cups?" Wang Zha instructed Su Tongsua as he uncorked the bottle of wine. At the moment of uncorking, an enchanting fragrance wafted through the air, a subtle medicinal aroma that caused Su Tongsua to pause in her stride, utterly astonished that such a scent could emanate from medicine. It was not merely the scent of herbs. There was also a hint of wine, an intriguing bouquet that seemed to possess an almost magical allure. The fragrance itself was a sensory delight. Otherwise, why would women invest in such expensive perfumes that captivate both their own hearts and those of men? Though Su Tongsua was taken aback, her prior experience with the meticulously crafted health tonic left her merely curious about the extent of Wang Zha's extraordinary concoction. She had previously noted that such a tonic could elevate a person to great wealth and prosperity. Moreover, Wang Zha was not only skilled in the art of healing, but also quite adept in physical prowess. At merely 18 years of age, he had now introduced a health-promoting wine. The intoxication of its aroma was simply irresistible. As Su Tongsua gazed at Wang Zha, lost in thought, her mother observed her with equal fascination. Both the health wine and tonic would gradually exert their medicinal effects over the course of a week, enhancing one's vitality or strength. During lunch at the Su family residence, they could not resist the warmth of familial hospitality. This time, Su Mu inquired more about Wang Zha, questioning whether he had a girlfriend, what kind of partner he desired, and if he had any preferences regarding age. Su Mu felt a certain conflict. Her daughter was exceptionally talented, yet had never had a boyfriend, nor did she seem inclined to pursue one. As parents, they held an open-minded view towards their daughter's romantic life, recognizing that at her age, she should have been in a relationship, yet she remained unattached. Now, with the first boy she brought home, they found themselves somewhat perplexed, for he was still quite young. When it was time to depart, Su Mu presented Wang Zha with a gift, several outfits she had purchased in advance, knowing he would come to treat Su Tai with acupuncture. Wang Zha, unable to refuse, sheepishly accepted the offerings. Timid and bashful, he endeared himself to Su Tongsua's parents, who found him almost flawless. Previously, he had declined Su Tongsua's gratitude, but this time, he understood that he could not turn down the clothes. "Thank you, Auntie. Please take care on the road," he called from the passenger seat, clutching the bag of clothing. "Do you have a girlfriend?" Su Tongsua asked with a smile. "No, not at all," Wang Zha replied, puzzled. "Would you like me to introduce you to someone?" "She would surely be beautiful, a little fairy," Su Tongsua teased, her driving steady and graceful. The way she handled the car added a touch of earthly elegance, making her presence even more captivating and real. No, it's fine," Wang Zha quickly shook his head, finding himself less eager for a girlfriend at this moment. Goodbye, big brother. As she watched Wang Zha flee somewhat awkwardly, Su Tongsua couldn't help but chuckle. Life's encounters are beyond our control. They can be tranquil, unexpected, or perhaps even delightful. Wang Zha was her delightful surprise. Chapter 37. Level 10, dressed in divine garb. A steel-hearted youth. How could he possibly have a girlfriend? For 2 days, Lang Yuan had refrained from sleep, reluctant to succumb to slumber, fearing that if she did, she might sleep for another 18 hours. From surprise to concern, and now back to astonishment, she felt as though she might finally be on the mend. Had her severe hypersomnia been cured? After visiting countless hospitals worldwide and attempting numerous remedies without any improvement, her condition had only continued to worsen. Primarily, the surgical risks are excessively high, with a success rate of less than 10. Thus, she refrains from undergoing the procedure. Currently, she enjoys 6 waking hours each day, reluctant to part with her daughter and her parents. Miraculously, she has been healed by a young man she encountered on the street, an occurrence so astonishing it feels surreal, akin to a dream from which she fears awakening, apprehensive that it may all be but a figment of her imagination. Now, she remains awake, observing her daughter, a delicate little girl of 1.5 years, her porcelain skin and long eyelashes rendering her doll-like in appearance. To anyone, she is an angelic presence. Yet few comprehend that this adorable child is autistic. With a smile gracing her face, she gently kisses her daughter. Though she embodies the enviable aspects of countless women, few are privy to the anguish hidden within her soul. She feels a hint of fatigue, yet dreads the thought of sleep, as if she longs to reclaim the time lost to slumber. Dawn approaches. Holding her phone, she contemplates calling Wang Zha multiple times but hesitates, fearing to intrude upon him. It is not until noon that she finally dials his number. Upon seeing the unfamiliar number, Wang Zha answers, "Hello, who is this?" with a serious gaze. She verifies the number. It is indeed Wang Zha's, and she distinctly remembers saving her phone number and name in his device. Did he delete her contact? Wang Zha had indeed removed it. After all, fortune had smiled upon him. As a reclusive individual, he seldom sought anyone's phone number, and the contacts on his phone were minimal. He preferred solitude, disliking interruptions during his gaming sessions. He never entertained the notion of undertaking significant ventures or cultivating connections. Deleting Lan Yuan's number was merely a habitual action, symbolizing a lack of interest in any ulterior motives regarding her. He detested the sound of ringing phones, fearing complications, and cherished tranquility. Typically, a call signifies a matter of importance. Who would call without reason? After all, he had no girlfriend. Rumor had it that a girlfriend's calls often lacked necessity and were particularly bothersome. "Hello." Wang Zha frowned, preparing to hang up. "Little brother, how dare you delete your sister's number?" "It's me, Lan Yuan," she exclaimed indignantly. It was her first experience of having her number deleted. Upon hearing her voice, Wang Zha immediately recognized her. Her voice was unmistakable, uniquely captivating. "Ah, sister, I accidentally lost your number," Wang Zha feigned clumsiness. "Where are you? I'll come find you." Lan Yuan gently inquired, her tone soft. "Is there something you need?" Wang Zha asked. "Is it wrong to seek you out?" "I simply wish to converse," Lan Yuan replied. "I'm busy at the moment. I'll call you later," Wang Zha responded. Indeed, he was preoccupied, grinding for experience points. He only needed to defeat one more monster to reach level 10. Could he afford to be distracted? Everything else could wait. Just then, he spotted a headache monster, and after hanging up, he plunged in a battle. Lan Yuan stared at her phone, now disconnected. It was her first encounter with someone deleting her contact and ending a call. Lan Yuan would not perceive Wang Zha's feigned restraint as a tactic. She felt no anger towards him, only gratitude. With a gentle shake of her head, she remarked, "A steadfast little straight man. How could he ever acquire a girlfriend?" The battle concluded, and you gained 5 points of experience, elevating your level to 10. You acquired the skill, Azure Dragon Posture, and expanded your inventory by 1 slot. At this moment, Wang Zha felt a surge of excitement. His heart raced at the thought of donning the Step Cloud shoes. Step Cloud shoes level, 10 speed, 15 special effect, indestructible, immune to damage, special skill, regeneration, restoring 5 health points per second, up to the maximum limit. Once equipped, Wang Zha experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort and lightness. The joy and satisfaction he felt surpassed that of having a girlfriend. If someone offered to trade their girlfriend for the Step Cloud shoes, he would not even consider it. Of course, this was merely a metaphor, as such a trade was impossible. Attributes, without any surprises, all enhanced his constitution. As for strength and agility, they automatically increased by 1 with each level, consistently improving. The Step Cloud shoes contributed an additional 15 to speed, equivalent to a 75-point increase in agility. He also obtained a level 10 weapon, Fine Steel Tiger Claw weapon type. Level 10 attack, 10 special skill, heavy strike, with a 10% chance to inflict 150 damage upon attack. Durability 100. Equipped. As for the Azure Dragon posture, Wang Zha had always heard that martial artists possess their unique stances, foundational to their practice. For instance, Tai Chi has its own stance, as do Xingyi Quan and Baguazhang, the 3 great internal martial arts. No need to ponder. Learning was the key. He began to study, and in an instant, images flooded his mind. His legs bent slightly as he descended slowly, distributing his weight across both legs, relaxing his waist and hips, grounding his feet, gently swaying like a divine dragoness tail. Expanding the inventory by 1 slot proved to be advantageous. Initially, 20 slots seemed sufficient, but as time passed, various medicinal herbs were nearly filling the inventory. He glanced at his character panel. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18 level, 10 experience, 41. 0 28 available attribute points, 0 constitution, 36 health, 540 defense, 108 stamina, 25. 180 strength, 20 attack, 50, including 10 from Fine Steel Tiger Claw, agility, 19 speed, 53, including 15 from Step Cloud shoes, primary skill Dragon Fist, level 7, experience 277. 0 12 800. Can increase attack and defense by 70 during combat. Azure Dragon posture, level 0, experience 0 100, a non-combat skill that enhances constitution, strength, and agility. Passive skills body refinement, increases health limit by 50%, scaling with constitution. Dragon armor, increases defense by 50%, scaling with constitution. Critical strike, 10% chance to deal double damage. 5% chance to deal triple damage upon attack. Active skill, double slash, allows for 2 rapid attacks on the target. The second attack deals half damage and cannot be used consecutively. Auxiliary skills, secret health soup, a delicacy of immortal realm. Its benefits include strengthening the body, enhancing beauty, nourishing the liver and kidneys, promoting blood circulation, and can increase physical constitution by a maximum of 3 points. Secret Health Wine, a fine elixir. Its effects are health-promoting, nourishing and replenishing the kidneys, strengthening bones and muscles, and can boost strength by a maximum of 3 points. Massage, invigorates blood circulation, relaxes muscles and joints, alleviates fatigue, restores vitality, and strengthens blood and bones. Level 3, experience 100200, Qi Huang 9 needles. Fortifies the foundation, alleviates pain and bleeding, activates vitality, can sustain life for 2 days. Level 2, experience 49100. The durability of the armor disappears after 2 days, vanishing entirely. The cloud-walking shoes no longer worry about wear and tear. They are indestructible. With the cloud-walking shoes combined with the Tiger Claw and previous body-refining skills, Wang Zha feels invincible, embodying a sense of unparalleled supremacy. As the saying goes, those skilled in their craft possess great courage. Whether man or woman, all fear encountering malevolence. Yet Wang Zha now stands undaunted. This is confidence. This is strength. The author has a message, seeking support, encouragement, collections, recommendations, and all forms of backing. Chapter 38, A Woman Who Can Shorten a Man's Life. These past few days have been spent diligently gaining experience by battling disease monsters. Now, at level 10, after donning the cloud-walking shoes, the urgency to slay monsters has diminished. It feels as though life has reached its zenith. Much of this motivation stems from the cloud-walking shoes. They symbolize goals, direction, and the drive to progress. Today, with little stamina remaining, desires have been fulfilled, leading to satisfaction and joy. This self-contentment is genuinely delightful. Furthermore, Wang Zha has witnessed the terrifying nature of disease monsters. Early-stage amyotrophic lateral sclerosis creatures are level 25, and even ordinary level 25 monsters seem insurmountable. The disparity in levels is stark. He has just reached level 10 and might now contend with ordinary level 15 disease monsters, but level 25 remains an impossibility. Fortunately, there are alerts for unwinnable battles, alleviating any worry, and he possesses a token for escape. Equipped with the steel tiger claw and cloud-walking shoes, alongside several skills, Wang Zha's strength has significantly increased. Though perhaps still not formidable enough, he is several times stronger than before. In high spirits, Wang Zha recalls the earlier call from Lang Yuan. After a moment's hesitation, he dials her number. "Where are you? I'll come and pick you up," Lang Yuan states directly upon answering. The location is where they first met, dining at the same place as before. The second meeting proves overwhelming for Wang Zha. This woman possesses the power to exhaust a man completely, driving him to the brink. A mere glance from her can ignite a man's fervor, brimming with boundless energy. She is enchantingly alluring, an embodiment of deep-seated charm, exuding sophistication and grace, far beyond mere superficial allure. The true essence of charm is beauty and adorableness. And when describing a woman's demeanor and appearance, it naturally connotes beauty and charm. She is the epitome of a mature woman, possessing an exquisite beauty that is beyond reproach. Her enchanting, soulful peach blossom eyes captivate all who gaze upon her. This radiance and charm emanate from her very core. And her alluring presence is a potent combination that spells disaster for the unwary. In ancient times, such a woman might have been labeled as one who brings misfortune to her partner, a woman capable of distracting emperors from their duties or enticing rulers into folly. Few men possess the courage to bring such a woman into their lives, as the pressure is immense, and anyone in her presence feels an overwhelming sense of inadequacy. Moreover, to speak the utmost truth, she is undeniably a woman who could shorten a man's lifespan. "Sister, do you have something to discuss with me?" The woman had previously mentioned a matter she wished to talk about, and Wang Zha was curious as to what it could be. "Am I truly well again?" "I haven't slept in days," Lang Yuan gently inquired. "Is that the reason you sought me out?" Wang Zha asked, while continuing to eat. Regardless of the circumstances, sharing a meal was a worthwhile endeavor, albeit not a cheap one. "Yes, I mentioned it the other day, didn't I?" Wang Zha continued, not daring to look at the woman for too long, subconsciously wishing to maintain distance. With the stroke of fortune already in his grasp, he felt this woman had lost her value in his eyes, and he questioned whether his actions were somewhat unkind. "I'm unsure how to express my gratitude. Please accept this card," Lang Yuan said, placing a bank card before Wang Zha. "It contains 8 million. Should you require more, simply give me a call." Wang Zha, taken aback, ceased eating and gazed at Lang Yuan in bewilderment. 8 million? Lang Yuan was surprised by his reaction and nodded slowly. "Wait, let me ponder this. If I cure your tendency to oversleep, you will grant me 8 million? Wang Zha's composure began to falter. At 18, coming from a modest background, 8 million was an astronomical sum, an unimaginable fortune. He found himself questioning how to spend it. How many dumplings could that buy? Lang Yuan, feeling somewhat dazed herself, pondered if her severe hypersomnia could truly be remedied by such a sum. She did not lack for money. Even if it were 80 million or 8 billion, she would accept it without hesitation, for no amount of wealth could replace the fragility of life. Her intention in offering Wang Zha this money was fraught with consideration. An 18-year-old boy might lose himself with too much wealth, yet too little would undermine the respect for his medical prowess. Ultimately, she deemed 8 million a more suitable amount, as her own medical expenses over the years had not approached such a figure. The doctors had laid out the pros and cons, and she realized she had no choice but to relinquish hope. Wang Zha found himself immersed in games and novels, recognizing that such plots were typically confined to fiction. In reality, the notion of curing someone and being granted 8 million was a fanciful dream, a fantasy where all wishes can be fulfilled. Though Wang Zha was tempted to accept the card, he remained a student, with all expenses covered by his parents. He understood that wealth could attract beautiful girlfriends and afford a life filled with enviable pleasures. Yet, he felt an innate disquiet about accepting the 8 million. The slumbering beast that plagued Lang Yuan, the sleeping beauty, was her own nightmare, yet it became a fortunate charm for him. He sensed that accepting this money would bring him unease. A gentleman values wealth acquired through rightful means. To claim that Lang Yuan's affluence warranted such a sum would imply that perhaps he ought to receive 80 million, 8 billion, or even more. Though money is indeed desirable, it can easily lead one to lose sight of oneself. While one may possess the ability to earn, it is imperative not to be swayed or governed by wealth. Wang Zha did not anticipate that he would find himself ensnared in the struggle for financial gain. Deep within, he yearned to accept the sum offered, yet he felt that his labor was not worthy of such compensation. This notion contradicted established norms. Much like how a hospital cannot charge more simply because a patient is affluent. After contemplating this, Wang Zha inquired, "Sister, how much would it cost to treat your condition at the hospital?" Lang Yuan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled and replied, "The hospital cannot cure it." Ultimately, Wang Zha accepted 20,000 yuan. This amount felt justifiable for the labor rendered. Receiving 8 million, although enticing, would not bring him the same sense of fulfillment. He found greater joy in the modest sum of 20,000 than he would have in a larger amount. Lang Yuan was, in truth, astonished. A typical 18-year-old with newfound capabilities would likely not refuse 8 million. After all, no one shuns an abundance of wealth. At 30, Lang Yuan had weathered numerous storms and encountered all manner of individuals. She had faced considerable hardships in life, including the death of her husband and her daughter's autism, compounded by her own severe hypersomnia. While others envied her wealth, status, and position, few understood the depths of her inner turmoil. It is likely that no one would believe she longed for the simplicity of an ordinary existence. Though she possessed wealth, it could not cure her or her daughter. "Can you treat autism?" Lang Yuan asked, her eyes sparkling with hope. She felt as though she had grasped a final lifeline. Wang Zha shuddered at the mention of autism, which he recognized as a developmental disorder stemming from neurological dysfunction, often referred to as a condition characterized by profound social withdrawal. Autistic individuals tend to inhabit their own worlds, exhibiting minimal awareness of their surroundings. For instance, they may not respond when called or exhibit a diminished sensitivity to pain. Autism often manifests at birth, remaining undetected until 1 or 2 years of age, when deviations from typical behavior become apparent. Many autistic children exhibit lower than average intelligence, though a select few display extraordinary talents in specific areas. Wang Zha had once viewed a television program featuring a young couple blessed with twin boys. They embodied happiness and contentment, with the father meticulously documenting their daily lives through photography without fail. Their lives unfolded with joy. Yet after a year, the parents began to notice that their children were somewhat subdued and lacked basic safety awareness, often tumbling from their beds. It is quite common for young children to stumble or fall from beds, often dismissed as trivial occurrences. However, as time passes, certain abnormal behaviors become increasingly apparent. Even the youngest children possess a sense of safety. For instance, a toddler who cannot walk may instinctively crawl down from a bed, hesitating to drop if their feet cannot touch the ground. This instinct is innate. Yet, it is alarming for parents to observe their child unhesitatingly stepping off the bed into empty space, regardless of the height, whether from a bed or a table. The act remains the same. Moreover, the child remains largely silent, unresponsive even after being called multiple times. If they do respond, their reactions are often tepid. The typical innocence and vivacity of childhood, characterized by laughter and tears, seem almost entirely absent. Upon seeking medical advice, the diagnosis of autism is delivered, leaving the parents in stunned disbelief. Autism, often referred to as a form of solitude, embodies the very essence of loneliness. Witnessing their child in such a state is profoundly painful for parents. Their love feels futile as the child appears unable to receive it. Autism ranks among the most daunting of afflictions. Wang Zha, now aware understands that any condition that is challenging to treat and poses severe risks is deemed more serious, even potentially monstrous. Wang Zha shakes his head, observing a fleeting glimmer of disappointment in Lang Yuan's eyes. For the first time, her enchanting gaze reveals a heart-wrenching sorrow. It is beautiful yet tragic, a pure allure intertwined with desolation and heartbreak, akin to a flash of lightning. Wang Zha gently inquires, "I am unsure if I can help, but could you enlighten me about the situation?" Lang Yuan nods. "She is my daughter, now a year and a half old. She often sits in silence, requiring multiple calls before she reacts. She never engages in conversation, dislikes being held, and spends much time staring blankly at objects." At that moment, Wang Zha realizes that she is married and has a daughter, albeit one with autism, while she herself suffers from severe hypersomnia. This seemingly radiant woman harbors struggles that others could scarcely imagine. Naturally, Wang Zha feels compelled to visit, whether or not a cure is possible. He wishes to see for himself. The optimal time for autism intervention is between the ages of 2 and 7, and with the child only 1.5. There remains a glimmer of hope that the condition may not yet be fully entrenched. Children are remarkably malleable, and Wang Zha's hope ignites. Upon arriving at the villa, which he visits for the second time, having previously been to the Su family mansion, Wang Zha learns that Lang Yuan's husband has passed away. Though young, Lang Yuan chooses to spend most of her time at her own parents' home, despite her in-laws' affection for her and their granddaughter. She only returns to them when they long for their granddaughter. Despite the child's autism, the family shares a deep bond, yet the little girl remains oblivious to it. Lang Yuan feels a profound sadness. Her daughter should be the happiest little princess, yet she is enveloped in solitude, the most profound loneliness. The loss of their son weighs heavily on the elderly couple. Their granddaughter's autism compounds their grief. They are preparing to enroll her in early intervention training, hoping for a miracle. Upon entering the villa, Wang Zha quickly spots the little girl. At a year and a half, she is undeniably small and somewhat slender. Yet her beauty is exquisite. Despite her autism, her large, dark eyes and long eyelashes render her as beautiful as a porcelain doll. Wang Zha also encountered the so-called autistic monsters. What astonished him was not one, but three pure black creatures resembling cats. The central figure was a large black cat. The autist monster was level 10, categorized as dangerous, inviting engagement in battle. Utilizing the Qi Huang 9 needles could reduce the monster's level by 2. A warning flashed in red, indicating danger. However, the prospect of lowering the level after employing the needles thrilled Wang Zha. His assumptions proved correct. As the Qi Huang 9 needles leveled up, they could diminish the levels of more formidable monsters. Although the danger level was marked, the monster was merely level 10. Yet as a creature, Wang Zha wondered if he could triumph after the reduction. Presently, he possessed a minor artifact. Wait a moment. He glanced at the other two autistic monsters, and a smile spread across his face. The other two were also ordinary level 10 autistic monsters. Could they be his minions? Would eliminating these two lesser creatures yield any effect? Lan Yuan's mother had been tirelessly caring for her daughter, the sole child in the family. She had witnessed everything about Lan Yuan, shedding countless tears in silence. Observing Lan Yuan with Wang Zha, she felt a mix of confusion but greeted them warmly. Lan Yuan's appearance clearly suggested her parents were not of ordinary standing. The woman before them, though somewhat aged, still exuded a captivating charm. Is it curable? Lan Yuan asked anxiously. Her mother shared the uncertainty but refrained from questioning further at that moment. Let me give it a try. With a stroke of luck, I might alleviate some symptoms. Wang Zha pondered aloud. He was uncertain whether there would be any relief. For now, he intended only to eliminate the two ordinary autistic monsters. It might prove effective, or perhaps leaving the autistic monsters alive would yield no results. Thus, he refrained from making any definitive statements. He possessed an escape token, yet he was not inclined to use it just yet. Even if he did not level up himself, the Qi Huang 9 needles would, enabling him to reduce the monster's level further in due course. Acupuncture, although it might not affect the lesser creatures. Wang Zha was curious to see if the monsters would exhibit any changes post-treatment. The red danger warning indicated a high level of threat. During the acupuncture, the young girl displayed no reaction. She neither cried nor fussed, not even sparing Wang Zha glance. After the application of the Qi Huang 9 needles, Wang Zha's expression brightened. The oddest monster was now level 10, down to level 8, still dangerous, prompting engagement in battle, yet the alarming red warning shifted to purple. Wang Zha noted this change. Red indicated a higher level of danger than purple. However, he aimed to focus on the other two ordinary autistic monsters. Both were level 10. With no pressure, Wang Zha opted for combat. The 2-meter-tall black cat, surrounded by dark phantoms, engulfed an area the size of a room. Dragon Fist. Wang Zha felt no strain battling the level 10 ordinary disease monsters. Boom! A critical hit of 130. With his swift steps, aided by the cloud-soaring shoes, Wang Zha made the first move. The autistic creature was remarkably agile, darting swiftly to Wang Zha's side, its enormous claws landing directly on him. The impact was negligible. Dealing 6 points of damage to Wang Zha's current health of 500 was akin to a mere tickle, especially since he was equipped with the Cloudwalker boots. Even in a stationary position, the creature could not hope to vanquish him. In Chapter 40, the first-level Azure Dragon stake permanently augmented his constitution, strength, and agility by 5 points each, a formidable enhancement. Soon, an ordinary autistic creature was vanquished, earning him 10 experience points and 10 years of Angelica. He swiftly dispatched a second creature with the same ease, garnering another 10 experience points, though this one yielded no loot. Wang Zha sheathed his needle and turned to observe the little girl, curious to see if slaying just 2 ordinary monsters could alleviate her condition. The little girl was strikingly beautiful with clear, bright eyes. At that moment, a glimmer of vitality sparkled within them as she tentatively opened her arms for the first time. Though she remained silent, Yuan, a strong woman, could no longer contain her emotions. Tears streamed down her face like pearls. "Little Inen, you are better now," she exclaimed, embracing her tightly. The little girl giggled a soft, delicate sound, seemingly resembling a normal child for the first time. She pouted slightly and, in a faltering voice, called out, "Mama, Inen, I am your mother. You called for me." Yuan felt an indescribable joy, surpassing even the happiness of Wang Zha curing her severe hypersomnia. Unbeknownst to her, Yuan's mother, standing nearby, was also shedding tears, tears of joy and happiness, fully aware of her daughter's suffering. "Thank you, little brother." Yuan finally regained her composure after a long while. "Sister, please don't thank me just yet. The treatment is not complete," Wang Zha replied. "The little girl is still young and in the prime stage for treatment. With a bit of time, I believe I can heal her." He was confident in his ability to cure her, yet refrained from making absolute assurances, mindful that even the most certain outcomes could encounter unforeseen complications. Upon hearing Wang Zha's words, Yuan was filled with immense surprise. She understood all too well the horrors of autism. Her previous endeavors had been in search of a cure for her daughter, tirelessly seeking medical assistance for nearly half a year. The phrase "beauty brings misfortune" resonated deeply with Wang Zha, as it aptly described her. Had she lived in ancient times, she might have been a woman who brought calamity to nations, her beauty at such a remarkable level. Yet, the plight of stunning women throughout history often reveals a tragic narrative, as many have led sorrowful lives. Perhaps this is the essence of the saying. Yuan, overwhelmed by emotion, embraced Wang Zha tightly once more, holding her daughter in her arms. She possessed the quintessential figure of a siren, with curves in all the right places and astonishingly elastic skin. The unexpected embrace left the young Wang Zha bewildered, his mind blank and body rigid. Standing frozen like a telephone pole, his cheeks aflame and a sheen of sweat forming on his brow. Soft and fragrant, a heavy pressure envelopes him. The jade-like warmth cradled in his embrace. His heart races like a startled deer, and Wang Zha experiences an overwhelming sensation, akin to an impending explosion. Yet, why does this feeling evoke such profound pleasure? In a mere half-minute, he finds himself suspended between paradise and hell, a juxtaposition that defies description. It is not quite torment. Rather, It is a mental upheaval, an unprecedented sensation of exhilaration and excitement. At this moment, Lang Yuan notices Wang Zha's reaction and cannot help but chuckle, playfully fluttering her enchanting eyes, which only deepens the crimson hue on Wang Zha's cheeks. Ha ha! Lang Yuan laughs joyfully beside Wang Zha's ear, her voice irresistibly alluring, more seductive than mere sensuality, especially in the intimate proximity of her melodious laughter, leaving Wang Zha utterly flustered. Instinctively, he recoils, feeling quite vulnerable and awkward. Lang Yuan, brimming with delight, despite having only interacted with Wang Zha twice, is confident in his ability to heal. In moments of joy, one may occasionally lose composure, such as when she embraced him. Yet, she considers this no transgression, believing a young man would not find it overly embarrassing. Ultimately, Wang Zha refrains from recklessly confronting the monster, despite possessing an escape token. He feels it unnecessary, confident he will soon overcome the ominous purple threat. Even now, he believes himself capable of a fight, though his reserves are low, particularly in healing potions, prompting his decision to practice the Azure Dragon Stance first. He wishes to ascertain how much stronger he can become, as mastering the Azure Dragon Stance can enhance his physique, strength, and agility. Lang Yuan and her mother are determined to invite Wang Zha for dinner, yet he declines, feeling uneasy, recalling his previous uncomfortable dining experience at Su Tang's home. Lang Yuan sees him off, genuinely unsure how to express her gratitude. Haven't you already thanked me? Wang Zha replies. Lang Yuan, in high spirits, does not dwell on the matter, having previously presented him with 800,000 but not accepting it. However, aside from monetary gratitude, what more could she offer? Lang Yuan never anticipated she would fret over such a conundrum. From now on, don't delete my number. You can reach out to me for anything. I will do my utmost to assist you, she earnestly states as they arrive at the school. Wang Zha, aware of her appreciation, smiles and nods. All right. Lang Yuan gazes at his radiant smile, a young man, bright and sunny, though shy, exuding a refreshing and wholesome aura. Her feelings of gratitude compel her to gently embrace Wang Zha, an expression of pure thankfulness, a desire for innocent closeness to this young man. This is the second time she has hugged him, yet Wang Zha remains stiff, his face flushed. Unbeknownst to her, she is confused about her own feelings, feeling flustered. Lang Yuan finds his reaction amusing, playfully pinching his cheek before releasing him, unable to comprehend her own mischievous delight. After Lang Yuan departs, Wang Zha returns to school, his mind consumed with thoughts of her. Stand firm. The moment had arrived for Wang Zha to commence his inaugural practice of the Dragon Stance. This exercise proved to be quite accessible, allowing him to practice anywhere, even in the confines of his dormitory. He followed the steps in his mind, bending his knees, performing a slight squat, lowering his center of gravity, and then initiating a gentle, swaying motion. He moved like a colossal dragon, undulating gracefully, yet his lower limbs remained firmly rooted in place. Initially, the amplitude of his movements was minimal. He exerted force through his legs, gripping the ground with his toes, striving to attain a sense of being grounded. It was laborious and exhausting, yet brought Wang Zha immense satisfaction. The expenditure of a modicum of energy allowed him to gain 1 point of experience in the Azure Dragon Stance. Although the Azure Dragon Stance consumed considerable stamina, the duration was brief, approximately 15 minutes for 100 points of stamina. At this moment, Wang Zha was drenched in sweat, akin to having been cleansed by water. Were it not for his unwavering determination to reach level 1 in the Azure Dragon Stance, this conviction propelled him to persist, even at the cost of exhausting 100 points of stamina before he finally ceased. Upon upgrading the Azure Dragon Stance, Wang Zha was elated to witness the transformation. The Azure Dragon Stance was now at level 1. With experience at 0-200, it was a non-combat skill that permanently increased his constitution by 5, strength by 5, and agility by 5. He marveled at the potency of this skill. With the Azure Dragon Stance only at level 1, the initial levels were relatively easy to ascend. Each elevation also enhanced his stamina, thus enabling him to intensify his practice of the Azure Dragon Stance. At this juncture, Wang Zha became cognizant of the dragon fist. The name of the azure dragon stance. Was it perhaps complimentary? After taking a refreshing shower to cleanse himself of the sweat, he felt his body to be firm and robust, imbued with vitality, a sensation of perfect health. Yet his mind drifted towards the ailments and peculiar creatures, the mutated anomalies. Even the self-isolated creature, diminished to level 8 by the 9 needles of Qi Huang, still posed a threat. Such ailments could augment the attributes of these creatures significantly, which led Wang Zha to contemplate the Azure Dragon stance. Training in the Azure Dragon stance could substantially bolster his attributes without elevating his level, while his level remained unchanged. His combat prowess surged. Did the ailments also possess similar capabilities at their respective levels? After a moment of reflection, he chose to cease pondering this matter. Each ailment was inherently distinct, much like the varying constitutions of individuals. A formidable ailment could vastly surpass a typical one of the same level, akin to the disparity in innate talents among people, some blessed with extraordinary strength, others with unusual traits. As long as he could elevate the level of his Azure Dragon stance, he might mitigate some of the disparities in levels, potentially enabling him to contend with creatures of equivalent strength. The initial levels of the Azure Dragon stance were not particularly challenging to advance, yet the progression would become increasingly arduous. Nevertheless, the self-isolated creature, despite being level 10, was still manageable, and the 9 needles of Qi Huang could reduce its level by 2. Thus, he faced an 8th level creature, now marked with a purple danger level. For the time being, he resolved to focus on enhancing the Azure Dragon stance, hoping to increase its level by several ranks. Additionally, with the first level of the 9 needles of Qi Huang capable of lowering the level of ailment creatures by 1, the current second level could reduce it by 2. It was reasonable to anticipate that the third level might diminish the level by 3. However, when one considers the experience required for the Qi Huang 9 needles, it is estimated that after reaching levels 4 and 5, ascending to the next level could take an indeterminate amount of time, perhaps a year and a half or more to achieve just one level. Nonetheless, this did not dampen Wang Zha's spirits. He was quite content. A prominent characteristic of the humble individual is their inherent satisfaction, finding joy in simplicity. It is often said that greater capability breeds greater ambition, which holds true. For instance, someone who once struggled to meet basic needs upon acquiring wealth is unlikely to revert to merely seeking sustenance. Ambition embodies a mindset, an aspiration to attain difficult goals while embracing risk. There is a certain thrill akin to gambling involved. Wang Zha is an ordinary man, defined by the essence of his kind, their aspirations, their kindness, and their simplicity. Yet, ordinary individuals possess their own brand of wisdom, shrewdness, and foresight. In reality, the world is predominantly inhabited by such humble figures, many of whom ascend to prominence through gradual enlightenment. Wang Zha has no desire to become a figure of great stature. He harbors a notable flaw, an aversion to trouble. He dislikes the hustle and bustle, preferring serenity and a tranquil existence, relishing the beauty of the mundane and authentic. Nevertheless, Wang Zha also embodies the quintessential traits of the modest, warmth and a willingness to assist others, perhaps a testament to the intrinsic goodness of humanity. The joys and pursuits of ordinary individuals are often refreshingly simple. As one's abilities grow, so too do their responsibilities. The more one gains, the more one must give. For instance, in times of national catastrophe, the wealthy who refrain from donating may face harsh criticism. Some argue that earning money is a skill, while philanthropy is a choice. Both viewpoints hold merit. However, one must ponder, in times of national distress, if affluent individuals refrain from contributing and the impoverished lack resources to give, who will step forward to help? Many affluent entrepreneurs generously donate substantial sums to benefit society, driven by a clear understanding of their social responsibility, an obligation tied to their position in the community. Sacrifice and gain exist in a delicate equilibrium. Every situation has dual aspects, and balance is essential, much like the human body, which thrives on harmony. Otherwise, it succumbs to illness. Without delving into the ethereal, The simplest principle is that giving precedes receiving. When one contributes to society, society, in turn, reciprocates. Scientifically, this is the principle of cause and effect. Wang Zha feels he has acquired a modicum of ability. Yet he recognizes that this capacity may not significantly aid others, at least not at present, and the future remains uncertain. A minor physician treats ailments, while a great physician governs the nation. Wang Zha is not destined to be a great physician. Thus, barring unforeseen circumstances, he can only attend to minor ailments. Even with relentless effort, his physical limitations and the need to sustain his own life restrict his capacity for healing. However, one should not abandon the pursuit of even small contributions. Every individual has the potential to assist at least one person. Imagine the collective impact if 100, 1,000, or even 1,000,000 individuals each lend a hand. Thus, kindness is an attitude, a responsibility devoid of distinction between grand or trivial acts. Everyone can contribute within their means, and those capable should shoulder more. Individuals who only take and do not understand the value of giving will find their paths short-lived. The joy of helping others is profound. In aiding others, one truly discovers the essence of happiness. Though you have relinquished some monetary wealth, you shall reap the rewards of spiritual joy. A mere glance, a single word, an attitude, all these constitute a form of gain. Wang Zha has begun to genuinely comprehend the essence of altruism. At times, no amount of money can eclipse the profound satisfaction and delight derived from spiritual fulfillment. Material indulgence is ephemeral, akin to feasting and revelry. These pleasures are fleeting. Everything necessitates moderation. Excess can lead to discontent and harm both body and spirit. It is not the number of women that matters. Even one can elevate you to the pinnacle of ecstasy, rendering all others insignificant. Wang Zha's thoughts drifted to Su Tang Sui and Lang Yuan, for they were the most enchanting women he had encountered. Yet, in his eyes, they were mere transient figures in his life, better than a fleeting encounter, but still ephemeral. He pondered the little girl he once knew and was surprised to learn that Lang Yuan had wed. He wondered what kind of man could claim her, a curiosity pure and innocent. He also reflected on Su Tai, a man of striking handsomeness. Not only was Su Tai himself attractive, but his father, too, possessed a charm that seemed to grow with age. As the day wore on, Wang Zha felt a sense of fulfillment. To his astonishment, his application to change majors had been approved, and he was to report to his new class that very day. Traditional Chinese medicine. Wang Zha recognized that Jin Gang must have intervened on his behalf. Upon arriving in the new classroom, he was taken aback. It was filled solely with male students, with no female presence at all, and the class seemed to comprise no more than 20 individuals, including himself. During his initial introduction, he kept it simple, and thus the ordinary days resumed. This day yielded little in terms of tangible gain, save for a considerable acquisition of medical texts, titles such as the Huangdi Neijing, Suan, Ben Xiao Jing, Shanghan Lun, Qianjin Fang, and the acupuncture points illustrated. Although Wang Zha relied on his unique approach to healing, he acknowledged the merit in enhancing his proficiency in the 9 needles of Qi Huang and massage techniques, believing that such knowledge could be beneficial. In addition to his literary purchases, he celebrated another achievement. The Qinglong Zhuang had ascended to level 2. Qinglong Zhuang, level 2, experience 20400, a non-combat skill that permanently enhances one's constitution by 10, strength by 10, and agility by 10. This skill proved formidable. Wang Zha, now at level 10, had primarily focused on boosting his constitution, which stood at a mere 36, while his strength and agility languished at 20 and 19, respectively. Remarkably, in just 2 days, the elevation of Qinglong Zhuang to level 2 had augmented his constitution, strength, and agility by 10 points each, effectively doubling the increases in strength and agility, and approaching 1/3 of his total constitution. Chapter 42. The Arrival of Wang Ho. Luring Li Xiao to invest, sweet-tongued and calling her sister. Around noon, Wang Zha prepared to seek out Jin Gang and the others for a meal. Although they were no longer in the same class, their dormitory remained unchanged, and the classrooms were close enough to make the transition feel seamless. Do. Note, Third brother. Second brother, I have come to seek your refuge. I am famished. Wang Ho's voice echoed. Wang Zha rubbed his head, asking, where are you? At the school gate. Wang Zha hung up the phone and approached the school gate, where he encountered his rather disheveled younger brother. Wang Ho, upon seeing Wang Zha, chuckled to himself. Ever since witnessing Wang Zha defeat Long Gu and his crew, he had felt a sense of invincibility. In his mind, he had already elevated his second brother to an extraordinary status. Long Gu, who thrived in the county, was indeed a figure of significance. Yet even he dared not provoke the second brother. After much contemplation, Wang Ho resolved to follow his second brother's lead, abandoning the idea of taking the college entrance examination. First, they decided to have a meal. Wang Zha, feeling somewhat helpless, rubbed his head and agreed that eating was a priority. Have you called home? We shouldn't let them worry, he remarked. It's better if you call them. They won't be at ease otherwise, Wang Ho replied, scratching his head. Are you really not going to school? Wang Zha pondered this question, feeling a twinge of discomfort. At 18, while his family was not affluent, they certainly could afford his college tuition. I'm not cut out for academics. I lack the aptitude. Attending school would be a waste of time. I want to find some work and follow you, Wang Ho said eagerly, looking up at Wang Zha. Follow me? I'm still in school. What skills do I possess? What can you do? Wang Zha questioned, lost in thought. Wang Ho hesitated, realizing this was not the script he had envisioned. Yes, his second brother was formidable, but it appeared he was not employed. Previously, he had only perceived Wang Zha as being superior to Long Gu, who boasted assets worth millions. Surely, aligning himself with Wang Zha would guarantee a bright future. Wang Zha soon recalled that he had only 2 secret recipes for generating income, a special health tonic and a unique health wine. The ingredients were not particularly expensive, though they required a considerable amount of time to prepare. The health wine could be produced in bulk over the course of a few days, while the health tonic necessitated at least 4 hours of daily preparation. This time frame was manageable. Moreover, if he were not overly meticulous, he could prepare the tonic in advance and freeze it for later use, though it might not possess the freshness of a newly brewed batch. Most people would be unable to discern any difference unless they had a particularly keen palate or were culinary experts. After contemplating, he felt confident in proceeding, leaving only the matter of sales. Despite his youth, Wang Ho had gained some experience in society. He was adept at interacting with people, seamlessly mingling and addressing uncles and aunts without hesitation. This was promising. He was not overly concerned about other potential challenges, as he still had 20,000 yuan from the Lan Yuan as initial capital. However, he mused whether it would suffice and glanced at Wang Ho, asking, Do you have any money? Wang Zha chuckled awkwardly, pulling out his pocket, which was remarkably clean, indeed cleaner than his face. He merely asked out of curiosity, harboring no real hopes. They found a noodle shop, and as they ate, Wang Ho, feeling quite hungry, looked at Wang Zha and said, Brother, may I have another bowl? It's not difficult to find you some work, and if you perform well, there is potential for a bright future. But, little brother, considering your temperament, if I set everything up and you simply walk away, what then? Wang Zha remarked casually. In truth, the opening of the establishment was of little consequence whether Wang Ho attended or not. Finding individuals to assist was hardly a challenge. He merely expressed a desire for Wang Ho to accomplish something noteworthy. Among the Wang family, this generation comprises only 4 members, akin to close siblings, demonstrating strong unity and affection, a trait inherited from the previous generation. For instance, during their childhood, they would freely visit one another's homes to dine and, on occasion, even stay overnight. Wang Zha made a call to his uncle. Uncle, the third brother is with me. Yes, rest assured he is fine. You need not worry. I am keeping an eye on him. Since that last incident, the family had grown to trust Wang Zha completely. Although Wang Zha and Wang Ho were of the same age, one appeared as an adult while the other seemed a child. Third brother, think it over. If you choose to follow me, you cannot indulge in too much freedom. You cannot spend all day gallivanting, Wang Zha remarked. Second brother, I have made up my mind. I will open a wellness center, and you shall manage it. You will be both the owner and a server, and I will grant you a 10% stake, no salary. As your elder brother, I will not allow you to choose between stake and salary. I decide on the 10% stake, and if you perform well, your shares will increase, Wang Zha confidently stated. He was untroubled by the prospect of managing the business, having resolved to seek investors. However, due to various reasons, it was challenging to adopt a down-to-earth approach without compromising quality. One could only choose between quantity and quality, akin to the proverbial fish and bear's paw. As for seeking investment, Wang Zha contemplated that he could only approach one individual, who would be a fitting candidate. The trio of Jin Gang was unsuitable for various reasons. Regarding Su Tang and Lang Yuan, Wang Zha shook his head. He did not wish to become overly entangled with them. Ultimately, he realized that only one person seemed appropriate, Li Xiao. Although Li Xiao was also attending university, Wang Zha was aware that she hailed from a wealthy background, and his investment would not be substantial. Primarily, he lacked initial capital and needed someone to navigate social matters. After their meal, Wang Zha called Li Xiao. "Oh, little Zha Zha, you are taking the initiative to call your sister. Speak up. Whatever it is, I will agree." Li Xiao cheerfully answered upon picking up the call. "I wish to open a health and wellness center and would like you to invest," Wang Zha replied, needing to organize his subsequent words. "Sounds good, I'm in. What will you be managing?" Li Xiao readily agreed. This left Wang Zha with half of his thoughts unexpressed. "For now, we will have two offerings. The soup we previously enjoyed and health tonics," Wang Zha explained. "Deal," Li Xiao exclaimed enthusiastically. "Sister, you handle the paperwork and find a location. I will grant you 10% of the shares." Wang Zha, not well versed in the intricacies of business, believed that if one could not conduct business, one should simply be a good person. "There's a place available already furnished. I will take you to see it. However, is 10% not a bit too generous?" Li Xiao inquired. "As long as you do not feel it is insufficient, that is all that matters," Wang Zha sighed with relief. They ultimately agreed to meet at the school gate in half an hour. Everything proceeded remarkably smoothly. Wang Zha introduced Wang Ho to Li Xiao. Compared to Wang Zha's shyness, Wang Ho was much more gracious, charmingly sweet-toned, addressing her as sister and showering compliments. With her long hair flowing, Wang Ho exuded a sunny disposition. To Wang Zha's astonishment, the establishment belonged to Li Xiao. It was indeed the domain of a little wealthy lady. The space was not particularly vast, yet the real estate prices in this area were exorbitant, especially for commercial properties. Spanning 180 square meters, one might wonder what kind of family could afford such wealth. However, upon recalling Su Tang's Su, the notion of becoming close friends with her no longer seemed so peculiar. Chapter 43. The Health and Wellness Restaurant. A bowl of soup priced at 1,000, a glass of wine at 1,000. Ultimately, they decided to open a health and wellness restaurant. Li Xiao would handle the necessary procedures, but Wang Zha insisted that Wang Ho accompany her to learn a thing or two. Wang Zha did not concern herself with the details, allowing Wang Ho to purchase utensils and other essentials, often asking questions and seeking knowledge through Baidu. Everyone was busy. Wang Zha had her own tasks at hand, such as concocting health wines and simmering nutritious soups, alongside determining pricing and portion sizes. This proved somewhat cumbersome as Wang Zha calculated the expenses for procuring ginseng and other medicinal herbs, factoring in typical rent and labor costs while considering market conditions. They also had to contemplate the additional 3-point increase in physical capacity, which was the primary selling point. The health restaurant was aimed at affluent clientele and needed to adhere to a high-end approach, but with limited production capacity. Half a jin for a bowl priced at 1,000, 2 liang for a glass of health wine, also priced at 1,000. This was the outcome of discussions between Wang Zha and Li Xiao, as Wang Zha opted for the price point of 1,000, as suggested by Li Xiao, who presented 3 pricing tiers, the highest being 100,000. "Let's start at 1,000 and consider raising it later," Li Xiao remarked with a smile. Wang Ho appeared somewhat bewildered, hesitant to inquire further, completely in the dark about the swift pace of this venture. Before them lay a bowl of specially crafted health soup and a glass of 2 liang of exclusive health wine. Wang Ho gazed at the two items, which together scarcely filled a bottle, priced at 2,000. At that moment, Wang Zha began to understand why Li Xiao considered her chosen price reasonable. How much do Wuliangya, Matai, and Lafai cost? Are they genuinely superior in taste? Certainly, They could not compare to the quality and health benefits of her concoctions. The only distinction lay in their fame and prestige. Her exclusive health soup and wine could only compete in a small circle. A man cannot be without wealth, without money. One cannot even afford a girlfriend. Wang Zha yearned for a partner to share the joys and sorrows of life with. The efficiency from decision to opening was remarkable, taking merely 3 days. This was primarily due to Li Zhao's swift handling of the procedures, with the location for the health and wellness restaurant being readily available, saving the need for renovations. They only purchased some tables and chairs, created a sign, and acquired utensils, kitchenware, and a refrigerator, hastily preparing to open on Saturday. Wang Zha informed only a few individuals from her dormitory, as well as Tang Mu and Tian Wufeng. Wang Ho had few acquaintances in the area, so the guest list was limited. Li Xiao notified someone, but Wang Zha was unaware. Nonetheless, with the grand opening, a larger crowd is preferable. Even if the attendance is sparse, he remains indifferent, for what he offers is strength. Su Tongsa has arrived. Wang Zha was not surprised. She is Li Xiao's close friend, and it was inevitable that Li Xiao would invite her. Mr. Wang, you are rather inconsiderate. You didn't inform me of the opening. Su Tongsa remarked with a smile upon seeing Wang Zha. Ahem. Sister, please spare me your laughter. This is merely a trivial affair for amusement, Wang Zha replied. Scratching his head, Tian Wufeng and Tang Mu appeared dazed. When had they ever encountered such a stunning woman? After a moment of contemplation, one phrase emerged as apt. Such a beauty must surely descend from the heavens. Initially, Tian Wufeng had thought to introduce Wang Zha to a beautiful woman. Yet comparing the elusive campus beauty to the enchanting lady before him made it clear that the former paled in comparison. He was uncertain of the nature of Wang Zha's relationship with Su Tongsa, although he recognized Wang Zha as a capable individual, indeed very capable. The number of guests was limited. Chao Hu and Bai Lang's girlfriends had also come. Chao Hu's girlfriend, a petite beauty named Yu Yu, possessed a doll-like visage, standing no taller than 160 centimeters, with a delicate figure and a generous bust. Bai Lang's girlfriend radiated youthful exuberance, though she had a straight figure. Her long, slender legs, radiant smile, and sensuous neck rendered her striking. Her name was Hao Fei. Wang Zha greeted them warmly. The establishment was offering half price for the first 3 days. However, even at half price, it was not inexpensive. For the average person, it was merely a sight to behold. 500 yuan for a small bowl of soup. Yet amid it all, the aroma of the secret nourishing soup wafting through the air was undeniably enticing. The group of fitness enthusiasts, including Jin Gang and others, remained oblivious to the soup's potential to enhance physical vitality, attributing their gains solely to their workouts. Wang Zha chose not to clarify, for it was a complex matter. Li Xiao could sense the allure, for women are innately perceptive. This was also the reason he had previously set the highest price at 100,000 yuan per bowl. The primal instinct towards food is powerful. It is often said that a man's gaze upon a beautiful woman can render him immobile, leading to impulsive actions. The allure of food, often prioritized above beauty, holds its own significance, not merely a matter of linguistic flow. Such a delightful aroma. Could there be any additives? Someone inquired with skepticism. There are verification certificates. If in doubt, you are welcome to take a sample to a trusted institution for testing. Is it genuinely nourishing? Does it truly have the benefits as claimed? The advertisements for Wang Zha's Wellness Center detailed the purported effects. The secret nourishing soup. Crafted from robust beef spine and rare medicinal herbs such as ginseng, deer antler, red dates, goji berries, codonopsis, and cistanche, was prepared through a special method that perfectly melded the bone broth with the medicinal properties. A culinary delight, its consumption is said to strengthen the body, enhance beauty, nourish the liver and kidneys, invigorate blood circulation, and improve overall vitality. Secret Health Wine, a unique formula that not only tantalizes the palate, but also nourishes the kidneys, strengthens bones and muscles, and enhances vitality. As the ancients wisely stated, to truly understand the taste of an apple, one must partake in it firsthand. Mere words cannot suffice. If I were to proclaim its absence, then the very purpose of my health and wellness establishment would cease to exist. Wang Ho wore a beaming smile. exuding an air of charm and affability. Little Zha Zha, your cousin possesses remarkable potential, Li Xiao remarked with a grin. Although young, he shunned the pursuit of knowledge, often associating with ruffians, perhaps diverting the energy that should have been devoted to studies elsewhere. Wang Zha was quite pleased. He did not require Wang Ho to engage in any particular tasks. Simply being an apt manager sufficed. The waitstaff, serving in a part-time capacity, would need to recruit additional help, starting with 2, with the possibility of further hiring if necessary. Su Tang, Li Xiao, Jinggang, Chao Hu Bailang, Yu Yu, Hao Fei, and Tian Wufeng were seated, partaking in a bowl of soup and a cup of wine, embodying the role of patrons to lend an air of sophistication. Wealthy individuals abound, and a few hundred yuan is hardly a considerable sum. The intoxicating flavor proves irresistible, and even at half price, some cannot resist entering. A portly gentleman made his entrance. To claim he weighed 300 pounds might be an exaggeration, yet asserting he weighed 200 would be met with disbelief. Although San Pang was not a tycoon, he managed a moderately sized supermarket, generating a net profit exceeding 3 million annually after a decade of diligent effort. Approaching 40, he enjoyed the fruits of his labor: a house, a car, savings, a beautiful wife, and 2 children. Contentment breeds happiness, yet his health left much to be desired. He struggled with obesity, fatigue, and a lack of vitality. Despite attempts at gym workouts, weight loss, and dieting, the hunger was unbearable, and exercise was arduous, leading to repeated failures. As he neared 40, with a wife 8 years his junior, vigorous and demanding, his lack of fitness and excessive weight, compounded by age, had rendered their marital life discordant for quite some time. Men universally understand the distress of inadequacy in intimate relations, having earned wealth. The fear of losing physical prowess loomed large, raising concerns about potential infidelity. Though he was unfamiliar with the health soup and wine, not having noticed any claims of enhancing virility, he had tried numerous supplements with little success. Ultimately, he was a food enthusiast, unable to resist the allure of flavor. The author wishes to convey, seeking support and encouragement. Chapter 44. San Pang, Prosperous Opening. One must have a backbone. Wang Zha regarded the portly figure, pondering how to describe him. His appearance was quite jovial. Despite posing a few challenging inquiries, he emanated an amiable disposition. This was a man who, at first glance, appeared endearing. A round face, fair skin, and a plumpness that seemed more wholesome than unsightly. Impotence monster level 5. Click to engage in battle. Premature ejaculation monster level 5. Click to engage in battle. It appeared that his condition had begun to affect his daily life. In middle age, such phenomena are alarmingly common. The rapid pace of society and mounting pressures mean that many couples might go a month or 2 without intimacy. Furthermore, many toil away from home, returning only for brief stints of 10 days to half a month. The societal pressures have transformed marital relations into mere obligations for procreation. In front of the computer, prolonged sitting, a lack of exercise, and late nights have left the body in a state of subhealth. Coupled with the challenges of raising children and earning a living, as well as the trivial worries of daily life, issues such as impotence and premature ejaculation can easily arise. A harmonious marital life requires a conducive mood, a pleasant environment, encouragement, and a touch of romance. In today's society, how many couples are companions by day and mere friends by night? San Pang, however, settled down and ordered a bowl of soup and a glass of wine. The flavors were simply irresistible, much like San Pang's condition. Indulging in nourishing soups and health elixirs could indeed yield improvements, though time is a requisite. Wang Zha, nonetheless, took decisive action against these 2 ailments. Gaining some experience points was worthwhile. Even a mosquito's leg is meat, and San Pang certainly knew how to market himself. The 2 level 5 monsters were dispatched in an instant, yielding nothing but 10 experience points. San Pang drank in astonishment and ecstasy. He was a true foodie, not merely one with a large appetite, but someone who relished exquisite cuisine, relentlessly indulging himself to attain this state. The soup's taste was beyond description. One sip unleashed a torrent of flavors, leaving a lingering aroma that soothed his throat and settled in his stomach, instantly providing a profound sense of satisfaction. He reveled in the warmth that spread through him, as if nourishing his very organs, revitalizing his spirit. This sensation was indeed delightful. It epitomized the pinnacle of life. Known for his culinary enthusiasm, many recognize Sanpang's discerning palate as more authoritative than that of many food critics or experts. After savoring the soup, he turned to the wine. This elixir astonished him anew, embodying the delectable essence he sought. Setting down his glass, he called out, "Boss, another round, please." Such flavors are a rare find, and Sanpang was unfazed by the cost. Obtaining this taste was a bargain in his eyes, and he had long disregarded any health benefits. Forgive me for failing to mention that each patron is limited to one bowl of the secret nourishing soup and one glass of the secret health wine per week. This revelation left many in shock. It is rare to see a business that restricts customers from purchasing more, especially in the realm of food and drink. Surely, this must be a marketing ploy, a case of desire and restraint. Sanpang, after confirming there was no jest, nodded in agreement, giving a thumbs up. Following this incident, customer numbers surged, yet skepticism lingered among many, leaving them hesitant. Though the day was busy, Wang Zha did not lose sight of his most important task, practicing the Qinglong stance. The establishment of the Health and Wellness Center was merely prompted by Wang Ho's sudden arrival, yet it felt gratifying, marking the inception of a new venture. A man of stature cannot endure a day without power, nor can he lack wealth. Power is the backbone, while wealth is the courage. In Wang Zha's view, power here does not solely pertain to official positions. Rather, it signifies status and recognition of one's capabilities, allowing one to walk with pride. The essence remains, to be a person of value, someone who can contribute to society, whether through earning money to assist those in need or mastering skills that enable one to support others within their capacity. Wang Zha holds the belief that once his health preservation and dietary therapy center flourishes, he can contribute positively to society. Firstly, the center indeed possesses genuine health benefits, and once it gains recognition, it can assist those in need. Secondly, upon generating income, Wang Zha can extend his generosity to those requiring support. Successful individuals often possess considerable wealth. However, in their hands, money merely represents a numerical value. They have already secured their pleasures and needs, and their fortunes could last several lifetimes. Wealth serves as a benchmark of their success and a source of inner fulfillment and contentment. True national entrepreneurs are not solely focused on profit. They must embody a sense of national pride and familial devotion, deeply understanding the importance of giving back to society. A person who is only concerned with amassing wealth, regardless of their riches, can merely be deemed a prosperous merchant or business owner, not a successful entrepreneur. In any field, those deserving the title of master are the true achievers, be they scientists, writers, politicians, or philosophers. The term master must reflect authenticity. It takes more than a song to qualify one as a singer or a single article to be considered a writer. Wang Ho felt an exhilarating rush, a thrill he had never experienced before. The rapid influx of money was astonishing. 500 for a single bowl of soup, even at half price, with multiple 500s simmering in a pot. As it was Wang Zha's first entrepreneurial venture and grand opening, he remained uncertain about its success. Whether it stemmed from overconfidence or indifference, he found himself remarkably calm, devoid of agitation or apprehension. He could sense Wang Ho's excitement, and even saw the thrill on Li Zhao's face. He understood the distinction between spending money freely and earning it oneself. Wang Zha remained serene, not feigning composure, but genuinely unexcited. This reminded him of a saying he encountered online: personal assets barely amounting to 3,000, while discussing sums of 5 to 800,000 as if they were trivial. Upon reflection, Wang Zha's tranquility stemmed from his unwavering confidence in the secret health soup. He believed that whether today as opening succeeded or not would not hinder the future prosperity of his business. Additionally, he felt no pressing need for money. Although wealth might attract beautiful companions, he was averse to seeking relationships through superficial means. Recognizing this as a sign of naivety, he still held a sacred view of love. Untouched by the harsh realities of life. Being merely a freshman, his perspective was unblemished. Love should indeed be sacred and pure. As the bustling day concluded, he found that the first day's revenue reached an astonishing 50,000, even at half price. If this trend continued, it could yield 150,000 in a month, with taxes, labor, and costs reducing profits to just under 1 million. Li Xiao and Wang Ho each held 10% equity, totaling 200,000. Wang Zha could potentially earn 70 to 80,000 monthly. Considering these figures, a flicker of excitement stirred within Wang Zha. Although he had anticipated profitability, he had not envisioned such a magnitude. In contrast, he possessed no concept of luxury cars, houses, or extravagant items. He did not envy or yearn for material possessions. Previously, he had been engrossed in gaming, which consumed his entire world. However, emerging from the realm of virtual games, he realized that the world outside was far more captivating. While gaming serves as entertainment and moderate amusement can benefit the mind and body, excessive indulgence proves detrimental. Some individuals find themselves in dire straits and unfulfilled circumstances. Many young people, for instance, become engrossed in video games due to their lack of romantic relationships. However, this is hardly an excuse. One can dedicate oneself to studying. Are games and girlfriends truly the only two options available? There are those who, despite having a girlfriend, still succumb to the allure of gaming, even dragging their partners into this obsession. Furthermore, some abandon their girlfriends entirely in favor of their gaming pursuits. Wang Ho increasingly admires his second brother, Wang Zha. Due to certain unique circumstances, Wang Zha does not possess a strong concept of money. In contrast, Wang Ho aspires to own luxury cars, villas, and beautiful models. Wang Zha, on the other hand, possesses the ability to combat afflictions, and it is often said that a person must have a backbone, a metaphorical spine of mental fortitude. This backbone may manifest as a robust physique, a stunning partner, a remarkable talent, striking good looks, or substantial wealth. Ultimately, it boils down to one's capabilities and skills. These attributes uphold an individual's backbone, and Wang Zha feels he has cultivated such a spine, which is visibly growing stronger by the day. Chapter 45 reveals that the divine attire and ethereal shoes are becoming increasingly formidable. They embody an unceasing force. Without a solid backbone, one lacks confidence. Young individuals devoid of self-assurance may find themselves ensnared in a virtual realm where they seek solace in gaming, which often serves as a refuge from loneliness and a means of asserting their existence. The satisfaction derived from witnessing one's character grow stronger within the game, complemented by external accolades, is a fleeting comfort. Confident, vibrant individuals with genuine abilities seldom become addicted to gaming. If they do engage, it is for leisure rather than compulsion. They play games rather than relying on them to support their existence. Wang Zha perceives this as absurd. He understands that with wealth comes the potential for everything. Money can procure cars and homes, satisfy vanity, cultivate friendships, and provide a sense of achievement and fulfillment, even paving the way for a blissful marriage. Yet, some argue that money cannot buy true friends or authentic love. So-called friends may revel in indulgence while one is affluent, but once financial resources dwindle, these fair-weather companions will swiftly vanish. Similarly, love pursued for monetary gain lacks the resilience to withstand hardship. It can only share in prosperity. Without wealth, a disparity emerges, as one's financial means no longer equalizes the relationship. Historically, social standing has played a critical role, yet many in contemporary society dismiss this notion, claiming that we live in an era of marital freedom, where class compatibility is outdated. However, one might interpret social compatibility as a form of equality. The tale of a wealthy daughter marrying a poor lad exists solely in television dramas. During the innocent years of university, romance may flourish, but post-graduation, without external pressures, couples often drift apart, a natural progression in life's journey. Consequently, Wang Zha finds no inclination to pursue Su Tang Sui or Lang Yuan. This matter is unrelated to striving or contesting. In the grand scheme of life, spanning several decades, it remains true that the most foolish endeavor is to expend one's energy or the finest years of existence on pursuits that are nebulous and devoid of meaning. The deeper one loves, the more effort one invests, the more laughable and tragic it becomes, ultimately evoking pity and even contempt. Perhaps this is the essence of the adage. Those who are pitiful often harbor qualities that incite disdain. Wang Zha harbors no affections for anyone in particular. He frequently watches videos and street interviews, where individuals without romantic partners are prompted to confess their feelings for their closest friends of the opposite sex. However, Wang Zha does not even possess any such close friends of the opposite sex. Should someone interview him in this manner, he would find himself at a loss as to whom to call. Truth be told, that is quite a lamentable situation. While being rejected in a public confession may be disheartening, not knowing whom to contact at all is truly a poignant predicament. 3 days have elapsed since the establishment's opening, and prices have reverted to their original rates. Daily revenue has not seen an increase, yet it has remained stable, averaging between 40 to 50,000 each day. San Pang has been quite elated during these past 3 days, feeling remarkably invigorated, spirited, and almost rejuvenated. Particularly, he has experienced a surge of vitality at night, prompting his wife to inquire if he has taken any medication. Initially plagued by uncertainty, he has come to realize over these 3 days that his health has significantly improved, evident in the noticeable elevation of his overall vigor. Recently, he visited a dietary therapy wellness center, where he was informed he could no longer purchase anything as they had implemented a new policy. Each individual is permitted to buy only 1 bowl of their secret health soup and 1 cup of their secret health liquor per week. No proxy purchases or takeaways are allowed, which is rather irksome. This wellness center seems to have an abundance of stringent regulations, seemingly oblivious to the notion that customers are kings. Despite their demeanor of gentle smiles and apologies, the rules remain rigid, leaving patrons with little recourse. This very policy has only reinforced San Pang's belief that his physical transformation is a direct result of consuming the health soup and liquor. Consequently, he has begun recommending these elixirs to his friends, believing that good things should be shared, especially with those he holds dear, such as business partners. Old Jean, when you have time, let me treat you to something delightful that could yield unforeseen benefits, perhaps even extend your life by several decades. Believe it or not. That's up to you. Boss Yang, busy as ever. When are you free? Allow me to treat you to something exquisite, and I assure you satisfaction. You know San Pang, am quite discerning when it comes to food. All right, I'll await your call. Until then, goodbye. Such exchanges are not solely the domain of San Pang. Others partake in similar endeavors as well. Wang Zha remains unfazed by this, having elevated his Qinglong posture to level 3. Qinglong posture, level 3, experience 70, 800, non-combat skill. Permanently increases 15 constitution, 15 strength, 15 agility. Wang Zha feels an inner fulfillment, increasingly appreciating the beauty of life. The joy, contentment, and pride he experiences now are treasures that money cannot procure. While wealth may typically buy everything, in times of crisis, the most worthless commodity may very well be money, often less valuable than a simple bond. Moreover, when faced with terminal illness, no amount of money can reclaim one's life. The upgrade of Qinglong posture has significantly enhanced several attributes. Wang Zha glances at his character panel. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18. Level, 10. Experience, 41,028. Allocatable attribute points, 0. Constitution, 51. Health, 765. Defense, 153. Stamina, 25, 255, including skill equipment. Strength, 36. Attack, 82, including 10 points from Steel Claw. Agility, 34. Speed, 83, including 15 points from Cloud Walking Shoes. Main skill Dragon Fist, level 7. Experience, 317012800. Utilizing combat can enhance attack and defense by 70. Azure Dragon Posture, level 3. Experience, 70,800. A non-combat skill that permanently increases 15 in Constitution, 15 in Strength, and 15 in Agility. Passive skills body refinement. Increases the maximum health by 50%. Scaling with constitution. Dragon armor. Enhances personal defense by 50%, also scaling with constitution. Critical strike. A 10% chance of delivering double damage upon attack, with a 5% chance for triple damage. Active skills, double slash. Allows for a swift dual attack on a target, with a second strike halved in power. Cannot be used consecutively. Support skills, secret health soup. A culinary delight with benefits that strengthen the body, enhance beauty, nourish the liver and kidneys, and invigorate the blood. Usage can increase constitution, capped at 3 points. Secret health wine. A fine elixir that promotes wellness, nourishes the yin, fortifies bones and muscles. Consumption can augment strength. Capped at 3 points. Massage. Invigorates blood flow, eases muscles, alleviates fatigue, restores vitality, and strengthens bones and blood. Level 3. Experience. 100-200. Qi Huang 9 needles. Fortifies the body. Alleviates pain and bleeding. Activates the foundation. Can sustain life for 2 days. Level 2. Experience. 49100. With increased stamina, recovery is swift. Wang Zha has discovered that regardless of his stamina, he can nearly replenish it threefold each day if utilized promptly. Thus, Wang Zha can diligently elevate the Azure Dragon posture to level 4 in a day. Allocating 1 point of stamina for standing practice yields 1 point of experience for the Azure Dragon posture. The initial levels are relatively easy to upgrade, akin to the Dragon Fist. However, as one progresses, the challenges mount, requiring substantial experience and time. Even with sufficient stamina in the future, one cannot afford to squander the day solely on rigorous training. Wang Zha reflects on the daughter of the celestial realm, that peculiar little girl. He decides to wait a bit longer to further enhance the Azure Dragon posture, ensuring absolute stability at that time. Presently, Wang Zha's health and defense provide a sense of security, complemented by the divine boots of cloud stepping, which restore over 38 health per second in battle, though only whole numbers are counted, thus recovering 3 health points per second. Terrifying. It is akin to a perpetual motion machine, and with just 1 more level of the Azure Dragon posture, he could recover 4 health points per second. The author has something to convey. Your support is essential. Chapter 46. Battle Failure. Wang Zha falls ill, pursued by the Wind Demon, a level 25 elite monster. The cloud-stepping boots are formidable. Even now, Wang Zha feels capable of effortlessly defeating the truly underleveled autism monster, which amounts to only level 8. Patience is key. Wang Zha resolves to exert effort over the next few days, aiming to elevate the Azure Dragon posture to level 5 before attempting further endeavors. Unfortunately, utilizing stamina to upgrade the Azure Dragon posture precludes battling disease monsters for experience, causing the Dragon Fist to stagnate as well. Nevertheless, considering the timing, the benefits of enhancing the Azure Dragon posture are paramount. Thus, barring any exceptional circumstances, all stamina will be dedicated to practicing the Azure Dragon posture. Wang Zha usually refrains from frequenting the dietary health establishment. He has prepared ample soup that can simply be reheated, with perhaps a slight diminishment in flavor. Though most would not discern the difference, it suffices to say that efficacy is paramount. This is the crux of the matter. One could even assert that taste is of little consequence, provided that it proves effective. As the adage goes, bitter medicine cures ailments, a truth universally acknowledged. Today, the sky is overcast, and rain is likely imminent. After exercising on the playground, Wang Zha gazes at the increasingly darkening heavens. The wind begins to howl, a foreboding sign. As it is well known that windy, cloudy days often herald rain, the stronger the wind, the heavier the downpour. Feeling the necessity to return to his dormitory, Wang Zha recalls that he had ventured out post-dinner to practice the Qinglong stance. The wind howls fiercely, almost as if lamenting. As he retraces his steps, the twilight deepens, and just as he takes a step, he is momentarily stunned. Amidst the tempest, a small, fiery red fox charges towards him. To his astonishment, it is a disease entity, a creature that does not rely on a host for its existence. No, it must be a virus, a malevolent wind spirit capable of transmitting illness. The wind spirit, A level 25 elite entity exudes danger, and as he encounters it, he is thrust into battle. The ominous red text signifies the peril. Wang Zha does not see a prompt to initiate combat, but finds himself engaged nonetheless. He finally comprehends the meaning of encountering a creature leads to battle. This is an invasion of the wind spirit. Should he fail in combat, illness would surely follow. After all, he is human, and even the most robust among us can succumb to sickness and death, a fundamental truth of nature. The adversary is a colossal red fox, measuring 4 to 5 meters in length, with fiery fur and fierce eyes, a sight that overwhelms Wang Zha. While a small fox may evoke feelings of endearment, a creature of this size commands only fear. As a level 25 elite disease entity, with the red warning signifying danger, Wang Zha feels a surge of anxiety. Uncertain of the consequences of defeat, he possesses a flight token, yet he senses that evading this impending disease cannot be an option. Upon inspecting his inventory, he discovers that the flight token is grayed out, indicating its inapplicability. This is a manifestation of the wind spirit's invasion. Under normal circumstances, failure in battle would result in illness, albeit the severity may vary. This is Wang Zha's conjecture. With the red danger warning, he resolves to fight with all his might. His strength has grown considerably, enhanced by the small artifact, the step cloud shoes, though he regrets not being able to elevate the Qinglong stance to the next level, which would allow for a restoration of 4 health points per second. For now, he can only recover 3, a seemingly trivial difference, yet in a 10-minute battle. That equates to 600 seconds and a potential loss of 600 health points over the course of the fight. Just as Wang Zha prepares to strike, the enormous fiery fox makes its move first. With a resounding crash, it unleashes a standard attack, inflicting 70 damage. Wang Zha's eyes widen in disbelief. Such ferocity. With a total of slightly over 700 health points, this single blow has nearly taken a tenth of his vitality. He retaliates with Dragon Fist, dealing a meager 10 damage. How exasperating! The disparity of 15 levels, combined with the elite status of his foe, renders it significantly more powerful than a common adversary. Each round of combat lasts approximately 10 seconds, during which Wang Zha can regenerate 30 health points. However, when calculated, he still loses 40 health points per round. Nevertheless, this illustrates the formidable restoration ability of the Step Cloud Shoes. Utilizing the Dragon Fist, Wang Zha's offensive and defensive capabilities surged by 70. Bang! The fiery fox launched yet another assault. With a defensive increase of 50, the damage sustained was significantly mitigated. Even accounting for recovery, he would still lose 20 health points with each encounter. If only his Azure Dragon stance could be further enhanced, perhaps he could defeat this level 25 elite wind demon. Bang! The elite wind demon possessed a staggering 7,500 health points, while the creature did not regenerate health. Dealing a mere 10 points of damage per turn necessitated a staggering 750 turns. Meanwhile, Wang Zha, with his recovery, would deplete 20 health points every turn, unable to endure even 40 rounds. Although armed with a few healing potions, they proved inadequate. Bang! A threefold critical hit probability materialized, yet it bore little significance. In a final struggle, Wang Zha's health was pierced, and darkness enveloped him. Upon awakening, he found himself still in the same spot, feeling utterly drained and slightly chilled, as if a gust of wind could whisk him away. Yet, a sense of joy washed over him. It appeared that failure in battle did not equate to death, only a profound weakness. His complexion was pale, almost sickly, and he felt frail. Beside him, a small red fox, visible only to him, appeared adorably endearing. The level 25 wind demon was perilous. A click would initiate battle. He was unwell and needed to confront this elite wind demon swiftly. It was not an impossible feat, though it dealt 10 points of damage at a time. As long as his recovery balanced out, he could gradually whittle away at the wind demon's health. Recovering 5 health points per second would suffice, allowing him to maintain his health each turn. Cough. His throat ached, fatigue enveloped him. He longed to lie down and succumb to slumber, a truly unpleasant sensation. The sky had begun to rain, and it was ill-advised for Wang Zha to be caught in the downpour. He needed to return to his dormitory promptly. Upon his return, he startled Jin Gang and the others, his frail appearance unmistakable. "Fourth brother, you're ill. Come on, let us go to the hospital. I just had an injection and took medication. I'm fine, merely a cold. A good sleep will suffice." Wang Zha smiled, signaling that he was all right. After repeated assurances that he was indeed fine, the others finally abandoned the idea of taking him to the hospital. The following day, Wang Zha was scheduled for acupuncture with Su Tai. He still felt weak, his body languid and devoid of strength, his complexion pale, and walking felt as though he were floating. Upon seeing Wang Zha, Su Tang Su gasped in surprise, reaching out to gently touch his brow, asking with concern, "What's wrong with you?" The cool touch of her delicate hand against his forehead brought a sickly blush to his cheeks. In that moment, he possessed an indescribable beauty. Originally resembling a cute puppy, with a delicate visage and charming eyes and brows, he now bore a pallor tinged with rosy hues. At this moment, he exuded an ethereal allure, not effeminate, but rather an enchanting grace that was androgynous, reminiscent of a refined gentleman of unparalleled elegance. "I'm fine. Just caught a chill yesterday," Wang Zha replied with a slight, evasive smile. "Let me take you to the hospital. You look exceedingly weak," Su Tang Su said, her gaze filled with concern for Wang Zha. "Sister, I am a doctor. Rest assured, I won't perish." Wang Zha shook his head. Su Tang Su furrowed her brow slightly, gazing earnestly at Wang Zha. Wang Zha appeared somewhat overwhelmed. "Are you truly all right?" Su Tang Su's delicate brows knitted together, primarily because Wang Zha looked exceedingly frail at that moment. Upon arriving at the Su residence, concern was inevitable, especially from Su's mother, who was deeply worried. "Brother, why don't we forego the acupuncture this time? You should rest. There are rooms available here. It's nothing serious, just a cold. I am a doctor myself. While others may doubt me, Su Ge should believe in me." This assertion from Wang Zha proved effective, as in their eyes. His medical skills vastly surpassed those of the conventional practitioners. As Wang Zha administered acupuncture and massage to Su Tai, he perspired profusely, so much so that it seemed he was drenched. He appeared exceedingly weak, his complexion pale and wan. Su Tang Su frowned and intervened several times, yet Wang Zha persisted. She gently wiped the sweat from his brow. After the session, Wang Zha felt the urge to retreat, as he was uncomfortable from the excessive perspiration. But Su Tang Su insisted he take a warm shower. Presently, he appeared even more unwell, with a hint of drowsiness clouding his eyes. After bathing and donning a fresh set of pajamas, previously washed by Su Tang Su, he emerged looking somewhat revitalized. Su's mother, feeling a pang of sympathy for Wang Zha, observed her daughter engaging in actions that seemed rather unusual, leaving her a tad bewildered. When had her daughter ever washed someone else's clothes, even delving into intimate garments? The author has a note. I seek your comments. Let me know how many are still reading. Chapter 47. Su Tang Su washes his clothes, enhancing his resilience. Su Tang Su felt no discomfort in her actions. After all, Wang Zha had saved her life once and was now tending to her brother's health. Moreover, he was 7 years her junior, a fact she scarcely pondered. She recalled how he had referred to her as aunt on 2 occasions. Though he had reached adulthood, his current frail state tugged at her heartstrings. He had assisted her immensely, while she was perceived as capable by many, including her family. Yet, he required no aid from her. Now, in his endeavor to treat her brother, he had come despite his own illness. She understood that Wang Zha's motivation for treating her brother stemmed from his concern for her. Thus, washing his clothes felt like a minor gesture. Upon Wang Zha's emergence, he noticed Su Tang Su drying his already clean clothes. His face flushed crimson at the thought of his garments retaining the scent of perspiration, even his undergarments having been laundered. "Sister, I can manage on my own," he stammered, his cheeks burning. He never anticipated that this seemingly aloof individual would wash his undergarments. Wang Zha's emotions were a tumultuous mix, leaving him in a daze. However, fatigue overcame him, and he decided to rest, planning to address matters upon awakening. He slept soundly until 3 in the afternoon, having missed lunch. Upon waking, he discovered his clothes beside him. After changing, he opened the room door to find Su Tang-su alone in the living room, engrossed in some documents. She wore comfortable attire, exuding a simple elegance akin to a celestial being in a painting. This woman, though not frigid, possessed an aura that felt even more unattainable than that of an ice princess. Noticing Wang Zha, Su Tang-su smiled and closed the documents, saying, "I saw you sleeping so soundly that I refrained from waking you for lunch. Are you hungry? What would you like to eat?" Wang Zha indeed found himself quite hungry. Su Tang-su was adept at cooking, particularly at preparing home-style dishes. She made a stir-fried dish of wood ear mushrooms and pork, accompanied by a delightful tomato and egg stir-fry, which was surprisingly well executed. Wang Zha relished the meal, thoroughly enjoying the flavors. "All right, enough flattery. What I make is merely sufficient to satiate one's hunger," Su Tang-su remarked, observing Wang Zha eat, and the atmosphere felt unusually relaxed. "Wang Zha, thank you," Su Tang-su said earnestly. "Why so formal?" Wang Zha replied nonchalantly. "Since we became acquainted, it has always been you assisting me. I realize that a simple thank you feels inadequate," Su Tang-su reflected, recalling the last time she had given Wang Zha a set of documents, which included a villa, car keys, and a bank card. However, Wang Zha had declined the offer. "I'm just glad to be of help to you, dear sister," Wang Zha thought to himself, feeling somewhat like a sycophant. Strangely, he felt no discomfort in this role. In fact, he began to understand the mindset of those who often flatter. They do not end up with nothing. At the very least, they have experienced something. For them, the journey holds greater significance than the outcome. The essence of the experience is what matters, regardless of its nutritional value. Wang Zha's words piqued Su Tang-su's curiosity, and she gazed at him with her clear, pure eyes. Her complexion, slightly pale yet radiant, made Wang Zha feel a little flushed under her gaze, revealing an unexpected charm in him at that moment. If he were donned long hair and feminine attire, he might indeed be quite striking. A thought that flitted through Su Tang-su's mind, leaving her momentarily perplexed. After their meal, Su Tang-su escorted Wang Zha back to school. "Make sure to rest well. Remember to eat on time, and call me if you need anything," she advised, her concern wrapping around him like a warm embrace. Being cared for was a delightful experience. Wang Zha nodded with a smile, responding, "All right." He waved goodbye as he entered the school. In the following days, Wang Zha dedicated his efforts to practicing the Qinglong stance. After a day, he successfully advanced to the 4th level of the stance, gaining an additional 5 points in stamina, strength, and agility. His vitality improved slightly, although the lingering affliction remained, and until it was eradicated, his condition would not fully recover. There was a possibility that the malevolent wind spirit might strike again, potentially worsening his health. After 2 more days, Wang Zha's Qinglong stance reached the 5th level, boosting his stamina to 280, pushing himself to the limit. He could accumulate 840 experience points daily, enabling him to engage in 3 full-strength training sessions, while reserving 25 stamina for emergencies, which could yield an additional 815 experience points. Leveling up to the 5th level of the Qinglong stance required 1,600 experience points, which he achieved within 2 days. Having been unwell for 3 days and leveling up twice, Wang Zha was in high spirits when misfortune struck anew. He spotted a pneumonia creature nearby, a level 10 elite monster, which he could engage in battle with by clicking on it. Surprisingly, there was no danger alert. It was indeed an elite creature. Was this the pneumonia he had been coughing up over the past few days? Wang Zha had chosen to reserve 25 stamina daily to prepare for such eventualities. So without hesitation, he opted to fight. With no danger warning present, the battle commenced effortlessly. The elite monster of level 25 proved to be a formidable challenge. Yet the level 10 elite creature was merely an easy target for Wang Zha. With full health, he concluded the battle swiftly. "You have gained 20 experience points and obtained fish scale armor." An equipment drop. Wang Zha was momentarily taken aback, as it had been a while since he had encountered such a reward. The gear dropped by the elite monster was immediately inspected. Fish scale armor, level 10, health 100, defense 20, additional skill, shield defense, reduces damage taken by 5 with each attack. Additional effect, Durability Recovery. Durability Recovery. Automatically restores 5 points of durability each day. Durability, 200. A splendid item. The elite monster indeed dropped a valuable piece of equipment. An armor that could be donned immediately, significantly enhancing health and defense. Along with a commendable skill, the reduction of damage by 5 is exceedingly practical. Notably, the special effect of durability recovery allows for a daily restoration of 5 durability points. Standard equipment typically consumes 1 point of durability per day, while battling a disease monster also incurs a 1-point durability cost. Remarkably, this armor boasts a durability of 200, allowing it to be fully restored in just over a month. However, if one engages in frequent monster hunting, the recovery rate might not keep pace. Should the durability decrease excessively, Wang Zha could opt not to wear it and instead store it in his inventory for gradual recovery, reserving it for encounters with challenging disease monsters. Regular equipment consumes 1 durability point daily, which will eventually lead to its degradation. Unlike that, the fish scale armor loses only 1 point of durability daily, but automatically recovers 5 points. Now adorned with 3 pieces of equipment, his weapon, the steel claw, the fish scale armor, and the Cloudwalker shoes, Wang Zha's character panel reads, Name, Wang Zha, Age, 18, Level, 10, Experience, 241,028, Attribute points available, 0, Constitution, 61, Health, 1,015, Defense, 203, Stamina, 21,305, including skills and fish scale armor, Strength, 47, Attack, 104, including 10 attack from Steel Claw, Agility, 44, Speed, 103, including 15 speed from Cloudwalker shoes. Primary skills Dragon Fist, Level 7, Experience, 317012,800. In battle, it increases attack and defense by 70. Azure Dragon Stance, Level 5, Experience, 203,200. A non-combat skill that permanently increases Constitution, Strength, and Agility by 25 each. Passive skills Body Refinement. Increases maximum health by 50 of current value, scaling with Constitution. Dragon Armor. Increases defense by 50 of current value, scaling with Constitution. Critical Strike. Grants a 10 chance to deal double damage and a 5 chance to inflict triple damage when attacking. Active skill Double Slash. Allows for 2 swift attacks on a target. The second strike deals half damage and cannot be used consecutively. Support skills Secret Health Soup. A culinary delight with effects that strengthen the body, enhance beauty, nourish the liver and kidneys, and invigorate blood circulation. Usage increases Constitution by a maximum of 3 points. Secret Health Wine. A fine beverage that promotes health, nourishes strengthens bones and muscles. Consumption increases strength by a maximum of 3 points. Tuena. Invigorates blood circulation, alleviates stagnation, relaxes muscles and tendons, restores vitality, and strengthens bone marrow. Level 3, Experience 150200. Qi Huang 9 Needles. Reinforces the foundation and nurtures the essence, alleviates pain and stops bleeding, activates the core, can sustain life for 2 days. Level 2, Experience 78100. The vital energy is soaring beyond 1,000. The recovery from Bu Yun Lu can reach 5 points per second. Now, while battling the elite wind evil creature, I can maintain full health and gradually wear down the formidable foe. The author has something to say. Seeking support. Chapter 48. Defeating the wind evil creature, recovery. And the secret nourishing hot pot. Should I continue to endure for a few more days? However, upon reflection, even if the Qinglong stake levels up, its impact on battling the wind evil creature would be minimal. If I hold back for a few more days, what if the elite wind evil creature mutates? It would truly be a daunting task to conquer it. The roaming wind evil creature is level 25, elite, and perilous. Click to enter the battle. The alert shifts from a red warning to a purple danger signal. Battle. Wang Zha no longer hesitates and chooses to engage. It is still that enormous firefox, but now Wang Zha brims with confidence. Bang! The firefox strikes first, its sharp claws landing directly on Wang Zha. 59 him? With the enhancement from the Qinglong steak, coupled with the fish scale armor, Wang Zha's defenses have significantly improved, and the shield from the fish scale armor can further reduce damage taken. At this moment, Wang Zha's confidence surges, especially since he has yet to unleash the Dragon Fist. It is now Wang Zha's turn to strike. Dragon Fist. Bang! 11 after employing the Dragon Fist, Wang Zha's attack and defense increase by 70. The Firefox's second attack strikes Wang Zha. Bang! 44. The impact of the Dragon Fist is undeniably substantial. Bu Yunlu's recovery allows Wang Zha to now regain 5 health points per second. Each combat round lasts 10 seconds, meaning health is lost once every 10 seconds. Wang Zha can now maintain full health, which is precisely why he has chosen the path of a robust tank from the beginning. If he cannot defeat you, he will wear you down. Particularly after obtaining the minor artifact Bu Yunlu, he is even more determined to continue on this path. Fortunately, the wind evil creature does not automatically recover health, taking consistent damage. Each strike inflicts 11 points, critical hits deal 22, and triple critical hits yield 33. The mighty strike from the Steel Finger Tiger can also deal additional damage. Ultimately, the battle stretched on for nearly 600 rounds. Wang Zha cannot recall. It has become a blur. Boom! The wind evil creature collapses, signaling the end of the battle. Victory! You gain 50 experience. You receive 25-year-old Ginseng X5. You receive 25-year-old Racier X5. You acquire the secret nourishing hot pot recipe. Another secret recipe. Wang Zha feels somewhat numb. Honestly, secret recipes are indeed wonderful treasures, especially a hot pot. Wang Zha has a fondness for hot pot, reminiscing about his first encounter with a disease creature, which stemmed from constipation caused by indulging in hot pot. Now, Wang Zha no longer need worry about minor ailments. Thus, receiving the recipe for the secret nourishing hot pot brings him immense satisfaction, fulfilling his culinary cravings. With the wind evil creature vanquished, Wang Zha's body is fully rejuvenated, brimming with vitality, no longer the frail being he once was. For several days, I have been feeling unwell, which reinforces the adage that good health is indeed a blessing. I contemplate the exquisite nourishing hot pot, a culinary delight that invigorates the mind, strengthens the body, replenishes vitality, and eases muscular tension. This dish promises agility enhancement, with a maximum boost of 3 points. However, the true essence of this dish lies not merely in its attribute enhancements, but in its delectable taste. Yet, given that it is a healthful dish, one would expect it to confer some benefits. Examining the ingredients, the broth is a rich bone stock infused with various medicinal herbs, complemented by chili peppers. These herbs are specifically chosen to temper the heat of the peppers, ensuring that the dish is flavorful without causing discomfort. The key to this culinary creation remains in the precise control of heat. Achieving the current standard I desire is no simple feat, and sharing the recipe may not suffice. Nevertheless, with practice, one could certainly produce a hot pot far superior to those available commercially, although replicating the unique flavor and health benefits remains unattainable. As my health improves and mealtime approaches, I am irresistibly drawn to this nourishing hot pot. The allure is undeniable. Much like the challenge of abstaining when one is in a relationship, it becomes increasingly difficult to resist the temptation of this delightful dish. The gathering will take place at Xiao Hu's residence. I call upon Jin Gang and the others, requesting them to bring their partners along. I also reach out to Tian Wufeng and Tang Mu, as we have all become acquainted since the last event. Li Xiao receives a call from me as well, and I even extend an invitation to Su Tang Sui. Recalling the exquisite beauty who washed my clothes, even my undergarments, I am struck by an inexplicable sentiment, reminiscent of the loyalty soldiers have for their generals. I shake my head and smile, gathering the necessary ingredients to commence preparation. This process requires time, as the essence of delicious food lies within the slow simmering. I procure both meat and vegetables, utilizing a dual-flavored pot. Though it is a yin-yang pot, both sides are spicy yet gentle on the stomach. One side mildly spicy and the other moderately so. As my guests arrive, some bring additional ingredients. Su Tang Sui and Li Xiao arrive together, not too late. The aroma is intoxicating, far richer than that of healthful soups or tonics. And it is enough to ignite one's appetite. I have come to realize that everyone possesses a latent passion for food, which often remains undiscovered. You look well again. Su Tang Sui remarks upon seeing me. Ah, even the great Su can show concern. Perhaps you could extend some of that care my way. Li Xiao responds with a playful laugh. It's merely a cold, I reply, feeling warmed by Su Tang Sui's concern. The fragrance wafts through the air. Stir in my senses. It's simply too tempting. I must find you a girlfriend, so I can enjoy this meal for a lifetime, Li Xiao declares. Her resolve solidified by the enticing hot pot. I wisely refrained from commenting, choosing to savor the moment instead. Su Tang Su was equally astonished. She had never been fond of delicacies such as lobster or abalone, nor did she particularly enjoy Western cuisine. Her sole preference lay with hot pot. Yet today, the flavors of this hot pot were irresistibly enchanting. Tang Mu felt a bit anxious as the girls seated around them were all stunningly beautiful. It was almost as if Wang Zha's seat had become permanently fixed next to Su Tang Su. Alongside her were Li Xiao, Chao Hu, and Bai Lang's girlfriend, Wei Yuyu, and Hao Fei. The four of them opted for the mildly spicy selection. However, instead of using chopsticks directly from the pot, they employed a slotted spoon to serve the food into their own dishes, a gesture of collective dining etiquette. Many hot pot establishments offer individual pots. Yet familiar faces often prefer sharing a communal pot, for hot pot truly possesses a soul when enjoyed together. Delicious, absolutely delightful. Lao Si, if I were a girl, I would undoubtedly be your girlfriend, Bai Lang jested. Lao San, when you go to Thailand, I'll reimburse you. Chao Hu chimed in. Little Zha Zha, do you prefer mature beauties or younger ones? Li Xiao inquired with a laugh as he savored his meal. I can answer that for him. Lao Si favors mature women. The older, the better, preferably affluent too, Bai Lang interjected. All right, let us focus on our meal. Silence is golden. Wang Zha quickly interrupted, knowing that Li Xiao would eventually turn his teasing towards Su Tang Su. The group relished their meal, feeling satiated and refrained from drinking. Pairing hot pot with alcohol would be a travesty. It's simply too delicious. I hesitate to extol its virtues. For my limited education renders me incapable of adequately expressing my admiration for this hot pot, Bai Lang remarked. Perhaps it's best you refrain from such praise. Those who lack beauty should compensate with knowledge. After all, one often regrets not having read enough when the time comes. Ignorance is indeed daunting. Chao Hu nodded in agreement. I believe this hot pot could be branded Wei Yuyu, Chao Hu's girlfriend, suggested. It wouldn't be feasible, even if I shared my recipe for the broth. Others could not replicate it. Wang Zha shook his head. They had observed the intricate processes involved, and relying solely on Wang Zha to craft this base for multiple hot pot restaurants seemed impractical. Creating a brand chain was out of the question. Even continuous operation around the clock would be unmanageable. Besides, Wang Zha had numerous other commitments and had no intention of significantly pursuing the culinary industry. Had it not been for Wang Ho seeking him out, the health and wellness establishment would not have come to fruition so swiftly. Currently, he possessed 3 secret recipes. Although he did not aim to expand greatly in the food sector, a side business could be an option, as he too required funds. Furthermore, indulging in food and beauty was a singular skill. It is often said that one must not neglect the exquisite combination of beautiful people and delectable cuisine. Sharing sumptuous food with enchanting companions. This was the essence of life. The meal was filled with joy and liveliness. Everyone had their partners, and, as the time approached to leave, they tidied their dishes. Tian Wufeng and Tang Mu departed together, while couples exited hand in hand, including Li Xiao and Jin Gang. Darling, let us stay at a hotel tonight, Li Xiao said, linking arms with Jin Gang as they passed by Wang Zha and Su Tang Su. Ahem. Then only Wang Zha and Su Tang Su remained. Although they were near the school, it still took them 10 to 20 minutes to walk. Su Tang Su was aware that Li Xiao was being deliberate. Wang Zha felt somewhat uneasy in Su Tang Su's presence. There was an undeniable pressure, despite the slight shift in his perception due to her having washed his clothes. I am quite curious about what else you can do, Su Tang Su remarked with a gentle smile directed at Wang Zha. However, Wang Zha appeared somewhat bewildered. Su Tang Su's current capabilities were a testament to her remarkable intelligence and emotional acumen, her perceptiveness truly commendable. To describe her as possessing a refined grace and a clear mind would not be an exaggeration. Yet, she found it perplexing to comprehend Wang Zha. He was undeniably a shy and bashful young man, yet his demeanor seemed incongruous with such qualities. Wang Zha had somewhat subverted her expectations. While her friend described him as a little milk dog, she was uncertain if that was entirely accurate. Nonetheless, he did possess a certain androgynous beauty, though he was not effeminate. The time he had displayed his strength was undeniably masculine, as he had struck with the force to break bones. Su Tang Su recalled her friend's remark about a ferocious little milk dog. This was where her confusion lay. In contemporary society, Wang Zha's appearance and demeanor should have afforded him confidence, as he could easily thrive on his looks alone. Moreover, he possessed genuine talents, medical skills, culinary abilities, and physical prowess, each of which should have made him a radiant young man at his age, exuding immense confidence, if not arrogance. He had every reason to be proud, given his impressive attributes. "I should be asking you what you cannot do," Su Tang Su said with a smile. Initially, Wang Zha intended to say he had no other skills, but he had to revise his response. "Well, I cannot drive, sing, dance, be romantic, say sweet words, or dress well," he admitted, abruptly ceasing his words, as if revealing too much of his shortcomings was inappropriate. "Sutang sulaf harteli. You can learn to drive, and singing can be practiced. Not everyone sings beautifully, but participation is what matters. You don't rely on singing for a living. As for romance and sweet words, those are things you will learn once you have a girlfriend." Wang Zha scratched his head. "It seems girls don't like someone like me." His words rang true. He had no designs on Su Tang Su, which allowed him to discuss the topic of relationships more freely. He felt it was time for him to consider dating, especially as he was approaching his second year, and all his dorm mates had girlfriends. He believed he should have enough money to date as well. Su Tang Su, too, was curious about how such an outstanding young man could struggle to find a girlfriend. "Are you the type who doesn't take the initiative?" She began to understand. In today's society, even with good looks and abilities, a lack of initiative could lead to remaining single. Personality often determines success or failure. If one does not take the initiative, even if one is exceptional, many may be deterred, interpreting a lack of effort as a sign of disinterest. "Yes, it seems that way," Wang Zha acknowledged, feeling that Su Tang Su's characterization of him was quite accurate. He indeed struggled to be proactive, and he did not even consider himself a competent passive participant. How could he expect to have a girlfriend if he couldn't even manage to be a satisfactory passive suitor? "Why are you not proactive?" Su Tang Su asked with a smile. "I feel that I cannot pursue exceptional girls," Wang Zha contemplated before replying. "In this society, many people are merely settling. Those you admire may not reciprocate your feelings, while those who admire you may not meet your standards. Ultimately, both parties end up choosing someone they are not particularly fond of. How can you know if you do not attempt to pursue?" Su Tang Su gazed at Wang Zha with a playful smile. Wang Zha scratched his head. "Sister, have you ever been in a relationship?" Su Tang Su responded hesitantly. No, that's not what I meant. If you have dated, perhaps you could share some advice with me." Wang Zha felt flustered, his face reddening as he dared not meet Su Tang Su's gaze. He feared that she might misconstrue his intentions as a desire to pursue her, which was far from his thoughts. In his view, attempting to pursue Su Tang Su was an overestimation of his capabilities, and he worried about incurring ridicule. "Do you think your sister is old?" Su Tang Su teased, observing Wang Zha's flustered demeanor, which struck her as both light-hearted and endearing. "I am not old. I am in the prime of my life, the finest age, and no man is worthy of me." Wang Zha unwittingly found himself slipping into a mode of adoration. He began to comprehend the notion of infatuation. It was innocent, uncontrollable, emanating from the depths of one's heart, true love. "Sutang supposed, si sin felvante." And with a gentle smile, she said, "All right, young man, you must be more confident. You are exceptional. Come, let me give you a ride back to school." This marked the most substantial conversation Wang Zha and Su Tang Su had shared, delving deeper than their previous exchanges. Wang Zha felt he had perhaps spoken too much today and wondered if he had said something amiss. Yet he dismissed the thought. After all, he held no romantic interest in her. To him, she was akin to the moon in the sky, beautiful yet infinitely distant, forever to be admired from afar. Goodbye, sister. Wang Zha waved as he exited the vehicle. You are the most handsome. Be confident. Farewell. Su Tang's smile was gentle yet ethereal. Wang Zha understood this as her encouragement. He was also curious about whom Su would eventually marry. He genuinely wondered about the fortunate man who would win her heart, undoubtedly a reincarnation of a lifelong bachelor blessed with unparalleled virtue. Wang Zha then resumed his classes, dedicating the remainder of his time to practicing the Qinglong stance. Within 4 days, he could advance to the 6th level of the Qinglong stance, and in 12 days, to the 7th level. He now pondered whether he should first elevate his stance to level 6 to combat solitary monsters or directly to level 7. It had been a long time since he last leveled up. His stamina had been wholly consumed by the practice of the stance. Nevertheless, Wang Zha resolved to prioritize upgrading to level 7 first, and should he encounter any disease monsters, he would then practice either the Dragon Fist or the Qinglong stance. The author wishes to express, please show your support to reveal how many are still reading. Chapter 50. Defeating the solitary monsters in the process of leveling up. You have acquired the skill, Tiger Leopard Fist. The emergence of the wind, evil monster reminded Wang Zha that sometimes his battles were rather hasty. Not only was he unable to defend himself, but he also could not use his escape talisman. Yet, upon reflection, it seemed reasonable. Even the strongest can fall ill, and severe illnesses are not contingent upon one's strength, being intricately linked to genetics, habits, the places one has visited, and the food one has consumed. For instance, with infectious diseases, mere physical strength does not confer immunity, as many viruses possess formidable transmissibility. Generally, one may not fear commonplace infectious diseases. However, when confronted with carriers of superviruses or the ailments associated with particularly virulent entities, uncertainty prevails. Is it elite, a mutation, or something else entirely? These questions remain unanswered. Therefore, enhancing one's capabilities is imperative. Only with sufficient strength can one face the world without trepidation. Yet this is no simple task. A patient suffering from early-stage amyotrophic lateral sclerosis looms like an insurmountable mountain, leaving Wang Zha helpless. The reality is that his own level is simply too low. Had he reached level 30 or even 25 and had his proficiency in the Qi Huang 9 needles been higher, perhaps he would possess the strength to contend. A disciplined lifestyle, diligent study of traditional Chinese medicine, and practicing the Qinglong stance during other moments render his days monotonous yet fulfilling. At his age, finding tranquility is a noteworthy achievement. With ability comes maturity, and a hallmark of maturity is audacity. When one possesses capability, fear dissipates, leading to a composed and responsible demeanor. Marking the transformation from boyhood to manhood, a week has swiftly passed, and the weekend arrives once more. Wang Zha has advanced to level 6 in his Qinglong stance. Tomorrow or the day after, he shall venture to Su Tai's location. After school, the week S classes have concluded, leaving the afternoon free. Beep beep. Wang Zha retrieved his phone. Lang Yuan. It has been quite some time since he last communicated with her. He had almost forgotten her, apart from recalling the young girl, who possesses an air of aloofness. Sister. Wang Zha answers the call. Little brother. Today, Xiaoan has returned to her former self. Are you free? Lang Yuan expresses her concern. I will be there shortly, Wang Zha replies. This time, he does not request Lang Yuan to pick him up, but instead hails a ride. Soon, he arrives at the villa he had previously visited, the residence of Lang Yuan and her parents. This time, he encounters Lang Yuan's father, a middle-aged gentleman of striking handsomeness. It is no wonder that such exceptional beauty as Lang Yuan's could only be born of such favorable genes. The father greets Wang Zha warmly. Hello, uncle. I will first attend to Xiao, and then, he states. Upon examination, Wang Zha realizes that further delay is untenable. The ailment remains a persistent enigma, with the inscription atop the black cat's head having changed. Aloofness monster, level 11. Danger in progression. Click to enter battle. Utilizing Qi Huang 9 needles may reduce the ailment's level by 2. It has leveled up in just a few days. He cannot afford to wait any longer. Wang Zha furrows his brow. Noticing Wang Zha's expression, Lang Yuan's enchanting eyes flicker with concern as she gently inquires, "How is Xiaonan?" "No worries. I intended to wait, but we cannot delay any further. Today, I shall provide treatment," Wang Zha assures her. Massage and acupuncture. Wang Zha proceeds with measured care, all the while amusing the young girl and comforting Lang Yuan. Soon, she will be completely healed, so do not fret. Lang Yuan's smile appears somewhat strained, given the gravity of the situation. After the acupuncture, the status reads, Aloofness Monster, Level 11, Level 9, Danger and Progression. Click to enter battle. The purple warning indicates danger. Though it seems less intense than the previous purple warning encountered, there is no longer time to wait. In fact, during the last encounter, Wang Zha felt he could emerge victorious, yet he intended to wait until he was practically assured of success. However, the reclusive creature has begun to level up, having already advanced a tier. If this continues, it is certain that he will not be able to prevail. Should he delay any further, it is likely that the creature will soon reach a state akin to the withering affliction of the ironwood. The young girl is still in her growth phase. The longer he waits, the more detrimental it becomes for her development. With an escape token in hand, he must take the chance. If he truly cannot win, he will have done his utmost, and there is little more to be done. The battle commenced. Before him stood a colossal black cat, towering at 3 meters, with 9,000 health points. The creature's vitality was astonishingly high. For comparison, a level 25 elite wind demon has only 7,500 health, even after being weakened by 2 levels through Qi Huang's 9 needles. 9,000 health is acceptable. However, the large black cat did not launch an attack. Instead, it began to strike with its paws. Is this cat fist? Does such a thing exist? Wang Zha recalled various martial styles, such as tiger fist, snake fist, and mantis fist, but he could not recollect one for cats. Not knowing its proper name, he decided to refer to it as cat fist for now. The execution of this cat fist was remarkable. It was swift, elusive, and powerful. The movements were a challenge to one's perception, though not overly exaggerated. They possessed a striking visual impact. This was a style of footwork and body movement, fluid and unpredictable, akin to willows swaying in the breeze. With an offensive technique that was entirely unexpected, Wang Zha's dragon fist had already established a foundation, and upon observing the cat fist and its footwork, he found it memorable and commendable. This routine was quite impressive, and the footwork was particularly captivating. Perhaps he could practice it. Life is mundane, and finding activities to occupy oneself is valuable. This cat fist appeared more intriguing than his dragon fist. After the cat fist demonstration, the towering black cat initiated its assault, launching its attacks with its cat fist at Wang Zha. While a small kitten may be perceived as adorable, a 3-meter giant cat is hardly considered cute. Bang! 72. How formidable! Dragon fist! Wang Zha retaliated with his dragon fist. What? For the first time, he missed the creature as it deftly evaded his attack. So, this is the essence of cat fist? Nonetheless, having unleashed his dragon fist, he was now engaged in combat, which augmented his attack and defense by 70. Bang! 51. After recovering from his cloudy step, was he losing 1 health point per round? Wang Zha was nearing 100 health points. Theoretically, he could endure over 1,000 rounds. But with this new revelation, it seemed he might be worn down to nothing. He wondered how high the evasion probability truly was. Bang! 30. This reclusive creature's defensive capabilities were far inferior to that of the wind demon, and Wang Zha felt a slight relief. Yet, he could not afford to be complacent. He hoped that the opponent's evasion was not excessively high. As the battle progressed, Wang Zha began to feel a measure of ease. It appeared that the creature could evade his attacks once every 3 strikes. If this pattern continued, the pressure would be manageable under normal circumstances. The fight would undoubtedly conclude within 500 rounds. If he were to land a critical or heavy blow, the battle might end even sooner. Wang Zha's vitality could sustain him for 1,000 rounds, and he also possessed several healing potions in his inventory. Though the fight was tedious, it bore fruit. Wang Zha discovered that he had memorized the entirety of the cat fist techniques and footwork with remarkable proficiency. After what felt like an eternity, the massive black cat finally collapsed. Wang Zha felt a sense of numbness, having executed the dragon fist countless times, all within the realm of actual combat. The battle concluded, and he received 110 experience points along with the skill Tiger Leopard Fist, as well as an additional item slot. Was that all? Was there supposed to be a grand explosion of rewards? And the Tiger Leopard Fist, was that not akin to the cat fist? Yet, it was undeniably a large black cat. Was a leopard? A tiger? Indeed, enlarging a cat to the size of a lion or tiger renders it quite similar to those felines, as they all belong to the cat family. Nonetheless, the name Tiger Leopard Fist certainly sounded far more formidable than cat fist, which was quite pleasing. The author had a request, a plea for support. In Chapter 51, the passive skill Tiger Leopard Fist, which imbued one with the fortitude to brave any challenge, was introduced. Wang Zha was quite curious about the Tiger Leopard Fist and promptly sought to learn it. The Tiger Leopard Fist was a passive skill that permanently increased one's speed and evasion by 20. Also was a passive skill. Wang Zha was instantly filled with joy and eagerly clicked to learn it. Having already memorized the Tiger Leopard Fist thoroughly, he now felt an unprecedented mastery over it, as if it were etched into his very bones. Though the Dragon Fist remained indispensable against disease-inflicting monsters, in reality, Wang Zha believed the Tiger Leopard Fist to possess greater practicality and even strength. With the acquisition of yet another skill, he now had 22 item slots. Experience points surged, as the monsters yielded tenfold experience compared to ordinary foes. However, leveling up had become increasingly arduous. The higher the level, the more challenging it was to advance. Wang Zha understood that even with fortuitous encounters, one could not simply rest on their laurels. Effort and time were still paramount. Wang Zha withdrew the needles. At that moment, Lang Yuan hesitated to inquire whether Wang Zha had succeeded in the healing, fearing a disappointing response. "It's done," Wang Zha softly declared. The girl's eyes sparkled with brilliance, a vitality never before seen, as though a monochrome image had suddenly transformed into vibrant color. She gazed at Lang Yuan, her crystalline eyes beaming, and joyously spread her arms. "Mama!" Lang Yuan was momentarily taken aback before enveloping her daughter in a warm embrace. Overwhelmed, she could not contain her laughter, which soon mingled with tears, a cascade of emotions flowing freely. Little one and Lang Yuan's parents, too, were unable to restrain their tears, fully aware of the hardships their daughter had endured. Now, the greatest knot in her heart had been untied. Moments later, the little girl reached out her tiny hand towards Wang Zha, calling out, "Daddy, Daddy." Wang Zha was momentarily bewildered. Seeing the exquisitely delicate child calling him daddy in her sweet, tender voice left him utterly flustered. Noticing his hesitation to embrace her, her crystalline eyes brimmed with tears, her pitiful expression tugging at Wang Zha's heartstrings, reminiscent of her mother. He reached out and scooped her up, and instantly, the little girl erupted into peals of laughter, her melodious voice melting the hearts of all who heard it. Though Lang Yuan felt a twinge of sorrow, witnessing the little girl basking in happiness within Wang Zha's embrace brought her a bittersweet joy, for the child lacked a father. Setting aside those thoughts, she now felt an authentic happiness, a profound joy that only those who have traversed the darkest of times can truly appreciate. The beauty of the present moment was beyond her wildest dreams. She had never dared to hope for such a reality. "Daddy, Daddy." The little girl nestled happily in Wang Zha's arms. At that moment, Wang Zha was lost in confusion, unaware of his own identity, his actions, or even his surroundings. "And then, why do you call him Daddy?" Lang Yuan inquired with curiosity. "Daddy, the dark room." Daddy opened the dark room, the little girl said earnestly, her large eyes blinking thoughtfully. "The dark room? Autism? Is it the dark room that Wang Zha opened?" Today marked a joyous occasion for the Lang family, as Lang Yuan had called her in-laws. And soon the atmosphere was vibrant with celebration. The little girl's autism is gone. Lang Yuan's hypersomnia is cured. The tides had turned. And it was all thanks to Wang Zha. Thus, today he was once again enveloped in Long Yuan's embrace, this time with greater fervor. The complete recovery of their daughter made Lang Yuan lose herself in elation, even daring to nibble on Wang Zha. He felt a delightful chaos, relieved that the kiss landed on his cheek rather than his lips, savoring the gentle touch, the fragrant scent, the soft delicacy. And he could not help but reminisce about that exquisite contact. Fortunately, he regained his composure and discreetly withdrew before others arrived. The little girl clung to him, reluctant to let go, but after some coaxing, he managed to leave. Wang Zha felt utterly exhausted. At 18, the prospect of becoming a father felt daunting. Yet, in rural areas, it was not uncommon for boys to become fathers at such a young age, with marriage at 17 and fatherhood at 18. Lang Yuan drove with an uncontrollable smile, while Wang Zha, seated in the passenger seat, felt mentally drained. Today had brought him immense fulfillment. He had cured autism, even if only in its early stages. Despite the toll taken by the day's events with Lang Yuan and the little girl alternating their demands, he found it truly overwhelming. "Shall we discuss something?" Lang Yuan cheerfully suggested as she navigated the road. "Sister, aside from my role as a father to the little girl, I am open to anything else." Wang Zha replied softly, "You sly brother, are you really that dim? It's painfully obvious." Lang Yuan laughed joyfully. "It's too apparent," Wang Zha lamented. Being only 18, he firmly believed that he could not take on the role of a father. Not even a godfather, absolutely not. "Sister, encountering you has been a stroke of fortune. I once failed to understand the depths of devotion, what it means to risk everything for another, to face fire and water, to ascend knife-laden mountains, or traverse boiling oil. Now, I comprehend, and I would gladly do so for you," Lang Yuan said with a gentle smile. Although it seemed like jest, it carried a weight that felt genuine. No one could truly grasp the magnitude of a woman who had lost her husband to severe hypersomnia while caring for a 1.5-year-old daughter with autism. Throughout life, one inevitably encounters a myriad of individuals. Sister, don't take it to heart. They say helping others brings joy. And in that fleeting moment when the little girl called you mama, I felt I had received the most heartfelt gratitude, Wang Zha reflected, unable to forget the brilliance in her eyes. Human nature is inherently benevolent, and emotions are profoundly intricate. The beauty of humanity can indeed be deeply moving. In the presence of Wang Zha, it is evident that the speaker is a kind-hearted individual. She has always recognized Wang Zha's benevolence, yet his earlier words genuinely moved her. Today, she has wept and laughed countless times. "Where is the little girl's father?" Wang Zha inquired gently, his curiosity piqued. He mused that if the little girl's father were present, she would not cling to him, calling him daddy. "He is no longer here. He passed away a week before our daughter was born," Lang Yuan replied softly, her demeanor calm. Wang Zha realized he had broached a sensitive topic, feeling once more that this woman had endured a tumultuous fate. This small family of 3, with the man deceased. The woman suffering from severe hypersomnia, and the daughter afflicted with autism. Was this a case of beauty bringing disaster or a life of misfortune? Her beauty was enchanting and without flaw, accompanied by considerable wealth. Yet the burdens she bore were capable of overwhelming any soul. Is it true that the more one gains, the more one loses? "I apologize," Wang Zha said gently. "It matters not. That seems a distant memory. I can hardly recall his appearance." After he left, I began to experience hypersomnia. Aside from work, most of my time was spent in a relentless pursuit of treatment, nearly a year of it. Eventually, I resigned myself to my fate, focusing solely on cherishing the moments of clarity I had with my daughter. It was during this time that I sensed something was amiss with her, leading to the diagnosis of autism. Lang Yuan paused, the car moving at a leisurely pace. And for the moment, she felt a sense of ease. Back then, I was utterly despondent, as if standing atop an unyielding precipice, surrounded by bottomless chasms. The author has a message. Please support and recommend. In Chapter 52, it was revealed that the initial attraction stemmed from the other's beauty. Wang Zha could sense her thoughts, something anyone would understand. Placing oneself in Lang Yuan's situation, one realizes that wealth and status hold little meaning for her now. It is not that she lacks appreciation for them. Rather, Given her circumstances, no amount of money could alleviate her suffering or that of her daughter. What utility does wealth serve when it cannot heal them? People often say that money is not omnipotent. Lang Yuan's plight exemplifies this truth. The more dire the situation, the deeper the despair. In reality, it has only been a year and a half, yet Lang Yuan feels as though she has endured an eternity, exhausted and weary. She would not take her own life for her daughter's sake. Yet, she is acutely aware that her time to accompany her daughter is limited. She fears that, with the passage of time, she may succumb to her condition, and even if she were to undergo surgery, the chances of awakening would be scant. Then there is her daughter, destined to face a life of solitude due to autism, an existence fraught with loneliness. She recalled her daughter's previous words about a dark room, and the thought of her being alone in such a place tugged at her heartstrings. Fortunately, those days are now behind her. She has overcome her hypersomnia, and her daughter's autism has also improved. Today is her happiest day, a reality she scarcely dared to imagine, all thanks to the young man before her. Gratitude fills her heart. For this young man, she would fight fiercely, risking her life and everything else to protect him from harm. Xiao Anan really likes you. Lan Yuan couldn't help but chuckle at the sight of Xiao and then clinging to Wang Zha, calling him daddy. She felt utterly unburdened, even rather pleased. Though the scene was amusing, Wang Zha, a youthful pup, cradling a delicate little girl, was truly a delightful sight. However, he was only 18. It brought her joy that he could care for the little girl. Wang Zha recalled the adorable smile of the little girl, her sweet voice calling out daddy, nearly making him believe she was his own daughter. It is often said that men are enamored with their daughters, provided they have one. Wang Zha was beginning to understand this sentiment. If he were to marry in the future, he would certainly wish for a daughter. His uncle's daughter and his little aunt from the previous generation had both been pampered since childhood, cherished by the entire family. Lan Yuan wanted to express her gratitude to Wang Zha, but was uncertain how to do so. He had previously declined monetary gifts, prompting her to offer her appreciation in a different form today, a house and shares. Wang Zha refused, barely glancing at the details, which reminded him of Su Tang, Su's similar gesture of gratitude. The question remained, did Wang Zha like it? Yes, he did, but it felt unsteady to accept. Receiving it did not bring him significant joy, and he preferred the happiness of not accepting anything. So why accept it? Moreover, Wang Zha noticed a diminishing motivation for the pursuit of wealth. Although he lacked money, he could accomplish feats that money could not procure. Some might argue that with more money, anything is achievable. Wealth can move mountains, but money cannot buy life or authentic love. Some women, regardless of one's riches, may still view a wealthy man as unrefined. Such wealth may only procure shallow affection. For the affluent, at a certain point, money becomes merely a figure. Beyond a threshold, connections and abilities might prove more valuable than money itself, including Wang Zha's medical expertise, which is a form of skill, and skill is a type of energy. Thus, Lan Yuan was at a loss for how to repay Wang Zha. Encountering someone so capable renders one's own wealth nearly insignificant, as those with talent can easily earn money, provided they desire to do so. Wang Zha remained oblivious to Lan Yuan's deep reflections. To him, his contributions felt minimal. Lan Yuan was merely fortunate. Truth be told, he felt he had profited. Had it not been for the fortuitous drop of the body refining skill, he would never have been able to defeat the wind evil. As for the little girl's introverted nature, it presented no significant challenges, and he received a passive skill for the tiger leopard fist along with an expansion slot, making the task rather effortless. Yet, he could sense Lan Yuan's happiness and joy. These moments could be reciprocated and shared, bringing him delight, especially the happiness derived from healing the little girl, a treasure beyond monetary value. As they arrived at the school gate, Wang Zha exited the vehicle, waving, "Drive safely." Lan Yuan waved back, making a gesture as if to indicate a phone call. Wang Zha felt somewhat befuddled throughout the day, particularly after being kissed by Lan Yuan. Even a peck on the cheek was overwhelming for a young man like him. He tried to suppress his thoughts, but found himself unable to control his wandering mind. Feeling slightly unmoored, "Lao Si, are you in love?" Bai Lang asked curiously. Wang Zha was taken aback, hesitatingly shaking his head. No, no. Upon observing his demeanor, Chao Hu approached, recognizing that something was amiss. It was written all over Wang Zha's face. Come on, who is it? We are curious, Chao Hu said with a smile. I truly don't, Wang Zha replied helplessly. There is indeed no romantic involvement. I was merely kissed by someone. The lip print on your face still lingers. You returned without wiping away the evidence, Bai Lang chuckled. Wang Zha reached up to wipe his face, though in truth, there were no lip marks. Bai Lang merely sought to provoke him. At this point, the presence or absence of such marks became irrelevant, as the atmosphere spoke volumes. Jin Gang also joined the gathering, the three of them curiously scrutinizing Wang Zha. Aware that he could not clarify the situation, Wang Zha merely shook his head. I cannot explain it clearly. Believe me or not, I just need a break. The others responded with an understanding "oh," and Bai Lang nodded, feigning comprehension. We understand, we understand. You must be exhausted. Moderation is key for a first time. The following day was Saturday, the commencement of the weekend, marking the day for Wang Zha's weekly acupuncture session with Su Tai. Upon receiving a call from Su Tang Suo, Wang Zha made his way to the school entrance. Upon encountering Su Tang Suo, a sense of guilt washed over him. He questioned himself. What was he feeling guilty about? He reminded himself not to entertain foolish thoughts just because Su Tang Suo washed his clothes. There existed an insurmountable chasm between them. Are you troubled? Su Tang Suo gently inquired. The inexperienced young man, having been kissed, found his entire mental realm in disarray, feeling somewhat dazed and distracted. He understood rationally that it was inconsequential, yet being kissed by a stunning beauty left him anything but composed. The enchanting moment lingered in his mind, and the more he attempted to forget, the more it clung to him. He repeatedly told himself not to overthink it. There was nothing significant. What began as a trivial matter was magnified in his mind. Sister, how does one truly know they like someone? Wang Zha curiously asked. His initial understanding of affection was based on physical attraction. After all, a love for beauty is inherent to all. He recalled a saying from the internet. One is drawn to another's body because of their beauty. But that did not seem like genuine affection, merely lust. Su Tang Suo paused, smiling as she looked at Wang Zha. Do you have someone you like? No. I am merely curious about what constitutes true affection, Wang Zha responded. Pure affection is quite simple, akin to the love parents have for their children. True affection is profound, selfless, and seeks nothing in return, only the joy of giving. Su Tang Suo said, gazing warmly at Wang Zha. Is affection between men and women similar? Wang Zha inquired. Not at all. Affection between men and women tends to be selfish. It is the desire to possess everything about the other, Su Tang Suo explained. What about love? Wang Zha pondered. Having encountered numerous concepts of love in online novels, some portrayed it as forceful and domineering, which he found unappealing, while others suggested that true affection required unconditional acceptance, a notion he also rejected. Some advocated for a love that let go, finding contentment in the other's happiness. He perceived that as disingenuous and hypocritical. The author has something to express. In Chapter 53, Li Zhao's assignment involves filming a short video. You're truly remarkable, so strong, she remarks. Love and affection differ significantly. Affection is a beautiful and pure sentiment that often precedes love. While love may appear enchanting, it lacks the purity of mere affection, as Su Tangsha pointedly observes. She casually dismisses the notion, having never experienced a romantic relationship or the essence of love. Although she shared her thoughts, they offered little solace for Wang Zha's current troubles. He understood that his connection with Lang Yuan was negligible, yet the memory of being kissed by someone stirred an uncontainable curiosity within him. How's business? Sutansa inquired nonchalantly. Wang Zha hesitated, momentarily forgetting about the Health and Wellness Center. He had previously stored some supplies for Wang Ho and had only visited once recently. It should be fine. I haven't been there these past few days, he replied sheepishly. Su Tangsha chuckled. You truly deserve full marks for your role as a hands-off manager. Upon visiting Su Tai again, Wang Zha found Su's parents present. After several visits, the pressure on him had lessened, and Su's mother increasingly regarded him with fondness. Wang Zha could see the maternal affection in her gaze, especially during their weekly acupuncture sessions for Su Tai, where Su's mother would personally prepare meals. Remembering Wang Zha's favorite dishes with remarkable precision, Su Tai's condition was stable. The progression of amyotrophic lateral sclerosis had not worsened. Thanks to a special health tonic, he had regained some strength and could lead a life akin to that of a healthy individual. However, he was aware that his ability to live so normally was largely due to the presence of the young man named Wang Zha. At just 18, Wang Zha was indeed very young. Su Tai mused that if only his sister were 2 years younger and he a bit older, their dynamic might have been different. Though Su Tai was not fond of relying on others for his survival, he recognized that encountering Wang Zha was an immense stroke of luck, for which he felt deep gratitude. By the time he returned to the dormitory, it was already mid-afternoon, and the residents were aware of Wang Zha's whereabouts. "Dr. Wang, tell me honestly, has Su Daolao kissed you?" Bai Lang inquired with curiosity. They were confident that Wang Zha had been kissed by a girl, and the only 2 females he seemed to know were Li Xiao and Su Tangsha. It wasn't Li Xiao, so it must be Su Tangsha, they speculated, though it was difficult for them to imagine such a goddess would kiss Wang Zha. "By the way, Lao Si, there's something I wish to discuss with you," Jin Gang said. "What is it?" Wang Zha asked. "Li Xiao has an assignment that requires filming a short video. Could you teach her the martial arts you practice?" Jin Gang inquired. "An assignment for a short film? What major is your sister in?" Wang Zha asked with curiosity, still unaware of Li Xiao's field of study. Only remembering she was in the arts and nearing her senior year. "She is majoring in directing," Jin Gang replied. "Sure, that can be filmed. It's no trouble at all. Just let me know if you need assistance," Wang Zha said. "I truly require your assistance. Please offer your guidance," chuckled King Kong. Wang Zha did not hesitate. After all, it was merely an assignment. Currently, he possessed several martial arts styles, including Dragon Fist, Drunken Fist, and Tiger Leopard Fist, along with a peculiar form resembling a fist, perhaps Chicken Fist, Bird Fist. Recently, Li Xiao had noticed that King Kong and the others were training under Wang Zha, observing his commendable practice. Thus, he contemplated filming a short video, which also constituted part of their assignment. Indeed, a rather significant endeavor. This time, the shooting theme was unrestricted, but the duration must not be less than 20 minutes, featuring a complete narrative and structure, where they could adapt and recreate a scene as well. Li Xiao wished to produce something related to martial arts, one of the 5 great treasures of the nation alongside calligraphy, traditional Chinese medicine, Peking opera, and Hanfu. Upon gathering, they ultimately deferred to Li Xiao's direction, as it was her assignment. Nevertheless, Li Xiao inquired of Wang Zha if he had any thoughts. "How about a 20-minute segment?" Wang Zha pondered before responding. "The Dragon Fist is grand and imposing, infused with tremendous vigor and visual impact. He had practiced it countless times, exceeding tens of thousands, not to mention the repetitions within the game itself. Even King Kong and the others had practiced it no less than 10,000 times. The adage practice makes perfect holds true. Through relentless repetition, proficiency is achieved. The principle of self-taught is realized through continuous practice, much like the saying read 100 times, and the meaning will naturally reveal itself. The same applies to martial arts. A crucial requirement for filming was that it must be visually appealing. As for artistic cinematography, that was beyond his realm. It's all about appearance. I believe attractiveness is paramount. "Will this be visually appealing?" Li Xiao asked. Wang Zha contemplated and replied, "It should be feasible, though costumes are necessary. Ancient attire and makeup." However, complications arose with the makeup. Once the makeup artist finished adorning Wang Zha, complete with a wig of long hair, he exuded an entirely delicate aura that was strikingly attractive, an allure transcending gender boundaries. In terms of character, he embodied an entity capable of captivating both men and women, a form of transcendent appeal. It was a blend of softness and dominance. He donned male garments, yet they were ancient attire, lacking any deliberate feminine embellishment, just the long hair. He was neither effeminate nor a woman. Anyone observing would recognize him as male. Yet there remained an allure that surpassed that of a beauty. "Xiao Zha Zha, I believe if I solely film you, the assignment would be complete," Li Xiao remarked, gazing at Wang Zha with admiration. Please, please, make me rugged and imposing instead, Wang Zha protested, disliking the current portrayal. I have done countless makeovers, and I feel today's is the most successful. I implore you, this look is bound to be a sensation, the makeup artist quickly countered. The artist aspired to gain recognition through Wang Zha's styling. Li Xiao, not to be outdone, smiled at Wang Zha. What if I bring a prominent figure to collaborate with you? Wang Zha hastily shook his head, laughing, no way. I truly do not wish to be paired with Su Tang. It wasn't that he lacked interest in beautiful women, to be candid. Listening to Su Tang speak and watching her was a form of enjoyment. Yet he felt uneasy, apprehensive, and nervous for reasons unknown. Su Tang has indeed arrived, and Wang Zha remains oblivious to when Li Xiao contacted her. With an enchanting grace and unparalleled charm, each encounter with her is a visual spectacle. A feast for the eyes, such a woman embodies the essence of a celestial being who has descended into the mortal realm. Upon seeing Wang Zha, Su Tang is momentarily taken aback. She recognizes him instantly, her brows expressing familiarity as she smiles and remarks, "You are even more beautiful than a girl." Wang Zha, however, does not take this as a compliment. He would much prefer to hear affirmations of his strength and tenacity. Being called fierce or robust holds far greater merit in his eyes than being compared to a girl. The author has a message. I seek support from my bookshelf, 5-star reviews, and comments. I wish to know how many of you are still following along. Chapter 54 is splendid, a visual banquet. The costumes chosen for this period piece are traditional Hanfu. Su Tang also participates. Although she opts for a natural look without makeup, donning her own Hanfu, which she possesses in abundance, but typically only wears at home. In Hanfu, Su Tang is breathtaking, an indescribable beauty that dances like a startled swan, glides like a wandering dragon, and stands apart from the world, instantly transporting onlookers to a realm of wonder. The appearances of Wang Zha and Su Tang disrupt the original rhythm, leading to a shift in the narrative where Wang Zha portrays Su Tang's disciple. Although Su Tang has not trained in martial arts, her background in dance and excellent physical condition enable Wang Zha to attempt teaching her on site. All she needs is to grasp the movements and perform them accurately. During their practice, Wang Zha can guide Su Tang, a skill he possesses. This segment of the story is nearly devoid of dialogue, resembling a silent film. Yet it is straightforward and easily comprehensible, clearly conveying communication and expression. As Wang Zha instructs Su Tang in the Dragon Fist, some physical contact is inevitable, placing Wang Zha in a somewhat awkward position. He feels nervous and uncertain if Su Tang might be uncomfortable with the proximity, leaving him at a loss for what to do. Are you shy? I, too, wish to learn some self-defense techniques. Surely you charge me tuition. Su Tang smiles at Wang Zha. Su Tang's memory and understanding are remarkably adept. She can learn the movements impressively after just one demonstration. And after 2 or 3 repetitions, she performs fluidly as if she were no novice. Such is the capability of intelligent individuals, who can swiftly acquire new skills across various fields. However, an unexpected incident arises during their practice. As Wang Zha guides Su Tang's sleeve, she is supposed to sidestep and pass by, simultaneously executing an attack. Unfortunately, Wang Zha misjudges the force, resulting in Su Tang being drawn directly into his embrace. Both freeze in place, momentarily stunned. The subtle fragrance surrounding them, delicate and serene, creates an indescribably beautiful tableau in that instant. Did you capture that? Li Xiao inquires eagerly. The photographs have been captured, and the photographer's lips trembled with excitement. They were simply stunning, a veritable feast for the eyes, a visual banquet. Su gently rose, extending her hand to ruffle Wang Zha's hair, playfully calling him a little rascal. His enchanting voice lingered in the air, leaving Wang Zha in a daze. Those 3 words held an indescribable magic, striking at the very soul, making him feel as if he were floating, an experience akin to savoring ice cream on a frigid winter's day or basking in the scorching sun when one is on the brink of freezing. I apologize, it was unintentional, Wang Zha murmured, lowering his head as he regained his composure. Su was momentarily taken aback, then smiled as she tugged at his sleeve, saying, "What are you apologizing for? I hold no grievances against you. Boys should have thicker skin. How can you ever find a girlfriend if you behave like this? Moreover, promise me you shall never utter the words, 'I'm sorry' again." The subsequent shooting proceeded smoothly, including scenes of combat with Jin Gang and others, each character more formidable than the last. Due to Wang Zha's striking appearance, he became the focal point of the film, taking down opponents one by one, showcasing his prowess. The finale featured Su leading Wang Zha away by his sleeve. Though 20 minutes is a brief span, it could suffice for a narrative. Initially, Li Xiao intended to craft a storyline, perhaps even incorporating elements of martial arts, such as revenge. However, upon witnessing Wang Zha's demeanor, especially during his interactions with Su, he felt that a plot was unnecessary. Instead, he aimed to capture as many interactions between them as possible. "Little Zha, is Su de Lao holding you comfortably?" Li Xiao jested, observing Wang Zha. Wang Zha hesitated to respond, merely stating he needed to change clothes. As the day's shooting concluded, Wang Zha was indifferent to whether the short film would gain popularity. In this era, countless individuals aspire to fame. There are numerous internet celebrities, even several in a single village. Many videos might garner attention for a few days before fading into obscurity. And even if Wang Zha's appearance were to become popular, few would recognize him. His mindset had undergone a substantial transformation. He felt serene and composed, unconcerned with many matters. There lingered a sense that the world was vast and filled with possibilities. They often say that talent is never a burden. A person without skill lacks stability. But once one possesses capability, tranquility ensues, and one does not easily succumb to anger. Have you ever seen a prominent figure frequently erupt in rage or anxiety? After a long day, Li Xiao invited everyone to dinner. Wang Zha seemed predetermined. With summer vacation approaching, what are your plans? Li Xiao inquired between bites. Wang Zha contemplated returning home, considering that the health and wellness center could either remain open or closed for 2 months. Yet Su Tai still required weekly acupuncture and massage. Chao Hu and Bai Lang planned to return home, too. Wang Zha intended to go home as well. But that would not work with Su Tai's schedule. "I'm uncertain. I will decide later," Wang Zha replied, wishing to see if Wang Ho would return. Su understood that Wang Zha's hesitation might stem from his brother's situation. "If you wish to go home, then do so. My brother and I can visit you for a couple of days." Su chuckled. "All right." Wang Zha indeed desired to return. After finishing their meal, the group exited the restaurant, stepping into the evening air. Dad. A little girl rushed into Wang Zha's embrace. Upon hearing the child's voice, Wang Zha instantly recognized her. It was Xiao Anan. The little girl skillfully climbed up his leg, and with a resigned smile, Wang Zha lifted her into his arms. Li Xiao and the others stood there, utterly astonished, gazing at Wang Zha in disbelief. "Little brother, Tang Suo, Yuan Ye." Both Lang Yuan and Wang Zha greeted each other. They were acquaintances, not merely acquaintances, but friends, all prominent figures in their locality, with a minimal age gap. However, they had rarely gathered in the past year, as Lang Yuan's health did not permit her any social time, with merely 6 hours daily allotted for meals and family. "Little brother, you know Tang Suo?" Lang Yuan blinked her captivating eyes. Wang Zha trembled at the thought of having been kissed by this woman, his cheeks flushing with warmth. "Sister, did you bring it in here for a meal?" Wang Zha inquired, attempting to divert the conversation. "Yuan Jia, you're looking well," Tang Suo exclaimed, her delight evident. Few were aware of Lang Yuan's condition aside from her family, yet Tang Suo was privy to the intricacies of her relationship with Lang Yuan, as well as the fact that little Anan suffered from autism. Thus, upon hearing Anan call Wang Zha daddy, she quickly grasped the situation. "Little brother is quite capable, Tang Suo. You must keep an eye on him," Lang Yuan remarked with a smile directed at Tang Suo. Internally, Lang Yuan experienced considerable turmoil. She was well informed about Tang Suo, especially when witnessing her alongside Wang Zha, which led her to harbor a peculiar illusion that something significant might transpire between the two. "Yuan Jia, you're joking," Tang Suo chuckled, bending down to entertain little Anan. "Annie is so pretty, the little girl remarked, showing no aversion towards Tang Sua. The innocent admiration of a child speaks volumes about Tang Sua's beauty, and with joy, she embraced in. Wang Zha felt no astonishment at the familiarity between Tang Sua and Lang Yuan. After all, they were all from the same business circle, making their acquaintance entirely natural. After some conversation, they bid farewell, though little Inen clung to Wang Zha. And after much coaxing and promising several conditions, she finally relinquished her hold. Jin Gang and his companions could also be considered second-generation affluent, yet their status paled in comparison to that of Lang Yuan and Tang So, especially Lang Yuan, who was a decade their senior and accomplished beyond their wildest dreams. This disparity was not solely due to her own capabilities, but also the influence of her family, particularly her husband's. Lang Yuan's empire, the Lang Yuan Group, was even more formidable than Tang Sua's Sua Tang Group. The author has a message, seeking 5-star reviews, adding to your bookshelf, and all forms of support. Chapter 55, Male Infertility, Blame Level 15, Elite Special Monster. The group returning home grew increasingly curious about Wang Zha. Bai Lang smacked his lips. Old Fourth, what is your relationship with President Lang? Why does her daughter call you daddy? Wang Zha understood they had been holding back their questions all the way back to the dormitory. Perhaps it's because I'm handsome. Wang Zha pondered for a moment before responding earnestly. Hey, I'm puzzled too. I never noticed it before, but you do seem to be getting increasingly handsome, came a reply. Bai Lang gazed at Wang Zha, unable to comprehend the situation. Old Four, your medical skills are remarkable. Do show us how to determine if I'm suffering from kidney deficiency and how to enhance endurance. 2 hours, perhaps? Bai Lang continued. You all are in good health. Regarding 2 hours, there is a recent news story about a man who maintained his ardor for 2 days, ultimately leading to complete exhaustion. Prolonged congestion is detrimental. Wang Zha chuckled in response. Isn't longer better? Isn't it supposed to be more potent? Bai Lang inquired. I'm without a girlfriend, so I cannot fathom such matters. Wang Zha solemnly shook his head. Bai Lang exclaimed, Goodness. Old Four, that day you were kissed by Lang Zong, right? At this moment, Chao Hu interjected. Bai Lang exclaimed again, Goodness. Wang Zha shuddered, casting a glance at Chao Hu. Understanding he had struck a chord, Chao Hu remarked with envy. Though old 3 lacks education and merely exclaims in astonishment, I too now believe those 2 words encapsulate our amazement. You are overthinking it. She kissed me simply because the little girl was unwell, and I made her better, so she was exceedingly happy, Wang Zha explained, knowing that further words would be futile. We understand. Although we feel you and Su Tang Su, or Lang Yuan, are not of the same ilk, I can't shake this peculiar sensation that perhaps, due to our differences, there might indeed be a connection, Chao Hu remarked. Old Two, I believe you are quite the philosopher, Bai Lang commented. Get lost, Chao Hu retorted, somewhat irritable. At that moment, Wang Zha's phone rang. Lang Yuan, he exclaimed, having just mentioned her. He stepped onto the balcony. Sister, Wang Zha greeted. Little brother, Anan's grandparents would like to invite you to a meal. Will you grace them with your presence? Lang Yuan replied with a smile. Sister, they have tasked me with a formidable mission, to sincerely invite you, as they wish to express their gratitude in person, for otherwise they would feel unsettled, Lang Yuan continued. Wang Zha smiled wryly. All right, please inform me once the time is set. Good brother, farewell, and await my call. After hanging up, Wang Zha felt somewhat resigned. He despised social obligations, though this particular gathering was the simplest of them all, as it was merely a gesture of gratitude from others. On the weekend, Wang Zha received a call from Lang Yuan in the morning. She was coming to pick him up. They were headed to Lang Yuan's marital family for a family banquet. At this level of social interaction, the most sincere form of gratitude is expressed through a family gathering rather than at the finest restaurants. This place was, in fact, also Lang Yuan's home, though she had seldom stayed here over the past year. Through various tidbits of information, Wang Zha learned that Lang Yuan's marital family was quite distinguished. Her husband had a brother, and both he and his wife were involved in politics. Lang Yuan's in-laws were also politically engaged. Today, most of Lang Yuan's marital family members were present. Upon seeing Lang Yuan and Wang Zha arrive, a group emerged to greet them. These individuals were among the closest blood relatives of Lang Yuan's husband. As Wang Zha and Lang Yuan entered, A little girl rushed towards him from the arms of a kindly matron, exclaiming, "Daddy!" Wang Zha was taken aback, realizing he had forgotten that such a declaration in this setting could lead to significant implications. Nevertheless, he observed Lang Yuan's demeanor remain composed. Wang Zha embraced the young girl and awkwardly addressed the dashing older man at the forefront and the woman beside him. "Uncle, Aunt, please do not misunderstand. I have only known Sister Yuan for a few days." "Haha, we are well aware, Mr. Wang. Your presence brings our family immense joy. Please do come in," replied the older man with genuine delight, exhibiting impeccable manners and treating Wang Zha with the respect due to an elder, despite his youth. "Uncle, Aunt, there is no need for such formality. My name is Wang Zha. You may call me Xiao Wang or Xiao Zha," Wang Zha responded, feeling somewhat out of place under the weight of the older man's commanding aura. The man exuded a military presence coupled with that of a person of significance, inducing in Wang Zha a palpable sense of pressure. It was not only the older man. Even the kind-hearted woman radiated an air of distinction that, while warm and amiable, still conveyed an undeniable gravity. Previously, Wang Zha had only heard of a person's aura, having never encountered anyone of such high status as a county magistrate. Now, he was experiencing firsthand this intangible essence. "Wang Zha, greetings. I am an aunt's uncle, and Zifeng. Thank you. Although a mere thank you may not adequately express our family's gratitude, I still wish to extend my thanks," said a handsome man, extending his hand in greeting. Wang Zha shook the man's hand, replying, "Mr. and hello. I am Wang Zha. There is no need for formality, as Sister Yuan has already expressed her gratitude." Wang Zha dreaded such social situations. However, at that moment, he noticed a peculiar creature, which truly made him reflect on the family's hardships. Beside Zifeng was a peculiar affliction, a male infertility creature, classified as a level 15 elite special monster, which could engage in combat upon confirmation. Wang Zha was tempted to inquire about this affliction, feeling an urge to confront it, even though it was not a typical monster, but rather an elite special creature, slightly different but still formidable. Yet, he hesitated, fearing that his question might inadvertently unearth sensitive matters, such as their potential children. He resolved to consult with Liang Yuan later. And Zifeng's wife was strikingly beautiful, mature, dignified, and poised, clearly a woman of considerable capability. It was no surprise, given the stature of their family. Wang Zha was indifferent to their expressions of gratitude, for he harbored no ulterior motives or schemes. He understood the profound meaning of desireless, thus resolute. Many individuals lead exhausting lives, constantly engaging in the rituals of greeting and parting, bowing and flattering, gradually losing their true selves. This occurs because they are driven by ulterior motives, be it for livelihood, career, or mere survival. The older man was particularly fond of his granddaughter, the sole heir. His eldest son and daughter-in-law, both nearing 40, remained childless after years of treatment, with various issues identified, none of which singularly accounted for their infertility. However, collectively, they constituted a significant problem. After years of futile attempts, they ultimately relinquished hope as time passed. The family was deeply affectionate towards little Nen, who had previously struggled with autism. The older man felt the weight of misfortune upon his family. Despite their involvement in politics and business, they seemed lacking in happiness. The eldest son faced infertility, while the younger son tragically passed away in an accident, leaving behind a wife afflicted with severe hypersomnia, and their daughter battled autism. The affairs of the political realm and society have failed to burden this elderly gentleman. Yet the domestic tribulations he has faced over the past 2 years have aged him considerably. However, in the last fortnight, the affliction of narcolepsy that plagued Lan Yuan has been cured, and little Ann's autism has also seen a remarkable improvement. Despite his skepticism, when that familiar little girl called out for her grandparents, her tender voice melted the hearts of the elderly couple. Throughout all the upheavals at home, the old man had not shed a single tear, yet he could not hold back his emotions when the little girl called him Grandpa. This was a joyous occasion for the family, an unprecedented celebration that surpassed all material wealth. Thus, upon learning that Wang Zha had facilitated these miracles, a family feast was arranged, compelling Lan Yuan to express her heartfelt gratitude, assuring that anything the family possessed would be offered in return. The author wishes to convey, "I humbly seek 5-star reviews, bookshelf placements, comfort, encouragement, rewards, and all forms of support." In Chapter 56, we witness the art of dragon taming. The dragon essence pill and Lan Yuan's elation. The little girl is overjoyed, surrounded by her grandparents, a loving family, and her mother, and now continuously calling for her father. Wang Zha feels a bit awkward, uncertain whether to respond affirmatively or otherwise. Little Zha, to her, you represent a second chance at life. She adores you. Why not accept her as your daughter? The kind matron suggested with a smile. They were already aware that Wang was 18, while Lan Yuan was 29, a significant age gap, primarily due to Wang's youth. Wang Zha chuckled awkwardly. Is that appropriate? What does it matter? My son is no longer with us. Poor Xiao Yuan deserves happiness. We have advised her multiple times not to miss suitable opportunities. She is still young, with a long life ahead. She cannot remain alone. The woman sighed. Wang Zha sensed the weight of her words, feeling an inexplicable dissonance, unable to articulate what felt amiss. He even questioned the authenticity of her statements. Occasionally glancing at Nzifeng's male infertility, he finally seized the opportunity to quietly inquire of Lan Yuan, "How many children does brother have?" Lan Yuan was momentarily taken aback. Being astute, her eyes sparkled as she looked at Wang Zha. "Can you treat it?" Wang Zha, momentarily entranced by her captivating gaze, lost himself in her beauty. "Yes," he asserted. Lan Yuan beamed with joy and turned to the elderly gentleman, exclaiming, "Dad, Xiao Zha is a miraculous doctor." I know. The old man nodded in earnest affirmation. "But Dad, isn't it true that brother and sister-in-law have yet to have children?" Lan Yuan reminded him. The old man became animated, focusing solely on expressing gratitude to Wang Zha, especially since recent events concerning his younger son had allowed him to set aside his elder son's infertility issues. And Nzifeng and his wife were also filled with excitement. For in their family, the matter of children was paramount. Children represent the future of a nation, and Wang Zha had merely inquired of Lan Yuan. He did not dare to pose the question directly to Nzifeng, fearing repercussions, but now it was confirmed. Wang Zha held a profound admiration for Wang Zha's medical skills, particularly given his ability to treat severe hypersomnia and autism, conditions that had previously defied treatment both domestically and internationally, often with considerable risk involved. To perform effectively, one must approach the task with thoroughness, beginning with acupuncture before confronting the ailments directly. The foe was a level 15 elite special creature, devoid of any explicit warnings of danger. Yet Wang Zha felt a twinge of trepidation as he entered the fray. Before him lay a dragon-like beast, over 2 meters in length, cloaked in black, exuding an aura of menace, with fierce eyes and thick limbs, crowned by 2 prominent horns. Although reminiscent of a dragon, its appearance suggested a more malevolent nature. With a health value of 6,000, it was formidable. Wang Zha, surprisingly, initiated the attack, his speed outpacing that of his adversary. The creature's defense proved unexpectedly high, absorbing 30 points of damage from his strike. The unyielding creature collided with Wang Zha, inflicting 40 points of damage. Fortunately, as long as his health remained above 50, he would not sustain further injuries. It was at this moment that he appreciated the terrifying efficacy of his step cloud boots, which restored 5 health points per second. Over the course of 10 seconds, he could recover 50 health points. Without the benefit of these boots, even 1,000 health points would have been insufficient to withstand this relentless foe. Engaging the creature, Wang Zha dealt 30 points of damage per turn, necessitating 200 rounds to vanquish it. Meanwhile, the creature's strikes could reduce his health by 40 points, meaning it could potentially inflict 8,000 points of damage over the same duration. The true delight for Wang Zha lay in the boots themselves, which were impervious to wear and tear, enduring indefinitely unless a superior pair was found. They were indeed a divine artifact. After 158 grueling rounds, characterized by critical and heavy strikes, the battle concluded. Victory was his. He earned 60 experience points, the skill of dragon taming, and a dragon essence pill. Upon exiting the battle, time outside stood still. He withdrew the needles and, meeting the hopeful gazes of those around him, nodded affirmatively. It is done. After lunch, Wang Zha took his leave, accompanied by Lang Yuan, who extended an invitation from Anjia's family to dine at their home whenever he wished. If only I were 10 years younger and still unmarried, Lang Yuan mused with a smile directed at Wang Zha. He chuckled, uncertain of how to respond, choosing silence instead. You refuse my money. What do you desire instead? Should I offer myself to you? Upon arriving at the school's entrance, Lang Yuan parked the car, her expression playful as she regarded Wang Zha. His heart raced. He opened the door, offered a brief farewell, and waved as he dashed toward the school. Wang Zha was no fool. He understood that Lang Yuan was merely teasing him. Although he appreciated her gratitude for his medical prowess, it was not romantic affection. Rather, it was a fondness born of appreciation. He discerned the distinction clearly. Watching Wang Zha vanish from sight, Lang Yuan lingered, reflecting on the assistance he had provided her once more. She had never contemplated her future, given her severe hypersomnia, fearing that she might never awaken again. Yet now, with her condition improved, she recalled her mother-in-law's words. She was still young, and a solitary existence could indeed feel quite lonely. Her in-laws are individuals of integrity, kindness, and enlightenment. Upon her recovery, the elderly couple broached the subject with Lang Yuan, who merely stated that they would contemplate it in the future. After enduring numerous trials and tribulations, the notions of love and affection feel utterly insincere to Lang Yuan. Observing the youthful romances of adolescence, she perceives them as mere ephemeral bubbles, beautiful yet easily shattered. Nevertheless, one cannot deny that such moments are among the most cherished and unforgettable of one's life. She is no longer the naive girl she once was. After all she has experienced, her mindset has transformed. The innocence she once possessed has faded, and with it, the fairy tale-like romance has dissipated. Love is akin to sustenance, to existence, to life itself. The more exquisite the love, the less resilient it seems to withstand the harsh trials of life. The more fervent the initial passion, the more shattering the eventual demise. Each individual harbors a unique understanding of love. Throughout history, no one has definitively grasped its essence. Regarding Wang Zha's remarkable medical skills, they refrained from probing too deeply, yet curiosity lingered in their hearts. How could such a young man possess such extraordinary medical knowledge? The world is replete with remarkable individuals, yet most remain inaccessible. Even when encountered, few believe the stories told. In Long Yuan's eyes, Wang Zha is indeed an extraordinary person, excelling in a domain beyond the ordinary. If one were to consider the truly rare, the parrot and the mynah bird would surely qualify. And if one were to ponder the wondrous, one might think of the whale, a colossal creature fortunate enough to dwell in the ocean, were it on land, a beast exceeding 20 meters in length. Yet, Long Yuan's thoughts drifted to her daughter, Anan, who now has a father. Regardless of the circumstances, this little father, this surrogate dad, is not likely to disappear. The thought made her unable to suppress a smile. Chapter 57. The Initial Trial of Dragon Taming. Is this a miniature version of a little tiger? As Wang Zha strolled back to campus, he began to examine his inventory, eager to review the rewards he had yet to inspect. Dragon Taming. The name sounded impressive, even exaggerated, yet upon reading the description, he was momentarily taken aback. It was indeed formidable. Dragon Taming. Dragon Taming. Primary skill, level 0. Experience, 0-100. Capable of taming beasts. Upon reaching 100 units of dragon energy, one may tame dragons. Wang Zha remained in a daze for quite some time. This was yet another primary skill. A non-combat primary skill, his second one. What purpose does dragon taming serve? Are there even dragons? Furthermore, it requires 100 units of dragon energy, of which he currently possesses none. Even if he were to achieve level 1, dedicating all his time to training, it would likely take over a year to reach level 10. As for attaining level 100, it might take a lifetime or even several lifetimes. However, the phrase capable of taming beasts caught his attention. While dragon taming may be ambitious, taming beasts should not be overly difficult, especially since this is the dragon taming skill. Wang Zha had only seen extraordinary beast tamers on television, such as those in circuses, training large animals to behave like house cats. Yet, he knew his approach to beast taming would be distinctly different. He decided to practice first. Once he could tame beasts, he would give it a try. This skill filled him with anticipation. Additionally, there was a dragon essence pill. Upon seeing the dragon essence pill, Wang Zha was once again taken aback. The dragon essence pill, when consumed, extends one's lifespan by a year, with a maximum of 3 pills per individual. In an intriguing turn of events, Wang Zha expressed his astonishment at the seemingly unscientific notion of being able to combat disease monsters. It was not merely a matter of extending one's lifespan by several years, but rather, it was about gaining an additional year, with the Dragon Yuan pill potentially providing a maximum of 3 extra years. Wang Zha decided to retain this item for unforeseen circumstances. As there were certain disease monsters he could not currently defeat, the Qi Huang 9 needles could only sustain life for 2 days. And possessing a Dragon Yuan pill at such a time could afford him a year's grace, perhaps allowing him to develop a cure by then. He had initially believed that mastering dragon taming technique would be straightforward. However, after extensive practice without any progress, he began to doubt his ability to cultivate it. His inventory contained numerous skill experience books accumulated over recent days. Each book contributed a mere fraction of experience, which felt insignificant against the backdrop of the over 10,000 experience points required for Dragon Fist. Thus, he had opted to refrain from using them. Currently, he had amassed over 130 books in his inventory. His previous reluctance to utilize them was now overshadowed by the realization that the experience gained from practicing Dragon Fist far exceeded what could be gained from these books. Now, he endeavored to use the skill experience books to enhance his dragon taming technique. Upon usage, he found that each book granted him 1 point of experience. This was promising. He was thrilled to discover that upgrading the dragon taming technique to level 1 required only 100 experience points. Despite his previous efforts yielding no progress, the skill experience books felt almost like a cheat. In a short span, he successfully reached level 1, and with a rush of excitement, he examined his newly acquired skill. Dragon Taming Technique, Level 1, Experience, 0200, possesses 1 unit of Dragon Taming Chi, enabling the taming of beasts. The Dragon Taming Chi can enhance the physicality of the target, awaken latent potential, and guide them toward the pinnacle of their bloodline state. 100 units of Dragon Taming Chi are required for dragon taming. The ability to tame beasts sparked thoughts of pets in Wang Zha's mind. The current trend of pet ownership was rampant, with some individuals opting for pets over children. In university, pets were prohibited, yet some students clandestinely kept them. For instance, some girls had hamsters or teacup dogs, as long as they evaded the watchful eyes of the dormitory supervisors. Outside the campus, there was a pet shop where Wang Zha marveled at the teacup dogs, an eye-opening experience for him. The prices varied drastically, ranging from 500 to an astounding 100,000 yuan. Such exorbitance, coupled with the cost of dog food surpassing his living expenses, left Wang Zha feeling truly unable to afford one. He found it incomprehensible that a dog could cost as much as 100,000 yuan. He had even heard of rare Tibetan Mastiffs fetching tens of millions. With a breeding fee of 1 million for a prize Tibetan Mastiff, Wang Zha was eager to test his dragon taming technique and sought a more affordable, smaller creature. However, the prices of teacup dogs deterred him, prompting him to explore other options, gravitating towards cheaper choices. The pet shop was bustling, and the patrons did not seem to enjoy the luxury of attentive service. What was this cat? A toy tiger cat, priced at an astonishing 300,000 yuan. This was Wang Zha's first encounter with a toy tiger cat, although he had heard of tiger and leopard cats, which were reportedly prohibited from being kept as pets due to their ferocity and potential danger. The toy tiger cat before him bore stripes reminiscent of a tiger's skin. However, in all honesty, its resemblance to an actual tiger was minimal, merely a hint of similarity. He had never contemplated keeping a pet before, nor had he taken the time to understand them. Now, he has come to realize that the world of pet ownership is indeed vast and complex, with goldfish costing millions and dogs reaching into the tens of millions. Ultimately, Li Yuan purchased an unremarkable little cat for 70 yuan. Upon returning to his dormitory, he embarked on his inaugural attempt at dragon taming. He harnessed the essence of dragon taming, gradually channeling it into the cat's being, meticulously outlining the intricate process. Dragon taming is the art of endowing the tamed creature with greater spirit, strength, and an all-encompassing perfection, even achieving breakthroughs at the genetic level. Wang Zha was filled with anticipation, eager to discover the extent to which this technique could transform the cat, especially since it was originally intended for dragons. He approached the task with utmost caution and diligence, envisioning a toy tiger as he began the process along the prescribed path of dragon taming. Akin to redrawing the very structure of the creature, time seemed to stretch infinitely, yet also pass in an instant, and when he completed the taming, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him. A small tiger? Its body was robust, with a large, round head, a broad nose, small, slightly rounded ears, round eyes, and full cheeks. It boasted a sturdy chest, well-proportioned limbs, a thick base for its tail, tapering to a fine point, and its fur was short and soft. Observing the slightly oversized head, fluffy and lustrous, coupled with its sturdy physique, evoked an overwhelming sense of cuteness that could induce a nosebleed. This was a vigorous little tiger, measuring barely 20 centimeters. Meow. Yes, that was indeed a cat's call. If this creature were proven not to be a small tiger, that sound would be the sole evidence. However, one notable point remained. It was rather small, comparable to a newborn tiger, yet it exuded the aura of an adult. Despite its diminutive size, it appeared undeniably muscular. And Wang Zha was acutely aware of the creature's formidable attacking potential and unparalleled speed. Nonetheless, the essence of dragon taming ensured that he had no cause for concern regarding unwarranted harm. In a flash, the little creature leapt onto Wang Zha's shoulder with astonishing speed. He pondered its market value. How much could he sell it for? In terms of appearance, his pet could easily outshine the toy tiger at the pet shop. That toy tiger was priced at 300,000 yuan. What about his? The toy, however, came with certification, and its lineage boasted notable ancestry, whereas his had none. Yet, with such an appearance, certification seemed unnecessary, as its looks alone could captivate anyone. Was this the essence of dragon taming? Wang Zha's elation was beyond words. If he were to open a pet shop, would he not sell out in no time? But then, he noticed an additional stipulation regarding dragon taming. Level 1 dragon taming could only tame one beast in the dragon style. Each level gained would allow for the taming of one additional beast, unless the previously tamed beast perished. The author has a message, seeking 5-star reviews, support, and encouragement. Chapter 58. Little Brain, why are you so kind to me? However, Wang Zha quickly reconciled himself with the notion that such a remarkable ability could not be without limitations. The more extraordinary the power, the more constraints it would inevitably entail. Before me lies this small creature, whose origins elude even the most astute explanations. Found or purchased for 70 yuan. Many might question whether Wang Zha is foolish or if it is a Hornavi. This little being is undeniably adorable. Yet Wang Zha is currently a student, burdened with the demands of his studies and unable to devote the necessary time to care for it. Moreover, wherever he goes, this small creature draws an inordinate amount of attention. As for its worth, the notion of selling it has crossed his mind, but truthfully, he cannot bear to part with it just yet. He intends to explore the art of dragon taming, cultivating the essence of dragon energy within him to enhance his abilities. Eventually, as his level rises, he hopes to tame multiple creatures, allowing him to gift this one, which also serves as a remarkable protector. This brings Wang Zha to ponder Su Tang Sa, who surely has many eyes upon her. A near incident occurred just last time. In this world, one may encounter someone who inspires selfless devotion without any expectation of reciprocity, and astonishingly, without any familial ties. Wang Zha believes he has found such a person. He wonders if he is merely a lovesick fool. Yet even if he is, it matters little. Others are oblivious to the happiness a devoted admirer experiences. Many may pity the devoted, yet they often do not realize that such individuals often find themselves in a state of greater contentment than the majority. The love of the devoted is profound and unreciprocated. Dudu, Li Xiao. Wang Zha answered the call. Sister, he exclaimed, realizing he now has 3 sisters, Li Xiao, Su Tang Sa, and Lang Yuan. Su Tang Sa's birthday is tomorrow. She typically does not celebrate, and it is usually just the 2 of them. Well, that's that. Goodbye. Li Xiao concluded the call. Wang Zha stared at his phone, perplexed by the implication. She merely reminded him of Su Tang Sa's birthday, without further elaboration. However, not long after, his phone rang again. It was Su Tang Sa. Sister, Wang Zha greeted. Tomorrow, I'll treat your dormitory to a meal at our usual place. Please inform them, Su Tang Sa cheerfully stated. All right. Wang Zha knew instinctively that Li Xiao must have relayed the earlier phone conversation to Su Tang Sa, prompting this call. When the dormitory members returned and beheld the small creature resembling a tiny tiger, their eyes sparkled with excitement, eager to reach out and touch it. However, the little creature was rather fierce, playfully defiant, evading their attempts with astonishing speed. It emitted soft kitten sounds, revealing its feline nature while still exuding an air reminiscent of a tiger. Wang Zha naturally informed his companions about the meal that Su Tang Sa was treating them to, but he refrained from mentioning that it was her birthday, as she had not disclosed that detail, only inviting them for dinner. Li Xiao had only informed him that she was in a relationship with Jin Gang, which led Wang Zha to keep silent on the matter. On the following morning, when Wang Zha received Li Xiao's call, they set out together. With the holiday approaching, this gathering was likely to be their final meal of the semester. Li Xiao reminded Wang Zha that it was Su Tang Sa's birthday, noting that Jin Gang and the others were unaware and thus not preparing gifts. It would be remiss for Wang Zha to arrive empty-handed. In truth, he had already contemplated gifting the small tiger-like kitten to Su Tang Sa, motivated by its potential usefulness to her, as he wished to ensure her safety from any unforeseen mishaps. Human nature is inherently good, and perhaps in this regard, there exists a shared sentiment. Witnessing the destruction of beauty is inherently discomforting. Oh, what is this? So adorable, little tiger? Li Xiao's eyes sparkled upon seeing the tiny creature. She had always enjoyed pinching Wang Zha's face, but now he was entirely out of her mind. Meow. Fierce yet cute. Do not be harsh with her. Should she find herself in peril, you must protect her, Wang Zha said with a smile, as if casually mentioning it. Meow. Li Xiao, who had previously been unable to interact with the little one, now reveled in the joy of petting her, though it felt more akin to caressing a tiger. So cute. So delightful. I adore her. Where did you get this little brother? Li Xiao's gaze remained fixated on the small creature. I found her, Wang Zha replied. Ah, then can you gift her to me, and I'll give you Su Dalao in return? Li Xiao responded with hopeful enthusiasm. Ahem. Wang Zha sighed. Actually, I intended to give her to you, but when you called me yesterday, I thought I should prepare a gift. This is your birthday present. Ah. Li Xiao felt a bit frantic. However, being astute, she looked at Wang Zha with a playful smile, causing his face to flush as if he were a child caught misbehaving. While Wang Zha held no romantic notions towards Su Tang Sui, he wished to avoid the impression that he did. Li Xiao's gaze conveyed a sense of insight, as if to say, I see through you. You do have feelings. Little Zha, how generous of you. This little creature, honestly, you could easily sell her for $1 million or $2 million. Have you truly decided to give her to Su Dalao? At that moment, Li Xiao was not one to hold back. Gifting the kitten to Su Tang Sui would not hinder her own enjoyment, and she always wished for something to transpire between Wang Zha and Su Tang Sui. Sister, you're overthinking it. Remember the thugs we encountered last time? The reason I'm giving this gift is that she can easily handle those ruffians, Wang Zha clarified, subtly indicating to Su Tang Sui that it would be prudent to carry her in unsafe places. Is this little creature truly fierce? Everyone found it hard to believe, gazing at the small being helplessly cradled in Li Xiao's arms. Wang Zha chose not to elaborate further. Some matters are best left unsaid. Li Xiao returned the kitten to Wang Zha, who then handed her to Su Tang Sui. Without uttering happy birthday, Su Tang Sui refrained from revealing that today was her special day. This is for you. I hope you like it, sister. Upon first sight, Su Tang Sui was instantly enamored with the tiny creature, finding her irresistibly beautiful and charming, yet also too precious. However, upon witnessing Wang Zha's earnest gaze. She nodded and accepted the gift with a smile. "Thank you. I really like it." Su Tang Sui did not refuse out of a sense of indebtedness to Wang Zha, feeling no concern about accumulating further obligations. Li Xiao decided to name the little one Little Brain Axe. It seems that that's what people online call little tigers. Little Brain Axe it is. It truly fits. Aside from Li Xiao and Su Tang Sui, others were unable to touch the kitten as she was astonishingly swift, confirming Wang Zha's earlier claims that she could effortlessly handle 6 desperate criminals. This little creature could attack without warning. One could hardly react in time. What if she targeted your eyes or throat? The thought was chilling. She surely won't harm her own. Will she? Yin Gong Inquit. Rest assured, it shall not initiate an attack unless its master is in peril, Wang Zha remarked. I find myself genuinely curious about how you came by it. To put it simply, I am, in fact, the protagonist of this tale, a person of extraordinary fortune, the chosen one, Wang Zha reflected. Does that mean our esteemed Su is the heroine? Li Xiao inquired, her enchanting eyes sparkling with curiosity. Wang Zha coughed lightly. Su Tangshua, nearby, chuckled quietly, relishing the playful banter around her. Eventually, it was just Wang Zha and Su Tangshua remaining. Little Zha Zha, I entrust Su to you. You're the closest man to her in recent years. Now, you must swiftly mature into a true gentleman. Li Zhao's voice dwindled to a whisper. Why are you so kind to me? Su Tangshua asked, her smile illuminating her features as she gazed at Wang Zha. Chapter 59. The short film became a sensation. With the arrival of summer. Do you not wish to wish me a happy birthday? Wang Zha was taken aback by Su Tangshua's words. After a moment's contemplation, he replied, I do not perceive my kindness towards you as anything extraordinary. My feelings towards you and Li Xiao are indistinguishable. In truth, Wang Zha felt a greater affinity with the playful Li Xiao than with Su Tangshua. He could be more at ease around Li Xiao, while he felt a certain restraint in Su Tangshua's presence. He yearned to be more relaxed and genuine, yet found it a formidable challenge. Will you not even say happy birthday to me? Su Tangshua smiled as she looked at Wang Zha. Happy birthday, he exclaimed. Oh, you. Su Tangshua gently ruffled Wang Zha's hair. Come, I shall drive you back to school. On the way, Su Tangshua drove at a leisurely pace. As the distance was short, the sky outside had darkened, the neon lights glowing vibrantly amidst the lively atmosphere. The heat of the evening settled in, as the night began to unfold, bustling with life, and the barbecue stalls thrived. Many couples strolled along the streets, hand in hand, with the occasional sound of a girl as playful protest echoing through the air. Some couples, reluctant to part, embraced tightly, cherishing every fleeting moment. Wang Zha and Su Tangshua rarely engaged in conversation. It was typically Su Tangshua who initiated dialogue. In truth, she was not particularly adept at small talk, but with Wang Zha's age, she felt a natural ease. Yet, he was unlike others of his age group. Though merely 18, his capabilities rendered him anything but a child. As time passed and they interacted more, it became increasingly apparent that he was not a typical youth. He possessed a serene disposition. Were it not for his occasional shyness and blushing, one might easily mistake him for an old soul. His composure was striking, and yet, the sporadic flush of his cheeks and beads of sweat revealed his youthfulness and innocence. Before long, they arrived at the school gates. Wang Zha stepped out of the car and waved, saying, Farewell, sister. Su Tangshua waved back, unable to suppress her laughter as she watched him depart. Upon returning to the dormitory, the others were present. Wang Zha, filled with curiosity, asked, Why are you all not out enjoying the night? We want to see if you would return in the evening. Bai Lang chuckled mischievously. Wang Zha shook his head, saying, You are overthinking it. He understood their insinuations, but chose not to elaborate further, deeming it unnecessary, as such discussions would yield no meaningful outcome. Tomorrow and the day after would bring examinations, followed by the onset of summer vacation. Wang Zha chose to return home. As for Su Tai's situation, Su Tang Sual had mentioned earlier that they would eventually visit Wang Zha. Before leaving, Wang Zha would certainly provide acupuncture and massage for Su Tai. Wang Zha glanced at his character panel. His level had not risen in quite some time. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18. Level, 2. Skill, 1. 10. Experience. 4. 281,028. Assignable attribute points. 0. Constitution. 66. Health. 1. 065. Defense. 203. Stamina. 21. 305, including skills and fish scale armor. Strength. 52. Attack. 114, including 10 attack from the steel finger. Agility. 49. Speed. 113, including 15 speed from the cloud walking shoes. Primary skills. Dragon Fist. Level 7. Experience. 407, 012, 800. Increases attack and defense by 70 when used in combat. Azure Dragon Post. Level 6. Experience. 27, 206, 400. A non-combat skill that permanently increases constitution, strength, and agility by 30 each. Dragon Taming Technique. Level 2. Experience. 400. Possesses 2 Dragon Taming Chi, enabling beast taming. The Dragon Taming Chi can enhance the target's physique, awaken potential, and guide it toward the most perfect state of bloodline. 100 Dragon Taming Chi is required for dragon taming. At level 1, 1 beast can be tamed. Each level increase allows for the taming of 1 additional beast. A deceased beast can be retamed. Passive skills. Body Refinement. Increases maximum health by 50, scaling with Constitution. Dragon Armor. Increases defense by 50, scaling with Constitution. Critical Strike. A 10 chance to deal double damage and a 5 chance to deal triple damage when attacking. Tiger Leopard Fist. Permanently increases speed and evasion by 20. Active skills. Double Slash. Allows for 2 swift attacks on a target, with the second attack dealing half damage and cannot be used consecutively. Auxiliary skills. Secret Health Enhancing Soup. A delectable delicacy that strengthens the body, beautifies the skin, nourishes the liver and kidneys, and invigorates blood circulation. Usage increases constitution by a maximum of 3 points. Secret Health Enhancing Wine. A fine elixir that promotes health, nourishes strengthens bones and tendons, increasing strength by a maximum of 3 points upon consumption. Massage. Invigorates blood circulation, relaxes muscles, alleviates fatigue, and strengthens bones and blood. Level 3. Experience. 100-200. 9 Needles of Qi Huang. Strengthens the foundation, stops pain and bleeding, activates the root, can prolong life for 2 days. Level 2. Experience. 49-100. Wang Zha now possesses a level 2 dragon taming technique, which he has been practicing as the initial levels are the easiest to cultivate. He intends to elevate both the dragon taming technique and Azure Dragon Post to level 7 before prioritizing his overall level. If he has remaining stamina, he will then practice Dragon Fist or Azure Dragon Post. Wang Zha felt grounded, experiencing a sense of unyielding stability amidst the ever-changing world. This embodies the belief that as long as one possesses capability, one need not worry about their living environment. The vastness of the world offers endless possibilities. A video had gone viral online today. Had Wang Zha seen it, he would undoubtedly recognize it as Li Xiao's assignment. At this moment, several versions exist. The complete version belongs to a microfilm, while various shorter segments are also available. The most classic and widely circulated scene is the interaction between Wang Zha and Su Tangsha. When Su Tangsha fell into Wang Zha's embrace, their eyes met for a fleeting moment, and in that brief exchange, after she stood up, she gently ruffled Wang Zha's hair. It was an indescribable sensation, an ethereal connection between the two, embodying a form of communication that many yearn for. Although it was merely a simple glance, its purity and beauty were breathtaking, evoking a profound emotional response. That atmosphere nourished the heart and brought about a transcendent delight of the spirit. At that moment, Su Tangsha was watching the segment, a smile gracing her face. "Sister Su, I think you should try to connect with him. Must you wait until someone else claims him before you consider it?" Li Xiao remarked with a grin. "We're not suited for each other," Su Tangsha replied simply, without lifting her gaze. "Since you have no plans to marry, why not give love a chance? How will you know if it's unsuitable if you don't try?" Li Xiao's eyes sparkled, sensing a shift in her friend. "Perhaps filming some segments together wouldn't be such a bad idea. I find the scenes quite appealing," Su Tang Sha mused lightly. Li Xiao did not press further. She understood that some matters require time, a gradual approach, and the right circumstances. Ideally, it would be best if something resonant occurred between Wang Zha and her during their interactions. Having begun the holiday, Wang Zha had already provided acupuncture and massage for Su Tai the previous day. Today, as he prepared to return home, Wang Ho opted to stay, necessitating the crafting of a special health soup. Ding! In the afternoon, Wang Zha's phone chimed as he tended to the simmering concoction. Lang Yuan, you could at least call me first, came the voice of his sister. Sister, what is up? Wang Zha inquired with a smile. Nothing much, you're on break, right? Are you busy? Lang Yuan gently asked. This woman, with both her appearance and voice, possessed an innate allure that could soften one's resolve. Yet it was not a contrived demeanor. Her voice was genuinely pleasant, captivating in a way that felt addictive. While Wang Zha was not particularly drawn to voices, he began to grasp the experience of being captivated by one. Chapter 60. Lang Yuan's idea. Just keep being good to her, are you busy? You're on break, right? Lang Yuan asked softly. Not busy, yes, I'm on break. I'll be home tomorrow, Wang Zha replied. Sister, let me treat you to a meal. Xiaoan insists on seeing you. Forget it. I'll treat you instead. Wang Zha communicated the address to Lang Yuan. Lang Yuan arrived swiftly, accompanied by the little girl. Daddy, daddy. The little girl wriggled free from Lang Yuan's embrace and dashed toward Wang Zha. In that moment, no one would doubt Wang Zha's identity as a father. He lifted her up. The little girl cupped Wang Zha's face, showering him with affectionate pecks. This was a child's purest expression of love, accompanied by her delightful, innocent laughter that radiated joy to those around. It is truly heartwarming. This is the most splendid and warm scene, devoid of any embellishment or description. It embodies the authentic beauty of nature and humanity. Wang Ho gazed blankly at Wang Zha and the little girl, then shifted his attention to Lang Yuan. The girlfriend he had previously mentioned, when compared to this woman, was akin to a phoenix juxtaposed with a mere chicken. Yet, he had been outmaneuvered by such a woman. What a failure, what a failure. However, Wang Ho was perplexed. When had his elder brother acquired a daughter? Why was the family oblivious to this fact? Nevertheless, Wang Ho's imagination was quite vivid, considering his brother's capabilities. It seemed plausible that he had a family outside. Observing Wang Ho lost in thought, Wang Zha, with a hint of resignation, remarked, Stop overthinking. This is Sister Yuan. The Lang Yuan building belongs to her. Wang Ho was familiar with the Lang Yuan building. Hence Wang Zha's words were meant to clarify Sister Yuan's identity and dissuade him from further speculation. Hello, sister-in-law. I am Wang Zha's younger brother, Wang Ho. You are truly beautiful, he quickly greeted. Internally, Wang Ho was baffled. With a daughter already, he felt compelled to address her as sister-in-law. Haha, hello, Wang Ho. Lang Yuan replied, momentarily taken aback by being addressed as sister-in-law. Don't call me that. Wang Zha interjected helplessly. You're not being considerate, not inviting me to your opening. He continued, knowing full well that they had already been acquainted by that time. This is merely a small gathering. Sister Yuan, you were busy, so I didn't wish to disturb you, Wang Zha explained as he and Lang Yuan settled into a corner. From now on, there is no need to be polite with me. I'm never too busy on your side. Lang Yuan shot a glare at Wang Zha. At that moment, Wang Ho brought over a health tonic and a herbal drink. The aroma was exquisite, and for Lang Yuan, it was her first encounter with such flavors. Given her prior recognition of Wang Zha's abilities, the notion of opening a wellness center with delightful offerings did not strike her as particularly odd. Yet upon tasting it, she was still taken aback. So fragrant, so delicious, exclaimed the little girl nestled in Wang Zha's embrace, prompting him to feed her with a small spoon. Lang Yuan actually wished to hold her daughter, but since their meeting, the little one had clung affectionately to Wang Zha, repeatedly calling him daddy no less than 20 times. It is said that people have a subconscious inclination. This adorable little angel calling Wang Zha had created an illusion that she was indeed his biological daughter. The sweet, tender voice was the most enchanting sound Wang Zha had ever heard. Like a delicate porcelain doll, her large, dark eyes shone like black jewels, framed by long lashes fluttering like tiny fans. Not only beautiful, but irresistibly adorable. Wang Ho occasionally glanced over at Wang Zha. increasingly convinced that this was undoubtedly Wang Zha's child. The scene radiated harmony, with no sense of discord. The reason for Wang Ho's lack of doubt stemmed from his belief that his elder brother was a man of great capability, and such capable men naturally attract beautiful women. Stinky little brother, you didn't even tell me about such delicious soup. Can we still have fun? Lang Yuan, with her enchanting allure, spoke those words in a tone that left Wang Zha somewhat flustered. Particularly the phrase, stinky little brother, sent a delightful chill through him, akin to savoring ice cream on a scorching June day, a sensation indescribably pleasant. Wang Zha felt himself sinking into a quagmire. Although he was acutely aware of what he ought to do and what he ought not to, the distinction between knowing and controlling was a different matter entirely. Is this concoction truly effective? Lang Yuan inquired, hastily consuming a bowl. Wang Zha nodded in affirmation. May I introduce a few friends of mine? Lang Yuan asked. In the realm of commerce, one would naturally welcome others. Yet Lang Yuan understood that Wang Zha could not be viewed through the lens of ordinary individuals. After all, he had refused a generous offer of 8 million for gratitude. Sister, there's no need for you to specifically drum up business for me, Wang Zha replied with a smile. I understand. This wine tastes exquisite. Does that mean I won't be able to drive later? Lang Yuan queried with a playful smile. Indeed, then you'll return me home, she said, her eyes sparkling with charm, effortlessly revealing a softness that only appeared in Wang Zha's presence. Wang Zha slightly lowered his head and nodded gently. How are things between you and Tang Shua? Lang Yuan asked, her bright eyes alight with curiosity. We are merely acquaintances, Wang Zha responded with a hint of exasperation. You call me sister, and I cannot refuse to assist you. Listen to your sister. Pursue her, do not overthink, and refrain from chasing other girls. Just focus on her. Lang Yuan advisait earnesty ellipsilon. Wang Zha was taken aback. The thought of pursuing Su Tongshua had never crossed his mind. It felt akin to attempting to pluck the moon from the sky. Utterly unrealistic, thus he dismissed it. If someone else suggested he pursue Su Tongshua, he would surely laugh it off, treating it as a mere jest. Yet, Lang Yuan's earnest words stirred something within him. Frankly, does any man not desire the most beautiful woman? However, such allure is often beyond the grasp of ordinary souls. One cannot afford to marry a stunning maiden when impoverished. Wang Zha had acquired a modicum of capability, yet he still felt unworthy in the face of Su Tongshua. After all, some women are not meant to be possessed merely by champions and healers. There are many champions, numerous skilled fighters, and a plethora of adept doctors. These are simply professions. Su Tongshua was a staunch advocate of remaining single, rumored to possess a form of spiritual fastidiousness. He wasn't entirely certain. If he were to pursue other women while chasing after her, his chances would dwindle. You still have an opportunity. Shouldn't you at least attempt to seize it? Long Yuan geist ot Wang Zha. At that moment, he found himself at a loss for emotions. Reason implored him to refrain from stirring the waters. Yet Lang Yuan's words held a peculiar allure, akin to Pandora's box. Dear brother, awaken. You have feelings for her. In truth, you have already begun to pursue her. I merely wish to express that you should refrain from chasing other girls. There is no need to confess to Su Tongshua. Simply be good to her. Consistently shower her with kindness, Lang Yuan said with a sly smile. Upon hearing Lang Yuan assert that he was already in pursuit, Wang Zha shook his head, attempting to argue. Yet he recalled a question Su Tongshua had once posed to him. Why are you so kind to me? Could it be that he truly treated her well? Perhaps so. After all, at times, he felt as though he was engaging in acts of servitude. While it was true that most sycophants end up with nothing, some have indeed garnered extraordinary fortune through their devotion. However, Wang Zha did not entirely concur with Lang Yuan's sentiments. After all, he believed that his prime years should not be squandered on elusive aspirations. Moreover, he pondered whether, should he truly manage to win over Su Tangsu, their companionship would genuinely be filled with ease and joy. Would it lead to eternal happiness? The author has a message, seeking support, seeking appreciation, seeking bookshelf placements, seeking comments, seeking solace. In Chapter 61, during the summer break, obstinacy becomes a burden of one's own making. When in Su Tangsu's presence, Wang Zha felt an overwhelming sense of restraint, unable to fully express himself. Her ethereal aura was too profound, too immaculate. To put it objectively, if he were to kiss her, he would feel his lips unworthy. It is crucial for individuals to possess self-awareness, which essentially means engaging in pursuits that are fitting for oneself, finding comfort without the need for excessive effort or striving for the unattainable. Many may not be exceedingly wealthy, yet they lead lives of comfort and ease, harboring few regrets. Life is fleeting. One should not cling too tightly to any matter, as such attachment is, in itself, a form of transgression against oneself. Some individuals stubbornly remain unmarried throughout their lives, while others may depart from home, becoming scavengers for decades, and some may choose the monastic path, dedicating their lives to a solitary lamp, a meditation mat, a wooden fish, and a Buddha statue. Many perceive this as having achieved enlightenment or detachment, but Wang Zha believes the opposite is true. Such behavior often indicates a lack of options, a feeling of being cornered. In his view, this is a selfish display, as the motivation behind it is largely driven by spite, ultimately inflicting pain on those closest to them. One should adapt to circumstances, follow one's heart. If one desires to pursue something, they should do so, but if it proves unattainable, they must learn to let go. Efforts made, attempts undertaken, should not betray oneself, nor squander youth, nor impose upon others. Many troubles stem from a deficiency in ability coupled with excessive desires. When one's ambitions surpass their capabilities, troubles begin to manifest, and they multiply. Wang Zha chuckled, and Lang Yuan refrained from elaborating on the matter. A glass of potent liquor, while deceptively smooth and lacking a strong taste, still left Lang Yuan with a slight buzz. The young girl would certainly not permit any indulgence in health tonic. Wang Zha embraced the young girl as they strolled side by side. A leisurely walk, he was also escorting her home. Outside, Lang Yuan wore a mask, revealing only her eyes and her graceful figure. A woman of poise can effortlessly emanate elegance with her mere presence, and Lang Yuan epitomized such grace. "Daddy, I want to ride high," the young girl exclaimed upon seeing a child perched on a man's shoulders. Wang Zha obliged, allowing her to climb onto his shoulders. Nearby, the man affectionately kissed the woman beside him. "Daddy, Daddy, you should kiss Mommy too," the little girl chimed in. Wang Zha felt a wave of embarrassment wash over him. "Ha!" Lang Yuan chuckled, her head slightly tilted, her alluring gaze fixed upon Wang Zha. In that moment, she truly captivated his heart, her beauty overwhelming. A harmonious blend of womanly and youthful charm radiating at its zenith. Wang Zha felt rather vulnerable, reflecting on his own awkwardness, reminiscent of the shy boys during his middle school years, as the stirrings of adolescence began to blossom. However, with the passage of time and personal growth, one inevitably improves, gradually shedding shyness. One's resilience can be cultivated, becoming increasingly robust. There's a saying that goes, "Those with thin skin cannot enjoy the feast, while those with thick skin can indulge abundantly." Yet, Wang Zha feels he has made no progress in this regard. The next day, Wang Zha returned home. Wang Ho did not accompany him, as the health and wellness center was well stocked. He purchased numerous gifts and boarded the train alone this time. The journey remained tranquil, devoid of urgent medical cases or charming encounters that could lead to a romantic adventure. He arrived home at 10 in the morning. His parents were present, aware of his return. Seeing his handsome son basking in the sunlight, Zhou Yun was elated. Wang Zha possessed a striking appearance, fitting the mold of a handsome young man. However, the experiences and interactions he had endured during this period had significantly matured his mindset. Growth often emerges from adversity, such as the nature of life. Wang Zha had broadened his horizons and encountered the world, allowing him to remain composed amidst challenges, embodying a newfound calmness. Additionally, he had developed physical strength and confidence, no longer timid or fearful, embracing a sense of responsibility. His exposure to individuals like Su Tongzhao and Lang Yuan had profoundly elevated his aspirations and perspectives, encompassing not only wealth, but also the allure of beauty. When he departed on May Day, Wang Zha had shared heartfelt words with Zhou Yun. "Mother, I'm leaving. Please take care of yourself, and do not worry about me. I have matured. Do not deprive yourself of comforts. I promise I will earn substantial money in the future, and when that time comes, we shall purchase whatever you desire. Although Wang Zha had yet to amass great wealth, he had earned a significant sum from the Health and Wellness Center, allowing him to buy jewelry and cosmetics for Zhou Yun and a watch, razor, belt, and several outfits for Wang Hong. Both Zhou Yun and Wang Hong understood that the health center operated under Wang Zha's management and that Wang Ho was also involved in it. However, Zhou Yun still believed Wang Zha was frivolously spending money. Although she felt joy, she felt it necessary to admonish him. Wang Hong was delighted with the watch, worth several thousand yuan, which he wore for the first time, experiencing a remarkable difference. Little Zha, there's still many days ahead. Spending should be planned, and one cannot be so extravagant. While Zhou Yun felt happiness, she feared her son might lose sight of financial prudence. Rest assured, Mother, your son is not foolish. I comprehend everything you say and have a clear understanding in my heart, Wang Zha swiftly assured her. The long summer vacation commenced. The following day, Wang Zha received a call from Tian Wufeng, inviting him and others to dine together. Wang Zha did not decline, for humans are creatures of emotion, needing friends. It is pleasant to gather over drinks, sharing stories and laughter. As the heat intensified, they decided on barbecue, opting for a roadside stall, which offered a more authentic and atmospheric experience than upscale establishments. The group comprised Shi Yun, Tian Wufeng, Dong Tian, Wang Zha, and Yi Shi, accompanied by two young women unfamiliar to Wang Zha, though they were all undeniably beautiful, albeit less striking than Yi Shi. Brother, thank you for last time. Shi Yun greeted Wang Zha warmly. Such politeness. It appears you have won a fair lady. Wang Zha chuckled, glancing at Yi Shi beside Shi Yun. Shi Yun felt somewhat embarrassed, fully aware that he should refrain from drinking. Yet he was recklessly putting his life at risk in the presence of beautiful women. Such behavior, if divulged, will be quite disgraceful. Haha, come, everyone take a seat. In truth, the incident from last time proved beneficial, serving as a profound lesson for Shi Yun. Fortune and misfortune often coexist. Sometimes, adverse events can lead to positive outcomes. Youthful mistakes can be remedied and may even facilitate growth, though it is undeniably foolish to risk one's life over such errors. The two captivating women were named Wang Bei and Sun Lily. Sun Lily evidently harbored an interest in Tian Wufeng, while Wang Bei frequently sought conversation with Wang Zha. Had it been in the past, Wang Zha might have genuinely been enamored by Wang Bei. After all, she was indeed a beauty, one of the most striking in her class. However, upon returning, he was urged by Lang Yuan to pursue Su Tang Sui. Although he had never considered such a pursuit, his interactions with Li Xiao, Su Tang Sui, and Lang Yuan during this time had changed his perspective. In the past, if a girl as attractive as Wang Bei had approached him, Wang Zha would have been exhilarated, perhaps even for days. Yet now, he found himself devoid of such feelings, and curiously, he felt no anxiety, perspiration, or nervousness in the presence of these three young ladies. At this juncture, Wang Zha easily grasped his situation, akin to a person weathered by great storms who now faces mere breezes with ease. Wang Zha was now accustomed to the company of Su Tang Sui and Lang Yuan, particularly after having shared a kiss with Lang Yuan. Consequently, when he regarded a beauty like Wang Bei, he felt a distinct lack of excitement. Wang Zha sensed his own burgeoning confidence. A young man, who had never properly held a woman's hand, was now entertaining such thoughts. Young man, you have lost your mind. You are overthinking, he mused. Observing Wang Zha's indifferent demeanor, Wang Bei, who actually held a favorable impression of him, began to reconsider her feelings. After all, there were many suitors vying for her attention, and Shi Yun seemed to harbor intentions, though he said nothing to that effect. If Wang Zha were to develop feelings, it would naturally evolve. Yang Xiao, it has been confirmed that Su Tang Sui will be heading to the county with Su Tai this weekend. In a villa, a young man clad in pajamas reclined on the sofa, a beautiful woman nestled in his embrace like a small kitten. The young man, with pale skin and a slender frame, possessed a hawkish nose and thin lips, his eyes gleaming with a rebellious spirit. Before him stood an adult man, head bowed in report. Ascertain the details of those individuals who passed through there. You understand what to do, the young man instructed, his eyes igniting with a fervent intensity. By the way, the person who thwarted my plans last time is named Wang Zha, correct? He inquired. Yes. He has returned to his hometown. I have dispatched personnel to him, and they should have arrived by now, the man replied. I am particularly concerned about the reliability of those you have bribed. Yang Zha frowned. Following the previous failure, Su Tangsui would undoubtedly be more vigilant, likely accompanied by bodyguards. Thus Yang Zha had invested considerable resources in bribing Su Tangsui's bodyguards for this endeavor. Rest assured, Lao Feng has spent his life on the edge, oblivious to the fact that he harbors a small family, a woman and a delightful 3-year-old son. Once a man finds himself ensnared by his vulnerabilities, no matter how formidable, righteous, or steadfast he may be, he must inevitably bow his head. The man spoke softly, his words laden with gravity. Indeed, poison dog, you truly are a wretched creature, Yang Zha remarked with a glimmer of amusement. As the night wore on, and the wine flowed abundantly, Wang Zha felt an unsettling aura emanating from the table adjacent to theirs. 3 men were engaged in their revelry, clad in tank tops, long trousers, and boots, their buzz-cut hair accentuating their robust physiques. They exuded strength, yet not in an overtly explosive manner. Wang Zha's attention was drawn to these 3 due to their formidable presence. They were markedly more powerful than the assailants he had previously encountered when they attempted to abduct Su Tangshui, possessing a strength that far surpassed that of the last 6 burly men he had faced, whose sheer bulk had rendered them simple opponents against ordinary individuals. However, these 3 presented a different challenge altogether, radiating an unmistakable danger. Initially, Wang Zha had sensed something amiss about them, but upon reflection, he dismissed such thoughts. What could he possibly possess that would warrant their concern? Old Wang, come, let us have another round, Tian Wufeng urged, having already shared numerous drinks with Wang Zha. Welcoming the challenge, Wang Zha, with his robust constitution, was unsure how much white liquor he could consume, but he knew he could keep down the beer indefinitely. Just as he was about to finish his drink, a sudden commotion erupted at the table opposite. A loud thud resounded as Wang Zha felt a solid impact on his back, causing him to lean slightly forward. However, he remained composed, setting his beer down before rising to his feet. Behind him stood one of the men from the neighboring table, holding a wooden stool that had been shattered into several pieces, leaving him with only the backrest. He stared at Wang Zha in astonishment. In the absence of any defenses, that stool could have easily incapacitated a man, and a strike from him could have proven fatal for an ordinary individual. The atmosphere grew tense, a palpable silence enveloping the room. The man who had struck Wang Zha appeared momentarily dazed. Attack, commanded the man who had initiated the confrontation, swiftly lunging forward with 2 fingers aimed at Wang Zha's eyes. Should he succeed in his assault, the outcome could result in temporary blindness at the very least. Having previously struck with the stool, he now resorted to a direct assault on a vital target. These individuals were evidently skilled in martial arts, embodying the notion that true martial prowess is a lethal art devoid of theatrics. Today, they were showcasing the grim reality of combat. Martial skills are birthed in the crucible of life and death. Thus, every strike is a fight for survival, aimed at extinguishing the opponent's life or incapacitating their ability to retaliate. Consequently, true martial arts aim to inflict harm, with strikes to the eyes, throat, or groin being standard maneuvers, utilizing minimal force to achieve maximum effect in the shortest amount of time. This made Wang Zha contemplate the second brother of Africa, the anal-extracting hyena. A single formidable buffalo can sometimes render a pride of lions powerless. Yet when an opportunistic hyena finds its chance, it can swiftly strike at the buffalo's vital points, incapacitating it completely. Under ordinary circumstances, a lion is incapable of subduing a buffalo. However, with its unparalleled technique, the hyena firmly secures its place as the second brother, able to vie with the lion, the king of beasts. The 3 individuals before him possessed genuine skill, executing their moves with a vicious cunning that would incapacitate an ordinary person upon mere contact. Wang Zha's speed and reflexes were exceptionally sharp, and his defensive capabilities were beyond question. Thus, just as the two fingers were about to make contact with his eyes, he swiftly seized them. Crack! Ah! A painful cry echoed, resonating deep within. Wang Zha, without flinching, broke the man's two fingers yet did not release his grip. The sudden silence around them heightened the sharpness of the sound, sending shivers down one's spine. "Why did you attack me?" Wang Zha inquired. The two individuals who had charged towards him hesitated, realizing they had mistaken their target. "We recognized the wrong person." The man whimpered, his body curled up like a shrimp. The severed fingers still gripped in Wang Zha's hand. Crack! Ah! Wang Zha snapped another finger. "You may choose to remain silent, but I can break the remaining 7. Wang Zha remarked with a smile. His bashful grin and refined appearance held a lethal allure in Wang Bei's eyes. Yet to the subdued man, he appeared as a demon. Wang Bei, whose spirits had been dampened, suddenly felt a surge of fervor. A powerful man naturally exudes an aura of magnetism. At this moment, Tian Wufeng and the others finally positioned themselves behind Wang Zha. Everything had transpired too swiftly for them to react, compounded by Wang Zha's calm demeanor. They were astonished to see him unfazed despite having been struck by a chair, which had shattered, leaving them momentarily bewildered. The man was drenched in cold sweat. Gazing at Wang Zha as if he were a specter, he appeared harmless. Yet why was his strike so merciless? His face turned pale, his body trembled uncontrollably. Yet he could not break free from Wang Zha's grasp. The other two individuals exchanged glances, then charged toward Wang Zha, intent on rescuing their companion from his clutches. Chapter 63. The Bribed Old Fong. Madman Yang Zian. As the two approached, Wang Zha maintained his grip, slightly turning his body before unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks. Like a soaring eagle unfurling its wings, akin to a divine dragon sweeping its tail. Bang! Crack! The sounds overlapped, resonating in a fierce symphony. Wang Zha's speed and power were sufficient to strike the opponent's fragile ribs, shattering multiple bones in one swift motion, rendering them combat ineffective. Impressive, Wang Zha noted, discovering that the dragon-taming energy coursing through his body significantly enhanced his strength, speed, and defense. The techniques of dragon taming elucidated that such energy indeed fortifies the practitioner. After all, how could one tame a dragon without a powerful physique to avoid being devoured? Crack! Wang Zha cunningly snapped another finger, gazing with a smile at the man still under his control, and remarked, "There are 6 left. I confess. It's Yang Zian. Please spare me." The man felt himself on the verge of unconsciousness from the excruciating pain. Yang Zian? Wang Zha's memory was quite sharp. The name rang a bell, and he soon recalled the individual who had attempted to abduct Su Tongsuo previously. Not having alerted the authorities, this incident could merely be classified as a brawl. And since he himself was unscathed, even if apprehended, Yang Zian's influence would surely ensure his release. Besides, with several injured, they would first require medical attention, thus making it unlikely for anyone to be incarcerated. To avoid further complications, Wang Zha decided to let the 3 men go. Such an occurrence dampened their spirits for drinking. Qi Yun and Tian Wufeng were astonished to discover Wang Zha's remarkable fighting prowess. Particularly taken aback was Dong Tian, one of the closest associates to Wang Zha, who was completely unaware of this side of him. Wang Zha preferred to avoid trouble, knowing that if Yang Zian had found him once, he could certainly do so again. And this man was a lunatic. Wang Zha was not afraid of confrontations, as he thrived in such situations. Nonetheless, he had already obtained Yang Zian's phone number from the previous 3 men. He dialed Yang Zian's number. Frowning at the unfamiliar number, Yang Zian realized that the 3 sent to deal with Wang Zha had failed, and that Wang Zha was now aware of his contact information. Wang Zha? Yang Zian inquired. Yang Zian, what do you want? Yang Zian replied with a smile. I merely wish to inform you that your methods are ineffective against me, Wang Zha stated. Indeed, I may have underestimated you. Allow me to contemplate how to deal with you. Yang Zian feigned deep thought. I am quite curious. As a mere insignificant figure, what do you hope to gain by trampling upon me? Wang Zha asked. You have disrupted my plans, and my anger must find an outlet. Anyone who annoys me will surely face my wrath, Yang Zian articulated. His words held a ring of truth. Ah, your perspective is rather limited. No matter how prestigious your background, success will elude you if you squander time entangled with a minor character. Even if you emerge victorious, what does it matter? Wang Zha had little else to say, merely engaging in idle chatter. Though it was a trivial remark, Yang Zian indeed had achieved nothing, merely a spoiled rich kid. A hopeless case. After a brief silence, Yang Zian hung up, for he truly had no time to waste on Wang Zha. Earlier that day, Wang Zha had received a call from Su Tongsoa, who was coming to the county with her brother. Wang Zha did not elaborate much, simply providing his location and instructing her to call upon arrival. He added earnestly, "Do bring that little brain axe." Su Tongsoa arrived accompanied by several bodyguards, particularly Lao Fong, a towering figure who had served the Su family for over a decade and was their most formidable protector. With Lao Fong present, safety would not be a concern. Lao Fong was a stout man in his 30s, in peak physical condition due to years of training, though he had begun to show signs of decline. The man sported a buzz cut, his dense, short hair resembling steel needles, and his robust physique, standing at an imposing height of nearly 2 meters, exuded an aura of intimidation. His muscular build was not the sculpted kind seen in bodybuilding competitions, but rather a raw, powerful mass. After exiting the expressway, instead of taking the main road, he opted for a narrow path. Su Tengtao was engaged in conversation with Su Tai, and though she had never visited the county, an unsettling feeling lingered. "Brother Fong, why not take the main road?" "The smaller path is much closer. The main road requires a detour." Brother Fong replied with a smile. Su Tongsoa furrowed her brows slightly. Both Su Tai and Su Tongsoa had encountered various people in their lives and were adept at discerning the subtleties of a situation. Particularly with someone like Brother Fong, known for his honesty and integrity, any hesitation was easily perceived. Brother Fong has been with the Su family for more than 10 years, hasn't he? Su tiere market casuali. 13 years. I arrived at the Su household when I was 18, Brother Fong chuckled. Indeed, how many 13-year spans do we experience in life? It is a tremendous fortune that we are all together. I remember calling you Brother Fong from the moment you arrived. It has been 13 years. There was even a time when I trained in martial arts with you, Su Tai said softly. Brother Fong gazed ahead, his expression betraying a hint of struggle. Yet, thoughts of his son and partner, still held captive by others, plagued him. The Su family had treated him well, but on the other side lay his family. Yang Zian had assured him that he only held feelings for Su Tongsoa and meant no harm, and that he belonged to the same affluent circle as the Su family. He consoled himself with the belief that he was doing a good deed. "Brother Fong, let us return. We need not go to the county," Su Tai stated. "Ah, I said we should go back. We need not go to the county." Su Tai's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on Brother Fong. "All right, we've arrived." Brother Fong replied awkwardly as the vehicle came to a halt in a desolate area by an abandoned factory. A few cars were already present, accompanied by dozens of burly men. "Young Master Yang." Brother Fong stepped out and addressed the young man among the group. "Brother Fong, splendid. I knew I could count on you. Rest assured, I will fulfill my promises," young Master Yang responded with a smile. Su Tai's expression darkened. Su Tengtao clutched her small brain figurine, observing the gathering of men outside, struggling to mask her anxiety. Yang Zian was exhilarated. As long as he could be intimate with Su Tongsoa, nothing else mattered. His father shared a deep bond with Su Tongsoa's father, having lost much due to the Su family. Thus, even after Yang Zian's previous outrageous behavior, he faced no repercussions, which emboldened him further. Yang Zian was regarded as a madman by all within his circle. "Suhe, Sumei." Yang Zian gritted tearfully. Yang Zian, 2 years younger than Su Tai and 2 years older than Su Tongsoa, had been infatuated with her since adolescence. Having experienced numerous relationships, he recognized the worth of women and set his sights on Su Tongsoa. Over time, his obsession grew increasingly fervent and reckless. He vowed not to rest until he achieved his goal, even declaring that he would not hesitate to die the moment he attained Su Tongsoa. Chapter 64. Su Tongsoa has arrived to meet her parents. Yang Zian, look at what you've become. Have you even bought off Lao Fong? Are you planning to take action against me? Su Tai furrowed his brow as he regarded Yang Zian. Brother Su, we will soon become one family. I am your brother-in-law. The union of our families would be quite splendid, a formidable alliance. My love for Su Mei is unparalleled. There is no one who cherishes her more than I do. I would willingly die for her. Yang Zian's spirits were remarkably high. Then why not die right now? Su Tang Su spoke slowly. Before I possess you, how could I bear to perish? Besides, you do not plan to marry. What harm is there in marrying me? As long as I can have you. Even if you were to end my life immediately, I would have no regrets. Yang Zian's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Su Tang Su. Yang Zian was not unattractive. In fact, one could say he was quite handsome, though his complexion was somewhat pale. His hooked nose was not displeasing, and combined with his rebellious gaze, he exuded a wild charm that many women found appealing. Please escort my Su Mei to the car, but do not harm her, Yang Zian said with a smile. After speaking, he strode toward a luxurious vehicle not far away. Several burly men approached Su Tai, with two heading towards Su Tang Su. Mi Su, if you would be so kind, we would prefer not to resort to violence. One of the men addressed Su Tang Su. Su Tang Su glanced at the small axe in her arms. Could it truly protect her? Miss Su, you have offended us. The man remarked as he saw Su Tang Su remain motionless. Reluctantly, he reached out to grasp her shoulder. Suddenly a flash, a spray of blood. The small axe nestled in Su Tang Su's embrace extended its tiny claws, leaving a deep gash on the man's wrist, as if it had been sliced by a knife. Blood gushed forth, severing a major artery. Su Tang Su was taken aback. How could those seemingly innocent little claws possess such sharpness? The man extended his other hand, gripping his wounded wrist tightly to stem the flow of blood. Take action. With astonishing speed, the small axe darted forth like a bolt of lightning. Swifter than the most agile feline, it had been enhanced by the dragon taming chi, making it a formidable creature. The phrase swift as lightning was exemplified vividly. It was impossible to obstruct its assault. Fortunately, the target was not the throat. Otherwise, it would have resulted in a fatality. Though the throat was spared, some were struck in the eyes, suffering injuries that could blind them. Yet, no one dared to advance. As long as one approached Su Tang Su, the small axe would retaliate, with the ferocity of the attack increasing the closer one came. What manner of creature was this? Swift as lightning, sharp as a blade, akin to a razor. Su Tang Su stared in astonishment at the adorable little creature nestled in her arms, still so charming, capable of drawing blood yet unexpectedly fierce. She recalled the call she made to Wang Zha prior to her arrival, where he earnestly insisted she bring this little fellow along. Yang Zian returned, surveying the scene. The men he had brought with him were injured, over 10 of them incapacitated, most of whom required immediate medical attention. Sutang Surigardi Diangfian, reflecting on their forebears and the ancient grievances between their families. With a sigh, she softly declared, "This is the last time. Your father's kindness has been exhausted." In the distance, the elderly Fong stood in a daze, caught in a web of contradictions. He was compelled to betray the Su family for the sake of his wife and child. Now, witnessing Su Tangsoa and Su Tai in good spirits seemed to alleviate his burdens. Yet the fate of his own family loomed heavily in his mind. "Brother, let us depart. We must reach the county early," Su Tangsoa said, tightening her embrace around the small brain axe. In just a few fleeting minutes, Su Tai had once again experienced the tumult of life. Had it not been for this fierce little creature, the consequences would have been dire. A sutie drove. Su Tangsoa sat in the passenger seat, a smile gracing her face. "He sent you this," Su Tai remarked. "Indeed, Sultanswari Plaid," glancing at the seemingly slumbering small brain axe. "He truly cares for you," Su Tai added, his heart gradually finding tranquility. "What are your feelings towards him?" Su Tai asked with a smile. "Enough, brother. Focus on driving," Su Tangsuo replied calmly. Su Tai shook his head, finding it challenging to glean anything from his sister. Upon reaching the county, Su Tangsuo finally called Wang Zha. Wang Zha rode over on an electric bike to pick her up, as there was no car at home and he lacked a driver's license. Seeing Wang Zha filled Su Tai with joy. Regardless of the treatment he had received or the numerous times Wang Zha had assisted his sister, his gratitude toward Wang Zha was immeasurable. To Wang Zha's surprise, Su Tai embraced him. Although Wang Zha was still unaccustomed to such greetings, the age difference of over 10 years between them made it understandable. Brother, sister, is it convenient for us to visit uncle and aunt? Su Tongsuo asked, her delight evident upon seeing Wang Zha. It's really not necessary to go through such trouble. Wang Zha scratched his head. You don't want to acknowledge me as your sister, Su Tongsuo teased with a smile. It's not far. I'll lead the way. Wang Zha conceded. Brother, you drive. I'll ride with Wang Zha, Su Tongsuo declared. Very well. Su Tai promptly got into the car and closed the door. Wang Zha glanced at Su Tongsuo and then at his somewhat worn electric bike, feeling a sense of disconnection. Su Tongsuo sat sideways on the back seat of the electric bike. What was once an unremarkable vehicle suddenly transformed into the most striking sight with her presence. Su Tongsuo was breathtakingly beautiful, her ethereal charm captivating. Wang Zha felt a rush of unease, realizing for the first time that having a car, even a modest one, will be preferable to carrying her on an electric bike. Su Tongsuo brought a plethora of gifts: clothes, tobacco, alcohol, cosmetics, and jewelry. Wang Zha scratched his head, unaware that his parents would only learn of Su Tongsuo's visit when he went to fetch her. Yet he never anticipated that she would be such a celestial being. Hello, uncle and aunt. I am Su Tongsuo, a friend of Wang Zha. This is my brother Su Tai. I apologize for the intrusion, she introduced herself. Wang Zha's home was meticulously tidy. Although Zhou Yun did not possess obsessive cleanliness, she had a distinct fondness for order. Welcome, welcome. What stunning beauty. Please, have a seat. Why bring so many gifts? Zhou Yun, regaining her composure, warmly invited them in. Wang Hong, having navigated the corridors of bureaucracy for many years, though honest, had a keen eye for discerning character. He recognized that these two young individuals were either wealthy or from noble lineage, clearly not the offspring of an ordinary family. And their apparent age disparity with his son was unmistakable. Su Tongsuo was forthright about matters, such as Wang Zha's treatment of her brother's ailment. There is food and drink aplenty. Engaging in a bit of drinking certainly enhances the atmosphere of conversation. However, Su Tangsu and Zhou Yun abstain from alcohol. Wang Hong enjoys a couple of drinks, and after receiving permission from Wang Zha, Su Tai also partakes. Wang Zha's capacity for liquor is commendable, and it is, in fact, his first time drinking with his father. Su Tangsu is quite loquacious, as is Zhou Yun. It was only today that Wang Zha realized his mother possesses a greater understanding than his father, particularly engaging people's thoughts and managing the flow of conversation, complemented by her admirable tone and expressions. Su Tangsu proactively steers the dialogue towards topics concerning Wang Zha, as it is their first meeting, and naturally, their discussions largely revolve around him. Upon their arrival, Su Tangsu and Su Tai had already arranged their hotel accommodations. Su Tai had overindulged, and so had Wang Hong. Thus, both succumbed to slumber. Wang Hong has a 3-bedroom apartment, providing ample space for Wang Zha and Su Tai. But Wang Zha is determined to escort Su Tangsu back to the hotel. Forgive me for the intrusion. My brother is the same. Su Tangsu apologetically regards her slumbering sibling. Su Tai's inebriation poses no issues. He is quiet and merely asleep, yet considering it is their first visit, his drunkenness feels somewhat impolite. What of it? A little excess is quite normal. Zhou Yun chuckled. Wang Hong is not in much better condition. The hotel is conveniently close to Wang Zha's residential area, allowing the two to walk. As Zhou Yun observes their departure, he lets out a soft sigh. Su Tangsu, cradling her small brain, a term of endearment, finds the summer night pleasantly cool despite the darkness. The lively barbecue stalls buzz with activity, and the streets are bustling with people. Shops remain open, as the heat of the day drives more customers to seek respite in the cooler evening hours. What do you think of the county town? Wang Zha inquired with a smile. Quite nice. It lacks the clamor of large cities, yet is bustling just right. Sutang suri blaid withis. When do you plan to return? Wang Zha asked. Do you wish for me to leave? Sutang suri blaid blafeli. Of course not. If you're not in a hurry to depart, I shall take you to see the countryside tomorrow. That sounds wonderful. Is it the hometown you mentioned? Indeed. Old Wang. Old Wang. Dis, Suthun. Tian Wufeng spotted Wang Zha and hurried over from a nearby barbecue stall, momentarily stunned upon seeing Su Tang-su. "Hello, Tian Wufeng." Su Tang-su greeted with a smile. Her memory is remarkable. She remembers the names of Wang Zha's friends. For reasons unknown, others have gathered, including a few acquaintances of Wang Zha, such as Yi Shi, Wang Bei, Sun Lily, and Dong Tian, along with a few less familiar faces. All were momentarily entranced upon seeing Su Tang-su. In a world where beautiful women abound, courtesy of television, film, and social media, many are rendered unremarkable. Yet, encountering a strikingly beautiful woman in reality remains captivating. Su Tang-su, even under dim lighting, radiates brilliance. Wang Bei, pondering how to invite Wang Zha out, felt a pang of disappointment upon witnessing him with Su Tang-su. "Shall we have a drink together?" Qi Yun proposed. Qi Yun, equally taken aback by Su Tang-su's beauty, remained considerate. "I've just finished drinking myself. Let us plan for another day." With a casual greeting to Wang Zha, she departed alongside Su Tang-su. "That girl seems to harbor feelings for you," Su Tang-su remarked with a smile. "Which one?" Wang Zha was momentarily taken aback. "You truly are oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart," Su Tang-su chuckled. Wang Zha understood she was referring to Wang Bei. "Sister, you appear to be single. But then again, there truly isn't a man in this world worthy of you," Wang Zha replied with a smile, believing he was merely stating an undeniable truth rather than being overly flattering. "It's rare to hear you speak such sweet words. But are you perhaps cursing me to a life of solitude?" Su Tang-su laughed. Wang Zha's compliment brought her a measure of joy, aside from others. He held a significant place in her life, not quite kin, but possessing a bond that felt even deeper. "It's quite extraordinary. How do you manage it?" Su Tang-su inquired, raising the small toy in her hand and gazing at Wang Zha with a playful expression. "I consider myself a tamer of beasts. I can only say I was fortunate to encounter this unique cat. I can't quite explain it. This cat has no name, but is rumored to be called the Lucky Cat." Wang Zha began to fabricate an amusing tale. "Little brother, you're not being entirely truthful. Yet I still choose to believe your words." Su Tang-su beamed even more brightly. As they strolled leisurely, engaging in conversation, Wang Zha gradually calmed his thoughts. Initially, he felt detached and resolute, yet the memory of Su Tang-su having washed his clothes, including his underwear, shattered his composure. A significant reason for gifting her the small toy was rooted in this very matter. Such an experience would etch itself into the mind of a young man, even igniting a fervent desire to sacrifice for someone who truly understands him. However, he found himself unable to entertain thoughts of pursuing her. Despite what Lang Yuan had suggested, he felt an innate disconnection, an unworthiness that could not be bridged by mere determination. Forging a relationship was inherently complex. Moreover, Wang Zha did not believe Su Tang-su would reciprocate his feelings. He had assisted her. Would pursuing her not appear as if he were seeking to repay a favor? Even if she were to agree, he would find himself uncomfortable, sensing a fragility within himself. He acknowledged that he was overthinking and, being young, chose to set these thoughts aside for the moment. Wang Zha favored a love that was free of burdens, a natural progression of affection, one that flows effortlessly and fosters comfortable companionship. Upon reaching the hotel, which was not far, their pace had been leisurely. "Sister, see you tomorrow." "All right, see you tomorrow." Su Tang-su reached out and gently ruffled Wang Zha's hair. This gesture left him with a bittersweet smile. He was uncertain of its meaning. It resembled an action of an adult toward child, yet could also be interpreted as an affectionate gesture between couples. However, such actions were rarely performed by women toward men. Typically, a woman would extend such affection to her child or nephew. Upon returning home, he found Zhou Yun watching television in the living room, while Su Tai and Wang Hong were fast asleep. Wang Zha settled beside Zhou Yun, who cast a knowing glance at her son, causing him to feel slightly guilty. "Do you like Tang Suo?" Zhou Yun inquired directly. "Mom, she and I belong to different worlds. At most, we can be friends. There's no question of liking or disliking," Wang Zha replied with a smile. So you see things so clearly?" Zhou Yun was taken aback by his response, having expected a denial from her son. "It seems I need not elaborate further. However, dear, your youth is in your hands. As long as you find it meaningful and have no regrets, that suffices. Some individuals do not pursue outcomes. While it may sound commendable to say they can take things lightly, the less flattering interpretation is that they are heartless. Certain women possess the ability to easily ruin a man. Zhou Yun spoke these words lightly and casually. Mother, your son has inherited your genes, and he is quite remarkable. Wang Zha interjected playfully. Once I grow up, you shall not worry about me. If I could truly marry a girl like that, you would be able to wake up laughing in your sleep. Zhou Yun replied, smiling at Wang Zha. Ahem, I'm still young. We shall discuss this later. A great man need not fret over marriage. Wang Zha scratched his head. Zhou Yun laughed joyfully and, feeling relaxed, ruffled Wang Zha's hair. All right, get some rest. Wang Zha could only sigh inwardly. Once, only his mother would ruffle his hair, but now Su Tang and others had done so. What did that signify? The next day, breakfast was shared at home. Su Tai felt rather awkward, as it was his first visit and he had arrived intoxicated. Although he did not embarrass himself, it was still an unseemly occurrence. In the morning, Wang Zha and Su Tang decided to visit the village, and naturally, Wang Zha invited Su Tai, who declined, claiming he felt unwell. In truth, Su Tai merely wished to afford Su Tang and Wang Zha more time alone together. They rode an electric scooter. Zhou Yun gazed at her son as he rode, carrying Su Tang, and was momentarily lost in thought. She harbored concerns, fearing Wang Zha might become entangled in an emotional quagmire. While experiencing heartbreak can be an aspect of life's growth, for some, a single heartbreak can be life-altering. Chapter 66, Taming the Dragon. A simplified version. Annie, how have you managed to raise such an exceptional son? Wang Zha? Su Tai conversed with Zhou Yun. Although every mother believes her child is extraordinary, Zhou Yun did not perceive her son as particularly remarkable, to speak candidly. What can we do? We are but an ordinary family, Zhou Yun replied, shaking her head with a smile. She felt joy when others praised her child, yet also concern. Su Tai understood the implied meaning in Zhou Yun's words, whether intentional or not. Annie, my family is very fond of Wang Zha. Su Tai smiled, realizing certain topics should not be pursued further. Su Tang and Su Tai were set to depart on the third day. The next acupuncture session could be postponed for 10 days. Zhou Yun looked at her son with a tinge of reluctance. Wang Zha shyly smiled. We are merely ordinary friends. Life is but a fleeting few decades. Mother, I fear for your heart. Some wounds are too painful to bear, yet I also fear for your regrets. Fireworks are beautiful. Even if they burst for but a moment, they can illuminate the night sky. Akin to that saying, it matters not how long it lasts, but rather the splendor once possessed. Mother, you still possess the spirit of a youthful artist. Wang Zha teased. You rascal. Your mother is now a middle-aged woman, not a youthful girl, Zhou Yun retorted, half amused. By the way, your grandfather's dog, Lao Huang, has not been eating much these days. He seems a bit downcast. Zhou Yun mentioned. Lao Huang was a large yellow dog, a native breed, raised since childhood, now age 14. The lifespan of a dog typically ranges around 15 years, with variations from 10 to 15 years, while smaller breeds usually live less than 10 years. Wang Zha contemplated his dragon taming skills, wondering if they could extend Lao Huang's life by a couple of years. With that thought in mind, he decided to go and check on him, fearing that by tomorrow, Lao Huang might no longer be alive, considering he hadn't eaten much in several days. The distance from the county town to his hometown was less than 20 minutes by electric bike. Upon entering, Wang Zha noticed the discontent on his grandfather's face, and Lao Huang appeared somewhat emaciated and lethargic. His grandfather sat beside him, gently stroking Lao Huang's head. Although Lao Huang was merely a local dog, he possessed a remarkable understanding of human emotions. It is often said that old dogs are particularly perceptive, able to comprehend human speech. And there are even tales of old dogs mimicking human coughs, suggesting they may possess a certain level of spiritual awareness. Regardless, the loyalty of a dog to its master is unquestionable. They would go to great lengths to protect their owner. Lao Huang's most significant contribution was when he saved Wang Zha from drowning in a small river when he was 8 years old. As Wang Zha arrived, a smile broke across his grandfather's face. The family was aware of Wang Ho's situation, and now that Wang Zha had established himself as a capable individual, nothing pleased his grandfather more than witnessing the success of his descendants. "Is Lao Huang unwell?" Wang Zha inquired, crouching down to pet the dog. "Aging is a natural process. Humans grow old, and so do dogs," his grandfather replied with a smile, maintaining an optimistic demeanor in front of his younger relatives. As Wang Zha petted Lao Huang, he gradually infused the dog's body with his dragon-taming energy. He possessed 2 units of this energy, capable of taming 2 creatures, but he refrained from utilizing the second unit, fearing that it might alter Lao Huang too drastically. Besides, Lao Huang was already quite perceptive, requiring only a boost in strength rather than full taming. Wang Zha realized that his previous attempts at full taming, like with the small brain axe, had been somewhat excessive. Ultimately, he could only fully tame a handful of creatures. However, employing his dragon-taming energy for mere enhancement proved to be remarkably effective. The exterior of the creature remained unchanged, sparing him the need to explain any alterations, though the intensity of the enhancement was naturally inferior to that of full taming. The small brain axe had been his first attempt at taming, and such a lavish approach was unwarranted. He calculated that within 3 to 5 years, he could only fully tame about 7 or 8 creatures. Hence, he sought to experiment with this simpler method to observe its effects. This enhancement revealed results beyond his expectations. It was somewhat akin to using a cannon to swat a mosquito. Lao Huang appeared more spirited and rejuvenated. Only Wang Zha recognized that. Although his dragon-taming energy merely provided a simple enhancement, its effects were extraordinary. It seemed that this energy had a unique efficacy on beasts. Given Lao Huang's current condition, he could live for another decade or more, with subtle yet significant improvements to his bones and muscles. Lao Huang, already perceptive, now emerged even stronger, with heightened senses, strength, and intelligence. While his appearance had not dramatically changed, his physical capabilities had likely reached the upper limits of his species, perhaps even exceeding them. "Is that so?" His grandfather gazed at Lao Huang in disbelief. Although Lao Huang still appeared somewhat thin, the difference was palpable. His eyes no longer held a dull haze, and the atmosphere of despair seemed to have dissipated. Some food was prepared for Lao Huang, and soon he was full of energy. The old gentleman was also quite pleased. Lao Huang is a native dog, notably larger than most of his kind, though currently a bit lean. A few years prior, he was quite plump, boasting a robust figure and a striking coat of yellow fur. After undergoing the transformation through dragon training, Wang Zha knew that in a few days, Lao Huang would regain his formidable stature, perhaps even more so than before. At noon, Wang Zha stayed at his grandfather's house for lunch. Before finishing his meal, his older cousin Wang Xiao arrived, still clad in his police uniform, but with a troubled expression. "Brother, what troubles weigh upon you?" Wang Zha inquired casually. "Another child has been abducted by human traffickers. This marks the 3rd case. It's evident that the kidnappers have not left the county, yet we cannot locate them. At this rate, I fear they may harm these children in their bid to escape," Wang Xiao replied, frowning deeply. Upon hearing this, Wang Zha's mind sparked with realization. Previously, he had been uncertain about the utility of his dragon training technique. Was it merely for aesthetic purposes, or perhaps to enhance his pet's sellable qualities? Now, he finally discerned a significant application. Let us take Lao Huang. Allow him to sniff the clothing and bedding recently used by the child, Wang Zha proposed thoughtfully. "Will that be effective?" "The police dogs have tried and failed to find anything," Wang Xiao questioned. To be honest, Wang Zha was uncertain, but he had faith in the dragon training technique. "Let us give it a try. Our Lao Huang is far superior to any police dog," he encouraged. Though skeptical, Wang Xiao took Lao Huang with him. Wang Zha could do no more. Lao Huang's combat capabilities and sense of smell had significantly heightened, with his skeletal and muscular structure enhanced multiple times over. His reaction speed, along with his bite strength and jaw power, had also seen tremendous improvements. Moreover, the most crucial aspect was his intelligence. An animal's greatest limitation lies in its intellect. A slight increase in cognitive ability could exponentially boost its combat prowess, akin to a rogue gaining education. A cultured rogue is far more formidable than a mere ruffian, while Lao Huang could not compare to the little brain axe, as it had consumed a portion of the dragon training essence. The dragon training energy still resided within him. Regrettably, it could no longer be used to tame new pets. It could only serve to enhance and simplify the training, much like how Lao Huang was trained. Nevertheless, he remained an extraordinary being, though others, apart from Wang Zha, were unable to perceive or sense this. Chapter 67. The connection of thoughts, father and dad in the afternoon. Wang Zha accompanied his grandfather in a game of chess. At 4 o'clock, he received a phone call from Wang Xiao, brimming with excitement. We found them. We found them. We apprehended 15 individuals. These scoundrels deserve 1,000 cuts. Lao Huang is truly remarkable. He easily subdued 3 armed thugs, Wang Xiao exclaimed, sharing his enthusiasm before hastily ending the call due to other matters. Wang Zha remained silent throughout, as Wang Xiao expressed his exhilaration. By the time they returned to the county, dinner was approaching. Tian Wufeng invited him out for a meal that evening, and Wang Zha did not decline, opting to call Zhou Yun. The day Wang Zha appeared alongside Su Tangsha had stirred quite a commotion within the small group, led by Qi Yun, particularly affecting individuals like Yi Shi. Yi Shi was the belle of her high school, the most beautiful girl in the institution, and she carried herself with an air of pride, believing that even the most glamorous stars paled in comparison to her beauty. However, upon encountering Su Tangsha, she felt, for the first time, like an ugly duckling. Wang Bei initially harbored intentions to pursue Wang Zha, especially after witnessing Wang Zha single-handedly confront 3 burly men, which only solidified his resolve. Yet, upon seeing Su Tangsha alongside Wang Zha, his conviction began to waver. The most composed of the group was Tian Wufeng, who regarded Wang Zha as a person of undeniable merit. In his eyes, a celestial being like Su Tangsha was indeed a fitting match for someone of Wang Zha's caliber. Dong Tian was a close friend of Wang Zha, a bond so strong that he could scarcely fathom how his good brother could be so exceptional. Wang Zha enjoyed a leisurely existence, practicing his dragon-taming skills, which were the sole means of rapid improvement available to him. Given his limited stamina, he had no intention of seeking out ailments deliberately. Today, they were celebrating a family feast at his hometown, as Wang Xiao had recently been promoted after dismantling a child trafficking ring, a success attributed entirely to his efforts. Although he was the primary architect of this achievement, he recognized the necessity of sharing the credit with his colleagues and superiors. Wang Xiao understood this was all thanks to Lao Huang's support. The resolution of this case alleviated an urgent concern for their leaders, ultimately paving the way for Wang Zhao's exceptional promotion to captain of a 2nd criminal police team. Wang Xiao was notably young, but possessed a steadfast, earnest nature, and with this recent accomplishment coinciding with the retirement of the previous captain, he was the perfect candidate for the position. "Third brother, thank you. Let us share a drink," Wang Xiao proposed as he raised his glass with Wang Zha. "Brother, do we really need to be so formal? In future missions, if there's danger, bring Lao Huang along," Wang Zha casually remarked. Agreed. With his younger sister absent for the summer, life in the countryside unfolded at a leisurely pace. Most young people had ventured away for work or education, with many relocating to the county town. Consequently, the village was less populated than in his childhood, with numerous vacant homes. Yet, Wang Zha found solace in this slower rhythm of life. The more he possessed, the more he cherished this tranquil existence. The fast-paced world felt unsettling, fraught with anxiety. People hustled incessantly, as encapsulated in the adage, "In the hustle and bustle, all seek profit." In essence, individuals were preoccupied with the pursuit of wealth. In their quest for financial gain, many sacrificed their health, time, and familial bonds. Some found themselves unable to pause, for their families depended on their earnings. Halting meant jeopardizing their livelihoods. Others, despite having enough to sustain several generations, remained insatiable in their desires, unable to cease their relentless pursuits. It was often only at the twilight of life that one might finally pause, perhaps then realizing the truths once acknowledged but disregarded. Many succumb to irreversible ailments due to relentless toil, yet there exists no remedy for regret, no opportunity for a second chance. Life is singular and precious. While this sentiment is widely recognized and often articulated, few truly grasp its significance. To relinquish the grasp of monetary values and abandon the pursuit of worldly fame and fortune is to truly embrace one's authentic self. Yet, few possess the fortitude to achieve this. Those who do often have previously resided at lofty heights, having savored such experiences, while the average individual remains ensnared within their own confines. The ability to transcend the mundane is rare. And perhaps the allure of life lies precisely in our failure to do so. Wang Zha, who perceives himself as somewhat detached from desires, ultimately realizes that he may, in fact, yearn for much more. What is the essence of life? What is the purpose of existence? Is it merely to propagate the lineage, accumulate wealth, or chase after beauty and acclaim? Life is defined by experiences, participation, tasting, witnessing, weeping, laughing, loving, hating, giving, regretting, and striving. Suddenly, Wang Zha feels a sense of liberation. As if he has attained clarity, there is no need for embarrassment, no need to dwell on the past or fret over the future, and no need to be overly meticulous. Life is fleeting, and it is a folly to squander time entangled in trivialities devoid of significance. This is the essence of enlightenment. For the past few days, Wang Zha has been residing with his grandparents, not returning home. Each morning, he practices Tai Chi with his grandfather, and during the day, he engages in a couple of chess matches. Naturally, he also dedicates time to his dragon taming practice. In the evenings, a call from Lang Yuan often arrives. While he cannot say he receives her calls daily, he does hear from her approximately every other day. "Sister, Daddy, when will you come back?" The sweet, childlike voice resonates. Previously, he had resisted this notion, not out of aversion, but rather a belief that he was unfit for the role of a father, even a surrogate one. Despite his affection for the little girl, he had no desire to embrace fatherhood. Yet, a sudden epiphany dawned upon him when the little girl calls him daddy, and her mother, grandparents, and everyone else support this. What is there to resist? It is merely a matter of fate. Fate is indeed ineffable. Once certain truths are grasped, one cannot help but marvel at the simplicity of what was once perplexing. It is akin to a young boy, shy and retreating when teased by a woman, while older men, unbothered by such flirtation, find it absurd for one to shy away from what they so ardently desire, an indication of youth. Does Xiao miss Daddy? Wang Zha inquires with a smile. "I really miss Daddy," the little girl joyfully replies. "It's Daddy, not Baba." "Baba, Baba." She giggles. "Well, if Baba it is, then so be it." "Stinky brother, I miss you too." Lang Yuan's voice chimes in. Wang Zha feels a shiver. Her voice, enchanting and profound, has an intoxicating quality that sends shivers down his spine. "Sister, is there something you need?" he asks. "Nothing urgent, but Xiaonan insisted on speaking with you." "Did I interrupt?" Lang Yuan gently responds. "Not at all. I am merely a person of leisure," Wang Zha replies. "I thought as much. By the way, how are things with Tang Saw? Listen to your sister and pursue her. You will surely succeed. I won't lead you astray." He senses that Lang Yuan is sincere, yet he hesitates to pursue her, unsure of what holds him back. To claim he does not harbor feelings for Su Tang is disingenuous. The truth is, he feels unworthy of her. In her presence, one feels a sense of uncleanliness, as if burdened by an unpleasant breath, and a sensation of something amiss upon one's visage, akin to the discomfort of having not bathed for an extended period. Chapter 68. Do you truly wish to be a father? "Sister, let's discuss this later." Wang Zha, somewhat hesitant, finds it difficult to make a decisive choice. It is reminiscent of a shy student being compelled to sing before the entire class, despite possessing no singing ability, a truly daunting predicament. Upon concluding the call, Wang Zha placed his phone in his pocket after Lan Yuan hung up. Her words stirred something within him, a restlessness of the heart. Every man harbors a noble goddess in his heart, an unattainable ideal that serves as a monumental spiritual aspiration. This figure becomes a refuge for the soul, a pillar of unfulfilled emotional support, fueling dreams of soaring to great heights and sharing a life together. Yet in reality, He harbors no expectations of her, maintaining a respectful distance devoid of any impure thoughts, unwilling to tarnish her sanctity in any way. After her recent visit to the county, Su Tongsuo felt a newfound sense of security, bolstered by the presence of her extraordinary little bodyguard. Gazing at the adorably pudgy creature, it was impossible to fathom its menacing potential. As she reviewed documents, the small one slumbered peacefully on her desk, instilling a sense of inexplicable comfort, as if the weight of the world had someone to support it. The image of the tall boy surfaced in her mind, increasingly vivid, bashful and shy, undeniably handsome in a way that transcended mere physical appeal. She reminisced about the time in traditional attire when she had stumbled into his embrace, a moment captured in a video that was strikingly beautiful even to her own eyes. That video had gained popularity over the past 10 days, yet both participants remained unnamed, their identities concealed from all but a select few. However, many sought out Li Xiao to inquire about Wang Zha and Su Tongsuo as the video garnered immense attention online, with countless individuals searching for the pair. Such beauty inevitably provoked discussion. Some declared a work of art, while others questioned the feasibility of such a lure without a solid foundation. In a few days, she would return to the county. Time often flew by in the span of 10 days. The frequency of Su Tongsuo's conversations with Wang Zha was infrequent, typically occurring every 3 to 4 days, whereas her exchanges with Lan Yuan were more regular, often daily or at most every 2 days, primarily involving little Anan and Wang Zha. On the eve of Su Tai's upcoming visit to the county, Wang Zha called Su Tongsuo first. "I was just about to call you," she replied with a smile. "Sister, I'm returning to Jincheng, so you and Suga need not come." Wang Zha chuckled. "Oh, I see. When will you arrive? I can pick you up," she offered. "No need for that. Upon my arrival today, I will first visit little Anan, and then I shall make my way to Sugu's tomorrow." Wang Zha replied, "All right, that works." Little Anan often clamors to see his father, Su Tongsuo remarked with a smile. "Sister, I am the pretend father of Xiaonan." "What? Do you wish to be the real father?" Su Tongsuo chuckled as she spoke. Her voice was distinct from Lang Yuan's. While Lang Yuan's was an enchanting allure that disrupted one's very bones, Su Tongsuo's was a clear and melodious sound, untouched by the mundane world. Both were equally delightful, particularly when speaking over the phone, as if whispering directly into one's ear, creating a tantalizing thrill. After each call, Wang Zha would find himself slightly perspiring, his palms damp with sweat. "No, sister, I shall see you tomorrow," he said before hanging up, taking a deep breath. He had previously believed he could effortlessly navigate his thoughts, yet he realized that some things remained challenging to change. In the short term, it seemed impossible, but his mind and consciousness had begun to open. It appeared that this was not solely a matter of courage. The nature of a person is hard to alter. It is ingrained within one's character, deeply rooted, and cannot simply be transformed through understanding alone. In the afternoon, Wang Zha arrived in Jincheng, where Lang Yuan was already waiting. "Papa! Papa!" the little girl exclaimed as she rushed towards Wang Zha. "I stumbled and dashed to you." Wang Zha crouched down to embrace her. She felt so small and light. Yet in that moment of connection, an indescribable joy enveloped him. The happiness of a child is remarkably simple, and the joy they bring is equally uncomplicated through calling your name. Laughter, little hands pinching your nose, or planting a kiss upon you. Xiaonan would nibble affectionately at Wang Zha's face, and in that intimate scene, one could hardly believe she was not his real daughter. Although he found himself unable to change his feelings towards Su Tongsuo, he had at least completely opened his heart to Xiaonan, and having a daughter seemed quite delightful. As an only child, Wang Zha envied others with sisters. Every brother or father harbored a desire to cherish their younger sisters and daughters, yet many lacked either. There were also those who had sisters or daughters, but were constrained by life's demands, unable to spoil them. "Do you want to be a papa?" Wang Zha noticed his own pronunciation had shifted to papa as well. Lang Yuan laughed even more joyfully. Her captivating eyes sparkled with delight, rendering one utterly entranced. "Yes, yes. But do you want Xiaonan?" The little girl clung to Wang Zha, embodying the essence of a blissful little princess in that moment. "Of course. I think of our Shaonin. Wang Zha gently kissed her small face, soft as an apple. Hee hee hee. The little girl laughed merrily. Children can keenly sense the affection someone holds for them, especially when Wang Zha expressed his fondness, bringing her immense happiness. For he was her father. The joy of a child is genuinely simple and uncomplicated. Let us return home, Lang Yuan suggested. Is that not inappropriate? Wang Zha replied, his discomfort with crowds evident. Lang Yuan smiled. Gazing at him, it is my own home, devoid of others. I understand your aversion to commotion. She had observed Wang Zha's demeanor in previous encounters, which is why she had no intention of returning to her parents' in-law's home with him. Now that her health had restored and her daughter had recovered, it was vital for a single mother to spend more time with her child. While visits to her parents or Shaonin's grandparents were permissible, it was crucial that the child did not live with her parents or grandparents. In this moment, the experience of the three of them together is something that the enchanting realm would not indulge in by inviting more participants. As they drive, Wang Zha cradles little in the passenger seat. The young girl has not ceased her chatter since she laid eyes on Wang Zha. Her words may be simple, yet they are indeed delightful and straightforward. Which is better, daddy or mommy? Wang Zha engages playfully with the little one. Mommy is good, and replies. And what about daddy? Wang Zha inquires with a smile. Daddy is good. The little girl ponders before responding. So, who is better, daddy or mommy? Wang Zha realizes he is quickly learning the correct pronunciation from her. Both are good, she joyfully declares. But if you had to choose one? Wang Zha continues to probe. That's too difficult. The delicate little face contemplates earnestly. Wang Zha finds great amusement in this exchange and gently kisses her, proclaiming, Mommy is the best. As they drive, with smiles upon their faces, though at a leisurely pace, they do not glance towards the surroundings. Rather, they absorb the joy and charm of their daughter through sound alone. The author wishes to express, seeking support, recommendations, rewards, subscriptions, and all forms of assistance. Your support fuels my writing. Thank you. In Chapter 69, Su Tang's message and their barbecue outing unfold. The little girl, in fact, has been living with autism since birth, perceiving Wang Zha as her beloved daddy. The residence of Lan Yuan is not a villa, but a modest 80 square meters. It is exquisitely decorated, though Wang Zha cannot quite discern why it feels so appealing. Slipping into the slippers prepared by Lan Yuan, he notes that it is just he and in residing here. A larger house is convenient for many, yet a smaller one is cozy for two, and Lan Yuan and the little girl indeed find it agreeable to share this space. The layout of the rooms is quite pleasant, featuring 2 bedrooms, a living room, a kitchen, and a bathroom. With carpets, sofas, coffee tables, a television wall, chandeliers, and wallpaper. The overall ambience is warm and immaculate. This is the kind of home where one could comfortably sleep on the floor. Anin tugs at Wang Zha to show him her room, which naturally is also Lan Yuan's room, as the little girl currently shares her sleeping quarters with her mother. The fragrance within is delightful, and although Wang Zha hesitates to enter the bedroom, he has no choice but to follow in Anne's lead. As the sky darkens outside, the illuminated room appears even more inviting. Wang Zha embraces the little girl on the sofa while Peppa Pig plays on the television. Meanwhile, Lan Yuan busies herself in the kitchen. Though Wang Zha intends to lend a hand, Lan Yuan insists he refrain from doing so. Her culinary skills may not be extraordinary, yet she is capable of preparing a few dishes that are homely and visually appealing, promising a feast for the senses. Lan Yuan possesses a quiet confidence in her cooking. She prepares 4 dishes, 2 meat and 2 vegetable, alongside a pot of millet porridge. The menu includes stir-fried shredded pork with green peppers, tomato, and scrambled eggs, boiled pork slices, and roasted leeks. In between, Wang Zha carries An into the kitchen multiple times. Although he is not permitted to assist, they engage in pleasant conversation. Clad in an apron, Lan Yuan is indescribably beautiful. Wang Zha can hardly fathom her elegance in the kitchen. Today, I witnessed that an apron can obscure a hint of her enchanting aura, yet it only conceals a mere fraction of it, while simultaneously bestowing upon her the essence of a devoted homemaker. A woman of unparalleled allure, possessing the grace of a true domestic goddess, is indeed a formidable combination. Leaving Wang Zha momentarily entranced, As Lang Yuan turned to observe Wang Zha's expression, she could not help but chuckle playfully. "Dear little brother, do you think I look good?" Lang Yuan teased, her gaze infused with an irresistible charm that was utterly captivating. Overwhelmed, Wang Zha blushed and clutched the little girl, hastily retreating from the kitchen. The allure was simply too much to bear. During dinner, Wang Zha and Lang Yuan sat across from one another. Although Wang Zha had not participated in the cooking, he had prepared a special dish for the little girl, a solitary serving of fried chicken legs. Seasoned only with a pinch of salt, it was fried to perfection, yielding a tender texture that was both succulent and delightful. Nestled in Wang Zha's embrace, the little girl savored her meal, her tiny hands and mouth glistening with oil, exclaiming how delicious it was. Her enjoyment was evident, and the aroma wafting from the dish was divine, a pure fragrance distinct from those of spices and seasonings, subtle yet enticing. It awakened one's appetite and heightened the senses. Upon finishing their meal, Wang Zha naturally intended to leave. However, the little girl insisted he stay, wanting him to join her as she watched the television show featuring parents and children snuggled together. This was quite the predicament. Wang Zha gazed into the little girl's hopeful eyes. At just a little over a week and a half old, she was still quite young. Yet in terms of age, she was nearly 3. "Dear little brother, you should tuck little one in bed first," Lang Yuan suggested with a playful wink. Wang Zha understood the implication. He would first lull little one into sleep. Children tend to drift off quickly, and as Wang Zha lay on Lang Yuan's bed, he felt somewhat awkward, especially with Lang Yuan lying beside little one. With the parents on either side, the little girl was truly delighted. Shifting from Lang Yuan's embrace to Wang Zha's, her soft giggles brought a sense of calm to Wang Zha. It seemed that tonight, the little girl would stay up later than ever before, until 10:30. As Wang Zha prepared to leave, Lang Yuan grasped his arm, saying it's getting late. Why not rest in the adjacent bedroom? There was a hotel nearby, which she had booked upon her arrival. Wang Zha smiled in agreement. "Very well then. Good night. See you tomorrow." "See you tomorrow." Despite it being 10:30, it was not particularly late, especially in the summer, when many indulged in barbecues until midnight. The barbecue establishments on the streets often remained open until 12, with some operating 24 hours. Ding! The sound of a text message interrupted his thoughts. Wang Zha glanced casually at his phone, only to be taken aback. It was a message from Su Tang Su. "Are you asleep?" The 3 words marked the first time he had received a text from her. Although they had exchanged calls and WeChat messages, they had never communicated via text or voice messages. "No, are you still awake?" Wang Zha replied. "I can't sleep. Are you at Sister Yuan's house?" Su Tang Su responded. "I'm on the street, unable to sleep. Would you like to join me for some barbecue?" Wang Zha texted back. "Certainly. Please wait for me to send you the location." The term King Bomb was merely a casual remark, yet I was surprised by how readily Su Tangsa agreed. The venue chosen by Su Tangsa was a street stall, albeit a notably clean one, and the proprietors were acquaintances of hers, a young couple. During introductions, I learned that the woman was Su Tangsa's university classmate. Business was thriving for the proprietress, which delighted Su Tangsa. Though Su Tangsa's only close friend is Li Xiao, the proprietress is among the few genuine friends she has outside of Li Xiao. Su Tangsa embodies the image of a beautiful, young, and successful businesswoman. However, the amalgamation of these attributes makes it challenging for her to have true friends. Without formal introductions, it was the first time in years that I observed her interacting so closely with a male. It seemed to have a preference for the younger ones. The proprietress chuckled as she glanced at Lang Yuan and Wang Zha. This proprietress was youthful and strikingly beautiful, rivaling even Li Xiao, yet she possessed a certain allure, exuding a playful and mischievous demeanor, with bright eyes and a well-proportioned, alluring figure. Often, especially among women, those who appear somewhat rogue can, in fact, be quite innocent and pure. Nonetheless, Wang Zha found it intriguing that Su Tangsa could have such a friend. Enough of the banter. Are we not busy now? We will join shortly. Su Tangsa remained unruffled, showing no signs of embarrassment from the teasing, unlike many girls who might react coyly. Wang Zha was curious about how Su Tangsa might act if she were to indulge in playful flirtation. The food was satisfactory, with a light flavor that was neither greasy nor overly smoky. "This is Wang Zha, my younger brother, and this is my university classmate and good friend, Qi Baobao." Su Tongsa introduced them. Qi Baobao's husband had previously greeted them and was currently attending to other customers. "Hello," Wang Zha greeted. "Hello," the proprietress responded cheerfully. "By the way, Tongsa, the term younger brother, certainly carries a particular connotation." Qi Baobao giggled. In Chapter 70, Su Tongsa remarked to Wang Zha that he ought to find a girlfriend. Su Tongsa was momentarily taken aback. She had not given much thought to the deeper implications of such terms, but seeing her friend's expression, she understood it was not a compliment. So, she refrained from questioning Wang Zha. "Su Daxian, do tell me, what progress have you made?" Qi Baobao's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Addressing her as Su Daxian, Wang Zha found the title quite fitting. In the midst of their meal, Su Tongsa effortlessly passed a skewer of grilled lamb to Wang Zha. "I have never seen you attend to a man in such a way. Younger brother, do you consider yourself a man?" Qi Baobao mischievously inquired. "That cannot be disclosed," Wang Zha stammered, awkwardly taking the skewer from Su Tongsa without yet tasting it. "So shy?" Qi Baobao regarded Wang Zha as if she had discovered a new continent. A delicate visage, exuding a remarkable charm, possesses an air of calmness and tranquility that is remarkably natural amidst the frenetic pace of modern society. Wang Zha, embodying this unique demeanor, remains blissfully unaware of his own allure. He feels no compulsion to compete or rush, nor does he place undue importance on trivial matters. His only concern is the well-being of his family, a goal he is now capable of achieving to a certain extent. Consequently, he perceives a sense of abundance, as if lacking nothing, allowing him to more profoundly experience and appreciate life and society. If one were to identify a deficiency, it would be a romantic partner. However, Lang Yuan insists on pursuing Su Tang Sui. Although the rationale eludes him, he is not perturbed. In fact, with clarity of thought, he feels emboldened, his horizons broadened. Yet, when Su Tang Sui is near, he finds himself at a loss with the questions posed by Qi Baobao, which causes him to blush. Though a recluse lacking practical experience, he is well-versed in theory and familiar with various social dynamics. It is often claimed that most women possess a more risque sense of humor than their male counterparts, a notion Wang Zha cannot ascertain the validity of. As Qi Baobao gazes at Wang Zha, her eyes shine increasingly bright, eventually turning to Su Tang Sui, exclaiming admiration for her discerning taste, remarking on Wang Zha's attractiveness. Su Tang Sui, savoring a skewer of grilled green peppers, simply nods in acknowledgement. Qi Baobao, with a smile, moves to serve other dishes. Little Now Fu delights in grilled beef and lamb, possessing a petite frame yet a hearty appetite, consuming half to a full kilogram of meat daily. The summer night is pleasantly cool, particularly at this late hour of 11 p.m. Su Tang Sui dons a white, casual outfit complemented by stylish white sneakers, which Wang Zha finds appealing. Her figure, while not as voluptuous as Lang Yuan's, exhibits soft lines and a graceful silhouette, achieving a perfect balance. Neither too ample nor too slender, just right. While it is often said that men are drawn to larger physiques, this does not apply to Su Tang Sui. She embodies a flawless form, neither excessively large nor diminutive, standing tall and proud. Should she be any larger, it would disrupt her harmonious proportions. Seemingly aware of Wang Zha's gaze, Su Tang Sui meets his eyes, causing his face to flush crimson as if caught in a mischievous act. A bead of sweat forms on his brow, and he feels an overwhelming sense of embarrassment in that moment. Qi Baobao, having stepped away to fetch more dishes, is momentarily absent. "You really ought to find a girlfriend," Su Tang Sui remarks with a smile. Wang Zha's cheeks reddened further. They had previously broached this topic, and now, under her scrutiny, her suggestion feels like an admonition against his gaze. A young man's pride can be fragile, particularly for one who harbors insecurities, leading him to overthink. This thought brings him back to Lang Yuan. When he was with her, his admiration was met with playful teasing, and he sensed her affection rather than any discomfort with his attention. "What are you thinking?" Sutang sui querius, notichinguing esse pensive expression, as she gently ruffles his hair. "Nothing," he replies, attempting to dispel his thoughts. Wang Zha chuckled, continuing to savor the barbecue. What was he doing? Did he genuinely intend to develop feelings for Su Tongsuo? He ought not to be entangled in such thoughts, even if she harbored a fondness for him. He should not reciprocate, especially since she did not return his affections. His presence here, enjoying barbecue with her, was solely due to his ability to save her brother and assist her in the past. Upon pondering these reflections, Wang Zha felt considerably lighter. Recently, he had become somewhat conceited, even contemplating an affection for Su Tongsuo, a notion he must attribute to Lan Yuan, who had encouraged him. After finishing the barbecue, Wang Zha escorted her home before returning to the tavern. The profound essence of fate lies in learning the art of relinquishment, abandoning all restlessness and clamor to return to a state of inner peace and abundance. What is destined to be must eventually come, while what is not meant to be should not be forcibly sought. When one's heart is devoid of burdens and the body free from ailments, the myriad affairs of the world can be met with a tranquil smile. Clutching tightly to that which does not belong to oneself will only lead to self-harm. Embrace the natural course of life. Everything unfolds as it should. Life necessitates a process of letting go, cutting ties with certain aspects, discarding others, and parting ways with some. These aspects may include possessions, individuals, passions, desires, pursuits, essentially everything. In a daze, Wang Zha succumbed to slumber. The following day, he awoke refreshed, his robust health placing him at the pinnacle of vitality. In the morning, he visited Su Tie, accompanied by Su Tongsuo. Su Mu was particularly affectionate towards Wang Zha, not only because he had saved Su Tai, but also due to the fact that he had previously rescued their daughter. This act alone endeared him to them, and they hoped for their daughter to forge a connection with Wang Zha. In this world, love and hatred are seldom without reason. There exists a rationale behind kindness towards another. Wang Zha pondered his own motives for being kind to Su Tongsuo. Was his benevolence truly selfless? What if Su Tongsuo were not so attractive? How would that alter the situation? Perhaps, for him, the mere opportunity to be in her company, to share meals, to enjoy barbecue together, and to have her escort him home constituted a form of special reciprocation. Some forms of gratitude are exchanges of spirit, not necessarily commensurable by the tangible measures of reality, particularly not through monetary means. Parental love for children is inherently selfless, etched into their very genes. Conversely, love between men and women, in principle, lacks such selflessness. This is human nature. Yet, there exist exceptions, unique cases that cannot be generalized. Thus, it is accurate to assert that selfless love between genders is a rarity, ingrained within the core of our being. Wang Zha sat in the passenger seat, lost in thought. Although Su Tongsuo was driving, she noticed his distant gaze. With a gentle smile, she found it effortless and natural to be with him, despite the difference in gender. Chapter 71. Su Tongsuo's speculation. One should not be greedy enough to swallow an elephant. What occupies your mind so deeply? Su Tongsuo inquired softly. Is it possible to be happy with someone you admire who does not share your feelings? Wang Zha replied with a smile. Does the girl you like not return your affections? Su Tongsuo asked, her brow furrowing slightly. I was merely using it as a metaphor, Wang Zha hastily clarified. In truth, it suffices to say that it is merely a metaphor or to speak of a friend, while in reality, it pertains to oneself. I am uncertain, Su Tang said awkwardly. She had never experienced romantic love, nor had she ever been married, and she genuinely did not know. Oh, Wang Zha was inclined to inquire whether she would be willing to be with a man she did not favor, whether she could accept such a situation, and whether, over time, she might develop feelings for him. Yet, he refrained from voicing these questions. To actively pursue someone is a personal endeavor. As a man, one should not dwell on the dynamics between two individuals. If you feel affection, you must pursue it. Should you find yourself enamored with that girl, do not hesitate to chase after her. If I can assist you in any way, please let me know, Su Tang stated earnestly. Wang Zha sighed inwardly. This ethereal being, possessing both remarkable intelligence and emotional acumen, unfortunately lacked any experience in matters of the heart, and thus did not contemplate further. She genuinely wished to aid Wang Zha. But the notion of developing feelings for him had never crossed her mind. The 7-year age gap was an insurmountable barrier, particularly since she was the elder. This aspect alone rendered her disinclined to consider the possibility. Moreover, she did not believe that Wang Zha would be attracted to a woman significantly older than himself. Additionally, she identified as a non-marriage advocate, harboring a strong aversion to the idea of marriage and a profound discomfort with close proximity to the opposite sex, especially peers and adult men. Wang Zha was the first adult male with whom she did not feel a particular sense of repulsion, especially after that incident during the short film shoot when he held her in his arms. Even then, she experienced no aversion, which astonished her. She had thought perhaps she was improving. This was not a matter of illness, but rather a psychological factor. Later, she realized she had not truly changed. She remained as she always had been, with Wang Zha being an exception. For instance, after meeting him, she had learned a new gesture to gently ruffle his hair. She had even washed his clothes. Wang Zha had pondered what it was that he found appealing about her. Undeniably, her unparalleled beauty was the foremost reason. He had heard numerous assertions about inner beauty, that physical appearance was inconsequential, and that an affinity for attractive individuals was shallow. What truly matters, they said, is culture, inner character, and temperament. However, let us be candid. Individuals with grace are often, in essence, beautiful, for elegance itself is a form of beauty. Ultimately, the discourse circles back to a subtle insistence on physical attractiveness. In a mundane world, one encounters ordinary individuals. A striking beauty can indeed bring both fortune and misfortune. A person's allure, to a certain extent, can compensate for numerous shortcomings, much like wealth can redeem the most unattractive man. Of course, some may argue that certain women are indifferent to wealth. This is true in some instances. However, such cases usually fall into two categories. First, she may possess considerable wealth herself. Even wealthy women often care about their partner's financial status, as wealth can reflect one's capabilities. Second, she may have minimal material needs. As the saying goes, capable men do not lack for money. It is only the incapable who find themselves impoverished. They may profess to have little need for material possessions, yet they may struggle to tolerate a partner's ineptitude. Sister, when a girl is older than a boy, will she mind? Wang Zha asked. In today's society, when girls are older, they often find themselves in a position of dependency, typically labeled as aunties who no longer wish to strive. However, a significant age difference where the boy is older by 8 to 10 years rarely invites scrutiny, unless it resembles a grandfather and granddaughter dynamic. Su Tang supposed, gazing at Wang Zha, when a thought of Lang Yuan suddenly crossed her mind. Do you like Lang Yuan? Su Tang inquired, feeling somewhat impertinent. She had previously stated that she would assist any girl Wang Zha fancied, as that was her principle. Wang Zha was taken aback as well. Lang Yuan had kissed him once, and she was the only woman he had encountered who could rival Su Tang Sa. Yet, he hadn't genuinely considered developing feelings for Lang Yuan. It wasn't a matter of dislike. Rather, he felt that both Lang Yuan and Su Tang Sa were of such elevated stature that he couldn't find the courage to approach them. Reflecting on this, Wang Zha fell into silence. He once believed that money could indeed solve all problems, but upon reaching a certain pinnacle, he discovered that wealth was the least valuable asset. At that juncture, it was one's skills and influence that mattered, especially energy. Historical aristocratic families possessed such energy. Even when dynasties changed, they remained steadfast. That is the essence of influence. On a personal level, no matter how skilled a healer one might be, they could only achieve the status of a renowned physician. Like Hua Ta, who ultimately met a tragic end. High combat prowess, akin to that of El Bu, still resulted in demise. In modern society, combat ability is negligible. As for medical skills, culinary arts, or animal training, they all boil down to individual capabilities, and one person cannot create a significant impact. Even when it comes to earning money, an individual can only earn so much through healing others. Large corporations and conglomerates, with a mere policy or opportunity, can amass wealth that flows like water, tens of billions, hundreds of billions, even trillions. Moreover, Earning money often comes with the paradox of having the means to work, but lacking the time to enjoy the rewards. Wang Zha lost himself in thought, and in Su Tangsa's eyes, it appeared as though he had developed an affection for Lang Yuan, a notion that seemed quite complicated. How could she assist him? His distraction made him forget to respond to Su Tangsa's question, further leading her to believe that he had tacitly agreed. Yet, Su Tangsa was also conflicted. Wang Zha was only 18, while Lang Yuan was already 29. She recalled a time when their dormitory had jested that Wang Zha preferred older women. Was that indeed true? All right. Sister, I've arrived, Wang Zha smiled. Su Tangsa brought him to the Health and Wellness Center. You truly like women older than you? Su Tangsa asked curiously. Wang Zha was momentarily stunned, looking at her in confusion. All right, I must take my leave now, Su Tangsa chuckled, waving her hand. As she drove slowly, a sense of uncertainty washed over her. Lang Yuan was undeniably an attractive woman, possessing youthful, supple skin at 29, radiating both youthful vitality and the allure of maturity, complemented by her impeccable beauty and grace. Yet, something about it felt misplaced. Nonetheless, the freedom to love whomever one chooses is personal, and she now focused solely on how to support Wang Zha. Recently, her relationship with Lang Yuan seems to have deepened significantly. They often indulge in leisurely shopping trips and afternoon teas together, frequently mentioning Wang Zha. Conveniently, Lang Yuan's residence is not far away, prompting her to take out her phone and call Lang Yuan. Second brother. Upon Wang Zha's arrival, Wang Ho was pleasantly surprised, yet he approached with genuine joy. Business has remained consistently steady, primarily due to the fact that one can only visit once a week. Wang Zha's primary purpose in coming was to replenish Wang Ho's stock, as he would not return before school commences. He realized that despite his keen intuition, it also highlighted many stark realities. His nature was ill-suited for a rigid approach, leading him to embrace a more tranquil demeanor, allowing things to unfold naturally. A forcibly obtained fruit is never sweet. Life is fraught with disappointments, with 8 or 9 out of 10 occurrences not aligning with one's desires. Compared to his former self, he now considers himself remarkably fortunate and believes he should be content, for greed begets discontent. Chapter 72. Cousin's Accident, Critical Condition. Qi Huang's 9 needles preserve life. The root of distress often lies in an inflated sense of one's own capabilities, leading to desires that remain unfulfilled, thus inviting turmoil. Worry arises from an excess of aspiration. In a state of equanimity, Wang Zha gradually calmed himself. He did not fervently desire to pursue Su Tang, and thoughts of Lang Yuan barely crossed his mind. It was only due to Lang Yuan's guidance that he felt a flicker of temptation, resulting in his inner turmoil. Wang Zha joined his hands in prayer, Amit Ba. Lost in contemplation, he failed to notice when someone entered. Dad. Naturally, it was Lang Yuan and little Enan who arrived, the former smiling brightly. Wang Zha felt a tinge of embarrassment. As dusk settled outside, he realized he had unconsciously spent the entire afternoon in the kitchen. The little girl clung to his back, wrapping her arms around his neck, while he continued his culinary endeavors, unable to step away just yet. Just a moment, sister, Wang Zha chuckled. Lang Yuan gazed at him, her eyes glimmering. Earlier that afternoon, Su Tang had shared many thoughts with her. Although not explicitly stated, the underlying message was clear. Su Tang had come to convey that Wang Zha harbored feelings for her. Lang Yuan felt a bit perplexed, prompting her visit, yet she found nothing conclusive. Wang Zha had come to a realization. There was no need for such inner conflict. One must learn to be content. If one becomes discontented, feeling grand and formidable, that is the moment when troubles begin to multiply. He prepared healthful soup and nourishing wine for Lang Yuan, alongside a hot pot, this time a yin-yang variety, given that the little girl could not tolerate spicy food. Wang Zha had initially invited Wang Ho to join them, but Wang Ho declined, stating he had guests to attend to, so he did not insist. This hot pot could be considered a miniature feast, exquisitely arranged. With 2 adults and 1 little girl, they truly resembled a small family unit. Dear brother, at this rate, I might truly become dependent on you. No wonder they say to win a person's heart, one must first capture their stomach. You have certainly stolen mine. Lang Yuan remarked with a laugh, turning her gaze toward Wang Zha. He smiled calmly, merely assisting the little girl in selecting her food, ensuring the temperature was just right. The little girl's mouth glistened with oil as she blew on her food, which was a tad too hot, yet she persisted in eating. There was only a slight broth, but Wang Zha couldn't help but smile at her adorable, ravenous demeanor. Is a hot pot made by Daddy delicious? It's delicious. It's the most delicious. The little girl nodded enthusiastically, her large eyes sparkling with delight. Her blissful expression was the finest reward for adults. It would bring joy even to strangers who chanced upon it. From now on, if you want to eat, just call Daddy. Stinky little brother, my sister-in-law is pregnant. And it's thanks to your efforts this time, Lang Yuan said with a smile. Wang Zha shivered at the ambiguous remark, but refrained from saying anything further, aware that Lang Yuan meant no harm. Well then, congratulations to brother and sister-in-law, Wang Zha chuckled. Do you have any requests? You can ask for anything, and I will grant it, Lang Yuan said, her gaze playful and alluring, her lips glistening, and her enchanting eyes twinkling with mischief. Wang Zha collected himself. Try not to look at Lang Yuan. Sister, what is wrong with you today? Are your eyes uncomfortable? You don't seem to have any issues, he observed, puzzled. Lang Yuan was merely testing Wang Zha. Upon hearing his words, she rubbed her head, thinking, you stubborn little man, how can you ever attract a girlfriend like this? I'll just go with the flow. Wang Zha felt no urgency. At 18, there was no need to rush. What did you talk about with Tang Su today? Lang Yuan asked curiously. Nothing much, Wang Zha replied, confused. What are your plans? Are you just going to watch her become someone else's woman? Lang Yuan asked, exasperated. Little man, be a bit bolder, have a thicker skin, and pursue her relentlessly. Good women fear persistent suitors, she said, pinching Wang Zha's nose to ensure he listened carefully. The little girl, seeing her mother pinching Wang Zha's nose, eagerly wanted to join in. The next day, Wang Zha returned home. The summer vacation continued, and Wang Zha's days were fulfilling as he dedicated himself to mastering dragon taming. He spent time with his parents and enjoyed barbecues and drinks with friends like Tian Wufeng and Qiyan. The social circle in the county was neither too large nor too small, and Wang Zha had gradually met many people during this time. Many of them were the sons of department heads or owned family businesses. Previously, Wang Zha felt these individuals were on a different social tier, beyond his reach, making it unlikely for them to bond. However, he now realized they were just ordinary people, and he even felt slightly superior to them. This change was largely due to Qi Yun. Without him, Wang Zha's introverted and low-key nature would have made it difficult to meet many new faces. He also befriended several attractive girls, a stark contrast to his past when he had none to play with. Many boys had numerous female friends, attending bars or amusement parks together, not as romantic partners, but simply enjoying each other as company, leading Wang Zha to believe in the existence of pure friendship between men and women. Today, Wang Zha's family received an unwelcome phone call. My cousin was recently involved in a tragic car accident, and the hospital has issued a critical condition notice. Thus, Wang Zha and his parents hurried to the scene. Wang Zha has only one cousin, who graduated from university a year ago and is exceptionally beautiful, with a boyfriend of remarkable standing. My uncle has 3 children, 2 boys and 1 girl, with my cousin being the eldest, while the 2 boys are younger than Wang Zha. They rushed to the First People's Hospital of the province. My uncle, visibly distressed, wore a cloud of sorrow upon his face, while my aunt's eyes were swollen from tears. A handsome young man sat nearby, cradling his head in despair. Relatives began to arrive one after another, but the atmosphere was charged with anxiety, and no one engaged in small talk as the emergency medical efforts continued. Everyone was on edge. Wang Zha, being relatively inexperienced and aware of the gravity of the situation, felt powerless in the face of this accident. Just then, the lights went out. The doors swung open, and the medical staff emerged, led by a man in his 50s. One of the best doctors in the hospital. Director Lee, how is she? How's my girlfriend? The young man implored, gripping the doctor's arm with anticipation. I'm sorry. We did our best, the doctor replied. The young man stood there in shock, while my aunt fainted on the spot, causing chaos to ensue. At that moment, Wang Zha, disregarding the commotion, pushed through. Hey, what are you doing? You can't just barge in here, a nurse exclaimed, trying to stop him. But Wang Zha was beyond caring. He spotted his cousin, Zhou Jingran, lying there with an oxygen tube, her complexion as pale as a sheet, and the ECG displaying a flat line, indicating no discernible life signs. In desperation, Wang Zha decided to administer the Qi Huang 9 needles technique, placing his faith in fate. Since Zhou Jingran's status was uncertain, he felt compelled to act. Others who entered the room were taken aback to find Wang Zha performing acupuncture. An agreement had been signed prior to treatment, acknowledging that even doctors have their limitations. Some ailments and injuries simply cannot be cured. Wang Zha repeatedly practiced the Qi Huang 9 needles technique, once, twice, thrice, losing count of how many attempts he made, yet he saw no results. Suddenly, he recalled the dragon taming Qi within him. Let's give it a try. A thread of this energy coursed through the needles, and Wang Zha, realizing he was treating a lifeless body, had no choice but to act as if there were hope. Thump, thump. The faint sound of a heartbeat reached Wang Zha's ears, bringing him a sense of joy. At least he had managed to revive her for the time being. Zhou Jingran had suffered extensive internal bleeding and significant damage to her vital organs. Although the doctors had performed surgery, she had not held on, but now, with life restored, there was a possibility of recovery within 2 days. The Qi Huang 9 needles technique could nourish the essence and stimulate vitality. The life signs on the monitor began to stabilize. When Director Li returned, he could hardly believe his eyes, astonished by the miraculous sight before him. Especially the golden needle embedded in Zhou Jingran's body, as fine as a hair, yet gleaming with golden light. This needle now rests at the heart of Zhou Jingran. Despite its delicate nature, barely a foot long, it imparts an impression akin to a towering pillar. To the discerning eye, the sight of this golden needle piercing the body reveals that such a feat is not within the grasp of ordinary individuals. This is the legendary skill of traditional Chinese medicine. Such a slender needle cannot be easily maneuvered by oneself. It is too fine and too supple for most to hold steady, let alone to penetrate the flesh without conscious control over its placement. The ability to position it thus is attributed to the flow of one's vital energy, acupoints, meridians, and spirit. Although Director Li is not versed in traditional Chinese medicine, he is aware of its legends, as every profession harbors its tales. Moreover, he had previously resigned himself to the belief that recovery was beyond reach, even for divine intervention. Yet now, against all odds, there are signs of life, and the situation appears to be gradually improving. Wang Zha, too, breathes a sigh of relief. At least a life has been preserved. Director Li gazes upon Wang Zha with a fervor akin to that reserved for deities, addressing him with utmost respect. A testament to the fact that he is well over 50. In any field, those with true skill understand a fundamental truth. The accomplished are held in high esteem. Wang Zha's treatment of Zhou Jingran has not gone unnoticed by her family. His parents were aware of their son's medical prowess, having previously hosted Su Tangsha and Su Tai, but they had always harbored a sense of skepticism. Today, however, they have come to realize the extent of their son's abilities, particularly as Director Li, a figure of considerable repute from the provincial hospital, exhibits a demeanor of deference towards him, a sentiment that feels almost obsequious. It is clear that Director Li's respect is directed towards Wang Zha's medical expertise, a reflection of true capability. This incident has stirred the upper echelons of the hospital. The director himself has come forth with a generous offer, yet Wang Zha declines. He is acutely aware of his own circumstances. While he is undeniably skilled, he is not without limitations, particularly regarding severe ailments that he cannot yet address. Wang Zha's treatment this time employed the Qi Huang 9 needles, without any confrontation with monsters. Yet, a transformation occurred after his cousin Zhou Jingran regained consciousness. Monsters of level 25 with heart damage can now enter combat post-acupuncture. Likewise, those with liver, spleen, and stomach damage at the same level may also engage in battle following treatment. A special, dangerous level 30 monster with kidney damage can maintain its status after acupuncture, albeit reduced by 2 levels, and is also capable of combat. Only the last creature bears a danger alert, while the others are classified as level 25 entities, presumably categorized as injured monsters. Previously, Wang Zha had predominantly encountered disease monsters. This is his first encounter with such injured creatures. However, reflecting on past encounters with fatigue monsters, one might draw parallels. These injuries stem from external forces, akin to diseases that inflict harm upon the body. Disease monsters must be vanquished to restore health, either swiftly or gradually. Conversely, injured monsters can exacerbate conditions, but eliminating them can prevent further deterioration of wounds and expedite recovery. Wang Zha was quite elated, for he had previously harbored worries that even if he could prolong his life, it might only be for 2 days. The severity of the injuries left him uncertain if he could indeed continue to hold on. Yet now, as long as he could sustain life and eliminate the damaged creature, he felt that even with grave injuries, survival was possible. After all, the human body possesses remarkable self-healing capabilities. Moreover, the Qi Huang 9 needles could stimulate latent potential, enhance self-recovery, and accelerate healing of non-deteriorating wounds. Director Li, may I take over my cousin's treatment? Allow me to manage everything, Wang Zha declared. Certainly, of course, replied Director Li without hesitation. In truth, he had already assessed Zhou Jingran's condition once more. To put it bluntly, even if she were to awaken now, it would be akin to a fleeting moment of revival, as she could succumb at any moment. Her injuries were exceedingly severe, particularly regarding her kidneys, with extensive damage to her internal organs, triggering a cascade of reactions. The examples of individuals succumbing to such grave injuries were numerous, and Zhou Jingran fell into this category. She was beyond healing. Zhou Jingran regained consciousness, her complexion as pale as parchment. Gazing at her family by her side, she found herself devoid of pain, numb from the trauma, and still under the effects of the anesthetic from the surgery. Through the expressions of those around her, she discerned the dire nature of her situation. She had known she was doomed the instant the accident occurred. With a faint, strained smile, she reflected on her youth. Her beautiful life was just beginning, and she had a loving boyfriend with whom she had reached the stage of discussing marriage. Xiaoran! Xiaoran! A young man, eyes reddened and tears streaming down his face, grasped Zhou Jingran's hand. It was evident to all that this young man cherished her deeply. Some emotions cannot be feigned. The handsome youth now appeared disheveled, his hair in disarray, eyes swollen, and his expression haggard, a reflection of the mental anguish he had endured in such a short span. I'm sorry, I can no longer be by your side. Zhou Jingran softly addressed her parents, whispering, Mom, Dad, forgive me. I'm so sorry. Xiaozha, you're here too. It's been ages since I last saw you. The last time, you were just a bespectacled boy, and now you've grown up and become quite handsome. Zhou Jingran spoke softly. Perhaps this is the nature of humanity. Regardless of one's fear of death, in the end, one finds a semblance of peace, for the outcome remains unchanged, and gradually, one learns to confront it. Who says you're going to die? It's all right. Once I have treated you, you will have ample time to speak, to share whatever you wish, Wang Zha said with a reassuring smile. In truth, others also harbored doubts about Wang Zha's ability to heal Zhou Jingran. Her injuries were too severe, precarious, as if she might depart this world at any moment. Xiaozha, you need not deceive me. I am no longer afraid of death. I have done nothing in this life, and if I were to die, it would matter not to me, yet I would leave many in sorrow, Zhou Jingran said wistfully, casting her gaze toward her parents, her family, and finally to that young man. It's time. I shall commence treatment for my cousin now. You may remain here, but please do not disturb me, Wang Zha instructed. With the Qi Huang 9 needles within a minute, dark congealed blood began to ooze from the golden needles, evidence of the stagnation within her body. Simultaneously, Wang Zha prepared himself for battle. Without any danger warnings, the battle could commence, especially since the previous level 25 winged evil monsters had been vanquished. The foes before him were merely damaged level 25 creatures. Chapter 74. Level Up Elixirs. Mastery in calligraphy and painting enhanced by 10 years of diligent practice. He chose to engage in combat, starting with the level 25 heart-damaged monsters. As the battle commenced, a creature appeared before Wang Zha, an entity with a sharp snout and wild eyes, half human and half beast. Its lower body was human, while its upper body resembled that of a colossal rodent. There There was a fierce glimmer in its eyes, and upon spotting Wang Zha, it squeaked and charged at him. Strike first, Dragon Fist. At this moment, Wang Zha felt confident in his capabilities. His resilience was formidable, and with his healing abilities, as long as there were no danger alerts, the outcome of the battle was virtually assured. However, this level 25 heart damage creature showed some resistance to attacks, and Wang Zha's output seemed somewhat lacking, albeit relatively speaking, for in reality, his offensive prowess was quite strong. Faced with a disease monster that was 15 levels above him, and given his tank-like approach, it was no surprise that the damage output was minimal. With the presence of the legendary artifact, the Cloud Stride Boots, he could only chip away at the disease monster's health incrementally. How he longed for a powerful weapon. Bang! Wang Zha lost 45 health points. As long as his health fell below 50 during the fight, the Cloud Stride Boots would restore him to full health in the next round, ensuring that this battle would be more thrilling than perilous. The battle concluded. You have emerged victorious. You have gained 25 experience points. You have acquired 1 level-up elixir. You have received 5 healing elixirs. You have attained 1 mastery in calligraphy and painting. After the battle, Wang Zha examined the level-up elixir. It had a countdown of 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 45 seconds until it would vanish. Upon usage, it would directly elevate him by 1 level without consuming his current experience. A splendid find indeed. Wang Zha's eyes sparkled. He was still at level 10, very close to level 11, but leveling up had become increasingly arduous, requiring double the experience for each advancement. Regrettably, there was a time constraint. It had to be used within a week, or it would disappear. Wang Zha initially contemplated saving it for a later time when his level would be higher, making it more advantageous. 7 days. He resolved to reach level 11 before utilizing the level-up elixir. Wang Zha exited the battle to check on his cousin's injuries. After the defeat of the heart-damaged monster, he observed that her heart had begun to mend. Although the duration of the battle was negligible, the time spent on acupuncture and alleviating the bruising was considerable. By the time he had defeated the other 3 level 25 damaged creatures, 2 hours had elapsed. He had not engaged the level 30 kidney damage monster due to a danger warning, as it was a special creature. Perhaps when his health improved, this kidney damage monster will become more manageable, especially since he now possessed a level-up elixir. Not just 1, but 4. This delighted Wang Zha, likely a consequence of the disease monsters he had slain. The 4 damaged creatures had dropped identical items, including 4 tomes of mastery in calligraphy and painting. Mastery in calligraphy and painting, enhanced by 10 years of diligent practice. After learning, Wang Zha's auxiliary skills expanded to include 1 mastery in calligraphy and painting. Mastery in calligraphy and painting. Immersed in artistic prowess for 40 years. It appears that a new insight has taken root within my mind. Each individual harbors a dream of artistic expression, and in the past, I found the works of others to be overwhelmingly intricate, leaving me at a loss as to how to commence my own creations, to grasp the nuances and delineate the contours of those exceedingly complex details. Yet now, it seems as if I can deconstruct it into simplistic sketches, rendering the entire process remarkably straightforward, culminating in the acquisition of 100 experience points. My cousin's injuries have stabilized, and she is no longer in imminent danger. The Qihuang 9 needles can manage her renal injury, and with the upgrade pills in hand, Wang Zha feels confident that it will not be long before she triumphs over the level 30 monster that has damaged her kidneys. With just 200 experience points remaining, a week's time will suffice to elevate her to level 11. At that juncture, consuming 4 upgrade pills will propel her directly to level 15. The mere thought of this ignites a thrill within me. Otherwise, the arduous journey of leveling up on her own to reach level 15 could stretch over a year, or even 2 or 3. Name, Wang Zha. Age, 18. Level, 10. Experience, 8. 281, 028. Allocatable attribute points, 0. Constitution, 66. Health, 1065. Defense, 203. Stamina, 21. 305, including skills and scale armor. Strength, 52. Attack, 114, including the 10 attack from Steel Claw. Agility, 49. Speed, 113, including the 15 speed from Cloudwalker boots. Primary skills, Dragon Fist, level 7, Experience, 407, 012, 800. In combat, it can augment attack and defense by 70. Azure Dragon Stance, level 6, Experience, 27, 206, 400. A non-combat skill that permanently enhances Constitution, Strength, and Agility by 30 each. Dragon Taming Technique, level 4, Experience, 12001, 600. Possesses 2 Dragon Taming Chi, enabling the taming of beasts. This Chi can fortify the target's physique, unlocking potential and guiding it towards its most perfect bloodline state. 100 Dragon Taming Chi are required to tame a dragon. At level 1, the technique can tame 1 beast, with each level increase permitting the taming of an additional beast. Should a beast perish, it can be retamed. Passive skills, Body Refinement. Increases health capacity by 50, scaling with Constitution. Dragon Armor. Enhances personal defense by 50, also scaling with Constitution. Critical Strike. Grants a 10 chance of dealing double damage and a 5 chance of triple damage upon attack. Tiger Leopard Fist. Permanently boosts speed and evasion by 20. Active skills, Double Slash. Allows for 2 swift attacks on the target, with the second attack dealing half damage and cannot be used consecutively. Auxiliary skills, Secret Vitality Soup, a culinary delight with benefits for strengthening the body, enhancing beauty, nourishing the liver and kidneys, and promoting blood circulation, which can increase Constitution by a maximum of 3 points. Secret Vitality Wine, a fine elixir that promotes health, nourishes strengthens bones and sinews, enhancing strength by a maximum of 3 points upon consumption. Massage, promotes blood circulation, alleviates fatigue, and invigorates vital energy. Level 3, Experience, 100-200. Qi Huang 9 Needles, stabilizes the foundation, alleviates pain and bleeding, revitalizes the essence, sustaining life for 3 days. Level 3, Experience, 19-200. Mastery in calligraphy and painting. Immersed in the art for 40 years. The Qi Huang 9 Needles have reached level 3, granting the ability to sustain life for 3 days, alongside the newfound skill of mastery in calligraphy and painting. Indeed, it is commendable. In the future, one might indulge in the persona of a literary youth, perhaps by writing or painting. After 4 decades of diligent practice, one could certainly be regarded as a master. In the video, I noticed many young individuals displaying remarkable calligraphy skills. With my own 4 decades immersed in the art of calligraphy and painting, my proficiency should not be underestimated. My cousin has already succumbed to slumber. Her complexion evidently improved compared to before, with family gathered around, observing intently. Even Director Li was present, scarcely blinking during those 2 hours, fearful of missing a single moment. After 2 hours of acupuncture, Wang Zha did not appear particularly fatigued, yet maintaining a single posture is a feat unattainable for most, requiring extraordinary concentration. "Aunt, do not worry. My cousin will make a full recovery," Wang Zha reassured. Noting Aunt's presence, he observed that she currently looked even better than his cousin. "Really, Xiao Zha, you cannot deceive Aunt," she replied. "Indeed, Director Li can attest to it." Wang Zha replied with a smile. "Yes, I can confirm. Mr. Wang is a miraculous healer, truly a master among the populace. Today has been illuminating," Director Li chimed in eagerly. At this moment, Director Li's words carried more weight than Wang Zha's, and Aunt placed her trust in him. "This is my phone number. Thank you for today. If you need me in the future, call this number." Although Wang Zha declined the invitation from Director Li and the hospital, he found the director to be a commendable individual, balanced in his approach. The proficiency displayed during my cousin's surgery further attested to Director Li's medical acumen. Thus, he left his contact information for future reference. Chapter 75. The Wise Do Not Fall in Love. The Fool Suffers for Love. Level 25 Ascites Monster. Director Li was exhilarated, accepting the phone Wang Zha offered as if it were a fragile diamond. Relatives and friends at home were aware of Wang Zha's medical studies, yet they found it hard to reconcile his remarkable skills as a student, wondering how he could surpass the chief physicians of the best hospitals in the province. Yet, Good news is swiftly accepted, much like winning a lottery. So many people, yet why was one the fortunate winner? Upon winning, one feels elated and readily accepts it without doubt. Upon learning that Zhou Jingran was no longer in danger, the young man expressed his gratitude profusely to Wang Zha. "She is my cousin. There is no need for thanks." Wang Zha replied with a smile. "I am Xiao Ran's boyfriend. My name is Song Yang. I apologize for not safeguarding her," the young man said, visibly agitated. In truth, this car accident bore no connection to him. During the summer, Xiao Ran was at her parents' home, yet upon hearing the news, he rushed over immediately. One cannot feign genuine sorrow. Thus Wang Zha held him in high regard. He was indeed a man. At that moment, several individuals entered, led by a middle-aged man. How shall I describe him? He was quite handsome, impeccably dressed in a slightly casual black suit, standing at an impressive height of 6 feet, but with a notably large belly that required assistance. "Father, what brings you here?" Song Yang exclaimed in surprise. "I have come to take you home," the man replied gently. "I will not return. I wish to stay with Xiao Ran," Song Yang asserted resolutely. The man surveyed the crowd before finally directing his gaze towards his brother-in-law and sister-in-law, recognizing them as his daughter's parents by the location of the hospital room. "Greetings. I am Song Yang's father. I shall not beat around the bush. You understand that a marriage alliance between our families is virtually impossible. The children are young and naive, and this is a token of my goodwill." He placed a card on the table. "Dad, what are you doing?" Song Yang exclaimed in anger. "I have reclaimed your bank card and car. Whenever you come to your senses, you may come to retrieve them," the man replied, his tone unhurried as he prepared to leave. At that moment, Wang Zha interjected, "Wait." He approached and placed the card back into the man's pocket, smiling as he said, "Though our family is not affluent, we are not lacking in money. You are not at fault. Neither is Song Yang, nor my cousin. However, there may come a time when your current opposition transforms into a desire to pursue this union." The man paused, observing Wang Zha, a young lad, refined, confident, and distinctly unique, exuding an aura of purity. It is commendable for the youth to harbor ambition. "You speak wisely. I hope for that day as well. Should it arrive, I will be delighted. What say you?" The man gently shook his head, having encountered many ambitious youths before, yet knowing that harsh realities often extinguish such aspirations. Wang Zha's remarks stemmed from a glimpse of a grotesque creature resembling a toad lurking beside the man, an ominous level 25 late-stage ascites monster. The threat was palpable. Engaging in battle could reduce its level by 3, potentially alleviating suffering. Late-stage ascites heralded a countdown to death, with the possibility of demise looming at any moment. At just 52, Song Tianlong led an irregular lifestyle, burdened by the responsibilities of managing a large corporation and frequent social obligations. Initially diagnosed with fatty liver, his condition escalated from moderate to severe, prompting him to realize the necessity of taking it seriously. Despite treatment, control, and exercise, his health continued to deteriorate, leading to cirrhosis and subsequently ascites. Wealth was no panacea. He was acutely aware that his time was dwindling. Frequent bleeding and intensifying liver pain plagued him. He had already chosen a bride for his son, a match deemed suitable, as both families were well matched. With Song Yang being an only child and the bride a sole daughter, a union of strengths. You have but a month left. While late-stage ascites is dire, it is not beyond remedy. Only I can ensure your survival, Wang Zha stated calmly. A tremor coursed through Song Tianlong's body, but as he attempted to respond, Wang Zha gestured for him to leave. As a prominent figure in business, with assets in the billions, Song Tianlong had once been brimming with vigor and pride. Yet, no matter how formidable, wealthy, or esteemed one might be, when life reaches its twilight, all accolades naturally fade, leaving only a mortal man. In the eyes of many, he was simply a pitiable soul. Song Yang glanced at Wang Zha and then at his father, his eyes brightening with understanding. He was aware of his father's illness and recognized his own limitations. Song Tianlong was the pillar of their family, and his demise would leave the Song household in disarray. Song Tianlong, too, understood that his son was not capable of bearing the family's burdens. He placed great value on emotions, often to his detriment in the business world. It is said that the wise do not fall into love, while the foolish are ensnared by it. This sentiment aptly described Song Yang, who was indeed caught in the web of his affections. The loss of Zhou Jingran would profoundly impact him. Conversely, the inability to be with her would leave him despondent and listless. Wang Zha smiled as Song Yang hesitated to speak. You need not say anything. Once your father has calmed down, trust me when I assure you that I can heal him. When you return, there will be no need for words. I will state that as long as you agree, I will proceed with the treatment. You need only nod in agreement or choose to depart. Following this, Song Tianlong left, and Song Yang was gently persuaded to follow suit. He felt compelled to convince his father to acquiesce to treatment. He could not allow his father to perish, even if it meant exhausting the family's wealth. Brother, you truly are formidable, exclaimed the younger son of the maternal uncle's family, Zhou Lingyun, a spirited 16-year-old in his third year of junior high. He was a rebellious youth akin to Wang Ho, yet academically gifted and emotionally intelligent, displaying a maturity beyond his years. He had even had a charming girlfriend in middle school, played truant, and once penned a love letter to a teacher. With decent looks and commendable grades, he enjoyed certain privileges. Knowing that his sister could be saved, Zhou Lingyun felt a wave of relief, giving Wang Zha a thumbs up, genuinely impressed by his prowess. Given the wealth of the Song family, their circumstances felt almost unfathomable to an average household. In truth, the maternal uncle's family harbored reservations regarding the relationship between Zhou Jingran and Song Yang. Nonetheless, Song Yang remained sincere in his affections. Yet it seemed that the wealthier the family, the less autonomy their children had in matters of marriage. Wang Zha was momentarily taken aback. Was he truly formidable? He merely detested the haughty demeanor of others. If they possessed wealth, he would present them with a choice, riches or life. In Chapter 76, he became a legendary healer in online circles, contemplating Song Tianlong's thoughts and choices. Wang Zha felt a sense of joy and accomplishment. While saving a life may not equate to constructing a grand pagoda, it was nonetheless an achievement beyond the reach of many, a source of pride in its own right. Setting aside vanity, the respect and admiration from others were gratifying. As his cousin's condition stabilized, although her kidneys were damaged and she remained incapacitated, he now possessed 4 upgrade potions, poised to elevate himself to level 15. This time, the disease monsters had surprisingly dropped upgrade potions. Was this mere chance or related to the type of ailment? Notably, 4 disease monsters had yielded 4 potions. If only one had dropped, it could be deemed coincidence, but 4 from 4 was beyond mere happenstance. During this period, Wang Zha planned to remain at the hospital to monitor his cousin's condition. Additionally, he aimed to gain experience, aspiring to reach level 11 within the week before utilizing the upgrade potions. When Zhou Jingran awoke once more, she found that her body did not ache excessively. This was due to the analgesic effects of the Qi Huang 9 needles, as the anesthesia had already worn off. She felt remarkably well, unaware of the events that had transpired the previous day when Song Tianlong had arrived. Sister, how do you feel? Wang Zha asked with a smile. Zhou Jingran returned the smile, surprised that she was still alive and even feeling quite good. My brother is a divine healer. I am perfectly fine. The feeling of being alive is truly wonderful, she expressed sincerely, her words resonating with genuine gratitude. Sister, in the future, while doing good deeds and helping others, remember to consider yourself as well. Look, they haven't even come to see you yet, Wang Zha sighed. Zhou Jingran's accident had occurred while she was saving a child. She had pushed the child away, only to be struck herself, while the child's parents had quietly vanished with their offspring. They acted as if nothing had happened, feigning ignorance. I didn't think much at the time. I just rushed in. I have no regrets. I believe that surviving such a calamity surely brings blessings, Zhou Jingran said, embodying a spirit of happiness and optimism. She was beautiful, kind-hearted, and possessed many admirable qualities, which explained why Song Yang, a wealthy heir, was so infatuated with her. Devotedly enamored. Sister, you will surely be rewarded for your kindness, Wang Zha remarked with a smile, confident that Song Tianlong would come to seek her out. Meanwhile, several short videos circulated online, capturing the incident through surveillance footage. In one clip, a child dashed across a red light just as a car sped towards them. At that perilous moment, A courageous woman dashed forward, pushing the child to safety, only to be struck herself. The footage was crystal clear. The video also recorded the child's parents dragging their child away, swiftly disappearing into the crowd. The video went viral, garnering immense attention due to the selfless act of heroism, which resonated with the public's admiration. Society desperately needed more individuals of such positive energy. In stark contrast were the actions of the child's parents, which sparked controversy and disdain, prompting countless shares and comments, igniting a firestorm of discussion overnight. Many were concerned about the condition of the heroic woman, while others sought out the child's parents, eager to ask them, "Does your conscience not ache?" It is undeniable that the power of netizens is formidable through various channels. They managed to uncover a significant amount of information. In another video, the operating room was revealed, with director Lee's clear words of effort resonating, leaving many viewers distressed at the thought of the hero potentially succumbing. This video further fueled the sentiment that the woman was undervalued, while the child's parents were seen as ingrates. On this day, numerous videos circulated, with countless individuals critiquing the state of humanity and the disparity in moral character, igniting discussions about human nature. There's an ancient saying, "A drop of kindness should be repaid with a fountain of gratitude." The child was saved by her, yet the parents acted as if nothing had transpired, while she sacrificed her life to rescue their child. On this day, both the child and the parents were located. However, amidst this, good news emerged along with another video, showcasing Wang Zha employing golden needles to treat Zhou Jingran. The video was titled, "The Divine Healer Emerges. The Hero is Saved." Meanwhile, there has been much discussion about Zhou Jingran's daily endeavors. She is a beautiful, optimistic, kind-hearted, and positively spirited young woman. Her act of saving a life was entirely voluntary. At that moment, she did not contemplate the consequences. It is important not to intrude upon the family of the child involved. This is what Wang Zha observed after watching a short video, leading to several posts shared with her cousin. Among the various videos, only one emphasizes the need to respect the child's family and highlights that Zhou Jingran acted out of her own volition, without overthinking the situation. This particular video was released by Zhou Jingran herself. In fact, the surveillance footage reveals that, in that fleeting moment, her instinct to save was paramount, as there was no time to consider her own safety. This is precisely why Zhou Jingran is hailed as a hero. Her selfless and instinctive response to aid a complete stranger speaks volumes of her conscience and inherent goodness. Upon learning that Zhou Jingran had emerged from danger, many expressed their relief, while numerous individuals sought information about the miraculous doctor who had aided her. After all, even the best hospitals, such as the first hospital of the province, had declared their utmost efforts and, regrettably, had announced the patient's passing. The moment the speeding vehicle struck Zhou Jingran, many watching felt a sense of hopelessness. This sentiment was further solidified when they heard Director Li from the hospital state that they had done their best. Although many were aware of Director Li's esteemed reputation, not all were familiar with his accolades, which are well documented nationwide. Once the public learned that Zhou Jingran no longer faced a threat to her life, curiosity about the miraculous doctor surged. It is remarkable that modern medicine could not remedy her grave injuries, yet a single golden needle seemed to have restored her life, showcasing the profound depth of ancient medical practices. The internet erupted with discussions about how traditional Chinese medicine represents the foundation of healthcare, being one of the 5 national treasures. Traditional Chinese medicine centers around the individual, stimulating the body's natural functions without adverse effects. Ancient physicians were reputed to possess the ability to revive the deceased, often relying on a mere needle. Numerous inquiries flooded in, with many asking if the miraculous doctor was accepting disciples, pleading for assistance for their ailing loved ones who had suffered for years. Such comments were abundant, reflecting the countless individuals enduring pain daily, many of whom cannot bear it and choose to leave this world. A great number of people even urged the doctor to establish a public platform for communication. Life is invaluable, and a miraculous physician is in high demand. Meanwhile, Song Tianlong's condition was dire as he received treatment in the hospital. He had gleaned much information from his son, but remained skeptical, prompting him to consult Director Li. Director Li held Wang Zha's medical skills in even higher regard than those of Song Yang. No one wishes to face death, especially not a wealthy individual. The burden of loss would be too great for his son to bear, and he feared for his wife's potential to seek companionship elsewhere. Even the slightest glimmer of hope for survival compelled him to explore all options. As for any conditions presented by the physician, if they dared to ask, it implied that he could meet their demands. Money was of no concern. He had ample resources and was willing to pay any amount, be it 1 million, 10 million, or even 100 million. Additionally, he stipulated that his son must marry the girl in question, promising to consider arrangements once his health was restored. With this resolution, Song Tianlong set out to find Wang Zha. Chapter 77. The conditions for the king bomb to be released, a sudden rise of 5 levels. Strength greatly enhanced after reflecting on his thoughts, Song Tianlong sought out Wang Zha. He was accompanied by a few individuals, as he now required assistance in his endeavors. They returned to the same hospital room, but this time, Zhou Jingran was awake. I have come to fulfill my promise. I agree to the marriage between my son and Zhou Jingran, Song Tianlong declared directly. He sensed that this matter was inevitable and believed that by taking the initiative, he could silence the other party and avoid any monetary demands, thereby saving himself a considerable sum. Who said my sister is marrying into the Song family? Wang Zha replied nonchalantly. Oh, is that so? Well, that is acceptable. I will offer you 1 million. No, 10 million, Song Tianlong proclaimed grandly. Wang Zha chuckled, and Song Tianlong joined in the laughter, feeling that Wang Zha's amusement signified success. Indeed, it was evident that he was an unsophisticated individual, easily overwhelmed by such a sum. Forget what I said last time, Wang Zha stated. Song Tianlong was taken aback. I will lay down the conditions. You have only 2 choices, either agree or leave. Since when did it become your turn to dictate terms? Wang Zha expressed his disdain for Song Tianlong's demeanor. Regardless of his wealth, his arrogance was truly irksome. Then what do you propose? Song Tianlong asked helplessly. Transfer all shares under your name unconditionally to Zhou Jingran, Wang Zha said with a smile. That is impossible, Song Tianlong exclaimed, rising abruptly in astonishment. Wang Zha chuckled. As I mentioned, you can either agree to my terms or depart. Mr. Song, at 50 years of age, using your wealth to purchase an additional 30 to 40 years of life is indeed a profitable venture. Song Tianlong was momentarily stunned. The prospect of living another 30 to 40 years was enticing. At 50, if it were not for his illness, he could still consider himself a youthful entrepreneur. With a healthy body, he believed he could amass considerable wealth within a decade, perhaps not as much as he currently possessed, but enough to regain his status as a wealthy individual. After all, life itself is invaluable. Brother, Zhou Jingran interjected. Sister, trust me this time, Wang Zha replied with a smile. Zhou Jingran fell silent. Father, all I want is for you to live. We can earn money again. Whether we earn a lot or a little doesn't matter. What truly matters is that you are well. A family united is what constitutes a home. If you are gone, no amount of wealth will bring me happiness, Song Yang asserted without hesitation. Wang Zha began to understand why his cousin had an affinity for this wealthy, second-generation individual. Song Tianlong was genuinely touched. Even his own son chose him over the allure of vast riches and the uncertain hope for treatment. Furthermore, there is one additional stipulation. If Zhou Jingran encounters any misfortune within the next 10 years, all her assets will be liquidated for charitable purposes. Song Tianlong was taken aback. He had contemplated various schemes, such as the possibility of Zhou Jingran being involved in an accident, leading to her untimely demise, which would allow the wealth to revert to him. Wang Zha could not discern Song Tianlong's ulterior motives, but he had to prioritize his cousin's safety. Especially given the substantial sum involved, heinous acts were not uncommon. Upon the emergence of this situation, the Song family is undoubtedly determined to safeguard their cousin. Wang Zha has also discerned that even if she becomes the principal shareholder, she will not abandon Song Yang. As long as she remains by his side, she will be regarded as a daughter-in-law of the Song family. Eventually, once there are children, the wealth will still reside within the Song family. Furthermore, after a decade, she will have acquired sufficient authority to command respect. 3 days later, the agreements and documents have been duly signed. Wang Zha commenced treatment for Song Tianlong. Today, Wang Zha ascended to level 11. He gazed at the 4 upgrade pills and, without hesitation, consumed them, for they were on the verge of expiration. After a consecutive victory of 5 levels, Wang Zha felt an exhilarating thrill. Name: Wang Zha. Age: 18. Level: 15. Experience: 3032, 896. Distributable attribute points: 0. Constitution: 86. Vitality: 1440. Defense: 288. Stamina: 21,405, including skills and scale armor. Strength: 62. Attack: 134, including 10 attack from Steel Claw. Agility: 59. Speed: 133, including 15 speed from Cloud Walking Shoes. Primary skills: Dragon Fist, level 7. Experience: 407, 012, 800. When utilized in combat, it augments attack and defense by 70. Azure Dragon Posture, level 7. Experience: 72, 012, 800. A non-combat skill that permanently enhances constitution, strength, and agility by 35 each. Dragon Taming Technique, level 5. Experience: 2003. 200. Possesses 5 dragon taming energies, enabling the taming of beasts. The dragon taming energy can strengthen the target's physique, unlocking potential and guiding it towards the apex of its bloodline. One can tame dragons with 100 dragon taming energies. Level 1 of the dragon taming technique allows for the taming of 1 beast. Each level increase permits the taming of an additional beast. If a tamed beast perishes, one can retame it. Passive skills: Body Refinement. Increases the upper limit of one's vitality by 50%, scaling with Constitution. Dragon Armor. Increases personal defense by 50%, scaling with Constitution. Critical Strike. A 10% chance to deal double damage and a 5% chance to deal triple damage upon attack. Tiger Leopard Fist. Permanently enhances speed and evasion by 20. Active skills: Double Slash. Allows for a rapid 2-hit attack on a target, with the second strike dealing half damage, and cannot be used consecutively. Auxiliary skills: Secret Health Soup. A culinary delight with benefits that strengthen the body, enhance beauty, nourish the liver and kidneys, and invigorate blood circulation. Increasing constitution by a maximum of 3 points. Secret Health Wine. A fine wine that promotes wellness, nourishes strengthens bones and tendons. Increasing strength by a maximum of 3 points upon consumption. Massage. Promotes blood circulation, relieves fatigue, and restores vitality. Level 3. Experience: 100, 200. 9 acupuncture needles of Qi Huang. Fortifies the foundation, alleviates pain and bleeding, and can sustain life for 3 days. Level 3. Experience: 19, 200. Mastery in calligraphy and painting. Immersed in the art for 40 years. Wang Zha continues to allocate all points to Constitution, as the Cloud Walking Shoes require full investment in that attribute. Now at level 15, his vitality has reached 1440, allowing him to recover 70 vitality each round in battle. As long as the disease-inflicting monsters cannot deplete his health by 70 points in each attack, he can persist in combat indefinitely. The disease monsters cannot restore vitality. Even abundance of energy and blood can gradually be depleted. Level 15 characters are equipped with level 10 gear, and the Step Cloud Shoes, while considered a low-tier artifact, are valued for their ability to regenerate a mere 0.5 of maximum health per second. However, the most significant aspect is the phrase "never shatter," as other equipment tends to wear out relatively quickly. Thus, from the perspective of level and attributes, the so-called king-level gear is not particularly impressive. Yet even with superior equipment, one cannot don it. Currently at level 15, the experience required for the next level exceeds 30,000. How many disease monsters must one slay to gain that experience? Nonetheless, there's a silver lining: the existence of experience elixirs, akin to the miraculous pills that enhance cultivation in novels. Regrettably, even the king-level character is unaware of which monsters drop these elixirs. As of now, Only severely injured disease monsters are known to yield them. Overall, the fact that such monsters can drop experience elixirs is a positive development. Chapter 78. Enthusiastic Mother Sue. Task panel activated. My cousin is recovering swiftly, yet her injuries are substantial, necessitating at least a month before discharge. Currently, Wang Zha cannot completely heal Song Tianlong, but he can manage his condition, allowing him to gradually return to a normal state, albeit requiring acupuncture once every month or two. This outcome is expected, as no one anticipates an immediate cure for such a grave illness. My cousin's kidney damage has been marked with a purple danger alert. Wang Zha refrains from intervening. Although it is not a monster, it is not an ordinary disease either. It is prudent to wait until her other organs are fully restored to observe any changes. It is time for Su Tai's acupuncture, and Wang Zha hastens back to Jincheng. Upon arriving, he immediately spots Su Tangsha waiting for him. I know the way home. You need not wait for me here, Wang Zha often says, yet Su Tangsha insists on picking him up. Shall I treat you to a meal? Or take you to see Sister Yuan? She cheerfully inquires. Let us first attend to Brother Su's treatment. We have already delayed for 2 days, Wang Zha replies, ultimately deciding to visit the Su family first. It is noon. The Qihuang 9 needles have reached level 3, meaning that a single acupuncture session can suffice for a month. Brother Su, you only need acupuncture once a month from now on, Wang Zha informs him. The level 25 disease monster, characterized by its gradual paralysis, remains beyond Wang Zha's capabilities as indicated by the red danger alert. Su Tai is delighted. The decreasing frequency of acupuncture signifies improvement in his condition, and he feels increasingly stable. He even perceives himself as quite vigorous, akin to a normal person. Though he is acutely aware of his condition, due to the 2-day delay in his treatment, he has been feeling weak, fatigued, and unwell. However, post-acupuncture, he feels invigorated, greatly admiring Wang Zha's medical skills. By the time the acupuncture session concludes, it is already 2 in the afternoon. Su mother prepares the meal, with Su Tangsha lending a hand. Little Zha, you must be starving. Come, the food is ready, Su mother warmly invites. The more he observes, the more Su Tai feels a sense of illusion that Wang Zha is the true son of this family. Auntie, you should eat as well. Don't busy yourself. Wang Zha quickly advises. Come, let us dine together. Do not be modest, for this is your home, said Su's mother, increasingly fond of Wang Zha. She glanced at her daughter, pondering how to inquire about her feelings. Although her daughter was a few years older, she was undeniably beautiful. In this era of advocating for romantic freedom, age and height posed no obstacles. The last time they sought her out, Xiao Tai had become quite inebriated, much to their embarrassment and an inconvenience to her parents. With a pointed look at Su Tai, Su's mother remarked, such a disgrace. Since you insist I make myself at home, then neither should Su Ge and Jia, Wang Zha replied with a smile. Indeed, do not stand on ceremony. What are your thoughts on our Tang Su? Su's mother asked, her smile brightening. Wang Zha hesitated, scratching his head. My sister is extraordinary, a true celestial being. No doubt a result of your remarkable genes. You certainly have a way with words. Now, my dear, let us eat. Otherwise, how can we enjoy our meal? Su Tang Su interjected, aware of her mother's intentions, keen to divert the conversation given Wang Zha's affection for Lang Yuan. Su's mother cast a helpless glance at her daughter. With one son and one daughter, neither seemed to provide her with peace of mind. One was nearing 30, yet still indulging in frivolities without thoughts of marriage, while the other declared herself a staunch advocate of anti-marriage principles, claiming to possess aspiritual purity and refusing to seek psychological help, insisting she was fine and that nothing was amiss. Recently, Su Tai's diagnosis of ALS had nearly devastated Su's mother, prompting her to prioritize his marriage prospects. However, she found a glimmer of hope in her daughter. Despite the age difference with Wang Zha, the harmony between them was palpable, especially as her daughter washes clothes, which gave Su's mother a sense of optimism. Regardless of her daughter's peculiarities, Su's mother felt confident that there were no such issues concerning Wang Zha. She was thoroughly pleased with him, but understood her daughter's temperament required a gentle approach. After their meal, as afternoon approached, Wang Zha took his leave. Su's mother urged him to visit often, mentioning that Su Tang Su frequently spoke of him. Driving, Su Tang Su had Wang Zha in the passenger seat. "My mother was never like this before," she commented with a smile. "Is she concerned about your future? Do you not have someone special?" Wang Zha inquired. Having come to terms with his previous hopes after experiencing a moment of clarity and recognizing Su Tang Su's lack of affection towards him, Su Tang Su chuckled. "Little brother, why do you fret for me? As my sister, I certainly wish for your happiness." Wang Zha laughed, sensing her sincerity, feeling as though he were a brother to her. Yet, thoughts of his affection for Lang Yuan lingered, leaving Su Tang Su with an unsettling feeling. Before she knew it, they had arrived near Lang Yuan's residence. "Goodbye, sister," Wang Zha exclaimed as he exited the vehicle. "Are you free to join us for barbecue this evening?" Su Tang Su hesitated before asking. Wang Zha paused, then replied, "Sure. I'll reach out later." Suddenly, a small figure darted towards Wang Zha. It was Xiao, and a delicate little girl, resembling a porcelain doll, her charm capable of melting even the coldest of hearts. Embracing the little girl, Wang Zha was overwhelmed with unrestrained joy, a delight so pure it required no justification. Perhaps this encapsulated the essence of familial bliss, though he lamented his role as merely a pretend father. "Our little Lenin is truly beautiful," he remarked, unable to resist planting a kiss on her cheek. The child, though young, grasped the concept of praise, especially as she clung to Wang Zha, nestling in his arms whenever they met. Ling Yun perpetually wore a smile imbued with a hint of mischief, radiant as peach blossoms, enchanting and captivating. She was a woman whose beauty was described in literature as akin to that of a fairy. Her allure was both mesmerizing and noble, a beguiling essence innate to her being. As some texts suggest, she possessed the grace of jade bones, skin as pure as snow, a serpentine waist, and a pair of ethereal, smoky eyes reminiscent of the most exquisite peach blossoms. At 29, a woman stands at the zenith of her beauty. Her skin bore not a single wrinkle, devoid of youthful awkwardness, yet it radiated the delicacy of a maiden, even surpassing the complexion of an 18-year-old. Imbued with a mature allure, her intellect and elegance were inherently seductive and beautiful. "I want that too," Ling Yun chimed, leaning her face closer to Wang Zha, who had just kissed the little girl. Clearing his throat, he found himself unable to restrain a blush. Ling Yun, teasing him, was delighted by his flustered demeanor and playfully took his hand, leading him into their home. Before long, they ventured to a nearby amusement park. Wang Zha held the little girl as they enjoyed gentler attractions, bumper cars, a carousel, and a trampoline, steering clear of the more thrilling rides due to her tender age. The trio attracted envious glances from many. Though Wang Zha appeared youthful, he exuded a refined charm, particularly in his gaze, which conveyed a striking handsomeness that compelled others to look longer. Ling Yun, too, radiated an extraordinary presence, her grace and beauty not commonly found among ordinary folk. In a moment of idle reflection, while assessing his attributes, skills, and equipment in his mental realm, Wang Zha discovered a newly unveiled task panel. This was unlocked after using a leveling potion to reach level 15, something he had previously overlooked. With an equipment panel and a skills panel now established, the emergence of a task panel felt less peculiar. The task lay at the bottom, a distinct section, and above it was a single task. Chapter 79, the first task. A great benefit. Wang Zha received another kiss from Ling Yun, given that this was the host's inaugural task. It aimed to facilitate the host in healing and strengthening himself by vanquishing a disease monster to earn rewards. A prompt indicated, "This is a benefit. You may select any difficulty of disease monster, and victory in battle will yield generous rewards. This opportunity is unique, requiring careful consideration." The task would not vanish, nor was there a time limit or any penalties. Wang Zha stared at the task in astonishment. It truly was a tremendous boon. This task essentially provided him the chance to cure an incurable ailment, certain to succeed, with substantial rewards. His immediate thought turned to Sutai amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, a level 25 disease monster. However, Wang Zha felt that engaging with a level 25 monster seemed wasteful, considering he was currently only at level 15. As his proficiency with the 9 needles of Qi Huang gradually increased, he could easily reduce his level by 5, and with a few more levels gained. Coupled with the stability of Su Tai, there was no need to hastily squander such a wonderful opportunity. Wang Zha preferred to seek a more formidable disease monster, as it would likely guarantee a victorious battle. With this thought in mind, he resolved to wait. After all, the task had no time constraints and would not reset, making it feasible to find a suitable terminal illness monster eventually. What you so lost in thought about? Lang Yuan, observing Wang Zha's daze, could not resist inquiring. Nothing in particular, Wang Zha replied with a smile. Is it because my sister is unattractive, or are you thinking of another girl? Lang Yuan seized the moment to tease him. I'm not thinking of any other girl, Wang Zha asserted. I was actually wondering how I look to you, sister. Lang Yuan entwined her arm with his. Wang Zha shivered. Lang Yuan's figure was undeniably captivating. Her touch brought forth a slight pressure that made his heart race. Lang Yuan giggled softly, her voice enchanting and melodious, particularly as she leaned close to Wang Zha's ear, leaving his mind momentarily blank and his body stiff. Little fledgling, you may indulge in some mildly inappropriate actions. Her voice possessed an almost magical allure. Observing the sweat forming on his brow and the blush creeping onto his cheeks, Lang Yuan noted how Wang Zha's complexion was notably fine, his features delicate, which combined with his current demeanor, rendered him quite appealing. Yet, he was distinct from the typical pretty boy or the so-called little pups. Lang Yuan quickly discerned the crux of the matter. His charisma. Wang Zha's charm was not merely about being clean-cut. It was a natural, composed, and gentle aura that, together with his well-proportioned physique, powerful yet balanced, emanated an indescribable allure. Lang Yuan pecked at the corner of Wang Zha's lips before retreating, causing him to tremble. Unbeknownst to him, her face had also flushed, and her gaze had become somewhat evasive. It was indeed peculiar for a mature and alluring woman, who had persistently teased him, to reveal such a countenance. This marked the second time Wang Zha had been kissed by Lang Yuan. The first instance was when he cured the little girl, prompting a surprise kiss on his cheek from Lang Yuan. This time, it was a fleeting brush of her lips, akin to a dragonfly skimming the water's surface. Yet it stirred his heart in a manner that was ineffably delightful. It felt electrifying, as if a tempest had swept through his mind. At some point, Wang Zha found himself grasping Lang Yuan's hand. Although he was still a fledgling, the fact that a woman had initiated a kiss, coupled with her previous ambiguous words, stirred his emotions. This was not just a fleeting moment. It was the second kiss, and while he could attribute the first to Lang Yuan's surprise, this time was undeniably different. He clutched Lang Yuan's hand tightly, unable to meet her gaze or utter a word. Lang Yuan paused, attempting to withdraw her hand, but finding it ensnared. Could it be that he genuinely harbored feelings for her? She regarded Wang Zha with a strange expression. Su had mentioned something to her on that occasion, yet she had always been keen on uniting Wang Zha with Su. Although Su was 7 years Wang Zha's senior, with ages of 18 and 25 respectively, they were indeed quite compatible. The age difference posed no real issue. At the age of 29, I find myself 11 years older than Wang Zha, although I am merely 4 years senior to Su. Those 4 years carry significant weight. Henceforth, no kissing anyone else. Wang Zha's voice was barely above a whisper, quick and elusive. If one were not attentive, they might scarcely catch his words. Lang Yuan paused, recognizing the possessive nature of this little man. "Ha! I have only kissed you and my father. Only your lips," she murmured softly into his ear. Wang Zha was taken aback. After all, she was married and had little in it. "Are you proclaiming your claim over me?" Lang Yuan gently leaned against Wang Zha, her voice low as she observed their daughter playing joyfully with her friends not far away. One of Lang Yuan's hands was held by Wang Zha, while the other embraced his arm. I don't know," Wang Zha stammered, feeling a lack of security in Lang Yuan's presence. Compared to Su, he perceived Su as the epitome of a virtuous wife and mother. Lang Yuan, lacking in such assurance, left him feeling vulnerable. "I'm soon to be 30, Lang Yuan remarked softly. "I believe 30 is splendid. And you hardly appear a day over 18, Wang Zha faltered. "Ha! Even my little brother can utter sweet words, Lang Yuan teased, winking playfully at him. As evening fell, Wang Zha and Lang Yuan returned home with little Nen. This time, it was Wang Zha who took to the kitchen, preparing a sumptuous meal. There was a plethora of dishes, albeit in modest portions, given that there were only 3 of them, including a small child. Little Nen, perched on Wang Zha's shoulders, merrily chattered away. Lang Yuan wished to lend a hand, but Wang Zha insisted she stay back, preferring her company and conversation while he cooked. Enjoying the playful banter with their daughter, Lang Yuan contemplated lifting the little girl down, but Wang Zha assured her it was unnecessary. He relished this arrangement. The child's laughter, sweet and innocent, interspersed with her adorably naive remarks, was a delightful reminder of her tender age, not yet ready for kindergarten, yet already showcasing extraordinary verbal prowess. It had been a long time since Lang Yuan felt such warmth within her home, a space filled with laughter and joy, a lightness that reminded her that many live not solely for themselves. One cannot exist only for self, nor can one entirely forsake oneself. In reality, many are resigned to their circumstances. For instance, post-divorce, some forego remarriage for the sake of their children, unwilling to impose hardships upon them. Others, out of devotion to their parents, relinquish love, choosing not to marry far afield, despite the adage that distance is inconsequential. Yet, financial constraints often prove to be the most formidable obstacles. If you live for yourself, I shall live for love. I will persist in my choice to marry afar. There is truth in both perspectives, for right and wrong are not absolute. However, if one is an only child with aging parents, filial piety becomes both duty and responsibility, a foundation of one's existence. Love cannot serve as a justification for neglecting familial obligations. Throughout life, we are confronted with choices, learning to relinquish not out of desire, but out of necessity. The act of letting go signifies personal growth. Perfection is an illusion. It is often said that life is fraught with dissatisfaction, and every family grapples with its unique challenges. Wealthy individuals experience life with their own set of burdens, while those less fortunate carry theirs. One day, when confronted with the specter of death, one may finally release a multitude of burdens. In such moments, clarity prevails, rendering all matters of love, hate, and enmity inconsequential, mere ephemeral wisps. It is essential to cherish the present and those who accompany us, to find joy amidst suffering, to seize fleeting moments of respite, and to master the art of letting go. Chapter 80. Did Wang Zha abandon Su Tang's sway? Lang Yuan is a woman of maturity, having traversed a myriad of experiences that have granted her profound insight. Calamities and adversities can swiftly catalyze personal growth. Our maturation is essentially a series of encounters that impart wisdom, enabling us to navigate unexpected challenges. This is the essence of growth. A capable individual is simply one who excels in task execution and is adept in handling diverse responsibilities. This is the hallmark of maturity and competence. Lang Yuan embodies such capability. She possesses skills, connections, and wealth. She lacks for nothing except a father for her child, Shaonan, and a husband for herself. However, through her myriad experiences, she has come to regard many things with a lighter heart. Wang Zha, having rescued her from the depths of despair, is undeniably the most exceptional person in her life. Having weathered the darkest storms, she now holds much, making it difficult to share her life with a man to whom she has no ties. Yet, she willingly offers everything to Wang Zha. He is the most remarkable man she has ever encountered. Despite his modest means, she feels impoverished in his presence. Lang Yuan perceives Wang Zha, a young man who neither drives nor wears designer brands, as the most handsome of all. The so-called successful individuals, clad in tailored suits and luxury watches, seated in opulent cars, evoke no feelings within her. Though merely 18, this young man exudes an unpretentious grace and steadiness, particularly when not provoked. Only in matters of romance does he reveal the essence of an 18-year-old boy. Wang Zha's culinary skills are unparalleled. His mastery over cooking is exquisite. When he prepares a nourishing stew for the little girl, he also makes one for Lang Yuan, tender and flavorful, yet retaining its nutritious essence. The meat is simmered to perfection, infused with the subtle aromas of medicinal herbs and spices. Observing the little girl relish the meat brings him joy, and now, watching Lang Yuan enjoy it adds to that delight. A mere piece of meat, enhanced with a touch of herbs, pepper, and a pinch of salt, yields such exquisite flavors. Lang Yuan, having sampled various renowned stews and roasts, finds Wang Zha's creation far superior. This dish is not only delectable, but also suitable for all ages. Ding! After their meal, Wang Zha's phone rang. It was Su Tang Sui. He recalled her mentioning a barbecue outing that evening. However, after the events of the afternoon, he felt it inappropriate to attend. "Hello, sister," Wang Zha answered. "I'm here, at the same place as last time," Su Tang Sui replied cheerfully. "Sorry, sister, I can't make it tonight. I have something to attend to." He hesitated, feeling the weight of refusal. "Little brother, whose call is that?" Lang Yuan inquired while washing the dishes. "Oh, it's nothing. No worries, I won't disturb you any longer. We can chat next time," Su Tang Sui said with a smile. "Goodbye, sister." Wang Zha ended the call just as Lang Yuan emerged. "Was that Tang Sui?" Lang Yuan inquired, taking a seat beside him. "Yes. Would you prefer to watch a movie or dine?" asked Lang Yuan with a smile. "Barbecue," she exclaimed. "Why not? When will you, with your thick skull, ever get a clue? You actually rejected such a fairy." Lang Yuan expressed her frustration. Wang Zha was taken aback, staring at Lang Yuan. "You want me to go out and have barbecue with another woman?" Lang Yuan chuckled at Wang Zha's expression, collapsing into his embrace with laughter. Wang Zha, feeling the softness of her presence, became rigid and unsure of how to respond. "Are you truly planning to be good to me alone?" Lang Yuan gazed at him curiously. "I don't know if you like me. You're the first to kiss me," Wang Zha stammered. "So, that means I've gained something," Lang Yuan said, gently cradling his face in her hands, their faces mere inches apart. Breaths mingling. The fragrant, cool air she exhaled brushed against Wang Zha's face, leaving him slightly dazed. "Should I give my first kiss to my sister?" Lang Yuan's cheeks flushed with a hint of pink. No, I can hardly breathe," Wang Zha replied, his face turning crimson, already sweating profusely. Lang Yuan noticed something was amiss and fetched a towel to wipe his sweat. "Are you feeling unwell?" No, I'm a doctor. I'm perfectly healthy, nothing's wrong, trust me," Wang Zha hurriedly asserted. Lang Yuan laughed, though still puzzled. She asked, "What was that just now?" "I didn't brush my teeth," Wang Zha admitted, embarrassed. Meanwhile, at the barbecue stand, Su Tang was somewhat lost in thought. Chi Bao, now unoccupied, sat across from her. "Is he not coming?" "He has something to attend to. He can't make it," Su Tang replied with a smile. "I've never seen you like this. Are you upset? What happened? I can't believe there's a man who has you so concerned," Chi Bao remarked in astonishment. "I don't know. Our relationship isn't what you think. It just feels like I've lost something," Su Tang said with a smile, slowly savoring a skewer of grilled meat. In truth, Wang Zha was her only male friend, and she felt their friendship could no longer be as it once was. "That guy is truly oblivious to his good fortune, standing us up like that. What a scoundrel," Chi Bao said indignantly. Upon hearing Chi Bao label Wang Zha a scoundrel, Su Tang couldn't help but laugh. "He's really not a scoundrel," she thought, feeling considerably lighter in spirit. On Wang Zha's side, the awkwardness faded as he recalled a task and contemplated asking director Li about checking on some critically ill patients. However, upon seeing Lang Yuan, his eyes sparkled. This task was a boon, offering a chance to cure an incurable illness, so he needed to choose the patient wisely. "Sister, I can heal a patient, regardless of the ailment, as long as they still have a breath left. Do you know anyone suitable?" Wang Zha wished to treat Lang Yuan well. After all, she was the first woman to kiss him. He no longer thought of Su Tang. She did not harbor feelings for him, only gratitude. While Lang Yuan was also grateful, her feelings were more affectionate. Wang Zha sensed this and found himself fond of Lang Yuan. No man could resist women like her and Su Tang. Liking someone is simple. Beauty alone is a reason, and there's nothing to deny about that. Beauty itself is a form of capital, and it is not superficial. The desire for beauty is a sentiment inherent to all. Lang Yuan is a perceptive woman. Upon glancing at Wang Zha, She immediately discerns that this is a benefit bestowed upon her by a small man, and she instantaneously comprehends the significance of it. This is a tremendous stroke of fortune. As for those afflicted with terminal illnesses, they're certainly not in short supply. Even the wealthiest among them find certain ailments beyond the reach of monetary remedies. Is it truly possible to cure any ailment? Lang Yuan inquired in astonishment. Indeed, there is but one opportunity, Wang Zha emphasized. Will this opportunity be granted to me? Lang Yuan replied with a languid smile directed at him. It must be granted to you, Wang Zha affirmed with a nod. Can a person in a vegetative state be cured? Lang Yuan asked. Wang Zha pondered for a moment before responding. In principle, it is feasible. However, I would like to assess the situation firsthand. That is acceptable. Lang Yuan replied with a smile. Chapter 81. Level 70 Mutant Creature. Wooden Zombie Lang Yuan made a phone call, indicating her intention to visit the following day. It was already nearing 8 in the evening. Although Wang Zha would not mind going now, the uncertainty of the location, distance, and travel time posed a concern. The Su family, in fact, shares a familial connection with Tang Sha. One could say they are all surnamed Su, as the Su clan is a prominent lineage. Many families that appear affluent on the surface pale in comparison to some of the more discreet yet powerful clans, such as the Su family. Lang Yuan chuckled. Wang Zha felt a sense of detachment from all this. He was merely a minor character, and despite possessing the ability to combat disease, he harbored no grand ambitions. The influence of the Su family is undeniable. Not only in Jincheng, but throughout the entire Sichuan province, they rank among the top 5. The current heir, Su Fuxing, is a paragon among men, yet he has been inexplicably in a vegetative state for 3 years, with his vital signs recently beginning to decline. If this continues, he may not survive until the year's end. The head of the Su family, now in his 60s, remains robust. The family's affairs are conducted with utmost propriety. Following the news of Su Fuxing's condition, Su's stock plummeted by 20%, but the head's health has allowed the stock to recover over the past 3 years. Wang Zha, however, is neither a stock trader nor particularly knowledgeable in that realm. Having gathered some understanding of the situation, he recognized that Su Fuxing was indeed the vegetative patient. 3 years is a significant duration, and given the Su family's financial resources, any curable condition would have been addressed long ago. A vegetative state, also known as wooden zombie syndrome, is defined in the international medical community as a persistent vegetative state. This condition arises from the loss of function in the higher regions of the brain's cortex, leading to a state of consciousness impairment or coma. While the central functions governed by the brainstem, such as respiration, temperature regulation, digestion, secretion, metabolism, heart rate, and circulation, remain intact, this is also referred to as cortical death. Individuals in a vegetative state lose the ability for conscious thought, yet the functions between the brain and brainstem are preserved. Certain autonomic reflexes and motor responses may persist, and normal sleep-wake cycles can be observed. Those in this state lack consciousness and cognitive ability, rendering them unable to communicate with the external world, a condition often referred to as social death. From a medical perspective, it is generally accepted that a vegetative state cannot be cured. However, there have been rare instances of recovery, often attributed to luck or miraculous circumstances. It was now 9 o'clock in the evening, and it was time for Wang Zha to depart. The young girl had already fallen asleep in Wang Zha's embrace. He carried her into the bedroom, while Lang Yuan accompanied him out. Why not stay here tonight? Lang Yuan suggested. Wang Zha, blushing and anxious, stammered, I'm not ready yet. Lang Yuan erupted in laughter, her body shaking with mirth as she playfully ruffled his hair. You'll be sleeping in this bedroom, so prepare yourself well, she said, chuckling once more. Ultimately, Wang Zha decided to stay. The bedroom was suffused with a pleasant fragrance, the bedding exuding a comforting aroma. Though separated from Lang Yuan by just a wall, the soundproofing of the house was commendable, rendering her voice inaudible. The bedding had been brought over by Lang Yuan previously. As he unfolded it and placed his pillow, Wang Zha gazed at Lang Yuan's enchanting silhouette, feeling an inexplicable surge of emotion. He yearned to hold her tightly, not out of possessiveness, but simply for the sheer desire to embrace her. This longing stirred a restlessness within him, leaving him puzzled about its origin. It was not mere desire, as he did not wish to claim her. All right, get some rest, he thought, yet he could not summon the courage to take that step. A timid young man like him was bound to hesitate, unlike an older man who might not grapple with such inner turmoil. He tossed and turned until the early hours of the morning before finally drifting off to sleep. Similarly, Sue had not slept well that night. Her thoughts continually wandered to Wang Zha, and several times she picked up her phone, only to set it down again. The following day, Wang Zha rose early. Despite a late night, his robust constitution meant that a few days without rest did not affect him. It was only after Lang Yuan awoke that he roused the young girl from slumber. Awakening her was a delightful affair. She stirred groggily as he lifted her into his arms, nestling her against him before they all washed up and brushed their teeth together. The trio set off to the Su residence, having rehearsed their plan beforehand. Su Fuxing was at home, attended by professional caregivers. His condition remained unchanged, and they could only care for him, hoping for a miracle. Su Tong had received a call from Lang Yuan the previous day. He was familiar with her, Lang Yuan Tower, the Yin family, and their collaborative ventures, all of which were conducted in a professional manner without personal involvement. Thus, he was quite taken aback when Lang Yuan reached out to him. The call had been routed through the Su family to Su Tong. Upon hearing Lang Yuan's assertion that she could cure Su Fuxing, Su Tong was skeptical. Yet, she mentioned a divine doctor who had once healed her severe hypersomnia. This case was known to some, including Su Tong, as it was a condition deemed incurable worldwide. Now, Su Tong found himself unsettled. This belief was replaced with a flicker of hope. Over 3 years, he had transitioned from optimism to gradual despair, recently even accepting that his son might not survive until the year's end. Such was the nature of life. When someone departs, the world continues to turn, and those left behind must forge ahead. No longer able to maintain his composure, Su Tong knew that hope breeds expectation. The possibility of his son awakening held profound importance for him. He would trade all his wealth for that chance. Money could be earned anew, but a life once lost is irretrievable. Su Tong is undoubtedly a formidable figure, yet when conversing with Lang Yuan, his demeanor is remarkably humble, embodying the essence of a dedicated father. In this moment, he assumes the role of a father, prioritizing his son above all else, without a hint of grievance. Upon arriving at the Su residence, Lang Yuan and Wang Zha, who cradles a little girl, are met with a warm welcome